It hurt so much pain. The searing agony permeated Zhang Yi's entire being. This was no mere feeling but the stark reality unfolding upon him. At this moment he was mercilessly trampled to the ground by the friends and neighbors he had once trusted and aided as fists, kicks and even sticks rained down upon him. In this resource-starved apocalypse they completely disregarding the help Zhang Yi had once given them turned violent against him. In his final moments he could barely make out his adored goddess Fang Yuqing standing behind the crowd crying out pitifully, "It was I who unlocked the door for him, give me a larger share of the supplies." It was this very woman who deceived Zhang Yi into opening the door, ultimately dooming him. Zhang Yi stared at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. He could only blame himself for being too foolish and kind-hearted, for becoming nothing more than a stepping stone in this apocalypse. How deeply he wished that everything could start anew. Soon he vowed never to show mercy again and to live solely for himself. Zhang Yi then quickly descended into darkness as he lost consciousness. Yet in the very next moment he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. The hellish torment he had just endured, the searing pain, was vividly imprinted on his memory. Gasping and panting heavily, Zhang Yi was soon drenched in sweat. What is happening? Weren't I killed by those beastly neighbors? Coming to his senses, Zhang Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place was no stranger to him, it was his own home. Yet the pleasantly comfortable air confounded him. For on December 2050 of the Western calendar, Blue Star was struck by a global Cambrian storm triggered by a supernova explosion from 500,000 light-years away. Global temperatures plummeted in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi lived. The mercury routinely dropped to -60 or 70 degrees as a blizzard raged for an entire month, submerging the city. It was said that in northern Huaguo temperatures even fell to a terrifying below -100 degrees, the earth buried under ice and snow. Countless species were wiped out, with over 95% of humanity perishing in the calamity. Zhang Yi stood up, retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator and gulped down more than half of it with audible glug-glug. Although the water was icy cold in that moment, it was nothing short of ambrosia to him. In the apocalypse, the only way to obtain water was to venture outside into the freezing cold, digging snow to melt it into drinkable water. Such a task could easily lead to death by frost. After his drink, Zhang Yi checked his phone, which displayed the date November 12th. There was exactly 1 month left until the apocalypse. It seems I have been reborn, Zhang Yi murmured as he drew a deep breath and quickly comprehended what had transpired. The experiences of that month could not have been a dream, especially the excruciating pain of being torn apart. It was all too real. Lifting his head after surviving, Zhang Yi felt an immense relief in his heart. At the same time, a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. He remembered all too clearly those who had once been responsible for his demise. In this life he resolved to live fiercely, withholding no mercy from those beasts, and once his safety was assured he would exact ruthless revenge on all who wronged him. However, for now Zhang Yi needed to first figure out how to survive the coming apocalypse that was due in 1 month. Zhang Yi's living conditions were quite comfortable. His parents had passed away when he was young and he inherited a 120 square meter house in Tianhai City. His savings amounted to over 2 million, which in normal times would be considered ample. However, with the apocalypse looming, a global shortage of resources was imminent. Relying solely on that money would not suffice for long, for survival required vast amounts of supplies. With the chance to prepare ahead of time, Zhang Yi not only wished to survive but also desired a future life of quality. Both sustenance and entertainment had to be considered, for prolonged hardship would eventually break one's spirit. Moreover, armaments and equipment were essential. Only with them could he ensure his own safety and take revenge on his neighbors. At that moment a streak of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi's eyes. He felt his right eye blur briefly and reached out to rub it. But then a peculiar thought surged into his mind. It seemed as if that streak of white light was a part of him and messages from it flooded his consciousness. With a single thought, Zhang Yi's consciousness plunged into the white light. Inside he discovered an immense boundless realm of pure white. The expanse within was immeasurable, filled with nothing but vast emptiness. Is this an alternate dimension? He wondered. It appears that after my rebirth I have acquired special abilities. A surge of joy instantly filled Zhang Yi's heart. It seemed that exposure to gamma rays had mutated his body, granting him extraordinary powers. With this vast space at his disposal, storing supplies for the apocalypse would become much more convenient. Yet Zhang Yi wondered how much it could hold and what limitations it might possess. His consciousness immediately returned to his room and he began testing by transferring household items into the space. He started with a teacup and a wash basin, both of which slipped in effortlessly. Zhang Yi then began trying to shove larger household appliances into the space: a color television, refrigerator, washing machine, computer, air conditioner and vacuum cleaner. The white space accepted them all without reservation. Moreover, with just a single thought from Zhang Yi, items could be retrieved from the space. However, objects affected by strong external forces or not existing independently were difficult to store within it. For instance, if he tried to extract a piece of the floor from the ground, there was simply no response. It seemed that the alternate dimension had many rules yet to be discovered. But merely having this enormous storage space allows me to stockpile boundless resources. He thought, licking his lips as a daring plan began to form. Zhang Yi worked as a supervisor at Walmart's South China warehouse. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart boasted an abundant array of goods. It operated 3 vast warehouses in Huaguai, in central China, South China, and North China. These warehouses were enormous, especially the South China facility. Constructed in 2040, the South China warehouse stretched 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, covering over 1 million square meters. It was the world's largest warehouse. Once hailed by the president of Walmart Greater China as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, the world recognized only 7 wonders, and the so-called 8th wonders were self-proclaimed by many. Yet the area and storage capacity of the South China warehouse were truly unrivaled in the global storage arena, capable of supplying several cities with tens of millions of people for an entire week. In other words, if Zhang Yi could completely empty an entire warehouse and transfer all its supplies into his space, he would have so many resources that even 10 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. Most importantly, Walmart's quality control was extraordinarily strict. The warehouse carried no low-grade or knockoff items, whether food, daily necessities, or luxury goods. Only reputable brands were stocked. If Zhang Yi could empty an entire Walmart warehouse, he would not only have no worries about resource shortages when the apocalypse came, but he would also be able to live a life of luxurious ease. As the warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi was intimately familiar with every shelf, surveillance camera, and staff schedule. Emptying the warehouse was a task well within his capability. Having made up his mind, a sense of ease settled in his heart. Gugu, at that moment his stomach let out a protesting sound. Zhang Yi patted his stomach, then glanced at the takeout Huangmen chicken rice on the table. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he eventually smiled and shook his head, choosing to forego the delivered meal. In a month the apocalypse will arrive. Many delicious foods must be eaten quickly, for if not, no chance will come again. Why be so stingy with yourself? After enduring a month of bitter cold and hunger, he now yearned desperately for some warm, delectable food. What use was money then? After the apocalypse, money would turn to worthless scrap paper, so he decided to spend it all now rather than letting it go to waste. With a carefree turn, Zhang Yi set off to dine in a fancy restaurant he had once been too frugal to visit, craving a sumptuous feast. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home and was greeted by a scene of serene harmony, brimming with earthly joy and contentment. Many parents, accompanied by their children, were playing in the community plaza, their faces radiant with happiness. Yet Zhang Yi knew that in a month it would all vanish into ephemeral bubbles. He quickened his pace as he left the community, heading towards a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant not far away. A single meal there would cost no less than 5,000 to 6,000. In the past, Zhang Yi had been reluctant to dine there, but now he felt utterly indifferent. Reborn from death, he must celebrate in grand style. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a window seat and proceeded to order every one of the priciest dishes, accompanied by a bottle of Lafite Estate red wine. Altogether he spent 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff cast him ambivalent glances, convinced he must be a wealthy second-generation scion. For how else could an ordinary person afford such an extravagant meal? Unconcerned with others' opinions, Zhang Yi began devouring the sumptuous feast. Perhaps it was the memory of enduring 6 months in the frigid apocalyptic world that rendered him almost tearfully moved by the taste of such culinary delights. Thus his manner of eating grew somewhat ferocious, drawing murmurs from fellow diners. Unperturbed by the gossip, Zhang Yi recalled that in the face of apocalypse, even a pack of instant noodles could spark kneeling reverence. For when that time arrives, all civilization and morality will vanish into nothingness. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yi dined, a woman passing by paused outside the window. She was a woman with flowing hair, delicate makeup, dressed in Gucci high heels with an LV bag slung over her arm. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, the one who in his past life had once been responsible for his demise. Beside her stood her close confidant Lin Kaining. As they passed by the Michelin 3-star restaurant, both found themselves compelled to glance meaningfully inside. They had long coveted such high-end establishments, yet their limited funds prevented them from indulging in this luxury. Nonetheless, that did little to prevent their scrutinizing gaze from fixating on the interior, perhaps in search of a promising rich second-generation scion to capture their favor. Upon looking, Fang Yuqing was surprised to discover Zhang Yi inside with a lavish spread of gourmet dishes laid out before him. Isn't that Zhang Yi? How could he possibly afford a meal here? Fang Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment, while Lin Kaining, covering her mouth in surprise, murmured, was Zhang Yi always this wealthy? As she spoke, Lin Kaining gave Fang Yuqing a suggestively ambiguous glance before laughing and remarking, Yuqing, you are so fortunate. That sycophant pursuing you turns out to be a hidden rich second-generation scion. Look at his table laden with dishes worth at least 50,000 to 60,000. Who in their right mind would spend so extravagantly on a single meal? Lin Kaining remarked with a tone of envy. Lin Kaining's tone brimmed with envy. It was well known that Zhang Yi had been pursuing Fang Yuqing for 2.5 years. Although Fang Yuqing had never outright rejected him, she had always kept him as a backup. Fang Yuqing was a consummate materialist, ever convinced that she deserved to marry a well-to-do second-generation scion and become his elegant wife. Yet she could not bring herself to let go of Zhang Yi, a modest man with a car and a house in Tianhai City. Thus all along Fang Yuqing treated Zhang Yi merely as a backup, a philosophy of neither initiating nor rejecting but also shirking responsibility. Yet witnessing Zhang Yi single-handedly enjoy a lavish meal worth tens of thousands left Fang Yuqing questioning him. Could it be that Zhang Yi is actually a hidden rich second generation? Fang Yuqing rested her chin thoughtfully, her mind swirling with the possibility. Aren't there often such characters in television dramas? Clearly he is wealthy yet pretends to be ordinary in order to seek true love, Fang Yuqing mused aloud, her eyes lighting up with newfound hope. If that were indeed the case, it would save her a great deal of effort. For Zhang Yi had persistently pursued her and she felt that with a mere nod he would immediately propose. Lin Kaining urged from the side, Yuqing, let's go inside and find Zhang Yi. In truth her eyes were fixed on the sumptuous feast before her. After all, it was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, a place where ordinary folk would never have the chance to sample a meal in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated before shaking her head, saying this might not be wise. It might lead him to think I am nothing but a gold digger, she continued. Let's wait outside and pretend to meet him by chance. Fang Yuqing was no fool, she would never lower her stature for the sake of a meal. Even if Zhang Yi were indeed wealthy, she intended to maintain the poise of a goddess. Only through such airs could she, once united with him, properly manipulate Zhang Yi into remaining her devoted sycophant. Thus the pair hid not far from the restaurant awaiting his emergence. After dining for over an hour, Zhang Yi contentedly patted his round belly. Though the Michelin 3-star fare was merely average to a man reborn from an apocalyptic era, it was a soul-stirring delicacy. Next he planned to visit a nearby supermarket to purchase supplies, a test of the extra-dimensional storage's capacity, ensuring no future mishaps. Though he was confident in his ability to retrieve supplies from the Walmart warehouse, prudence dictated a cautious approach, for he had once known hunger and could not afford any misfortune. Cheerfully settling his bill, Zhang Yi left the restaurant under the warm smiles of the attendants when suddenly a familiar voice arose from beside him. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence! He heard. Turning his head he saw Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuqing swept her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly. Such tactics were the epitome of guile from a green tea persona designed to effortlessly captivate a man's heart. The top-tier green tea and White Lotus, Fang Yuqing was well-versed in such arts, yet Zhang Yi was no longer the naive sycophant he once had been. Not long ago this very woman had nearly cost him his life in a most tragic manner. She had even once broken his ribs to brew a soup from them. At the thought, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy with naked intent to kill, reminding him that with the apocalypse imminent, eliminating her would pose no significant hindrance. Tempted to stab her, Fang Yuqing shivered under Zhang Yi's chilling gaze and nervously stammered, Zhang Yi. What's wrong with you? Quickly Zhang Yi restrained his deadly glare and coolly remarked, nothing, I mistook you for someone else. Then he abruptly changed his mind. Killing her outright would be far too merciful, and at present such an act would almost certainly incur legal retribution. Zhang Yi had no desire to find himself in jail when the apocalypse arrived. Better to let her savor the despair of the end times before devising a methodical means to end her torment. Calculating with indifferent precision, Zhang Yi had ample time to prepare. Armed with memories of his past life, he boasted 100 schemes to inflict the most excruciating death upon her. Thus for now there was no need to dispatch her immediately. The foremost priority was to carve out the safest refuge, ensuring his own secure and comfortable survival amidst the looming apocalypse. Zhang Yi treated Fang Yuqing with marked indifference. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining both sensed something amiss. Yet once they mistakenly assumed Zhang Yi was a hidden heir to immense wealth, rather than taking offense at his aloofness, they eagerly drew closer. After all, what harm was there in a rich man's temper? It was called charisma. Oh. Zhang Yi, were you dining at that restaurant just now? Lin Kaining asked, feigning nonchalance. A faint crease appeared between Zhang Yi's brows. This woman was no better, she and Fang Yuqing were cut from the same cloth. She had played her part in swindling him of food and in his death. Zhang Yi replied coldly, then slid his hands into his pockets and turned toward the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurried after him. Zhang Yi, where are you headed? Fang Yuqing asked, her smile tender and warm. To the supermarket, he answered, his voice flat and edged with impatience. Were it not for his intention to let her taste the despair of the apocalypse firsthand, he would have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining a sharp glance and quickly interjected, what a coincidence, we're planning to pick up some things too. Perfect, we're going the same way. Zhang Yi understood instantly. They must have seen him dining at the Michelin 3-star restaurant and leapt to the conclusion that he was a concealed scion of extraordinary wealth. That alone explained their sudden effusive warmth. He saw no reason to indulge them with words and strode onward toward the supermarket, yet the more distant he grew the more convinced they became of his fortune. Otherwise how could anyone afford such unapologetic arrogance? They trailed beside him, Fang Yuqing pressing close, occasionally brushing against him with deliberate calculated touches. When he glanced her way she would instantly avert her gaze, cheeks flushed, feigning bashful modesty. Inside, Zhang Yi sneered. A masterclass in artifice, you'd win an Oscar for Best Actress. He entered the supermarket and pushed a shopping cart inside without hesitation. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining rushed to grab carts of their own. Zhang Yi, were you dining with someone? Fang Yuqing asked, smiling sweetly. Zhang Yi headed toward the grocery aisle and replied coolly, is it forbidden for me to eat alone? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up. Oh dear, I didn't mean it like that at all. It's just that everything in there is so expensive, I assumed you were treating someone special. Lin Kaining couldn't resist asking, Zhang Yi, don't you earn only 10,000 yuan a month? This meal alone would devour half a year's salary. Sounds like your family left you quite the inheritance, Fang Yuqing added, then shot Lin Kaining a fierce warning glare. Fool. You never ask that outright. The cardinal rule of elite charm is simple: speak of love to the wealthy, money to the poor. Realizing her blunder, Lin Canning scrambled to recover. Haha, just joking. After all, we're all good friends, money really doesn't matter. Zhang Yi ignored them entirely. As he stepped into the grocery aisle, the shelves brimming with abundance struck him like the gates of a treasure vault. In his past life he had endured 2 days on a single packet of instant noodles. For him food was not mere sustenance, it was a ravenous, bottomless longing. He strode straight to the shelves and began loading his cart with abandon. Sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, spices, he bought them all in bulk. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning stared dumbfounded. Zhang Yi, why buy so much food? Are you going camping? He answered indifferent. Lin Canning whispered suspiciously to Fang Yuqing, do heirs really camp on sausages and instant noodles? Fang Yuqing hesitated, but recalling that Michelin 3-star feast, she refused to relinquish her conviction that he was wealthy beyond measure. She hurried to his side and offered, eager and solicitous, need any help? Free labor had arrived, and Zhang Yi saw no reason to decline. Watching Fang Yuqing's practiced saccharine smile, a vengeful impulse stirred within him. He still had 1 month before the apocalypse descended, a window ample enough to forge an impenetrable sanctuary and secure his survival. Constructing the perfect shelter posed no great challenge. As for provisions, he could always draw upon the Walmart distribution center. Thus he would ensure absolute safety and unparalleled comfort throughout the coming cataclysm. Why not deliberately hint to Fang Yuqing that he had already stockpiled supplies and watch her beg tear-streaked and desperate when the world collapsed? And if she betrayed his secret, drawing hordes of treacherous neighbors to besiege him? That too was easily solved. So long as his safe house was built with unassailable strength, he wouldn't merely withstand their assault, he could turn the tables and annihilate them. The thought of their furious, impotent rage twisted a cruel smile onto his lips. Yes, this was certainly worth considering. Zhang Yi resolved to contact a security firm immediately and commission such a fortress. If feasible, he would proceed with this plan; if not, he would retreat beyond the city to a remote wilderness where he would carve out an underground refuge. A dual contingency, no less. A subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Then push the cart for me. Fang Yuqing nodded eagerly. He instructed Lin Canning to fetch another cart. Though suspicion flickered in their eyes, they obeyed without protest. Zhang Yi purchased large quantities of shelf-stable foods, instant noodles, sausages, cured meats and canned goods, and filled an entire cart with fresh meat, fruits, vegetables and live fish. He intended to test whether his spatial artifact conferred unique preservation properties for perishables. 3 carts overflowed. Zhang Yi assigned the 2 women the cart laden with beef, mutton and tins. It weighed at least 400 or 500 jin, enough to leave them drenched in sweat. Fang Yuqing pouted, complaining, Zhang Yi, who on earth needs this much food? Did you forget to tell me about some event? Zhang Yi gave a cold laugh. Heaven's will is unpredictable. What if the world ends tomorrow? Better to stockpile while I can. Every word was truth, yet no one would believe it. That much had already been proven by a certain Dr. Li. Fang Yuqing dismissed it with a giggle. Oh fine, if you don't want to say, don't. Why joke about something so absurd? But since I've helped you so much today, you must treat me to dinner later. Her gaze shimmered with unmistakable implication. She dreamed of being escorted to that Michelin 3-star restaurant. A faint knowing lift touched Zhang Yi's lips. Sure, I'd be happy to. But I'm quite busy these days. Perhaps next month. Fang Yuqing beamed. Agreed, it's a promise. Lin Canning rushed forward, grinning. Yes, let's all go together. She was delighted; after all, pushing a cart earned her a gourmet feast. Fang Yuqing glared again, but Lin Canning pretended not to notice. Zhang Yi proceeded to the checkout. His haul totaled over 10,000 yuan. He paid without blinking. In the apocalypse, those supplies would be worth tens of thousands of times more, perhaps even priceless. For in that ruined world, no amount of money could guarantee even a single mouthful. Given the volume of his purchase, the supermarket readily lent him the carts. Zhang Yi made no apology for commanding the 2 women to carry his goods home, even though he owned a car and could have driven them himself. Why waste free labor? Though they groaned about fatigue, the promise of a lavish meal reignited their energy instantly. And so the trio wheeled 3 overflowing carts of provisions back into their residential compound. Zhang Yi, accompanied by 2 others, pushed 3 heavily laden carts back into the residential compound. Along the way, numerous neighbors witnessed the scene and could not help but murmur among themselves. Zhang Yi no longer cared whether others discovered his stockpiling; after all, the 2 women who had seen him shopping already knew secrecy was no longer possible. If his sole aim were mere survival, he could liquidate all his assets and retreat to some desolate wilderness to construct an impregnable fortress. Yet how then would he exact vengeance upon the neighbors who had butchered him limb from limb in his previous life? Without eradicating every one of them, Zhang Yi's inner wound would never heal. Thus one pillar of his apocalyptic strategy was to remain within this very compound and mete out retribution upon all who had wronged him in a manner both ruthless and inexorable. Of course, this plan hinged upon one prerequisite: that the security company possessed the capability to forge for him a sanctuary utterly impervious to breach. Failing that, he would fall back on plan B, building an underground shelter deep in uninhabited terrain. As Zhang Yi glanced at the surrounding neighbors, he saw them laughing and speculating about the purpose behind his massive haul. He could already envision the moment of collapse, their desperate frenzied attempts to storm his home and seize his supplies. Every detail had been lived, endured, seared into memory. Yet he felt no fear. This time he would prepare meticulously, ensuring they could see his abundance yet remain forever unable to taste it, left only to fume in helpless rage. Zhang Yi resided with Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning in an apartment building. As a warehouse manager at Walmart, he often helped neighbors procure discounted goods, making him widely known throughout the compound. Recognizing him instantly, a middle-aged woman out for a stroll with her grandson approached as the trio returned with their carts brimming with supplies. Her eyes lit up upon seeing the provisions, fresh beef, lamb and other staples, prompting her to ask warmly, "Xiao Zhang, how did you manage to bring back so much? Are these surplus items from the warehouse? You'll never use them all, why not share some with your neighbors?" This was Aunt Lin, an officious resident committee staff member who habitually wielded petty authority over her neighbors, treating herself as their de facto leader. She frequently asked Zhang Yi to secure discounted goods for her, an inveterate bargain hunter. In his past life, she had even wheedled food from him through sheer persistence. Yet when the neighbors later stormed Zhang Yi's home during the chaos, she not only failed to intervene, she joined the frenzy with more zeal than many of the younger mob. Unwilling to provoke her, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hastily replied, "These are all Zhang Yi's purchases, we're merely helping him carry them home." Aunt Lin's gaze instantly shifted to Zhang Yi, her smile saccharine. "Xiao Zhang, it seems these are indeed warehouse goods. How about sharing a bit with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson Xiao, who had already scrambled onto one cart and snatched a box of imported chocolate. Though small, the boy possessed a sharp eye. The premium chocolate retailed for over 200 yuan. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi seized it back. Then, his voice icy, he declared, "I'm keeping these for myself." With the apocalypse imminent, he no longer bothered with even the thinnest veneer of courtesy. Aunt Lin's expression darkened instantly. His open defiance of her self-proclaimed authority ignited her fury. Worse still, after Zhang Yi pulled Xiao away, the boy burst into wails and pointed accusingly, "You monster! Give me back my chocolate, or I'll beat you to death." Zhang Yi fixed him with a glacial stare and said coldly, "Say that again, and I'll slap your mouth." Xiao, who froze, then erupted into ear-splitting sobs, flailing on the ground in tantrum. Aunt Lin rushed to soothe her grandson, then whirled back to berate Zhang Yi with mounting indignation. "How old are you? Must you quarrel with a child? It's just one box of chocolate, what harm in letting him have it? Just give him one box. Consider it purchased, I'll reimburse you later. As if anyone's trying to swindle you." Zhang Yi curled his lip. With mobile payments ubiquitous, settling accounts was effortless, her promise to pay later was transparently hollow. "I told you, I'm keeping them for myself. If you want chocolate, buy it yourself." With a faint disdainful laugh, he gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to follow him inside. No sooner had they turned away than Aunt Lin's furious shouts echoed behind them. Zhang Yi walked on unmoved. Her son and daughter-in-law worked elsewhere, leaving her alone with her grandson. She traditionally bought groceries day by day. Thus, when the collapse struck, her household supplies ran out first. In his prior life, Zhang Yi had pitted them and shared his rations. But this time, without his aid, the morally bankrupt elder and her unruly grandson would be lucky to survive 10 days. Zhang Yi had no intention of quarreling with corpses, not out of cruelty but because once the cataclysm arrived, each person would struggle merely to stay alive. The lives of others would inevitably rank far lower on his list of priorities. After hauling all 3 carts inside, he dismissed the 2 women. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us to dinner." Fang Yuqing winked playfully, but the gesture stirred only visceral revulsion within him. He offered a perfunctory reply. Though the 2 women had originally intended to linger, hunting for clues suggesting Zhang Yi was a hidden heir, they departed soon after, sensing his unmistakable disinterest. Once alone, Zhang Yi opened his spatial rift and stored all the supplies within, intending to observe whether they underwent any change over time. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Rather than rest, he retrieved paper and pen to meticulously outline preparations for the coming month. Though ordinarily indolent, desperation for survival could awaken extraordinary reserves of will and energy. To live comfortably through the apocalypse, food must be secured first, a manageable task. Beyond my regular purchases, I can draw additional supplies from the warehouse, but caution is essential. Reconnaissance must precede action. And withdrawal should occur only days before the collapse to avoid suspicion. Should I be detained, prison would prove fatal within days. On his notebook, he wrote food and marked it with a decisive check. Next, heating. Post-collapse energy grids will fail rapidly, air conditioners will become useless. So we must revert to fundamentals. A fireplace is optimal. Fireplaces in heated brick beds operate on the same primal principle: radiant heat from combustion. In Europe's frigid winters, such methods sustain households through interminable cold. Thus, the apartment requires full renovation, including thermal insulation layers. At the thought of renovation, Zhang Yi recoiled inwardly, recalling how in his last life intruders had shattered his front door. My home must become an unassailable steel citadel. First, reinforce all walls with thick steel plates or high-grade alloys, capable at minimum of resisting standard explosives. In the lawless aftermath, humanity's basest instincts would prevail. Preparation must be absolute. He refused to gamble with his life. He had already tasted death once and would never endure it again. Securing a safe house posed no insurmountable obstacle. Tianhai City hosted elite security firms specializing in protective architecture, including bespoke fortified residences. Zhang Yi recalled news reports from his prior life describing a billionaire's ultra-bunker abroad, engineered to withstand even tactical nuclear strikes. Next, medicine. I must guard against illness with no access to care. Walmart's warehouse stocks common remedies for colds, fevers, minor ailments. But these are woefully insufficient. The Cambrian storm will persist for decades. I require exhaustive preparedness. Fortunately, Zhang Yi maintained strong local connections. As a warehouse manager, he knew hospital procurement staff well. With sufficient funds, no pharmaceutical remained beyond reach. Having resolved those matters, he tapped his ballpoint pen rhythmically against the notebook. One final issue remains. His gaze sharpened, incisive and unwavering. Weapons. Amid societal collapse, humanity's veneer shatters, violent clashes over resources erupt daily. Life becomes cheap, survival demands overwhelming force. Zhang Yi was no martial arts master, but even the most skilled warrior falls before a blade. Sufficiently formidable armaments would render skill irrelevant. Machetes, crowbars and splitting axes pose no procurement challenge. Crossbows, air rifles and compound bows are accessible through established channels. Yet the ultimate edge lies in American-style Iajutsu, a weapon obtainable domestically only via the black market. Travel abroad. Impractical. Unfamiliar terrain, weeks-long round trips, and without a foreign firearms license, no legitimate armory would serve me. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. The solution remained elusive, for now. Yet he possessed 30 days and wealth enough to pry open almost any door. 3 hours later, his flawless plan complete, he indulged in a long steaming shower, then sank gratefully into his soft familiar bed and drifted into sleep. At dawn, Zhang Yi rose. He had slept poorly, awakening several times, jolted awake by nightmares. Only upon realizing he lay safely in his warm, comfortable bed did he exhale deeply. The trauma of the apocalypse had scarred his psyche profoundly. Determined to avoid repeating history, he steeled his resolve. Preparation must be absolute, flawless, unyielding. After rising, he prepared breakfast. Then he opened his spatial rift to inspect the supplies stored overnight, delighted to find meat, fruits and vegetables unchanged. Meat's freshness was hard to judge immediately, but fruits and vegetables typically wilt overnight. Yet those in the rift appeared freshly purchased, vibrant and unspoiled. My spatial rift exists outside conventional spacetime, perhaps its temporal laws differ entirely. Time may flow slower there, or stand perfectly still. This was momentous news. Henceforth I may store anything within it, without reservation or restraint. Yet upon checking several fish he'd placed inside, he found them deceased, though lifelike and utterly unspoiled. Stroking his chin, Zhang Yi deduced another rule: living beings cannot enter, or perish swiftly if they do. So residing within it myself is impractical. Not a grave concern, the rift's featureless white expanse paled beside the comfort of his own home. Its utility lay solely in storage. That realization sparked new possibilities of fresh meat and endure what of prepared meals. Though competent in the kitchen, Zhang Yi lacked a chef's mastery, and cooking solely for himself would grow tedious inevitably. He immediately dialed Hongfu Tianxia, the largest five-star hotel in Tianhai City. Renowned for its exceptional takeout, its cuisine was a personal favorite. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Grand Hotel. How may we assist you? Zhang Yi responded without delay. I am hosting guests at home, a 3-day and night banquet. I require 500 tables of catering. The operator gasped. Preparing 500 tables, even for them, would demand immense effort. As a 5-star establishment, their cheapest table began at 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. 500 tables meant over 1 million yuan. Flustered, the operator stammered, please hold, I'll consult our manager immediately. Moments later, another voice came on the line. Good morning, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, manager of Hongfu Grand Hotel. May I ask your name? Zhang Yi replied, my name is Zhang Yi. Is there any problem on your end regarding my order for 500 tables of banquet? The manager was taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered such a request since the hotel opened. However, given the magnitude of this order, they would certainly have to accept it. Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables will cost over 1 million. If you need it, we will prepare immediately, but we require a deposit of 200,000 to be paid in advance. Zhang Yi responded, that's no problem. Just send me your account details and I will transfer the money. With the money secured, everything would naturally go smoothly. The manager eagerly agreed and then added Zhang Yi as a friend, sending him the bank account details. Zhang Yi promptly transferred 200,000. After confirming the deposit had arrived, the manager immediately began issuing orders to various departments. Hurry, hurry. We have a large order. Have the procurement department prepare the supplies quickly, and the kitchen should not accept any other takeout orders for now. We need to prepare the 500 banquet tables requested by the client within a day. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although the money will be useless after a month, I still need it to buy things now. In his hands he had around 2 million left from his parents' inheritance and his own savings. Now having spent half of it he felt a bit pained. However, on second thought this was a good thing. Many people who held large sums of money later saw it turn into worthless paper. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money. But now there are many other places where I need money. I need to find ways to make more money. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon his family's house. This house is located in Tianhai City with an area of 120 square meters built 10 years ago. According to the current market it is worth over 400,000 per square meter. This means that the house is now worth at least 5 million. I got it. I can take out a mortgage. That would give me money, right? Zhang Yi chuckled. After borrowing this money he wouldn't even have to pay it back, which felt quite satisfying. He immediately left his house and drove to the bank to apply for a loan. On the way he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm so bored this weekend. I really want someone to accompany me for a walk. Zhang Yi glanced at it and tossed the phone aside. He arrived at the bank to handle the loan business. Since Zhang Yi was applying for a large loan and had all the necessary documents and the house was fully paid for, the loan was processed quickly, but the bank only approved a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi didn't bother to haggle. After all, it was free money and he didn't have time to argue with the bank. After signing the documents the bank transferred the money into his account. Now after spending over $1 million on the banquet I still have around 5 million left. That should be enough to renovate the house. However, I still need a large quantity of medicines and weapons. This money might not be sufficient. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, pondering how to acquire more money. Just then a blonde man on the roadside noticed Zhang Yi lost in thought and brightened up, quickly walking over. Hey buddy, do you need money? Zhang Yi looked up at the blonde man. Who are you? The blonde man's smile widened as he lowered his voice, asking, I just want to know if you need money right now and the bank won't lend it to you. Upon hearing this Zhang Yi realized what this person was about. He was definitely a loan shark. Zhang Yi's mind began to race with ideas. He sighed and put on a troubled expression, saying, yes, my family's business urgently needs funds. But the bank is. Zhang Yi deliberately revealed a difficult expression at this point. The blonde man understood immediately. Anyone who could borrow money from the bank through normal channels wouldn't come to borrow from loan sharks. He said to Zhang Yi, yes, banks are strict with lending money these days. There are so many rules and the speed of approval is slow. But brother, if you urgently need money I can help you with that. Zhang Yi cautiously looked at the blonde man. You? Can you really do it? I need several million. The blonde man's eyes clearly became more excited upon hearing it was a big deal. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in helping those in dire need. If you need money you can't go wrong by finding us. Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which read Duo Loan Financial Services Co. Ltd. The blonde man introduced himself as Hu Minghua, the business manager. Zhang Yi excitedly asked, can you really lend me money? I need 5 million. As long as you can help me through this difficult time I promise to pay it back within 3 months at most. Hu Minghua chuckled, this matter is negotiable. Our company is very capable, specifically aimed at helping people like you who are short on funds. Let's go. We'll discuss this matter slowly at our office. Zhang Yi nodded in anticipation and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called company was located in a remote office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi to their boss office. The boss of the loan company looked robust, dressed in a high-end Benetton suit, clearly trying to create an image of a legitimate company. However, there was a hint of menace in his expression. One would not have such a demeanor without years of struggle in society. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss in front of him. Manager, this is the client who wants to borrow money from us. The boss named Chen Xiong smiled and invited Zhang Yi to sit down. Mr. Zhang, how much do you want to borrow? As expected from a loan shark company, the conversation was straightforward and blunt. Such companies are inherently irregular, so they don't have so many rules. Moreover, they have their ways of ensuring you repay, so they are not worried about defaults. Zhang Yi said, I want to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned, oh, that's quite a sum. But, Mr. Zhang, I must tell you beforehand, our interest rates are quite high. You need to be mentally prepared. Hu Minghua chimed in, Mr. Zhang's business urgently needs funds. Once the business is back on track, won't the money be easy to earn back? Right. The two of them played off each other and Zhang Yi took it all in. He still feigned urgency, saying, yes, I can repay it quickly. Let the interest be high. As long as you can lend me the money. Chen Xiong's face broke into a smile. That's good, our interest rate is 4. If you borrow 5 million you'll need to repay 7 million when the time comes. So you need to give me a promissory note for 7 million first. Additionally, you must have something of sufficient value as collateral. Houses, factories, cars, all are acceptable. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the property certificate. This is what I used to apply for a loan at the bank, it's just right here. This house of mine is worth over 5 million, can it serve as collateral for you? I also have a 300000 Mercedes, and if I can't repay it you can take that as well. It was the first time Chen Xiong had encountered such a straightforward client, and he quickly took a glance at the property certificate. After confirming the details of Zhang Yi's house, he felt even more satisfied. According to the current market price, that house could at least be sold for 5 million. Adding a car, this deal is definitely not a loss for me. However, Chen Xiong still put on a slightly dissatisfied expression. Mr. Zhang, this house is worth at most 4 to 5 million. But if you want to take 5 million from me, I will incur a loss. Zhang Yi's face was filled with disbelief as he excitedly said, Boss Chen, you must help me. I'm in urgent need of money right now. As long as you can transfer the money to me today, I only need 5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, both eyes glinting with mockery. What they were doing was taking advantage of the desperate situation. The more urgent others were for money, the harder they would gouge. No, this deal really isn't worth it. In the end, after some haggling, both parties reached an agreement at 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the money must be transferred to his account today. Although the lending company was unscrupulous, their efficiency was indeed high. Perhaps this was their only advantage over banks. After signing the contract, Zhang Yi's account quickly received 4 million in cash. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. For Chen Xiong, this money was akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog with no return. Why does it feel like I'm cursing myself? Zhang Yi left with a grin. After he departed, laughter rang out in the office between Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. Ha. This deal was really easy. That fool actually took 4 million and left. Chen Xiong said proudly, we can at least make 2 to 3 million from this. We don't need to worry about this month's performance. Hu Minghua leaned against the table laughing, boss, if he signed the contract so readily, could there be a problem with that house? The property certificate is genuine, no problem. As long as the house is his, he can't escape. With the property certificate and the 7 million promissory note in hand, they would naturally find a way to acquire that house. Not only that, they had more methods to completely drain Zhang Yi dry. Chen Xiong squinted, elegantly sipping his coffee. If it comes to it, we can contact a few agencies abroad to see what valuable parts of his we can sell. We never make a losing deal. Zhang Yi left the lending company with a smile. He glanced back at the office building, a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. They are all good people, giving me money to spend for nothing. From now on, Zhang Yi, Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua would have no further interactions. Rather, they are very likely to perish in the impending cold wave a month later. Zhang Yi now had around 9 million in funds. Implementing his plan was more than enough. After all, he could use a deposit to pay for any goods he purchased next. This 9 million would have the purchasing power of tens of millions. There was no need to gather more money, otherwise Zhang Yi wouldn't mind taking advantage of various online lending platforms. Zhang Yi drove to the renowned Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security companies in Huagua, specifically providing security services for the rich and celebrities. Sometimes even high-ranking officials would ask them for assistance when they went out. The reason Zhang Yi sought them was that in his past life he had heard that Zhanlong Company created a top-level safe house worth $1 billion for a wealthy heir from Jiangnan province. It was said that the family was a second-generation wealthy individual in real estate, living quite lavishly even during the apocalypse. Zhanlong Company's creation of that safe house played a crucial role. Zhang Yi arrived at Zhanlong Company and explained his purpose to the receptionist. Immediately, someone from the business department invited Zhang Yi to a lounge. The female receptionist served Zhang Yi freshly brewed coffee. Soon after, a burly man with a buzz cut walked in. He was dressed in a black suit that gave off a hint of a suit-wearing thug vibe, making one worry that the outfit might burst at any moment. However, it must be said that seeing such a person would fill customers with a sense of security. Hello sir, my name is Wu Huiran, the manager of the business department. May I ask what you need us to do? Wu Huiran asked as he sat next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said, I need you to build me a safe house. A top-level safe house that can withstand the apocalypse. Wu Huiran's expression immediately became serious upon hearing this. If others heard this, they would find it very laughable, as no one would believe in the so-called apocalypse. However, to Zhanlong Company this was no joke. Because among the wealthiest and most powerful individuals, they are often the most afraid of death. A long time ago, some wealthy individuals abroad even spent hundreds of millions of dollars to create bunkers for the apocalypse. In recent years, many wealthy individuals around the world have begun to imitate this behavior. Some might genuinely fear large-scale natural disasters. Others, purely because they have too many enemies, wish to add some security for themselves. Thus, Zhanlong Security Company's apocalypse safe houses naturally emerged in response to the market. Wu Huiran became courteous upon hearing Zhang Yi's request for a top-level safe house, as such large orders were rare for them each year. Mr. Zhanlong is a world-class security company. We can definitely meet your requirements. Zhang Yi immediately said, if I require you to completely renovate a house on the 24th floor, can you do that? Wu Huiran looked at him with a strange expression, as such safe houses are usually independent villas or underground shelters. It's rare for the wealthy to choose to build safe houses in apartments. However, since the client made a request, their company would certainly accommodate it. Wu Huiren smiled confidently. This is certainly not a problem. We at Zhanlong are a top-tier security company. With our technology we can absolutely fulfill your request. Upon hearing Wu Huiren's words, Zhang Yi had a plan in mind. Since that was the case, he chose to transform his own house into a safe house. He chose to stay because he wanted to watch those who had wronged him die. Wu Huiren took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company's services are all customized. You can choose the services you need from it, and it has corresponding prices listed. In the information age, communication is convenient. Zhang Yi took the computer he handed over and began to carefully select the services listed on it. It must be said that professional companies are indeed professional. As long as you have the money, Zhanlong Security Company can almost meet all your demands, including building safe houses 100 meters underground and underwater. However, these projects would take too long for Zhang Yi as he only had a month. Zhang Yi immediately selected his service items after reviewing the introduction to the safe house. First was the reinforcement of the entire house, replacing all materials in their home. The wall, ceiling and floor were to be made entirely of 200 mm thick alloys, directly replacing the original walls. This was an aerospace material weighing only 1/3 that of steel, yet its strength was 10 times that of high-quality steel. Using this material to construct the safe house was just right, allowing it to be embedded within the building where Zhang Yi lived without any risk of overloading. The window glass would be the best bulletproof glass available in the world. Additionally, the ventilation system would be outfitted with air filtration capabilities. No harmful gases could invade from the outside. Lastly, there would be a complete surveillance system capable of monitoring both inside and outside the house without any blind spots. The doors would be replaced with heavy-duty anti-theft doors made from the same material as bank vaults, making it extremely difficult to break in even with small explosives. In short, Zhang Yi had only one requirement: transforming his house into an impenetrable fortress. After checking these options, Zhang Yi handed the computer to Wu Huiren. After reviewing it, Wu Huiren couldn't help but widen his eyes. A house of only 120 square meters had been transformed into something akin to an iron barrel. With weapons added, this is practically a fortress. Wu Huiren muttered. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Oh, do you have some knowledge about fortresses? Wu Huiren chuckled. I used to be a mercenary abroad, so I have a good grasp of military knowledge. A spark of inspiration flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Wu Huiren, do you have a way to get guns? This question made Wu Huiren's expression turn serious. In Huadhua, firearms are not allowed for private ownership. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that in principle such things are not permitted for private ownership. Wu Huiren said quietly. Are you facing some terrifying enemies that make you so fearful? Zhang Yi took the opportunity to slide down the slope. That's right, I've offended some people in the underworld and they are extremely ruthless, plus they have guns. I was just thinking, is there a way to get some guns for self-defense? Otherwise I can only hide in my house and be beaten, which isn't a solution. Wu Huiren chuckled. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huiren's eyes, Zhang Yi could tell that he was not incapable of obtaining guns, but rather unwilling to wade into murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Then he said to Wu Huiren, this safe house project will cost over 8 million. If I encounter problems later, it won't be good for your company either. He fixed his gaze on Wu Huiren and said slowly, I just want something for self-defense. If you can help me with this, I won't treat you unfairly. Wu Huiren remained silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the matter. Naturally, he had connections. However, he was unsure of Zhang Yi's background and didn't dare to easily make introductions. You can go back for now. Although I can't do this, I can help you inquire. If there are any leads, I'll contact you. Wu Huiren clearly couldn't make up his mind at the moment. However, Zhang Yi didn't press him too hard. Obtaining guns indeed required caution. He smiled and said, all right, I'll wait for your news. By the way, I'm in a hurry regarding this matter, so please come and help me create the safe house as soon as possible. Wu Huiren said, at most in half a month we can help you complete it. After finishing the conversation, Zhang Yi signed the contract on the spot. Similarly, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, he would never have the chance to pay it again in this lifetime. Leaving the Zhanlong Security Company, the accommodation issue was basically resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his car and called a familiar contact, Lu Yang. Lu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He leased several hundred acres of land in Xishan where various harmless small animals roamed, providing people a place to hunt for leisure. He had many bows, crossbows and air guns obtained through legal means. Zhang Yi had visited a few times before, so he had Lu Yang's contact information. He called Lu Yang to help him buy a batch and offered to pay a premium. Lu Yang, being a businessman and often asking Zhang Yi for favors, readily agreed. Brother Zhang, why do you need so much equipment? These things can only be used for hunting or personal enjoyment. They can't be used to harm others. Lu Yang asked with a smile, but there was a hint of caution in his words. After all, the items were sold from his hands. If Zhang Yi harmed someone with these weapons, he would also face trouble. Of course, someone who could run a hunting ground in Tianhai City would naturally have a background. However, there was no need for him to take risks for an ordinary friend like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed heartily and casually made up a reason. You're overthinking. I arranged to go hunting in an African wildlife park with a few friends soon. So I need to get more equipment. Lu Yang clicked his tongue while brother Zhang really knows how to have fun. But there are quite a few lions and hyenas in Africa, so be careful. That's settled then. How soon can you prepare the items for me? Hey, I already have some ready here, just come pick them up when you have time. Zhang Yi didn't drag his feet and immediately drove to the Shishan hunting ground to buy the items back. For him, time was extremely precious and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. He purchased 5 high-quality steel crossbows, 3 advanced compound bows and 300 arrows for both bows and crossbows. Additionally, he bought 2 top-notch hunting knives. These were made of Damascus steel, extremely tough and sharp, and unless used to hack at hard objects for a long time, they were very difficult to damage. This thing would be absolutely effective for self-defense. All these items filled the trunk to the brim. Looking at this pile of equipment, Zhang Yi instantly felt a strong sense of security. He then drove back home with a car full of gear. Since everything was purchased through legitimate channels and he had previously obtained a hunting license for fun, he wasn't worried about being questioned by the police. By the time he returned home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again and enjoyed a delicious hot pot meal alone at Haidilao. Thinking that he would have to make hot pot himself in the future, he immediately took out money and ordered 10,000 servings of hot pot base from Haidilao. The staff at Haidilao were stunned, thinking Zhang Yi might be a rival merchant come to cause trouble. However, fortunately Haidilao's service was good, so they did not directly fall out with Zhang Yi. Later the store manager came over inquiring about Zhang Yi and then accepted the order. However, the condition was cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from being a rival merchant causing disruptions. Zhang Yi was very straightforward and directly paid over 1 million on the spot. Such a generous move left the store manager grinning from ear to ear, even adding 500 servings as a bonus for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi left an address for the staff of Haidilao to deliver the hot pot base. As for the food supplies, they can be directly taken from the Walmart warehouse later. Without the hot pot base, no customer would come to the restaurant to eat hot pot. After the meal, Zhang Yi prepared to go home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. Are you available to receive them now? Yes, just bring them over. Zhang Yi returned home waiting for them to deliver the delicious food and drinks. This 500 banquet tables would be enough for him for 2 or 3 years. With still 8 to 9 million in hand, he didn't mind spending money at all. Instead, he was eager to spend it all. On his way home, Zhang Yi thought about what else he liked to eat. So he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking them to each send him 100 tables of food. Including the 8 major cuisines, even Western cuisine, he ordered several thousand tables in total. With this, he had essentially covered his meals for half a lifetime. Not long after, the dining car from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yuelu community. A grand convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles blocked the road, leaving the neighbors in the community dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them and asked what they were here for. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted that the property owner had to come down before he could let them in. After all, the spectacle was too grand, he couldn't let them in easily without knowing what was in the vehicles for the safety of the community. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi went downstairs to the entrance of the community. At this moment, the entrance was crowded with people, including neighbors from the building and onlookers like Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi approached Uncle Yu and smiled. Uncle Yu, these are the delivery trucks for my food. Let them in. Uncle Yu looked astonished. Delivery trucks? What are you eating that requires so many vehicles? The surrounding neighbors were also in an uproar upon hearing that it was delivery. Goodness, there must be at least a few hundred tables. Where does he plan to put them? Could it be that something is happening at Zhang Yi's house and he is hosting a banquet? Is he getting married? But a few hundred tables is too shocking. Look closely, it's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. Ordering a few hundred tables there would cost at least 1 million. Oh my, a single banquet could cost over 100,000. Zhang Yi is truly a hidden figure. I only knew they had a good family background, but now it seems he might be a big tycoon. The neighbors whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Zhang Yi turning heated with a hint of awe. Fang Yuqing at the roadside, seeing this scene, bit her lip and strengthened her resolve to win Zhang Yi's heart. She took the initiative to walk over to Zhang Yi and smiled. Zhang Yi, what have you been busy with at home lately? Buying so many things. Zhang Yi ignored her and instead handed a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Seeing the owner had arrived, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the convoy from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way for them. Although he didn't pay attention to Fang Yuqing, she seemed completely unbothered and kept chatting and laughing next to him. Is there something at home you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? In the future I hope to know more about you. Please don't treat me like an outsider. Zhang Yi looked at her deeply and coldly replied, all these things are for my boss. And the last time I went to the Western restaurant it was also his treat. He sighed and said, oh, if only I were really that rich. Fang Yuqing's expression immediately changed. Are you joking with me? Zhang Yi shrugged, why would I lie to you? We've known each other for several years and you know my family's situation. My parents have passed away and I'm just a supervisor at a warehouse. I don't have any money. This explanation made Fang Yuqing's expression fluctuate between different emotions. She had indeed doubted it before, thinking he was a rich second generation, at least from a big business family. But now that Zhang Yi confessed he wasn't a rich second generation, all her doubts were cleared up. She silently created some distance from Zhang Yi, then fixed her hair and said with a polite smile, no matter whether you are a rich second generation or not, we are still the best of friends, right? I'm not a gold digger. The word friends was emphasized as she deliberately stressed it. Green tea bitches never go all out because they still need backup and sycophants to serve them. Zhang Yi curled his lips and stopped talking to her. Meanwhile, the staff from Hongfu Tianxia began to carry the sumptuous meals to the location designated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had good relations with people and borrowed a storage room in the underground of the community from the property management, allowing them to temporarily store the items there. The fundamentals of firearm handling were now firmly grasped and Zhang Yi's heart felt markedly lighter. In the coming apocalypse, this weapon would grant him immense confidence, whether confronting fellow humans or otherworldly threats. The next morning, Zhang Yi packed all essential belongings into his spatial storage. Since his apartment was to be reinforced into a secure shelter, he would temporarily relocate to a hotel. At dawn, 3 black panel vans rolled into Yuelu residential complex. From them emerged a large team of workers from Zhanglong Company clad in uniform workwear who began meticulously surveying the dimensions of Zhang Yi's residence. Numerous neighbors gathered, eyes alight with curiosity. Has Zhang Yi taken something strange lately? Why does he keep staging such bizarre spectacles? Exactly. Chuckled a few colleagues. Just the other day I saw him loading 3 full shopping carts of groceries at the supermarket. Ha! 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 Anyone unfamiliar might think the end of the world is imminent. He's hoarding so much food most of it will surely spoil and go to waste. Maybe he's lost his mind altogether. The crowd regarded Zhang Yi's uncharacteristic behavior with bafflement, yet no one truly cared. To them he was merely an object of ridicule. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining assumed Zhang Yi had suffered a mental collapse. Lin Kaining suddenly exclaimed, now it makes sense, I finally understand why he dined at that Michelin 3-star restaurant the other day. His mind must have broken. Fang Yuqing frowned deeply, her mood souring with palpable irritation. Recalling how she had voluntarily approached him that day, helping him haul countless items home until her legs ached, only stoked her simmering resentment. What on earth is Zhang Yi up to? Lin Kaining murmured, a note of concern edging her voice. He promised us a lavish dinner, surely he hasn't forgotten. He's been obsessively dreaming of that Michelin 3-star meal. Fang Yuqing scoffed dismissively. Let's forget it. Given his current state of instability, I wouldn't accept even if he invited me. Imagine being seen dining with him, how utterly humiliating. After all, she intended to attract a wealthy suitor, and her reputation was non-negotiable. Lin Kaining, though bitterly disappointed, could only resign herself to abandonment. Zhang Yi, for his part, remained utterly indifferent to his neighbors' judgments. Within a month they would realize, bitterly, who the true fool had been. Zhang Yi left his home, drove to the Walmart distribution center and reported for work. It was Monday, the day to resume duties and also an ideal opportunity to scout the warehouse thoroughly before acting. The Walmart warehouse lay within the economic development zone on the periphery of Tianhai City. Its location, offering comparatively low land prices, had drawn numerous major corporations' logistics hubs to the area. Pharmaceutical firms maintained warehouses here as well, convenient for Zhang Yi's future acquisition of potent therapeutics. Upon arrival, he clocked in as usual. As warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi knew every inch of the facility intimately, each storage bay, every shelf down to the smallest detail. Ordinarily, this place bored him. Today, however, gazing upon those colossal warehouses brimming with goods worth tens or even hundreds of billions, he felt an irrepressible surge of exhilaration. For soon all these assets would belong to him, becoming his most vital lifeline in the coming apocalypse. As Walmart's South China regional hub, its inventory surpassed imagination. It held tens of thousands of cases of cola alone. Spanning over 1 million square feet, the facility overflowed with every conceivable household necessity. Beyond food, clothing, and hardware tools, it even housed automobiles, drones, diesel generators, and drums of gasoline. Virtually anything sold in supermarkets could be found here. After years of service, Zhang Yi knew precisely what rested on each shelf. He also knew the staff rotation schedules and every surveillance camera's blind spot. Though security appeared stringent, his intimate knowledge of its vulnerabilities meant he could disable the entire monitoring system within 10 minutes. Then, using his spatial ability, he could extract everything. Yet for now he held back. Time was abundant and premature action risked alerting others. After completing a leisurely circuit of the warehouse, he departed, pocketing a pack of Huangdalu cigarettes, and crossed over to the adjacent Ruining Pharmaceutical Company warehouse. Having worked alongside Ruining's staff for years, he was well acquainted with many of them. He sought out Joe Heron, one of their warehouse managers. Among corporate logistics hubs, parasitic profiteering was commonplace. Joe Heron's brother-in-law served as vice president of Ruining Group, giving him both access and impunity. Joe Heron routinely pilfered pharmaceuticals for resale. Zhang Yi engaged him in conversation and subtly revealed his objective, acquiring several crates of life-saving specialty medications. Joe Heron initially hesitated, but when Zhang Yi offered double market price for the drugs, his resolve crumbled instantly. They struck a deal: 5 crates for 3 million yuan. To an ordinary person, a lifetime's medical needs would consume less than half that quantity. With medicines secured, Zhang Yi had now assembled nearly all essentials required for the apocalypse. With less than a month remaining until the cataclysm, he had long since lost interest in continuing his job. He visited the warehouse manager's office and fabricated a story: a paternal uncle had passed away in his hometown, requiring his presence at the funeral, thus requesting 20 days leave. Zhang Yi enjoyed excellent rapport with colleagues and the manager alike. Though the request was unusually lengthy, no resistance was offered. He secured approval effortlessly. For the coming weeks, Zhang Yi planned to reside comfortably in a 5-star hotel, awaiting delivery of his purchased supplies and completion of his fortified shelter. Emerging from the manager's office, he happened upon Fang Yuqing bent over the coffee machine. Indeed, she possessed the subtle allure of a cunning charmer, her very essence exuding quiet magnetism. Even while pouring coffee, her hips swayed with deliberate grace, drawing immediate attention from several young male co-workers eager to impress. A man nearby grinned broadly, inviting Fang Yuqing to attend a Jaichou concert and waving his ticket like a trophy. His name was Zhou Peng, a figure Zhang Yi remembered vividly. They lived in the same residential complex. And Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing's devoted admirer, had played a role in Zhang Yi's death in his previous life. Zhou Peng was fawning over Fang Yuqing beside her. However, it was evident that Fang Yuqing was not interested in a man like Zhou Peng. In terms of financial status, Zhou Peng was much worse off than Zhang Yi. He even rented his place. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing still smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. But I happen to have plans with friends that evening." What a pity. A look of disappointment flashed across Zhou Peng's face. He had spent a whole month's salary on those 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing at the concert. But unexpectedly, it all went to waste. Zhang Yi watched the scene with a smirk of mockery. He knew that Zhou Peng, the sycophant, would ultimately get nothing from it. Yet, feeling dejected, Zhou Peng caught sight of Zhang Yi, who was smiling beside him, and instantly felt a surge of anger. To divert his embarrassment, he immediately walked over to Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, you really are too unreasonable. As a grown man, how can you ask a woman to help you move things? Are you even ashamed? Yuqing has been complaining about back pain since she came to work today. Next time something like this happens, I hope you won't trouble her." Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out this woman had spread the word. Fang Yuqing pretended to be kind, saying, "It's alright, really. Actually, there's nothing wrong with my body. It's just that I can't handle heavy lifting. It seems my back is a bit strained." As she spoke, she reached back to pinch her lower back, furrowing her brow to display a pained expression. Zhou Peng wanted to show off his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing. He boldly pointed at Zhang Yi, saying, "You quickly give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold as he glared at Zhou Peng, scolding him. "She volunteered to help me move. I never asked her for help. Moreover, who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me here? Do you really think you're someone important?" Zhang Yi's scathing remarks left Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing stunned. Zhou Peng was just an ordinary clerk in the warehouse without power or influence. The only reason he dared to reprimand Zhang Yi was that Zhang Yi usually had a good temper and didn't like to argue. But upon seeing Zhang Yi truly angry, Zhou Peng became somewhat cowardly. "Why are you shouting so loudly? I was just discussing things with you." Zhang Yi snorted coldly and turned to walk away. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on Zhou Peng. At this moment, Zhang Yi looked at everyone as if they were already dead. In a month, 99 of the people around him would perish in the apocalyptic blizzard. Why bother talking to the dead? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng ran over to Fang Yuqing and whispered, "Yuqing, I told you Zhang Yi is no good. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled. Because in recent days Zhang Yi seemed to have completely changed. He no longer took the initiative to greet her. He didn't even chat with her at night or say goodnight. Something must be wrong. Fang Yuqing thought to herself. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. It was just in time for his previous reservation at Hongfu Tianxia. The manager of Hongfu Tianxia, upon hearing Zhang Yi's arrival, immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and arranged a room for him. A room in a 5-star hotel costs over 1,000 for one night. However, Zhang Yi felt no pain at all. After all, he still had several million in hand. He would feel wasteful if he didn't spend it. That night, the usually demure Fang Yuqing surprisingly took the initiative to message Zhang Yi. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw someone renovating." Zhang Yi smirked. "Yes, that's right. Fang Yuqing, you seem really strange lately, hoarding things and renovating your place. Is something going to happen soon?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This White Lotus was indeed cunning, but not at all foolish. Clearly his unusual behavior had caught her attention. However, Zhang Yi didn't care. Other people's opinions held no significance for him now. It's nothing, he replied coldly and then tossed his phone aside. On the other end, Fang Yuqing looked at Zhang Yi, who was indifferent towards her, feeling very unsettled. For the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had treated her very well. He always showed concern for her, finding various excuses to chat with her every night. However, recently he seemed to have completely changed into a different person. His attitude had turned cold and he no longer took the initiative to chat with her. This made Fang Yuqing feel very uncomfortable. While she could be indifferent towards Zhang Yi, she absolutely could not allow him to lose interest in her. In Fang Yuqing's perspective, it signified that a fish in her pond had escaped. Although Zhang Yi was not from a wealthy family, he was still a quality middle-class man. In the future, even if she couldn't find a rich second generation to marry, she could still give Zhang Yi a chance. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message. It feels like our communication has decreased recently. It's making me feel a bit lonely. However, after waiting for a long time, she received no reply. Fang Yuqing bit her lip, feeling increasingly irritable. That damned Zhang Yi, has he been possessed recently? I took the initiative to reach out to him, yet he dares not to reply to my messages. Beside her, her roommate Lin Caning heard Fang Yuqing's complaints and walked over with a smile. That Zhang Yi has indeed been acting strange lately. Who knows why he bought so much food and drinks and even ordered so many banquet tables from the hotel. It really makes it seem like there's going to be a shortage of supplies soon. Fang Yuqing frowned slightly upon hearing this. She said to Lin Caning, Ning Ning, do you think something will really happen in a while? Is Zhang Yi hoarding supplies because he received some news? Lin Caning paused for a moment upon hearing this and then burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Yuqing, are you silly? If something were really going to happen, the authorities would definitely notify us. We should just stay calm. If someone were hoarding supplies, others would laugh at us for being foolish. Fang Yuqing smiled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this. That makes sense. Zhang Yi stayed in the suite of the 5-star hotel for several days. He didn't go anywhere during this time. On one hand, he was frantically procuring banquet tables from various hotels. On the other hand, he was practicing the usage of compound bows and crossbows in his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had enjoyed hunting in the past and had a good foundation. Now within a 15-meter range, his accuracy was exceptionally high. Especially with the professional-grade compound bow in hand, such modern equipment could allow an ordinary person to shoot arrows comparable to ancient archers. Let alone dealing with humans. Even if he encountered wild boars, wolves, or large dogs, he could inflict significant damage. 3 days later, under the connection of Wu Huiran, Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. Although the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi did not mind at all. With these heavy items in hand, he felt a surge of confidence regarding his safety in the apocalypse. He had also completed his transaction with Zhou Hairan for the medications needed in the end times and secured 5 boxes of high-end imported drugs. Another week passed. Wu Huiran called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been completed according to his specifications. He was invited back for an inspection. Zhang Yi then left the hotel where he had been staying for a while and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huiran personally led Zhang Yi to inspect the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. The Zandragon company truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier security firm in the country. Their speed and quality in building the safe house were impeccable. The entire place had been reinforced with 200mm thick alloy plates as per Zhang Yi's requirements. Moreover, from the outside it appeared no different than before. Wu Huiran patiently explained everything to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system is military-grade and can filter out any harmful gases, preventing anyone from launching a gas attack from outside. Additionally, the entire house's heating system has been redone using professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. Besides the fireplace built according to your specifications, it can also prevent 99.5% of heat loss. At this point, Wu Huiran flashed a mysterious smile at Zhang Yi. Furthermore, to ensure your safety, we have installed a surveillance system throughout the entire building. With a total of 300 cameras, you can monitor every floor of the building. After hearing all this, Zhang Yi was left astonished, not knowing what to say. He could only lament that having money was indeed good, as it could buy services beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He walked out onto the balcony and discovered it had been transformed into a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiran explained the materials used for the windows are bulletproof and bomb-resistant, even sturdier than the 200mm alloy plates. Moreover, they facilitate natural light and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied with this safe house. Unless an army equipped with heavy weapons attempted to force their way in, it seemed impossible for anyone to break into his home. Even if the entire building collapsed, his room would likely remain unharmed. I am very satisfied with the safe house you have built, Zhang Yi said to Wu Huiran with a smile. Wu Huiran also wore a broad grin. He produced a document for Zhang Yi to sign and then said, if there are no issues, please settle our final payment within 3 months. Zhang Yi nodded cheerfully, saying absolutely. However, he had no intention of actually paying that final amount. Thinking about how he had only paid a deposit of 1 million for a safe house worth nearly 10 million, he felt incredibly pleased. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa admiring this seemingly perfect safe house. However, after some thought he realized he had overlooked something very important. That was the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead. How could I forget something so crucial as water? After the Ice Age apocalypse arrived, although it was freezing outside, water could be obtained by ice drilling. However, the temperature outside would generally be below -60 or 70 degrees, and going outside meant risking danger. Zhang Yi could not tolerate such a significant flaw in his safe house. After some consideration, he placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 large water storage barrels. Each barrel can hold 500 cubic meters of water, enough for several years of use. Additionally, he could retrieve bottled water from the warehouse, thus perfectly resolving the issue of water resources. The delivery speed of the courier was indeed impressive. A few hours later, the items were delivered to Zhang Yi's door. He went to the community entrance and asked the security guard Uncle Yu to allow the courier through. Seeing Zhang Yi buy so many strange items again, the neighbors around began to gossip. Isn't this Zhang Yi a bit odd? Yeah, he buys all kinds of peculiar things every day. A few days ago I saw a lot of people carrying steel plates at least 10 centimeters thick for his renovation. Maybe he has a screw loose trying to build a safe house like in the movies. I've seen some wealthy people doing that out of boredom in videos from abroad. Isn't that just worrying for nothing? Now he's buying so many water barrels he doesn't think Tianhai City will run out of water, does he? Ha ha ha. Ha. But Tianhai City is by the sea. Faced with the neighbors' mocking laughter, Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He simply scoffed inwardly, thinking that when the Ice Age apocalypse arrived they would realize how foolish they were. Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining things to them, because these people would only see Zhang Yi as a fool, completely ignoring his good advice. They might even turn it against him, accusing him of spreading rumors and disturbing public order. Then they could have him arrested. The security guard Uncle Yu was chatting with neighbor Grandpa Tang. Uncle Yu kindly approached and asked young Zhan, "What are you doing with so many water barrels? If you need any help, just let me know and I can lend a hand." Zhang Yi looked at the warm-hearted Uncle Yu and felt a bit emotional. Uncle Yu was a retired soldier, childless, and had been a security guard in the community for over a decade, always diligent in his duties. In his past life he had donated his last food to help a mother and daughter on the brink of starvation, ultimately starving to death himself. He was one of the few shining examples of humanity Zhang Yi had encountered during the apocalypse. Thus Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "This year's temperatures have been quite abnormal, and I have insider information that this winter will be tough. To be on the safe side, you should stock up on food and drinks too, to avoid price hikes later." Uncle Yu had a good relationship with Zhang Yi. He knew Zhang Yi was a kind-hearted young man. Moreover, older people often tend to have a sense of impending crisis, so hearing Zhang Yi's words caused him to frown. "Young Zhang, is it true? Is the news reliable?" Zhang Yi nodded, saying, "Look, I've already prepared so much stuff. You can stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. These items won't go bad even if you buy too much." Uncle Yu nodded in agreement. Since he lived alone, he already liked to stock up on instant noodles and sausages for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had reminded him, he decided to take some time to buy more. He thought it would bring him peace of mind, and since those items could be stored, there was no harm in buying more. However, Grandpa Tang nearby walked over and said to Zhang Yi, "Young Zhang, you mustn't spread such talk everywhere. Our society is stable and peaceful. How could there be a shortage of supplies? Be careful, speaking like this could get you reported for spreading rumors. You might even be invited for a chat." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and did not bother to respond. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery guy to bring 100 giant buckets to the warehouse. Then he placed them into his spatial dimension and took them home. After returning home, Zhang Yi began to turn on all the faucets in his house, filling the buckets with water. At this speed, it would take no more than a week to fill all 100 buckets. Days passed by. Zhang Yi did not rest for a single day. He spent every penny he had without hesitation. Every day he dined at the finest restaurants. He also purchased a large quantity of meals from top-tier restaurants and stored them in his alternate space. During this time he went to the shooting range in Tianhai City every day to practice archery and firearms, striving to improve his skills. It was unrealistic to train himself into a combat expert in just a month. However, with a bow, firearms, and a fully metal-clad super-safe house, he would not fear any potential dangers. Such actions naturally could not escape everyone's eyes. However, everyone around viewed Zhang Yi as a joke. They thought he was mentally unstable and mocked him behind his back. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi, unwilling to engage with him. Thus time passed day by day. Soon over 20 days had gone by and the apocalypse was not far off. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these did not provide him with enough sense of security. He decided to target the giant warehouse of Walmart. Once he secured that warehouse, he would have an abundance of supplies that could last him for a lifetime. The reason he did not wait until the last day to act was that Zhang Yi recalled something. In his previous life he had vaguely learned that the higher-ups had received news about the arrival of gamma rays in advance. So they had quietly begun transferring large quantities of living supplies long before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi could not take the risk, he had to act early. Moreover, considering this logic, even if the supplies in the Walmart warehouse disappeared entirely, the higher-ups eager to find refuge would not have much energy to investigate. This provided Zhang Yi with a suitable buffer period. Thus he returned to the warehouse and resumed his shift. The Walmart warehouse was staffed 24 hours a day, but at night there were only 10 people on duty. Zhang Yi decided to use the simplest and most brutal method, adding sleeping pills to their tea. After all, the apocalypse was only 3 days away and he was not afraid of being found out. Since these people were old acquaintances of Zhang Yi, he easily succeeded. Once the drugs took effect, they fell into a deep sleep while Zhang Yi went to the monitoring room and shut down all the cameras in the warehouse. He was very familiar with this place, he could envision every corner with his eyes closed. Combined with countless plans and rehearsals in his mind, he executed everything smoothly. After completing all this, he changed into a pair of shoes 2 sizes larger and put on gloves, quickly making his way to the warehouse. Gazing at the massive warehouse before him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and began to collect the supplies. As soon as his right eye scanned the shelves with just a thought, the entire shelf would appear in his alternate space. Zhang Yi first arrived at the beverage section. Here there were tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water, drinks and alcohol, including many fine wines and spirits. Zhang Yi did not differentiate, mindlessly stuffing everything into his warehouse. Soon the thousands of cubic meters of drinks disappeared completely. Next he moved to the fuel area for living supplies. There were many smokeless coals and barrels of gasoline and alcohol. These were household supplies meant for home storage or camping trips. Just the smokeless coal alone was over 10,000 boxes, not to mention the solid alcohol and barreled gasoline. The quantity here was enough for Zhang Yi to use for hundreds of years. He did not consider leaving some for others. After all, once the apocalypse came, these items would not fall into the hands of ordinary people. Therefore he unhesitatingly gathered all these supplies. Then, using his years of warehouse management expertise, he allocated areas for them in his alternate space. This would make it easier for him to use. For the third step, he arrived at the food area. The amount here was even larger, totaling several tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were completely stuffed, resembling small mountains. Canned food, packed roasted chicken and duck, puffed snacks, instant food and high-end treats. This is enough for me to eat for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi exclaimed. He was not picky at all, taking whatever he could find. After getting the food, Zhang Yi moved on to the sports equipment section. His safe house also required sports equipment. Regular exercise strengthens the body, ensuring health, which could be crucial for survival when necessary. Although the space in the safe house was limited, he would not be polite about taking things. Since the area in his alternate space was infinite, it was a waste not to take them. Among them were some particularly useful items. For instance, baseball bats and fencing gear, which were excellent weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi found more exceptionally useful items, such as skiing and climbing equipment, including professional cold-proof clothing at the level of national athletes. These items could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. They were the latest technological products from 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These would be the top-tier cold-proof gear after the Ice Age apocalypse. He was not polite and immediately collected dozens of top-notch cold-proof suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After 2 full hours, Zhang Yi single-handedly emptied the Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1,000,000 square meters. After doing all this, looking at the vast and empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt an indescribable satisfaction. Now, even in the face of the coldest ice age, he was confident he could live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, took off his gloves and shoes and placed them into his alternate space. Then he drank a bit of the tea laced with sleeping pills and lay down on the table, falling into a deep sleep. He did not know how long it had been when he was shaken awake urgently. Supervisor, something big has happened, wake up. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, looking dazedly at several colleagues before him. What happened? A warehouse employee stutteringly pointed at the warehouse and said, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." What? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, slapping the table and standing up. He pretended to stroll into the warehouse, naturally seeing the empty scene. Zhang Yi knew better than anyone what had happened. However, he still wobbled his legs and said in a trembling voice, "What on earth happened? Why have all the supplies in the warehouse disappeared?" The surrounding employees also looked tense. Yes, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least 100 billion. Even if we used large trucks to transport them, it would take several days to finish. How could they all disappear in the blink of an eye? They did not mention anything about just having slept. After all, everyone was on the night shift and it was common to take a short nap. Zhang Yi maintained a serious face, pretending to be anxious as he paced back and forth. Then he said to everyone, "This matter is too bizarre for us to resolve. We should call and notify the higher-ups." Although everyone was tense inside, they were not overly scared. Because if the matter escalated, they would not bear too much responsibility. The supplies worth 100 billion in the entire warehouse vanished in just 2 hours, which was clearly beyond their capabilities. With a monthly salary of only a few thousand yuan, they did not need to risk their lives for the company. Therefore, when Zhang Yi said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the higher-ups worry about this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the manager was completely stunned, even thinking Zhang Yi was joking with him. Zhang Yi emptied the entire Walmart South China warehouse. All the supplies worth billions had entered his alternate space. Yet he pretended to know nothing and immediately reported to Walmart's upper management. Soon the news spread throughout the upper management of Walmart's South China region. A large group of executives shocked hurried to the scene and called the police to handle the situation. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, looked at the empty warehouse, his face turning whiter than snow. Oh my God. How am I supposed to explain this to headquarters? In fact, Walmart's headquarters in the United States had already issued orders for them to transport all supplies back to the country as quickly as possible. It is said that this was a directive from the U.S. upper management and the ships they dispatched were about to arrive at Tianhai port. Everything was ruined now. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all about his involvement being exposed. After all, it was too absurd for supplies worth billions to disappear from an entire warehouse in just 2 hours. Even if the police conducted a thorough investigation, they would be unable to uncover the truth in a short time. Moreover, Walmart was a foreign enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. Thus it goes without saying that the investigation would not be very rigorous. Nevertheless, he still pretended to be nervous and scared, cooperating with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police were also very suspicious of the incident, having reviewed the surveillance footage both inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal footage had been turned off, it was impossible to steal millions of cubic meters of supplies without leaving any traces. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage around the warehouse, no traces of any vehicles passing by were found. This meant that the supplies worth billions had either vanished into thin air or it was an inside job orchestrated by Walmart itself. Logically deducing, it was evident that the latter scenario was far more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, there was no way to explain how millions of cubic meters of supplies could disappear without a trace in just 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and the other ordinary employees, while they did raise some suspicion, the logical issue of the supplies' disappearance could not be explained. Even if there were internal problems, that was not the main issue. Since Walmart was a foreign enterprise with no official connections to Huagua and the case was too large, the police's efficiency in action was naturally not very fast. Worried about causing international repercussions, they even started passing the buck regarding the investigation. It would be difficult to clarify this matter in 3 days, let alone 3 months. Zhang Yi was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for the time being and was required to cooperate with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation. Zhang Yi cooperated fully and was then released. After returning home, he glanced outside through the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today is December 10th, just 2 days before the arrival of the Ice Age. In the coming days, all he needed to do was stay at home, go nowhere, and he could effortlessly enjoy the rest of his life. Thinking about the supplies worth billions in his alternate space that encompassed almost everything he needed for life, Zhang Yi felt quite at ease. He returned to his bedroom and lay down. After a night of busy cooperation with the interrogation, he was feeling a bit tired. Zhang Yi slept until the evening and turned on the television to see news reports about the theft at Walmart's South China warehouse. Due to the excessive loss of supplies and the bizarre nature of the theft, major news outlets across the country were competing to report on it. Such a large warehouse was emptied in just a few hours. It must be an inside job. It definitely had to be someone from within, most likely something orchestrated by Walmart's upper management to defraud insurance. That's millions of cubic meters of supplies. Even if using large trucks, it couldn't be finished in one night. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. This matter would remain unsolved until the end of days. In the next 2 days, Zhang Yi stayed at home, going nowhere. He knew that time for this world was running out. For safety's sake, he wouldn't leave his room arbitrarily. During this time, the police and investigators from Walmart headquarters called him in again for questioning. Although they suspected that Zhang Yi's behavior that night was a bit off. However, due to the short duration of the investigation and the lack of solid evidence, they could not detain Zhang Yi despite their suspicions. During this period, some acquaintances messaged Zhang Yi to inquire about the inside story, but he managed to brush them off. Finally, December 12th arrived. Gamma rays passed through Blue Star at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was only a moment, but the impact on the planet was devastating. Hours in advance, Zhang Yi sealed off his room completely and the fireplace had already started roaring with fire. Soon, with the depletion of energy, air conditioning and heating would completely fail. All means of heating could only rely on the most primitive methods. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window holding a bottle of beer, staring intently outside. Suddenly a flash of white light appeared at the edge of the sky. It was clearly midnight, yet the earth seemed to brighten as if it were dusk. However, this brightness lasted only a brief 2 seconds before falling silent. Most people had already fallen asleep and did not notice this momentary change. But knowing what this meant, Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He gulped down the beer, the refreshing Budweiser, bringing him a sense of calm. Zhang Yi thought and casually tossed a few pieces of quality wood into the fireplace. He reached for the television remote, watching the program while waiting for the world's changes. Just a few minutes later, snowflakes began to fall thickly from the sky outside. At first, the snowflakes were only the size of a fingernail, but within 2 minutes they turned into heavy snow. The wind outside began to howl and the snow outside seemed to become terrifying in an instant. A sudden blizzard enveloped the entire city. This was the power of nature. When it changes, it would not give you any warning. Zhang Yi's heart began to race. Although the safety house he built was perfect, having experienced an ice apocalypse once, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He wondered if this safety house costing 8 million could withstand the coming severe temperature drop. However, as the flames roared in the fireplace, the indoor temperature became incredibly warm, even a bit hot. Zhang Yi glanced at the indoor temperature, which had already reached 32.6 degrees. Looking outside again, the overwhelming snowflakes had already submerged the entire city. Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. He reduced some charcoal, after all the room was too hot to be comfortable. He wasn't in a hurry to sleep, wanting to observe the changes further. As for resting, there would be plenty of time for that since he didn't have to go to work. In less than half an hour, a thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the balcony outside. Zhang Yi opened his phone to check the news and found that reports about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over the internet. The internet was filled with voices of lament. Netizens complained that this year's cold winter came too early and they hadn't had time to prepare winter clothes. What the hell is this weather? How can it already be below zero? Tomorrow the roads will probably be frozen over. How can we go to work? Some people expressed their excitement. With such heavy snow, we can skip work tomorrow, haha. Especially some friends from the south were thrilled to share their pictures with the snow. They claimed they had never seen such heavy snow in the south. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was just the beginning. The heavy snow would last at least 3 more months and the temperature would continue to drop. By then they wouldn't be in such a good mood to enjoy the snow. The ice age has begun. In the southern city of Tianhai, heavy snow falls like goose feathers, causing a stir online, with some people complaining and others expressing relief. However, none of them knew that this snowfall and the plummeting temperatures were not temporary but would continue and escalate, ultimately bringing an unbearable disaster. At this moment, Zhang Yi lay comfortably on his sofa at home, enjoying the warmth of over 20 degrees Celsius in his safe house, sipping on a chilled Budweiser beer, feeling utterly relaxed. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a chat group on his phone. Among them were his former classmates' hobby groups and the neighborhood owners group. God, why did it suddenly snow so heavily? The weather forecast didn't mention it. I was woken up in the middle of the night, had to hurry and turn on the air conditioning. Don't mention it, our old air conditioner isn't effective at heating, it's getting colder by the minute. I wonder how long this cold weather will last. I haven't bought my winter clothes yet. Everyone was chattering, expressing their feelings. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi could sense that most people weren't overly concerned about the sudden drop in temperature. Instead, they seemed somewhat delighted. Zhang Yi knew very well that this was only temporary. He yawned, not intending to continue watching. Returning to his warm bed, Zhang Yi covered himself with a velvety thin quilt and comfortably closed his eyes. His bed was quite comfortable, a high-end item moved from a Walmart warehouse. Especially the mattress, which was reportedly the same model as a certain celebrity worth 3 million. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall and the cold wind howled, while inside the fireplace blazed warmly, creating a pleasant temperature. In such a comfortable environment, Zhang Yi quickly fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes to find that it was a call from Bai Lianhua Fang Yuqing. Naturally, Zhang Yi was not in a good mood after being disturbed from his dream. He picked up the phone and asked irritably, "Hey, why are you calling me so early?" Fang Yuqing was taken aback by Zhang Yi's cold tone. However, she quickly replied, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you stock up on supplies because you knew it would get so cold?" Fang Yuqing's voice trembled slightly, as if she were trying to endure something. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile curved Zhang Yi's lips. Indeed, this Bai Lianhua was always looking for an opportunity to seek help. He lazily replied, "I just heard a friend mention it casually, but I didn't expect the temperature to drop so drastically." He kicked off the quilt. The room was warm enough that he was already starting to sweat. Zhang Yi put on his slippers and walked outside. When he reached the floor-to-ceiling window, he was stunned by the familiar scene before him. The heavy snowfall outside had buried the entire city. He could no longer see the streets or the shrubs by the roadside, only the faint outlines of buildings, with many houses' first floors submerged. Moreover, the snow continued to fall, snowflakes like goose feathers incessantly descending to the ground, showing no signs of stopping. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing continued, "No wonder you stocked up on so many supplies. Zhang Yi, you really should have told me about this in advance. Now I'm freezing." Zhang Yi frowned, surprised that she had the audacity to blame him. He hung up the phone directly and tossed it aside. Then he went to the bathroom and took a comfortable hot shower. Afterward, he retrieved a top-quality A5 Wagyu steak from his storage and prepared to have steak with pasta for breakfast. While having breakfast, he turned on the TV. The temperature had just dropped and there had been no power outages yet, so the TV was still functioning normally. However, even if there were a power outage, Zhang Yi was prepared with various backup power sources, dozens of generators, and a huge amount of gasoline. In terms of energy, he could easily last for 300 years. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi switched to the morning news channel first. Although as a reborn individual he knew how things were outside. At such times, watching the conditions outside was also a form of entertainment. On the news channel, 2 anchors were surprisingly dressed in thick down jackets. It is worth noting that a television station is typically not stingy with heating and is prioritized for power supply. The fact that the anchors needed to wear down jackets indicates that the temperature had dropped to a level beyond the central air conditioning's capability. The female anchor faced the camera striving to maintain a steady tone as she said last night a strong cold front swept across the globe causing drastic changes in global temperatures. The overall temperature drop reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is currently investigating the reasons behind this cold front. In the coming days we hope everyone pays attention to staying warm and avoid frostbite. If there is no necessity, please refrain from going outside. The authorities will handle this issue properly. We hope everyone does not panic. Do not spread rumors or believe in rumors, and definitely do not hoard supplies. This snow disaster will soon pass. Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. After the Ice Age arrived, survival would depend solely on oneself. If one foolishly stayed at home doing nothing, they would certainly be among the first to perish. In the upper right corner of the TV screen, the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had already dropped to minus 65 degrees. It's worth noting that just yesterday during the day the highest temperature in Tianhai City was still 15 degrees, meaning it had dropped 80 degrees in an instant. Zhang Yi shrugged. This degree of temperature drop was identical to his past life. However, he was now in his pajamas sipping red wine and enjoying steak with pasta, completely oblivious to the cold outside. After all, his safe house cost 8 million to build, and he had specifically emphasized its insulation capabilities so the temperature inside would hardly dissipate. At this time, Zhang Yi's phone rang again. He was quite interested to see what those neighbors who had laughed at him before were chatting about. The first message he saw was from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? It's snowing so heavily outside I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some first? I'll return it to you once the snow disaster is over. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The Bai Lianhua was clever enough to know that with such heavy snow food would become very expensive. She didn't want to brave the extreme temperatures of minus 60 or 70 degrees to go out, so she sought to ask Zhang Yi for food. However, Zhang Yi knew that this Ice Age disaster would last a long time and would not pass quickly. Plus, he had no intention of giving Fang Yuqing a single bite. In his past life, he had been deceived by this Bai Lianhua and had given her much of the food from his home. In the end, she even caused Zhang Yi's demise, wanting to extract his ribs to make soup. Such a woman, Zhang Yi now only wanted to toy with her and watch her die a miserable death. Thinking of this, a mocking smile appeared on his lips as he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. Why didn't you say earlier? The supplies at my place are almost all gone. Look, I just cooked steak this morning. After saying this, Zhang Yi took a selfie with himself, the steak and the red wine on the table. He intentionally included his pajama-clad appearance in the shot and sent it to Fang Yuqing. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapping herself in 2 blankets. Despite the air conditioning being set to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely reached 0. She trembled from the cold, feeling the icy wind seeping into her blankets. Upon seeing the photo sent by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather Zhang Yi was wearing a thin nightgown, comfortably eating steak and drinking red wine. Clearly they lived in the same building. Why did it feel like living in 2 different worlds? Especially after seeing the delicious steak and that bottle of fine red wine on the table, Fang Yuqing couldn't help but drool. As a top-tier White Lotus and a social climber, she had some knowledge of these luxury items. From her experience, the steak Zhang Yi was eating was obviously authentic top-grade Wagyu. Especially the French red wine beside him, it had to be a prestigious vintage costing at least 20 to 30,000. While she was freezing to death, Zhang Yi was living so comfortably, which instantly filled Fang Yuqing with jealousy. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. How wonderful. I also want to eat steak and drink red wine. She felt her hint was quite obvious. According to Zhang Yi's previous personality, he would definitely take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine. However, upon reading her message, Zhang Yi smiled happily. Was he still treating her like a past admirer? He leisurely replied, if you want to eat, just go buy some at the supermarket. Fang Yuqing's expression instantly stiffened upon seeing this message. Wasn't this nonsense? Outside it was 6 or 7 degrees below 0. Any exposed skin could risk frostbite. As such a delicate girl, how could he make such an unreasonable request? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and angrily said, Zhang Yi, you're really not a man. You don't even know how to take this great opportunity to perform for me, humph. At this moment, Fang Yuqing still had some pride. Even though she really wanted to eat steak and drink fine red wine, in her eyes Zhang Yi was just a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed this snow disaster wouldn't last for more than a few days. Thus she continued to maintain her proud goddess image and didn't take the initiative to ask Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi ignored Fang Yuqing and instead checked other chat groups, planning to watch some interesting drama. When he saw the community owner group, he happened to catch Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone not to panic and to stay home obediently. Everyone, don't worry, it's just a sudden drop in temperature and it will pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Please don't rush to hoard supplies, trust our authorities. Our neighborhood committee will also help everyone through this snow disaster. Please obey orders and follow commands, do not create trouble for the authorities. Some residents voiced their dissent. With such heavy snow, who knows when it will stop? It's troublesome to go outside, shouldn't we stock up on supplies? Exactly, otherwise we should go out and buy some groceries. I'm afraid prices will soar in the next few days. Aunt Lin immediately intensified her tone. What are you doing? Aren't you just making things harder for us? Hoarding supplies will only lead to increased prices and everyone will end up eating overpriced vegetables. If anyone dares to hoard supplies and I find out, don't blame me for reporting you for disturbing the public peace. Zhang Yi observed Aunt Lin commanding everyone in the group as if she were a leader, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Today marked the first day of the Ice Age. Due to the extreme cold outside, the supplies in the supermarket had not yet been fully looted. If one were to venture out into the heavy snow now, although there was a risk of frostbite, there was definitely a chance to stockpile some supplies. However, due to Aunt Lin's intimidation, many were too complacent and did not go out to buy groceries. The final result was predictable. Just then Aunt Lin's attention suddenly turned to Zhang Yi. She tagged Zhang Yi in the owner group. Zhang Yi had hoarded quite a bit at home before. Now that the snow disaster is severe, you must not act as a negative example. Stay at home obediently these days. If I catch you going out to buy anything again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being merciless. Zhang Yi's face turned a bit grim. This old hag had previously asked him for things and he hadn't given her any. So she had held a grudge and now she seized the opportunity to take a jab at him. However, unfortunately for her, this neighborhood committee aunt was nothing to Zhang Yi. He replied with a cold smile, Aunt Lin, no one knows how long this snow disaster will last. If it lasts a long time and everyone runs out of food, will you take responsibility for that? Zhang Yi's question echoed the thoughts of many. Everyone was dissatisfied with Aunt Lin's words, but due to her status as a neighborhood committee member, they were hesitant to refute her. With Zhang Yi leading the charge, someone immediately spoke up. Yes, if you don't let us stockpile supplies, who will take responsibility if we lack food and water later? Can you bear that responsibility? Seeing everyone standing up to refute her, Aunt Lin felt a bit flustered. At the same time, she hated Zhang Yi even more. How dare he openly oppose her in the owner group? Was that not a slap in her face? Rest assured, we the neighborhood committee can responsibly tell everyone that there will be no shortage of supplies. The snow disaster will pass quickly. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite public sentiment at such a time. What you're doing is illegal and against the rules. Aunt Lin curled up at home, gritted her teeth and said fiercely, this Zhang Yi is truly ignorant of his own insignificance. He'll think of a way to have him detained for a few days. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Even at such a time, this woman surnamed Lin still wanted to act tough, using her little bit of power to bully others. It was truly laughable. Oh dear, I can't wear such a big hat. Rest assured, it's so cold outside that even if you tell me to go out, I won't be leaving. Feel free. He had already stocked up on supplies, so there was no need for him to go out and compete with others for groceries. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's nonsense would suffer later. Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. With the end times approaching, he wondered how many people would freeze and starve to death. However, some deserved it, like those neighbors from his past life who caused his demise. Regardless of whether they lived or died, Zhang Yi had made up his mind to survive. The fate of others had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa yawning out of boredom. While others were struggling to survive in hunger and cold, he was living a life more comfortable than paradise. His home boasted the most perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, enough to keep his safe house at a consistently comfortable temperature throughout the year. From then on, he had no responsibilities other than to enjoy each day to the fullest. At that moment, the television was showing nothing worth watching. Various live broadcasts had been suspended due to the extreme cold. After all, even the beautiful streamers he usually adored wouldn't be able to endure the frigid temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees, let alone over 100. If there were any, Zhang Yi could only give a thumbs up and exclaim, what a tough person. He opened his pocket dimension, where the electronic device area contained numerous gaming consoles and AAA titles. He had hundreds of brand new unopened PS5s switches and boxes. As for game cartridges, there were even tens of thousands of them. Zhang Yi took out the latest PS5 and set it up on his 100-inch Sony television, beginning to play a game. He was playing this year's latest AAA action game, Bayonetta 3. Nearby were other games like Elden Ring, The Witcher 3 and Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. If he wanted to pass the time, any of these would be excellent choices. If he thought the playtime was too short, he also had sprawling games like Civilization and Cities Skylines to indulge in. No longer needing to worry about work or societal obligations, this life was even more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. Being at home, Zhang Yi wore only his pajamas, munching on snacks while playing games, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a while, however, his phone rang. Zhang Yi casually picked it up and found that the annoying community committee member Aunt Lin had tagged him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are blocked by heavy snow. Bring your tools and come help shovel. Her tone was commanding. Zhang Yi also saw that she was rallying others in the group to help, but very few responded. He never expected she would directly target him. Zhang Yi glanced outside at the heavy snow, which had almost completely buried the entire first floor. 3 meters of snow made it nearly impossible to clear by human effort alone. Moreover, Zhang Yi knew this snow would last at least another 3 months. Going out to shovel snow now would be slower than the snow falling. Zhang Yi immediately refused, saying, in this freezing weather, going out for a while would turn me into a popsicle. We're not in the Northeast, we don't even have decent winter gear. How can we go out? Aunt Lin was visibly upset. What kind of attitude is that? Shoveling snow isn't just for me, it's for everyone, right? You're all young and strong. When disaster strikes, how can you think of avoiding responsibility instead of helping the community? Her pointed criticism was aimed directly at Zhang Yi, who had led the opposition. Zhang Yi, I command you in the name of the community committee to go out and shovel snow. Now is a critical moment, we must unite and obey the organization's orders. Anyone who dares oppose me is opposing the leadership of the community committee. After the snow disaster is over, those who resist will certainly be held accountable by the organization. Aunt Lin invoked her identity as a committee member again, causing the owners to seethe in silence. The snow disaster had just begun and societal order was still in place. No one dared to defy it. Though these community committee members seemed to wield little power, their small authority related closely to everyday life, making people reluctant to provoke them. Everyone fell silent, unwilling to be the first to speak out. However, many hoped Zhang Yi would step up and confront Aunt Lin, becoming the voice for everyone. Zhang Yi was well aware of the ostrich's thoughts. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he looked down on them. Yet it was impossible for him to swallow his anger. Thus he decided to directly confront Aunt Lin. He reviewed the previous chat records, noting that the people Aunt Lin had tagged were all relatively easygoing young individuals in the community. She had entirely ignored the troublesome individuals or those with power and influence. So Zhang Yi sarcastically said, Aunt Lin is right, if it's for everyone's benefit, you community committee members should take the lead in shoveling snow. And speaking of being young and strong, why did you only call us out of so many people in the community? Do you think we are easy to bully? Those social climbers and rich kids didn't even get a mention. What are you afraid of them? Other owners nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's words. Zhang Yi is truly my internet spokesperson. Absolutely, you only picked on the honest ones. Why not ask Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao? Everyone actually knew who Zhang Yi was referring to. Living in the same community, they were well aware of the influential figures within. For instance, Chen Zhenghao, who lived in apartment 601 on the 6th floor, was a well-known community leader involved in construction projects, managing hundreds of workers. Then there was Su Hao from apartment 802 on the 8th floor, whose father was a prominent developer in Tianhai City and who had connections within the government. Aunt Lin had never mentioned these two individuals at all. Zhang Yi had directly exposed her tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong, leaving Aunt Lin feeling embarrassed. The truth was that she had avoided mentioning those difficult individuals because she lacked the courage and they surely wouldn't pay her any attention. If Zhang Yi had been the type to cave easily, Aunt Lin wouldn't have dared to ask him to shovel snow. Feeling her pride wounded, she angrily sent several long voice messages in the group chat. Shoveling snow is a public service done for the sake of everyone. Some people just nitpick about trivial matters, showing no spirit of contribution. People like this are simply the parasites of our owners group. If you don't want to do it, then don't. There are plenty of others willing. Everyone's awareness is much higher than yours. And I'm not treating anyone differently, there's just no need to tag everyone individually. I hope you all understand and don't misinterpret my intentions. If you keep spreading these slanders against me, I'll have to report it to the police. Aunt Lin's explanation only made things worse. Especially her last statement about calling the police made Zhang Yi unable to contain his laughter. Hearing Aunt Lin's words, the timid owners were already a bit scared and began to grab tools to shovel snow. However, at this moment Zhang Yi felt no fear of her at all. Not to mention that her unreasonable behavior wouldn't gain police support. Did she really think that the various social systems were functioning normally? Zhang Yi dismissed Aunt Lin's words entirely, as if they were nothing but hot air. Yet with nothing better to do, he decided to toy with the elderly woman. Well, Aunt Lin, you're swelling up quite dramatically. He named both Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao outright in the group chat, utterly disregarding anyone's dignity. Chen Zhenghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, was a notorious local thug. It was he who had led the violent intrusion into Zhang Yi's home, axe in hand. Su Hao, an arrogant young heir to immense wealth, had been the first to draw a blade against Zhang Yi. In short, aside from a handful of genuinely decent neighbors, nearly all the others had either taken part in the assault on Zhang Yi or looted his home. He could even surmise that after his death in his previous life, each of them had greedily claimed their share of his possessions. Thus Zhang Yi spared no one's face. He tore away their pretenses with brutal candor, deliberately provoking their disgust. Aunt Lin stared at her phone, her expression instantly darkening. Zhang Yi's public naming had backed her into a corner. Retreat would brand her a laughingstock before the entire community. Worse still, her authority would vanish overnight. No one would obey her orders again. With no choice, she reluctantly tagged Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao in the group. Fellow residents, this neighborhood is our shared home. Clearing snow is everyone's duty. Let those who are free please bring tools and join us outdoors to clear the snow. Moments later, an account labeled 25602 Chen Zhenghao replied with a string of question marks. Then came a voice message: clear snow. Clear what exactly? Are you blind? Can't you see it's still blizzarding out there? Damn it, have you lost your mind? Go get treated at a hospital instead of barking like a rabid dog here. Tag me again and I'll end you, I swear it. Chen Zhenghao unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Aunt Lin, who had tagged him, his insults scalding and vulgar. Upon hearing it, the other residents doubled over in laughter, clutching their stomachs. Aunt Lin fancied herself someone of consequence, yet these men didn't grant her even a flicker of respect. As a mere neighborhood committee member, her influence extended only to ordinary residents. To figures like him, she was less than a sprig of scallion. Soon after, Su Hao sent his own voice note, "What the hell does snow clearing have to do with me? I don't need to go to work, I can sleep all day snug in my bed." He capped it off by posting a photo himself buried beneath thick blankets cradling a woman in his arms. This apartment was merely Su Hao's love nest, purchased solely to house his mistress, and he'd only happened to be trapped here. To him, Aunt Lin's request was sheer lunacy. Cowed by Qin Zhanghao's tirade, Aunt Lin dared not retort. How could she dare provoke a true predator? Yet stung by Su Hao's mockery, she stiffened her spine. "Regardless, you're still a resident. Snow clearing is your civic duty." Su Hao scoffed. "Pa. Do you think my monthly property fees are paid for nothing? Without my money, you committee members would starve. You feast on residents' dues while lording it over us, then have the gall to call yourselves masters. How absurd." None of these heirs were simpletons, though Su Hao idled away his days. He'd seen enough of the world to know better. He held neighborhood committee members in utter contempt. With a smirk he added, "My success stems from my parents' power and my family's stature, not from scraping by like you paupers. Hurry up and clear that snow, your livelihoods depend on it. Only then can I finally escape this accursed place." His brazen words left the crowd seething with fury. Yet none dared counter him. After all, who could argue with fate's favor? Though his words cut deep, they also rang painfully true. Qin Zhanghao's and Su Hao's outbursts shattered whatever fragile trust remained. Aunt Lin's pleas dissolved into meaningless noise. No one responded. Aunt Lin was furious, yet her anger wasn't directed at Qin Zhanghao or Su Hao. It burned solely for Zhang Yi. She believed her mobilization had succeeded until Zhang Yi, the troublemaker, sabotaged everything. She messaged him privately, livid, "Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to undermine me? What exactly do you hope to achieve? I asked everyone to clear snow. Is it truly mandatory for every resident to step outside? Now look, no one will lift a finger. Are we doomed to remain locked indoors forever?" Zhang Yi arched a brow. "Oh. A volunteer walking straight into a scolding. Stop playing dumb. You prey on the weak and cower before the strong. What gives you the nerve to bark at me? You couldn't utter a peep when insulted, but now you seek validation from me. Let me make one thing clear, Grandpa isn't someone you trifle with. Keep yapping, and I'll end you." Zhang Yi had sized up Aunt Lin perfectly, a cowardly, spineless wretch. True to form, her knees trembled after his blistering words. An elderly widow raising her grandson, she wielded influence only because of her committee title. But should someone discard that title and confront her directly, she stood no chance. She fell silent, paralyzed by fear of truly enraging Zhang Yi. She swiftly blocked Zhang Yi, terrified he'd unleash another barrage. Her body shook, whether from cold or terror she couldn't tell. That bastard. A complete thug, utterly unhinged. For now I'll avoid provoking him. But wait, I'll find ways to make your life unbearable. In her imagination, she wielded her committee authority to torment Zhang Yi, delaying his ration distribution, withholding essential supplies, or excluding him from beneficial community programs, never informing him of opportunities. She pictured Zhang Yi's eventual remorse, imagined him begging at her door while she stood coldly aloof, saying, "Weren't you so bold before? Go on, be bold now." Lost in reverie, she smiled smugly. He'll come crawling to me soon enough. For now I'll rise above such pettiness." Clinging to this hollow victory, she returned to the group chat, resuming her campaign to rally others for snow clearance. Though most residents scorned Aunt Lin, many still needed to commute to work. Concerned for their own mobility, several conscientious residents braved temperatures plunging below -70°C, tools in hand, to clear the snow. Zhang Yi hadn't anticipated it. Just as he'd driven Aunt Lin away, another nuisance arrived. His WeChat phone rang. He glanced at the profile picture and recognized Qin Zhanghao instantly. Clearly being named in the group had rankled him, prompting this call to intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored deep resentment toward this thug. Seeing the call light up, his eyes narrowed, cold, calculating. He welcomed such recklessness. After all, he would never leave his safe house, but any fool daring to intrude would meet a fate far more gruesome than they could imagine. So Zhang Yi answered the call. The moment the call connected, a torrent of vicious profanity erupted from the other end. "Do you have a death wish? Who gave you the nerve to drag me into that group chat? Dare to provoke Qin Zhanghao? You little runt clearly don't want to live anymore. I have 100 ways to drive you out of this city, do you believe me?" Qin Zhanghao was a notorious thug in Tianhai City, commanding several hundred underlings, and rumored to have blood on his hands from past homicides. Residents of their shared residential complex all kept their distance. No one dared cross him. To assert dominance, Qin Zhanghao operated by meting out disproportionate retribution for even the slightest offense. This was the so-called face of a street tough, so even Zhang Yi's single mention of him in the property owners group was perceived as outright provocation. On the line, he roared furiously, "You truly seek death. So eloquent, aren't you? Bold enough to use me as your punchline." Zhang Yi refused to back down. With a cold snort, he shot back, "What the hell are you, a pile of dung? Shut your mouth and stop posturing. A gutter scum, a useless waste of flesh, why the hell are you barking like a dog? Spitting those words out filled Zhang Yi with profound satisfaction. Toward this very man, who in his past life had led the assault on his home and caused his death, he'd long harbored seething fury. Chen Zhanghao hadn't expected Zhang Yi to talk back. Enraged beyond reason, he unleashed even more vile insults until Zhang Yi cut in sharply. You're nothing but a worthless wretch, all bark and no bite. Who are you trying to intimidate? Go choke on shit instead. With that, Zhang Yi hung up and blocked the number. Blocking him immediately after the tirade, imagining Chen Zhanghao's apoplectic rage sent a surge of visceral delight through Zhang Yi. He strode to the television and activated the surveillance feed. When Zhanlong Security had built his safe house, they'd installed cameras across the entire floor, meaning the whole building now lay within his watchful gaze. Zhang Yi zoomed in on the 6th floor, Chen Zhanghao's residence, and sure enough the door burst open moments later. Clad in a down jacket and gripping a baseball bat, Chen stormed out, radiating menace. But the instant he stepped outside, he recoiled violently, shivering uncontrollably. Outside temperatures plunged below -70 degrees Celsius. For bravado sake, he wore only a down jacket over a thin undershirt. He'd even left the zipper half open to flaunt the tattoo across his chest. The sub-zero air delivered an immediate brutal lesson. Glancing left and right and seeing no one, he rubbed his frozen hands frantically before rushing into the elevator. Zhang Yi settled onto the sofa and calmly retrieved a crossbow from beneath the coffee table. Designed for hunting, it could pierce straight through a 300-kilogram wild boar, its 20-centimeter bolt embedding deep into flesh upon impact. Humming lightly, he loaded the bolt. Weeks of practice had honed his mastery, his aim was now precise and instinctive. Within 15 meters he might not hit every single target, but a head the size of a watermelon. Never a miss. As the elevator ascended steadily, Zhang Yi stood at his door, crossbow cocked and ready. His reinforced security door featured a dedicated firing port 2 meters high embedded near the top. It opened only from the inside. Zhang Yi climbed onto a chair, unlatched the port cover and aimed the crossbow down the corridor. For added security, his handgun rested snugly in his pocket. Even if Chen Zhanghao were forged of iron, today would be his undoing. Moments later the elevator chimed, and Chen emerged cursing violently. From the group chat's member notes, locating Zhang Yi's apartment had been effortless. At the door he raised the baseball bat and began hammering, shouting all the while. Zhang Yi, you coward, get out here. So cocky just now, huh? Come out and face me, I'll tear you apart. Chen Zhanghao snarled and slammed the door repeatedly, but it was 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof steel, its defensive integrity rivaling that of armored military vehicles. No amount of battering could breach it, instead the recoil numbed his hands. Cursing under his breath, he failed to notice he was already squarely in the crosshairs. Watching Chen's feral rage, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his bolt now trained unerringly on Chen's skull. Yet after a moment's pause he deliberately shifted his aim. In this apocalyptic world, everyone else in the building, save himself, was doomed to perish. Chen Zhanghao would be no exception. Killing him now would be too merciful, too dull. After all, in his past life these deranged neighbors had torn him limb from limb and devoured him raw. A wicked grin flickered across Zhang Yi's face. He would not grant such filth an easy death. And so he adjusted his target. A soft lethal thwip sliced the air, the razor-sharp bolt struck Chen Zhanghao's leg with surgical precision, punching clean through his calf muscle. Chen let out a shriek of pure agony, collapsing to the floor and clutching his shattered limb. At -70 degrees such a penetrating wound meant certain irreversible necrosis. Without antibiotics or medical care, infection was inevitable, and his final hours would be spent writhing in agony amid the creeping frost. In that instant of excruciating pain, Chen Zhanghao grasped the horrifying truth: he'd crossed paths with a merciless predator. Street thugs like him relied on two things: fearlessness and sheer recklessness. They gambled that ordinary people would never fight back. But faced with someone who wielded a crossbow without hesitation, even terror gripped their hearts. Chen Zhanghao urinated himself in panic, unable even to discern where the bolt had come from. Yet he remained true to his nature. Dragging his mangled leg, he somehow scrambled back into the elevator. Zhang Yi chose not to pursue. His intent was simple: he wanted Chen Zhanghao to suffer longer. After all, he wasn't some demon incarnate. Back inside the elevator, Chen's sweat froze instantly in the sub-zero chill, beads of ice forming along his brow. But his heart ran colder still. That ruthless, unhesitating strike had conveyed pure, unvarnished intent to kill. In this lawless world, anyone bold enough to fire a crossbow at another human was not to be trifled with. Chen stared at his ruined leg, his calf pierced entirely through by the bolt. Blood soaked halfway up his pant leg before crystallizing into crimson ice. The extreme cold blunted his pain, but offered no comfort. Instead, it sent chills deeper than bone. He knew with chilling certainty without immediate treatment his leg would be irreparably lost within half an hour. Chen Zhanghao finally felt fear. He pulled out his phone and dialed 120, but the line remained busy for over 2 minutes. His heart turned icy cold. Outside, the world was frozen solid, even hospitals had ground to a halt. Even if any remained open, the city was buried under blizzards, no ambulance could possibly reach him. Chen Zhanghao was ruthless by nature. After prolonged hesitation, he resolved to perform surgery on himself to extract the crossbow bolt lodged in his leg at the very least. With great difficulty he returned home and retrieved a surgical blade, an alcohol lamp, gauze and hemostatic medication from a drawer. Having fought countless brawls in his life, he kept such supplies readily at hand. He slashed open his pant leg with the blade and paled at the sight of the wound. In the extreme cold, frost had already sealed the injury shut. Though this temporarily stemmed the bleeding, the surrounding tissue had begun turning livid purple and his calf had gone entirely numb. Despair flooded Chen Zhenghao's mind. He knew survival now rested solely upon his own hands. Fortunately, years spent navigating the underworld had forged his resolve. He paused only briefly before beginning the operation. The deep freeze had numbed much of the pain in his calf, allowing him to complete the procedure without anesthesia. Yet the agony was nearly unbearable. He almost slipped into unconsciousness. And the calf unmistakably was ruined beyond repair. Chen Zhenghao lay sprawled on the sofa, gasping for breath, his hatred for Zhang Yi burning white-hot. "Zhang Yi, you wretched runt, I will kill you. I swear it." Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. This was no idle threat. He fully intended to end Zhang Yi's life. Otherwise, how could he ever hold his head high again in Tianhai City? Chen Zhenghao picked up his phone only to find Zhang Yi had blocked him. With no other recourse, he tagged Zhang Yi in the residential WeChat group. "Zhang Yi, you mangy cur, just wait. If I don't kill you, my name shall be written backward from now on." The residents had no idea what had transpired. But upon learning Zhang Yi had crossed Chen Zhenghao, they instinctively recoiled. Chen was a hardened thug infamous for his brutality. Had they known Zhang Yi had shot him and crippled his leg, they would have been too stunned to utter a word. Yet others reacted with grim excitement. Lin Dama, who had recently been humiliated by Zhang Yi, smirked. "Let them tear each other apart, good riddance. Neither is worth a damn. Better yet, let that thug Chen Zhenghao beat Zhang Yi to death. Then he'll never dare insult me again." Fan Yuqing, the so-called White Lotus, also saw the message. She curled her lips in disdain, secretly hoping Zhang Yi would get a severe beating. After all, how dare he treat her, a goddess among mortals, with such indifference, even refusing to deliver food at her slightest request. No one else dared speak up, fearing entanglement. Zhang Yi, however, read the message and burst into laughter. So long as he remained inside his secure shelter, 100 Chen Zhenghaos meant nothing to him. He sent a voice note. "What are you, a stray dog? All you do is bark. Cross me again and your other leg joins the first." Residents who heard the audio recoiled in shock. They couldn't believe Zhang Yi would dare defy Chen Zhenghao, and worse, had apparently maimed his leg. Chen Zhenghao gripped his phone until its casing groaned. "You son of a bitch, Zhang Yi, just wait. I will kill you. Trash, come at me if you've got the guts. Let's see who dies first." Indeed, since the apocalypse began, Zhang Yi had shed all restraint. Freed from societal norms and moral constraints, he owed no one deference, and relished every moment of it. Meanwhile, Chen Zhenghao seethed, his lungs threatening to rupture. Back indoors, the feeble warmth of the air conditioner gradually restored sensation, but the excruciating pain in his leg made him grimace and clench his teeth. Now movement required crutches. After careful thought, Chen Zhenghao concluded eliminating Zhang Yi would be simple. He believed he'd been struck only due to carelessness. Now forewarned, he could summon his underlings, storm Zhang Yi's apartment and execute him on the spot. After all, hospitals and police stations alike were paralyzed by the freezing chaos outside. This was the perfect time to erase someone from existence. Chen Zhenghao immediately phoned his lieutenants, ordering them to arm themselves and converge on his residence to eliminate Zhang Yi. Many of his underlings lived nearby. Upon receiving his command, they arrived brandishing cleavers, baseball bats and steel pipes. Seeing the grievous wound on his leg, they roared threats, vowing to kill the assailant and avenge their boss. Chen Zhenghao spoke coldly. "I'm fine. Once the snow melts, I'll recover at the hospital. But how dare this cur shoot me? He's defied the very gods. If I let him live, how can I ever command respect in Tianhai City?" One underling instantly declared, "Brother Hao, tell us his apartment number. I'll carve him up right now." Chen Zhenghao nodded. "They live in apartment 2401 of this building, but beware, the runt carries a crossbow. That's how he ambushed me." A henchman waved his steel pipe and snarled that coward has no honor, he resorts to treachery. Chen Zhenghao warned, "Move cautiously. He lives alone. If you avoid his bolt, kick down his door and kill him without mercy." His men were hardened criminals, unfazed by Zhang Yi's weapon. Instead, anticipation crackled through them. With the city sealed beneath snow and law suspended, they could now assault openly. Malice surged unchecked within them, raw, unrestrained and gleeful. Armed and eager, they marched toward Zhang Yi's apartment, determined to break in. Zhang Yi, anticipating their retaliation, felt no anxiety whatsoever. He sat calmly at home gaming while simultaneously monitoring the entire building via split-screen surveillance. Every one of Chen Zhenghao's lackeys was visible to him, clear as day. Before him lay an arsenal meticulously prepared for their arrival. To Zhang Yi, these thugs were scum deserving no mercy. Moments later, over a dozen of Chen Zhenghao's men stood before his door. Knowing Zhang Yi wielded a crossbow, they approached warily, several holding wooden planks aloft as crude shields. Finding no immediate resistance, they launched their assault. "Open up. You bastard, you shot brother Hao. Today you die. Your funeral begins tomorrow. Open the door. Cursing violently, they swung hammers and iron rods against the door with savage force. Their aim breached the barrier, thrash Zhang Yi senseless and drag him back to Qinjianghao. Inside, Zhang Yi continued gaming, utterly unruffled. He'd died 7 or 8 times battling the first boss, and his mood was souring by the second. Hearing their shrill insults and the dull rhythmic thuds of their assault, he snapped irritably, "Can't you hit harder? Did you skip lunch?" Enraged by his audacity, his attackers redoubled their fury, striking with renewed savagery. Yet the door, 20 centimeters thick, forged from alloy, resisted even small-scale explosives. Their primitive battering stood no chance. After relentless pounding, only faint white marks marred the surface, mere scratches in the paint. Not a dent, not a warp, nothing. Stunned, the thugs gaped. Holy hell, solid metal. How thick is this thing? Who the hell is this guy? How many enemies does he have? They stared dumbfounded. Yet they'd sworn to Qinjianghao they'd bring Zhang Yi back half-dead. Failure was not an option. Trapped outside, they kept slamming and cursing, while Zhang Yi's avatar died again. Finally fed up, he strode to the kitchen, attached a hose to the faucet, then climbed to the firing port. None of the thugs noticed him above, still barking like rabid dogs. Zhang Yi smirked coldly, then twisted the valve wide open. A torrential blast of water erupted into the narrow corridor, like a sudden monsoon, drenching them instantly. Can you imagine the sensation of being drenched in icy water at -70 degrees Celsius? 100-degree temperature differential existed between indoors and outdoors. The water steamed as it left the hose, yet the moment it struck their bodies it froze solid. Bitter cold gripped the land. Clad in down jackets and woolen sweaters, they were instantly soaked, plunged as if into a sub-zero crypt. Damn. It's freezing, I'm going to die, and Stop. Stop pouring. At that moment they would have preferred a brutal beating over this glacial torment. Their lips turned violet, some collapsed outright from hypothermic shock. Instinctively they fled Zhang Yi's doorstep. Yet within mere seconds they were utterly drenched, and before they could even reach the elevator their clothes had stiffened into brittle ice-locked armor. Only after watching them scatter did Zhang Yi shut off the faucet. He'd originally intended to confront them with a crossbow, but reloading was too slow and they might have retaliated through the peephole. This deluge proved far more effective. Drenched to the bone, the intruders stood shivering, their lips bluish with frost. They scrambled back to Qinjianghao's residence. Seeing their pitiful state, Qin erupted in fury. "Where is that brat? Did you bring him back?" These underlings meanwhile frantically snatched blankets and bedsheets for warmth, their garments soaked and crusted with ice. In the cramped room, over a dozen men fought over scarce clothing and bedding. With too few resources to go around, several resorted to stripping bare and huddling together for heat. The sight was absurd enough to send Qinjianghao into a rage. He slammed his fist onto the table. "Explain, what in hell just happened?" Gradually regaining warmth, the men stammered out the full account. "That Zhang Yi is despicable. He blasted us with a high-pressure hose. Unbearable in his door, it's impossibly thick. We hammered for ages and barely chipped the paint." Qinjianghao's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. He himself had felt the door's extraordinary solidity when he tried forcing entry earlier. A direct assault, it seemed, would be exceedingly difficult. Yet a cold, mirthless smile soon curled his lips. "No matter, even an ironclad fortress has its cracks, and I refuse to believe he'll hide inside forever." Stationed several men nearby. "The instant he steps outside, kill him on sight," he snarled. His men, hardened reckless thugs, responded with trembling forced grins. Though frozen stiff, they still feigned ferocity. Yet they never imagined Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving home at all. Outside lay hell, within his apartment reigned paradise. Why would anyone willingly descend from heaven into hell? After dispatching Qinjianghao's crew, Zhang Yi returned to his game. Though he knew they wouldn't relent, he also knew they lacked the means to breach his sanctuary. As for stepping outside, Zhang Yi would sooner die than make that choice. Even a 1 in 10,000 risk was unacceptable. Why venture forth when one could live so comfortably, so safely, in seclusion? Soon Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the snow-laden world beyond, and indeed figures were already clearing snow with crude tools. Among them stood old Yu, the security guard, a forthright retired soldier who always rushed headlong into trouble. Below were a dozen young residents, amiable members of the neighborhood WeChat group. Yet not a single member of the neighborhood committee, such as Auntie Lin, was in sight. Struggling against snowdrifts over 2 meters deep, they labored with grim determination. Zhang Yi knew such effort was futile. Merely excavating a path from the building entrance to the community gate would take an entire day, never mind what lay beyond. And even if they succeeded, what then? The roads outside remained entirely buried. Only industrial-grade snowplows could gradually clear such depths. But in southern China such machinery simply did not exist. Venturing outdoors had become impossible, especially at -70 degrees where survival time was brutally short. Their cold-weather gear was inadequate, their bodies unprepared for such extremes. Remaining outdoors for half an hour invited severe frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These earnest ordinary people were indeed pitiable, but their choices were theirs alone and he saw no reason to intervene. After all, nothing now concerned him but his own survival. By afternoon, hunger stirred, and from his spatial pocket he retrieved a lavish meal. It was simple fare: a plate of Australian rock lobster, a Wellington steak, 2 Huangshan sesame cakes and a bottle of cola, delicacies abundant in his storage space. Confined indoors, Zhang Yi's schedule had grown fluid: sleep when tired, eat when hungry, day and night indistinguishable. Snow continued falling outside. Glancing down at the building's entrance, Zhang Yi noted the snow clearers had already retreated. The small patch they'd cleared vanished beneath fresh snowfall almost instantly. Perhaps they too had finally grasped the futility of resisting nature's might. Dressed only in thermal underwear, Zhang Yi lounged on the sofa in his perfectly temperate 27C living room watching television. Most national broadcasters had suspended operations. Only provincial channels and CCTV remained on air, broadcasting official bulletins and rallying slogans. At this moment our gaze turns to Xinjiang. Authorities are directing a decisive final campaign against the snow disaster. Reports indicate that due to gross mismanagement, the United States has suffered 200 million affected citizens and tens of millions dead, and China's snow disaster remains under control with conditions steadily improving. Remain calm, trust in the authorities' capability, and Zhang Yi shook his head. The scale and terror of this blizzard defied human comprehension. Though officials strove valiantly, humanity's strength paled insignificantly before the raw and different power of nature. In the homeowners group, Aunt Lin could still be heard chattering incessantly. Have you all seen the news? Our country has the strength to fully cope with this snow disaster. Don't be nervous, all problems will be resolved in due time. If anyone needs supplies at home, those who are able should try to help out. After all, this snow disaster will pass soon, there's no need to hoard supplies. However, the number of people responding to her was few. Clearly, after 2 days there was still no sign of the snow disaster ending, causing many to start feeling anxious. Fan Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Fan Yuqing probably thought she was being taken care of by Qin Zhenghao. However, he didn't believe Fan Yuqing was acting out of kindness. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fan Yuqing actually felt a bit disappointed. But soon she said, we're out of food at home. I remember you bought quite a few things. Could you give me a little? Later I'll treat you to dinner. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, this woman must have some ulterior motive for seeking him out. He recalled that when he last went to the supermarket, Fan Yuqing and Lin Kainin also bought some supplies. Although their purchases were not as abundant as his, it was still not enough to run out in just 2 days. Oh come on, that was ages ago. I didn't keep those things at home, and in fact we don't have much at home. Fan Yuqing still wouldn't give up. Then can you at least give me a few packs of instant noodles? You manage the storage, how can you not have any food at home? Zhang Yi was very straightforward. I really have no instant noodles left. Look, this is all I usually eat. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fan Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo, Fan Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. Damn it, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you doing this on purpose to annoy me? Nearby, her friend Lin Kainin poked her head out from under the covers. Due to the cold, the two of them had ended up sharing a bed. Upon seeing the delicious food in the photo, Lin Kainin's eyes sparkled with greed. These little fairies hardly ever cooked. They typically ordered takeout or let men treat them to meals. The heavy snowfall had trapped them, leaving them quite famished. They could only eat some instant noodles and canned food that they usually didn't like. Seeing Zhang Yi still enjoying Australian lobster and steak made both women feel angry and envious. They were angry because Zhang Yi was hogging all the good food to himself without thinking to send some their way. Lin Kainin immediately said sourly, wow, Zhang Yi is really too much. He has all this delicious food at home and he didn't even think of you. He used to say he liked you. I see he is completely insincere. Fan Yuqing was also quite unhappy in her heart. This was not the first time Zhang Yi had sent her photos. She knew he was deliberately trying to provoke her. However, she believed that Zhang Yi still liked her. He just wanted to use this method to coerce her into compliance. Foolish. Just for a little food you think you can make me your girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you are really too naive. Fan Yuqing scoffed disdainfully. As a proud woman, she certainly had to maintain her lofty image. Yet looking at the photo Zhang Yi sent, the desire in her eyes was undeniable. Lin Kainin naturally understood her. So she said, Yuqing, why don't you tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him? But he has to provide the food. In that case you can save face while also enjoying delicious Australian lobster and steak. I believe he will be excited and agree immediately. Fan Yuqing furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. In her heart, Zhang Yi was merely a high-level backup. Although he was handsome and had some wealth, he was still far from the tall, rich and handsome type she idealized. Under normal circumstances she would never lower herself to him. But now, she really couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day. Then let's give him a chance to have dinner with me. Fan Yuqing pouted somewhat reluctantly, saying. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we gathered together. How about you come to our house for dinner tonight? Zhang Yi smiled upon seeing the message. Are you inviting me to dinner? Alright then, thank you. This one sentence made Fang Yuqing's face turn pale with anger on the other end of the line. Or maybe it was just the cold. She angrily told Lin Kainan this Zhang Yi is simply ungrateful. I gave him a chance to treat me to dinner and he actually wants me to pay. Lin Kainan was taken aback. She seemed not to have expected that the Zhang Yi who had always pursued Fang Yuqing would suddenly become so inconsiderate. Strange could it be that a sycophant could actually have a moment of awareness. Fang Yuqing was so angry she threw her phone aside. She huffed, this Zhang Yi, I originally planned to keep him as my backup. Now his position in my heart has been pushed back. This time I am really angry. From now on I will not say another word to him. Even if he comes to beg me later it won't matter. Lin Kainan, though craving food, added fuel to the fire. Exactly, he should take a look at his own worth. To think he wants to pursue you while being so stingy, such a man deserves to be single for life. The two of them continued to vent their frustrations about Zhang Yi. During this time Fang Yuqing picked up her phone expecting Zhang Yi to message her to apologize. However, he didn't send a single message, making her scowl even darker. Meanwhile, Lin Kainan began to plot. She secretly sent Zhang Yi a message. Zhang Yi, why are you so foolish? Now Yuqing is upset, do you know how serious the situation is? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi instinctively glanced at it. For him, checking various group chats had become a form of entertainment. What could be more exciting than human nature in a doomsday scenario? Seeing that it was a message from Lin Kainan, Zhang Yi glanced at it and then chuckled. One plays the bad cop while the other plays the good cop, right? This combination of a green tea princess and a white lotus flower had long been seen through by Zhang Yi. Usually when Lin Kainan intervened it was to support Fang Yuqing. Because Fang Yuqing needed to maintain her image as a pure goddess, it was Lin Kainan who brought up the gifts, hinting that men should spend money on Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi feigned bewilderment. What's wrong? I haven't done anything improper. Lin Kainan retorted, are you really that dense? The city is sealed under heavy snow and our household supplies are nearly exhausted. And bringing over some delicacies now would be the perfect way to demonstrate your loyalty to Fang Yuqing. If I were you, I'd send over all the premium items, steaks, lobsters, whatever we have at home. She's moved by your gesture, want your chances soar. Zhang Yi stared at Lin Kainan's message, already picturing the gold digger's ravenous expression. A cold, disdainful smile curled his lips. Was this not begging in every sense? Yet absurdly, she didn't even beg, she bestowed her favor as if granting alms. As though delivering food to them were somehow her magnanimous gift to him. And that grotesque pretense made Zhang Yi yearn to slap them both hard. Wretched and Zhang Yi resolved to toy with these two hypocritical schemers. He replied, but our own provisions are running low too. Just enough for me to get by. Lin Kainan frowned sharply and scolded, how foolish. How long can a snow disaster last? Starve for 2 meals, win Fang Yuqing's heart, and reap immeasurable rewards. If you're unwilling to part with such trifles, clearly you've never held genuine feelings for our Yuqing. And Zhang Yi's amusement deepened. One played the benevolent mediator, the other the stern enforcer. They'd mastered psychological manipulation to perfection. And alas, Zhang Yi had returned from Rebirth, his vision unclouded by their shameless charade. Faced with Lin Kainan's relentless mental gymnastics, he simply typed a single indifferent "oh," tossed his phone aside and ignored her completely. Lin Kainan seethed at that solitary "oh" and "oh." What on earth does that "oh" mean? After all I've explained, is this your response? Hurry up, send the food over. I want steak and Australian lobster tuna. Glutton by nature, Lin Kainan had eaten nothing fine for days, and seeing Zhang Yi feast had left her salivating. She'd intended to exploit Fang Yuqing's name to trick Zhang Yi into delivering all the delicacies straight to her. And instead events unfolded in stark defiance of her expectations. That single "oh" nearly shattered her composure. And could it be, he'd lost interest in Fang Yuqing? And no, impossible. Recalling Zhang Yi's years of devoted attentiveness toward Fang Yuqing, Lin Kainan shook her head firmly. And he's merely suffering a momentary lapse of reason. Fuming inwardly, she sought out Fang Yuqing and spun an embellished tale, carefully framing her outreach to Zhang Yi as selfless advocacy for her material needs. Fang Yuqing's face remained icy, her tone aloof. Who is Zhang Yi? Do I even know him? Never mention him to me again. For Zhang Yi to resume groveling at her feet, he would first need to offer abject apologies for the past few days, and then pay an exorbitant price for her forgiveness. Lin Kainan nudged Fang Yuqing. This Zhang Yi remains oblivious. Don't you have other admirers? And their residential complex housed several colleagues who worked in the warehouse. Among them was Zhou Pang, one of Fang Yuqing's most ardent suitors whose devotion bordered on obsession. And Fang Yuqing instantly recognized whom Lin Kainan meant. She scoffed, dismissing Zhou Pang outright. He wasn't even worthy of being her backup option. And though they'd both once worked at Walmart, he owned no property in Tianhai City and still rented a modest apartment. She'd only ever used him for petty conveniences, feeling no genuine affection whatsoever. And Lin Kainan pressed, it's bitterly cold outside, the snow hasn't let up for a moment. We can't venture out to buy supplies. Why not enlist him temporarily, to serve our needs? And Fang Yuqing's gaze flickered. Lin Kainan's logic struck her as undeniably sound. She sent Zhou Peng a brief message and within 5 minutes he arrived breathlessly, backpack brimming with provisions. Working in the Walmart warehouse, he routinely brought home discounted surplus goods, ensuring his pantry always held reserves. At Fang Yuqing's mere word, Zhou Peng surged with fervor, selecting only the finest offerings to deliver. And beating his chest he vowed, "Yuqing, if you need anything just say the word. You know I'd do anything for you." And for once Fang Yuqing granted Zhou Peng a rare radiant smile. "And thank you, Zhou Peng, you're truly wonderful. You're so kind." And with those honeyed words she dismissed him effortlessly, then re-entered her room and instantly transformed her expression, turning icy and contemptuous. "TCH. You dare entertain fantasies about me? Try again in your next life." And across the entire building an unsettling atmosphere began to permeate. Extreme sub-zero temperatures persisted even with air conditioning running full blast. Indoor thermometers registered below freezing. And this was utterly unbearable for southern residents of Tianhai City. Unaccustomed to stockpiling essentials, families found their refrigerators emptied after just 2 days of isolation. And though Auntie Lin continued assuring everyone it'll pass soon, no need to worry. A quiet anxiety had already taken root in every heart. And Zhang Yi observed it all and felt nothing but quiet satisfaction. In this apocalypse his preparations were flawless, his daily life now more comfortable than before the cataclysm. And he stood apart, a detached spectator watching the grand drama unfold beyond his window. After Zhang Yi's brutal lesson, Chen Zhenghao and his cronies refrained from further harassment. And they knew well, breaking into Zhang Yi's residence was no simple task. Chen Zhenghao's leg was effectively ruined. Without medical intervention, permanent disability would set in within days. And as for his lackeys, drenched and shivering, they one by one succumbed to fever and influenza. Deprived of warmth and weakened by illness, they would likely perish not from starvation but from unchecked high fevers. At home Zhang Yi passed time gaming and monitoring chat groups. And when idle he exercised rigorously. His residence housed an extensive collection of top-tier fitness equipment. Nor else he immersed himself in professionally curated digital texts downloaded from the web. Titles like the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the Militia Training Handbook, knowledge prepared in advance, stored not for use but for survival, best in used yet invaluable in dire emergencies. Outside blizzards raged, thick clouds smothered the sky, erasing all distinction between day and night. On the third morning Zhang Yi rose from bed, savoring a tender fragrant roast duck from Bianyufang while glancing at the clock. "It's almost time, the main act is about to begin," and Zhang Yi murmured softly. At that very instant the group chat exploded with frantic messages. 3 days after the apocalypse began, the real drama finally commenced. Zhang Yi knew what would happen that day, so he stayed awake all night eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. The events that transpired were quite simple. The power in the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Soon after, due to the chain reaction of the power outage, the water supply company was unable to provide normal water service. With the water supply system malfunctioning, every household was left without water. This was all within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, when the apocalypse first struck, no one could predict how long this extreme cold disaster would last. The authorities were still desperately trying to address the snow disaster. However, as the days passed, it became evident by the third day that this was a problem beyond human capability to solve. In the freezing cold, major hydropower plants gradually ceased operations and thermal power plants were also unable to continue generating electricity due to the inability of personnel to work. Once all the cities across the nation exhausted their stored electricity, power outages were inevitable. At this point, perhaps only a small number of nuclear power stations were still operational. However, the generated electricity was entirely allocated for official use. With water and electricity cut off, the lives of ordinary people were plunged into darkness. Zhang Yi had already preemptively activated 2 silent generators to supply power to his room. After doing this, he opened his phone and noticed that many chat groups had over 99 unread messages. "Do you have power at your home? We don't have electricity. And the water supply has stopped too. What's going on? We also have no water or electricity. In such cold weather the air conditioning is useless and we can't use heaters. How can we live like this? Why isn't the government doing anything about this? If this continues, people will freeze to death." Zhang Yi silently shook his head. By this time the authorities were already overwhelmed and could not care for everyone. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. He understood that the apocalypse truly began today. After losing the electricity and food of modern society, humanity would inevitably face massive casualties. Zhang Yi thought of this, casting a wary glance at his home. Upon seeing his warm and secure house as safe as a copper tub and the endless supplies in the alternate space, a sense of solid warmth surged within him. The community owner group was filled with tense complaints. If it weren't for advanced technology and if mobile phone batteries weren't immune to low temperatures, they might not even be able to use their phones. But without electricity, phones would eventually become useless. How long will this snow last? The air conditioning is out and it's over 30 degrees below zero in the house. If this keeps up, people will really freeze to death. The water's cut off too. Are we supposed to drink snow? We hardly have any food left, and with the snow blocking the door we can't even go to the supermarket. What are we going to do? Someone started to mention Lin De Ma. Linda Ma, didn't you say everything would be fine? Yeah, I only believed you and didn't go out to buy supplies. How do we solve this now? When will someone come to rescue us? You need to say something. Linda Ma faced her neighbor's questions with growing anxiety and panic. At this moment she was more afraid than her neighbors. The homeowners were still unclear about how help would come. However, Linda Ma had already received some news through the neighborhood committee. Now a blizzard is sweeping across the world, reportedly a once in 100,000-year snow disaster. We may be facing another mass extinction, the apocalypse. Although the government is doing its best to support with over 1 billion people in our country, it's impossible to manage everything. Several major cities in the country have already fallen. To survive from here on out, we can only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and heating energy. I have already started going door to door to collect supplies, doing it in the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't doing this harmful to others? Harmful. If I don't do this, our family will freeze or starve to death in at most 3 days. I can't care about that anymore. Who knows how many people will die in this snow disaster? I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, while we still have some influence, we must quickly gather more supplies. Surviving is the most critical thing now. Linda Ma kept a close watch on the messages in the neighborhood committee group, her body trembling violently. Despite the indoor temperature dropping below 30 degrees, she was still sweating profusely. Lying in bed covered with 3 thick layers of blankets, she felt suffocated but dared not remove them. The room felt like an ice cellar. At this moment her grandson Xiaohu asked from under the covers, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Linda Ma looked at her little grandson, her heart sinking. She had just chatted with her son and daughter-in-law today. They were working in another city and were stuck in a rental home in a situation no better than theirs. I must protect the two of us and ensure we survive. Linda Ma bit her lip hard, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Xiaohu, it's okay. After a while Dad and Mom will come back. After comforting Xiaohu, Linda Ma picked up her phone and began to speak in the owner group. Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. It's not surprising that there are water and power outages due to the extremely cold weather. Rest assured, maintenance personnel are already at work. The government has issued a notice that during this extraordinary time our neighborhood committee will uniformly manage the homeowners. I hope everyone can cooperate with our work. If anyone refuses, leading to severe consequences, we will request the police to arrest and interrogate them afterward. Linda Ma's words were heavy. This statement sparked strong dissatisfaction among the homeowners. They had not expected that during such a time the neighborhood committee would not only fail to explain their inefficiency but also intimidate the homeowners. However, everyone was somewhat fearful and no one dared to speak out against it. Zhang Yi, holding his phone leisurely, observed the messages from Linda Ma. He raised an eyebrow and let out a sneer. He certainly knew that Linda Ma was lying. In his previous life she had used such despicable methods to deceive many supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing Linda Ma's tricks. After all, whether other neighbors lived or died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi turned on the television and continued playing his game. Water and electricity cut off. No problem, his warehouse was stocked with a massive supply of backup batteries, generators, fuel and solid alcohol. As for water, he had stored 500 tons of tap water alone, not to mention several tons of mineral water and beverages in the warehouse. Moreover, if necessary, he could also melt snow for water. In short, whether it was fresh water or energy, he was in no shortage at all. Zhang Yi played video games while snacking on imported treats, living a life of quiet comfort. Meanwhile, the entire city of Tianhai, and indeed over 99% of the world, had plunged into darkness and drought, stripped of both water and electricity. The water shortage at least was somewhat manageable. Those who could no longer bear it ventured outside to dig snow for meltwater. But the power outage, that was utterly unbearable. Modern bodies had grown unnervingly delicate, forcing people to survive in sub-zero temperatures, tens of degrees below freezing, was tantamount to a death sentence. Still, one could hardly blame the authorities. The majority of power stations remained functional, but workers simply could not reach their posts. Zhang Yi recalled that later on electricity would be restored for brief intervals each day. The government, after all, had no desire for its citizens to perish en masse. Yet the output from 21st century industrial facilities, nuclear plants and renewable energy stations remained severely limited, enough only to charge mobile phones or boil small amounts of water. High-wage appliances, air conditioners, space heaters were out of the question entirely. At that moment, neighbors wailed in unison within their residential WeChat group. Fear drove them to huddle together, clinging to one another in desperate hope of salvation. Chen Zhenghao, the man whose leg Zhang Yi had broken earlier, now dragged his shattered limb across the floor, nearly frozen to death inside his own home. His pre-existing injury, compounded by extreme cold, doubled his suffering. His lackeys fared even worse. Though Zhang Yi had merely drenched them with a garden hose, under such frigid conditions, devoid of any means of warmth, they stood no chance. Indoor temperatures steadily plummeted, converging with the outside chill, reaching -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Several individuals spiked high fevers. Temperatures soared to 39 C, with multiple cases exceeding 40 C. Having neglected to stockpile medicine, none possessed ibuprofen or any other antipyretics. And venturing outdoors to purchase remedies was impossible in such weather. They were left with no choice but to endure. That precisely was why Zhang Yi had spared them then. To watch them slowly succumb to despair and frostbite was far more satisfying than killing them outright. Zhang Yi sat cross-legged upon the carpet, wholly absorbed in his game. Outside blizzards raged and howling north winds hurled thick feather-like snowflakes against the windows. Inside, however, the room glowed warmly at a steady 27°C, brightly lit, well-stocked and fully equipped for sustenance and entertainment. If there was any deficiency, it was the absence of a woman beside him. Yet Zhang Yi was no less driven fool. Having suffered grievously at the hands of women in his previous life, he now placed personal safety and quality of life above all else. Unless absolute security was guaranteed, he would never allow anyone into his sanctuary. In the apocalypse, the human heart remained an immeasurable treacherous abyss. He had once witnessed with his own eyes a woman bludgeon her husband to death for nothing more than a single pack of instant noodles. Just then his phone lit up again. He picked it up with mild curiosity, only to find Lin Dama, the neighborhood committee elder, mentioning everyone in the group chat. The current blizzard has severely disrupted our daily lives. According to official notice, this snowstorm will persist for only a short while. To help us collectively overcome this crisis and preserve dignity even amid hardship. Starting now, the neighborhood committee will collect household supplies for centralized distribution. This is an official directive every family must comply without exception. Failure to cooperate, hoarding resources or defying organizational orders will result in post-crisis accountability. Do not mistake your personal capability for immunity against authority. Remember, each of you has vulnerabilities, people you cannot afford to lose. Zhang Yi sneered coldly. It was the same tactic as in his past life. Though Lin Dama held only modest influence as a neighborhood committee member, she possessed greater access to information than ordinary citizens and had surely known the apocalypse had already begun and that official governance in Tianhai had collapsed. Thus she resorted to deception and intimidation to coerce residents into surrendering their supplies. Yet her methods were crude, lacking subtlety. After all, she was merely an elderly woman with a middle school education. Her words betrayed glaring inconsistencies. Any discerning mind would spot them instantly. Even under centralized resource management, the government would never issue such an order. Still, with over 50 households in their building, some timid souls inevitably yielded to fear and obeyed. Zhang Yi chose not to intervene, merely observing, savoring the spectacle. True to form, Lin Dama's uncompromising demand to confiscate supplies finally pushed several residents to the brink. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor and worked alongside Zhang Yi, was a thrifty homemaker who regularly brought goods home from the warehouse, a fact well known among neighbors. It was inevitable her household would be targeted. With snow sealing every door, we can't even step outside, Wang Min retorted. Our own rations barely suffice, how dare you seize them for redistribution? None of us are living comfortably, added Sun Jichao, another resident. Every morsel is hard-earned, confiscating them is beyond reason. Lin Dama gritted her teeth, jabbing the voice message button with furious intensity. I've said it before, we're in extraordinary times and extraordinary measures are required. The blizzard will pass soon, you need not worry. This is merely a temporary reallocation of provisions. Many families already face starvation. Are you truly so selfish? Have you no thought for your neighbors? Indeed, while some households hoarded supplies, others starved, so naturally the latter rallied behind Lin Dama. Exactly. We're all neighbors, what harm is there in mutual aid at a time like this? It's just food and drink, none of us lacks the means to buy them normally, these are merely exceptional circumstances. This is an organizational decree, disobey and consequences will be severe beyond imagination. The WeChat group erupted into fierce debate. Zhang Yi remained silent. So did Bai Lianhua, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, both of whom in truth still possessed ample reserves. Yet their natures forbade surrender even under duress. Zhang Yi's intention to watch quietly, however, would soon be shattered. Though he uttered nothing, Lin Dama initiated a private message. Xiao Zhang, working at the warehouse, you must have stocked plenty of food and drink at home, right? I recall you purchased 3 full trucks worth last time. Now that trouble has struck, it's time to demonstrate your civic spirit. Rest assured, the supplies will be returned once the blizzard passes and everyone will remember your generosity. First she stirred panic among the timid in the group chat. Then she moved methodically, targeting households one by one. Securing even a single family's supplies could sustain her and her grandson for precious extra days. And Zhang Yi, the Walmart warehouse supervisor, had become her prime target. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle. In his previous life he had gravely underestimated the severity of the snowstorm. Thinking he could earn a substantial favor from his neighbors, he had voluntarily shared some of his hoarded supplies. But what was the result? Rather than gratitude, his generosity only led them to believe he still possessed vast reserves. In the end his door was smashed in and he was slaughtered and consumed as food. His own death in that prior life bore the unmistakable fingerprints of Lin, that elderly woman. A sardonic smile curled his lips as he lazily sent a voice message. That's wonderful news, we've run completely out of supplies. Auntie Lin, when you gather provisions, please remember to share some with us. Auntie Lin erupted in fury, cursing aloud inside her apartment. Pa! Who do you think you're fooling? You've definitely stockpiled plenty at home. Oof. After working in that warehouse for years, I refuse to believe your hands are clean. Her certainty stemmed from Zhang Yi's long-standing habit of purchasing discounted surplus goods from Walmart's warehouse, damaged packaging near expiry items, on behalf of neighbors. Such goods were sold at steeply reduced prices, and as an internal employee, Zhang Yi enjoyed priority access. Occasionally, these items were even distributed as staff welfare benefits. Auntie Lin's face tightened with grim resolve. She clenched her teeth, refusing to concede defeat. She had fixated on Zhang Yi as a prime target. If only she could pry open his mouth, she and her grandson would secure a mountain of supplies enough to survive at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Auntie Lin adopted a tone carefully balanced between warmth and sternness. Xiao Zhang, don't joke with Auntie. Everyone knows you're the warehouse manager at Walmart. How could your household possibly lack food or drink? This is an official directive. You must comply without hesitation. Your contribution will be remembered, not just by your neighbors but by the organization itself. Be a role model. Deliver your supplies to Auntie right away. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick and idly cleaned his teeth. He'd eaten roasted lamb leg for lunch and bits had lodged between them. In a languid drawl he replied, I'm not lying, I truly have nothing left. Even the landlord's granary runs empty these days. Auntie Lin, how about sending me a few packs of instant noodles? As a neighborhood committee member, you should lead by example and embody that spirit. He delivered the remark with biting irony. Seeing Zhang Yi remain utterly unmoved, Auntie Lin realized soft tactics were futile. Her voice dropped, growing heavier and more ominous. Zhang Yi. So polite appeals no longer work, is that it? Do you imagine I speak here as a private citizen? I speak on behalf of the organization. Refusing to surrender your supplies constitutes defiance. Rest assured I will deal with you accordingly. Zhang Yi sneered. Pa. You mistake a chicken feather for an imperial edict. You're merely a neighborhood committee clerk, not even a civil servant, let alone a formally appointed public official. Fine for placating old men and women perhaps, but don't presume to posture before me. Are you truly that foolish? Do your worst, I'll wait for you at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly stripped away Auntie Lin's pretense. Neighborhood committee staff were social workers, unaffiliated with any formal bureaucratic cadre, far less the civil service. Moreover, within her own committee, Auntie Lin held no leadership role. She was little more than a low-level errand runner. And even if she wielded real authority, Zhang Yi would still ignore her entirely. After delivering this blistering rebuke, Zhang Yi hung up decisively and blocked her number. Such shrill, belligerent women thrived on quarrels. He had neither time nor patience for her theatrics. His actions left Auntie Lin seething. Zhang Yi had repeatedly humiliated her, grinding her dignity into the dust. How could she, who considered herself the de facto leader of the residential complex, endure such indignity? Zhang Yi, that accursed wretch. I swear I'll kill you. She roared in outrage, yet could do no more than vent her rage in words. In truth, she herself was barely clinging to survival and held no real power over him. She contemplated ejecting Zhang Yi from the residents' WeChat group, but paused, realizing it would harm him not at all. She then considered rallying collective condemnation against him and the group, but that would expose his refusal to contribute supplies. If others followed suit, her scheme would collapse entirely. In short, she was powerless against him, no matter how she schemed. The more Auntie Lin ruminated, the angrier and more despondent she grew, yet she had no recourse but to swallow her fury whole. Her immediate priority now was to deceive others, to seize their supplies while they remained naive and unawakened. Over the next 2 days, Auntie Lin deployed flattery and intimidation alike, successfully extracting provisions from several households. Yet not everyone was gullible. In the apocalypse, every person's first instinct was self-preservation and the survival of their kin. Some chose icy silence, deliberately ignoring her entreaties. Others, more hot-tempered, simply shouted her away when she appeared at their doors. As for formidable figures like Chen Zhanghao and Su Hao, she lacked even the courage to approach them. Zhang Yi observed it all through his surveillance cameras, yet he continued playing, eating and living as he pleased, with no inclination to meddle in others' affairs. 5 days had passed since the blizzard struck. Ordinary households stocked only 3 to 5 days' worth of food. Here, however, some residents worked at the central warehouse, so their reserves were slightly larger. Yet extreme cold accelerated consumption. Both fuel and food burned faster. Gradually, a palpable undercurrent of hostility began permeating the chat group. Even the most docile residents, who had patiently awaited official rescue, began shifting, psychologically starved of both heat and sustenance. Especially those previously duped by Auntie Lin's honeyed lies now demanded answers in the group. How were those seized supplies being allocated? 25 Unit 1 Apt. 1502 Lin Xuanxia. Auntie Lin, you promised centralized distribution after collecting our supplies. Our pantry is bare, we've had nothing for 2 days. Send us something now. Exactly, centralized distribution so everyone has enough to eat. Residents clamored, some who hadn't contributed anything now eagerly sought their share. Auntie Lin, however, vanished utterly silent. She saw the messages clearly, but had no intention whatsoever of relinquishing a single item. Across the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi truly understood the gravity of reality. Chaos reigned beyond their walls, and survival hinged solely on possession of supplies. Clutching her grandson beneath 5 layers of blankets, she ground her teeth and hissed, "These supplies I sweated blood to procure, I'll never give them back." Upon seeing Aunt Lin unresponsive to their calls, the neighbors finally realized that they had fallen for her trick. In no time the chat group was filled with warm greetings directed at Aunt Lin. However, from the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive the neighbors, she had long abandoned any pretense of a decent face, caring little for their insults. Yet someone had set their sights on the supplies she had deceitfully obtained. For instance, the notorious Chen Zhanghao. Even though the apocalypse had arrived 5 days ago, no one knew the true state of the world outside. Thus it had not yet escalated to a desperate scramble for resources. In Zhang Yi's memories, Chen Zhanghao later led a group of followers plundering others' possessions and even resorting to murder. But at this moment he had no intention of resorting to theft to seize the neighbors' supplies. After all, not all delinquents were madmen. He possessed a modicum of sense. Even Zhang Yi, who had shot off one of his legs, did not dare to invade Zhang Yi's home without absolute certainty. Their family's supplies had also dwindled considerably. Such delinquents did not typically hoard resources at home. The refrigerator contained plenty of beer, but that had long since frozen over. It could not stave off hunger, and to drink it one would need to smash the ice. Aunt Lin's actions, however, caught his eye. She had mentioned gathering supplies for unified distribution. Though he scoffed at Aunt Lin's words, it was now apparent that she had managed to acquire some resources from the neighbors through deceit. This gave him a legitimate reason to take them back. Even if things escalated after the thaw, Aunt Lin, feeling guilty, would not dare retaliate. Thus Chen Zhanghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At that moment she was at home happily sharing cookies with her grandson Xiao Hu. Noodles could only be cooked during the brief phone call times each day. At this moment the phone rang sharply. "Grandma, it's a phone call." Xiao Hu pointed at the phone. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. She suspected it was the neighbors she had deceived calling her. She felt no guilt for those fools and thought of them as mere imbeciles. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. "Chen Zhanghao. What does he want with me?" Chen Zhanghao was a well-known delinquent, not only with many subordinates but also said to have a powerful background. He was certainly not someone a mere neighborhood committee worker like her could provoke. Aunt Lin answered the call. Chen Zhanghao's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lin. You really have some skills managing to gather everyone's supplies into your hands." Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lin became instantly alert. She coughed. "Ahem, as a committee worker, managing supplies for everyone is part of my duties." Chen Zhanghao let out a cold laugh. "Hey, that's perfect. Our household is currently in dire need of supplies. You'd better send them over quickly." Aunt Lin's face stiffened. She never expected this rogue would come to extort her supplies. She seemed to forget that she had also deceived others out of their resources using shameless means. Though Aunt Lin did not dare provoke Chen Zhanghao, she was unwilling to hand over the resources she had acquired for the sake of her own and her grandson's survival. She gritted her teeth and said, "I still need to manage these supplies. Moreover, some families have yet to submit their so distribution cannot proceed yet." Chen Zhanghao was growing impatient. This Aunt Lin truly did not know when to back down, trying to brush him off with such words. He angrily shouted, "Old hag, don't push your luck. You must have pocketed those things for yourself, right? Let me tell you, it would be one thing if you obediently handed them over. Otherwise, hey, I'll come and take them myself." Aunt Lin's face turned pale with fear, trembling and unsure of what to say. She had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, acting tough against ordinary residents. But how could she know how to deal with someone like Chen Zhanghao? She could only muster her courage and say, "What do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly. I am a committee worker." Chen Zhanghao laughed even harder. "What nonsense, do you really think you were something special? If you don't give in, I'll come take it myself." After saying this, Chen Zhanghao hung up the phone. Due to the extreme cold in recent days, he had called several of his subordinates to his house. On one hand, having more people could keep warm. On the other, many had fallen ill after being drenched with cold water by Zhang Yi and needed care. Thirdly, Chen Zhanghao as a delinquent had some brains. He had already realized that the situation was developing unfavorably, so he concentrated his manpower. When the time came, having people around would grant him absolute authority. But with so many people, meals were necessary. He hung up the phone, called his subordinates, and a group of them stormed towards Aunt Lin's home. Chen Zhanghao leaned on a mop as a cane while holding a baseball bat in one hand, charging aggressively towards Aunt Lin's door. Zhang Yi watched the scene clearly through the surveillance camera. Zhang Yi sat on the couch, his legs propped up on the coffee table, munching on chips while enjoying the TV program. "Oh ho, looks like a dog-eat-dog show is about to unfold," Zhang Yi said with a grin. It was only the 5th day since the apocalypse began, yet such an entertaining show was about to take place, with both parties being people he detested. Zhang Yi felt quite pleased. Suddenly he thought of the foolish neighbors who had been deceived by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories from his past life and his understanding of these neighbors, even after this incident there would be more people falling for her tricks. There was no helping it, people always maintained a sense of luck, and due to thousands of years of Confucian ideology, Huagua people instinctively chose to obey Aunt Lin, who represented the committee. Thus they were continuously being fleeced by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. "What if I posted what happened here in the group? I wonder what would happen." Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "It would definitely be quite spectacular." He then pressed the record button. After Chen Zhanghao and his men arrived at Aunt Lin's house, they began shouting loudly, demanding Aunt Lin open the door. Yuelu community is a mid-range residential area where every household has installed security doors. However, it is well known that security doors are designed to deter thieves and they are not very effective against strong forces that break down doors. Aunt Lin's house was not Zhang Yi's. Although it was clear that Aunt Lin was desperately trying to barricade the door, her security locks were still no match for the greedy delinquents. They smashed vigorously with baseball bats, steel rods and crowbars, quickly destroying the door lock. It was evident that this was not their first time doing such a thing. After the lock was broken, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin had used to barricade the door offered no resistance whatsoever. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw the terror etched onto Aunt Lin's pale face. Soon Zhang Yi heard Lin Dama shriek as if a pig were being slaughtered. Chen Zhanghao burst into the room and struck Lin Dama across the face with a cruel, resounding slap. "You wretched hag, you lie to your neighbors to hoard their supplies. I am enacting heaven's justice." Chen Zhanghao laughed uproariously. Lin Dama lay on the floor, her head spinning, speechless from the blow. Chen Zhanghao barked to his men, "Search her, take every scrap of food and drink in this house. Those were the neighbors' hard-saved stores, we cannot let her profit from them." His underlings chuckled and with leering faces dove into the kitchen and bedroom, turning over every nook where anything could be hidden. They soon unearthed a large pile of instant noodles, loaves of bread, biscuits, bottled water and the like. Crying, Lin Dama crawled forward and clutched Chen Zhanghao's leg. "You cannot take everything. What about what our family has stashed? If you take it all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Chen Zhanghao stared at her with icy contempt and sneered, "None of my business, get out." Then with his good leg he kicked her, the blow landing squarely on her face. "Ah!" Lin Dama screamed, a sound like an animal being slaughtered, and toppled backward. From the bedroom a voice suddenly shouted, "You dogs, get out of here." It was Lin Dama's grandson Xiao who had discovered that his secretly hoarded chocolate biscuits had been rifled out. His eyes went red with fury. He snatched a fruit knife from a drawer and plunged it into the buttocks of a young man called Xiao Kalami. In such bitter cold even a minor wound could turn deadly. Xiao Kalami cried out in pain. Seeing that he had been stabbed by a child, fury lit his eyes. If news of this spread, how could he maintain his reputation? "God damn you!" Enraged, Xiao Kalami summoned all his strength and drove a kick into Xiao Hu's belly. A grown man's full-force kick is something a 6-year-old simply cannot withstand. Xiao Hu screamed, was flung through the air, slammed against the wall and slumped to the floor, sliding like a discarded heap. There is a saying that a blow can resemble a painted tableau. This scene matched that description so well that Chen Zhanghao and the others burst into delighted laughter. "Ha! Lao Wu, when did you train such wicked legwork? To have kicked that little bastard clean away, impressive." The man nicknamed Lao Wu, Xiao Kalami, pulled the knife from his backside and smirked with pride. "Handsome, right? Someone should have filmed that moment." Lin Dama wounded herself, had intended to feign death, but seeing her beloved grandson so savagely kicked, she gave a despairing cry, "Xiao Hu, my grandson!" and lunged toward him. Chen Zhanghao jabbed a finger at her and declaimed with self-righteousness, "This is the price for deceiving the neighbors. I am carrying out heaven's justice." Then they all laughed and with their spoils in hand left Lin Dama's home. Zhang Yi watched, his brow arched in disbelief. Seeing the shameless Lin family beaten, Zhang Yi felt a grim satisfaction. He had no sympathy for them whatsoever. Yet the scene also marked the beginning of the erosion of civilized norms within the building. Rules that had once held were already cracking. The cruelty would only escalate. Once solid ice fractures, at one point the crack spread swiftly. "Ah, it's a pity it does not concern me," Zhang Yi thought. Watching them tear at one another for supplies while he could only lie back and live tranquilly, he found the whole spectacle terribly dull. He reclined on the entryway sofa and smiled faintly at the irony, a soft exhalation of amusement escaping him. He then uploaded the clip head filmed to the residents' group chat for their building. The cheated neighbors were still angrily denouncing Lin Dama in the thread. When they saw Zhang Yi's video, Lin Dama's store smashed in by Chen Zhanghao and his men, she and her grandson brutally beaten, their ill-gotten stores seized, the residents erupted with glee. "Ha! The great liar serves her right. Brother Hao is mighty. People like her deserve thunderous justice. This is the price of deceit. He tried to steal and ended up losing everything, what a joke." Even though those robbed knew Chen Zhanghao would never return the goods, they were secretly pleased at her downfall. For a time some even hailed Chen Zhanghao as a hero, singing his praises in earnest. Brother Hao is formidable. Truly a neighborhood protector, full of righteous spirit. If not for him we would be helpless against such an immoral scoundrel. Some cautioned him to be careful, warning that the old woman might report him, while others offered schemes to help him avoid trouble. Chen Zhanghao had in this episode gained both renown and plunder. Zhang Yi read the chat and merely curled his lip in a derisive shake of the head. Those residents failed to grasp a simple truth: if Chen could break into Lin Dama's home today to rob her, he could one day break into theirs. As people gradually lost hope in the outside world, such lawlessness would arrive all the sooner. Yet the lively chatter in the group also revealed another fact. Many households still held a modest reserve of supplies. Most families were not as destitute as they pretended to be. In Yuelu community, many residents worked in the warehouse district and habitually stored provisions at home. Even those who did not work there had by various means bought discounted goods to keep. A single box of Nirexbury instant noodles if rationed could stretch a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days. So although it was extremely difficult to eat well and stay warm, now careful thrift could sustain them for a while. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had lasted a full month before starved neighbors driven mad by hunger burst through doors, ravenous and merciless. Everyone understood the rule: do not flaunt wealth. The displays of poverty were calculated to discourage others from coming to them for supplies. Of course, most were merely scraping by. If one spoke of quality of life, such talk bore no relation to their present circumstances. Zhang Yi stopped reading the group chat. From his pocket dimension he retrieved a target and hung it on the wall, then took up his crossbow and compound bow to practice his marksmanship. Even though his safe house resembled a steel fortress in an apocalypse, there could be no complacency. Only relentless daily practice of survival skills could keep one alive until the end. Practicing shooting was also a fine form of diversion for Zhang Yi. As for firearms, he felt no need to train obsessively. He held a membership card for the shooting association and knew how to handle guns. Though not a master marksman, simply possessing a firearm was a formidable deterrent. He had only 100 rounds of ammunition. Unlike arrows, bullets could not be readily recovered, so it was wise to conserve them. Lin Dama was robbed of her household supplies by Qin Zhanghao, and both she and her grandson Xiao Hu were brutally beaten. Xiao Hu, only 6 years old, was kicked hard in the abdomen by one of Qin Zhanghao's underlings. Such force shattered his internal organs. In utter despair, she turned to the residential WeChat group for help, pleading for someone to save her grandson. Yet due to her prior deception, fraudulently acquiring supplies, residents deeply resented her and no one offered aid. "I admit I was wrong before. But my grandson is innocent. He's just a child, please save him." Lin Dama wept uncontrollably in the group, her voice trembling with desolation. No one sympathized. Instead, mockery arose. "Who knows if this is real or another trick?" "Exactly. Besides, none of us are doctors, we simply lack the ability to help. If you hadn't swindled supplies from everyone first, would Hauga have kicked your grandson? In truth, you brought this upon yourself. Every fault, every sin, is mine alone. If you'll just save my grandson, I'll kowtow to you all." Lin Dama broke down completely. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Kor sent a message: "Let me examine the child, but I make no promise of recovery." Zhang Yi instantly pictured Zhou Kor, a poised, statuesque woman with a long flowing ponytail, a commanding, mature presence. Zhou Kor was a physician at Tianhai First Municipal Hospital. In his previous life, she had used her medical expertise to save countless lives. She was among the few genuinely kind neighbors, reserved and aloof, rarely speaking in the group, yet now sensing Xiao Hu's mortal peril, she stepped forward. Lin Dama suddenly recalled Zhou Kor's profession and rushed to deliver the boy, overflowing with gratitude. Half an hour later, her frantic voice echoed again in the group. "Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, anti-shock agents, or antibiotics? My son needs emergency surgery, please help me." "I'll kowtow to you all." Xiao Hu's injuries were catastrophic, the kick had ruptured his liver. Though Zhou Kor was a doctor, her home held none of these critical medicines. Residents chuckled silently upon reading her plea. Who after all kept such pharmaceuticals at home? Even Chen Zhanghao mocked from the shadows. "Kowtow," in the group chat. A cascade of ha-ha-ha flooded the screen. Lin Dama's voice cracked with tears. "I'll do it right now, if only you'll help." Zhang Yi arched a brow. Remarkably, his spatial pocket contained precisely those medicines, yet he had no intention of using them to save Xiao Hu. First, in this apocalypse, medicine was as vital as food, and revealing such reserves would invite danger. Second, he loathed Lin Dama and her spoiled, unruly grandson. Moreover, even if stabilized, Xiao Hu's grievous wounds would likely not withstand the endless winter ahead. Better to conserve the medicines for himself. No one answered Lin Dama's pleas, no voice rose in solidarity. Only after a long silence did Dr. Zhou Kor post a message. She had temporarily stabilized Xiao Hu's condition through emergency intervention, but it was merely a stopgap, unsustainable beyond hours. Surgery at a hospital remained the sole path to survival. She added that she would treat any urgent illness should others fall ill. Instantly effusive praise followed. Qin Zhanghao and the wealthy heir Su Hao alike lauded her compassion and benevolence. Once aloof and indifferent toward this distant icy physician, residents now competed for her favor. Fear of death had stripped away all pretense. Zhang Yi remained silent in the chat, observing the unfolding chaos. Fan Yuqing had not contacted him for several days. He welcomed the quiet, but knew this pure lotus would inevitably come begging soon. Her current silence was mere pride, an illusion of superiority. She believed herself too exalted to bow to any man. Of course, wealth exempted certain men. Yet what then? Snow still fell relentlessly, submerging the entire first floor. Leaving the compound was now impossible, not even exiting the main gate was feasible, buried beneath snowdrifts over 4 meters high. Resource depletion was inevitable. When that time came, her temperament guaranteed she would seek out Zhang Yi for provisions. 1 week had passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days, brief in theory, yet for those huddled in freezing homes each hour stretched longer than a year. At first hope flickered brightly within them. Now reality had extinguished nearly every flame. Rescue was a fading fantasy. Through fragmented online reports they learned the world faced a once in 100,000 years blizzard catastrophe. The globe lay buried beneath snow, northern cities plunged below -100 degrees Celsius, their skylines swallowed by relentless suffocating storms. Though official channels still urged unity and resilience, residents gazed upon the frozen metropolis outside and felt their hearts freeze solid. Scarcity sharpened every conflict. Lin Dama's pantry had been emptied by Qin Zhanghao. Her grandson lay near death, driving her into madness. She raged daily in the group, declaring herself a neighborhood committee leader and demanding all supplies be surrendered to her, yet no one heeded her anymore. Then Xia Limei, a mother living on the 12th floor, posted, "Does anyone have food left? My child and I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'll pay premium prices." That single message shifted the group's atmosphere. Until recently most assumed the disaster would end soon and the city reopen. Food trades occurred but prices only doubled or tripled, still tethered to normalcy. Now more and more households faced total depletion. In this new world food was life itself, the fragile flame of survival. Moments later someone replied, "I have several packs of instant noodles, I'll sell them to you. But 1,000 yuan per pack. 1,000 yuan for a single packet of noodles, unthinkable before the storm." They could not foresee how this transaction would reshape the entire building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at his phone. Fascinating things are about to begin. Xia Limei did not reply, hesitation lingered. Hope, however faint, still whispered that the blizzard would pass and life would resume as before. Then Su Hao, the wealthy heir who'd long stayed silent, suddenly reappeared in the group. "I'll pay 2,000 yuan per pack. How many do you have? I'll buy them all." The words of the wealthy second-generation Su Hao caused an uproar in the entire chat group. What? A pack of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan. I must have misheard that. Hey, don't raise the prices like this. I'm a bit scared now. Some people trembled as they spoke. "The snow disaster will surely pass, right?" There was no need to panic. He sent a voice message, but his trembling tone revealed the turmoil within. People had not completely given up hope. Every morning they opened their eyes hoping to see the heavy snow stop the sunrise and life return to normal. However, the incident of the wealthy mothers Xia Limei and Su Hao buying food at exorbitant prices deeply struck the already fragile string in their hearts. Someone feigned calmness and said, "Don't joke around. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan. Do you really think it's the end of the world? Ha ha ha. It's just that it snowed a bit more than usual. Winter has come early this year. It's not like we're facing a zombie apocalypse." Zhang Yi smiled lightly and shook his head upon seeing this message. A zombie apocalypse. Don't compare such trivial matters with this icy apocalypse. Zombies, though terrifying, can still be resisted by human effort. Yet in the face of nature's disasters, humans appear as fragile as insects before the forces of the universe. They were still unaware of the terrifying disaster they were about to face. Su Hao arrogantly declared in the group, "Don't worry about so much. Anyway, I'm rich, so isn't it fine to spend money for peace of mind? If you want to sell, just message me privately, if not, then forget it." Su Hao pretended to be indifferent. But Zhang Yi had already seen through him. His indifference was merely a facade. In reality, he had started to fear a long time ago. Otherwise he wouldn't offer such a sky-high price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This was not difficult to analyze. Although Su Hao was very wealthy with a fortune in the billions during the apocalypse, he couldn't even enjoy the luxurious life of a rich man, let alone order takeout. Rich people may not be kind, but they're certainly not foolish. Realizing the seriousness of the crisis, Su Hao began to buy supplies from his neighbors at high prices. The wealthy mother Xia Limei exclaimed in agitation, "How can you do this? Our family has no food left. Buying food is a matter of life and death." Su Hao replied bluntly, "I'm not robbing you, I'm just offering a higher price. It's their choice to whom they want to sell. Do you have any say in this?" Seeing that Su Hao ignored her, Xia Limei began to weep in the group. "Please help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. If I don't have food, I won't have milk for her. We'll starve to death together." The owner group remained silent in response to Xia Limei's words. At this moment, the selfish side of human nature was fully displayed. Su Hao was offering 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Xia Limei's price was only half of what he offered. One must know that the average salary in Tianhai City was only about 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly sell their hard-earned supplies to her at a lower price? Many people had already started chatting privately with Su Hao to discuss transactions. Xia Limei seemed to realize what was happening and continued to cry out in the group, pleading for everyone to help her. Yet no one spoke up, not even to offer her a word of comfort. After all, once you speak up, Xia Limei might think you're soft-hearted and cling to you tightly. This helpless mother was crying out in desperation. She was taking care of an 8-month-old child, and it was already difficult enough to look after herself, let alone a completely helpless baby. Zhang Yi's mind conjured memories of Xia Limei from his previous life. His impression of her was not deep, as she always presented herself as a weak mother. She had survived by gaining sympathy and exchanging it for supplies. However, one thing was indeed strange. In Zhang Yi's memory, she and her daughter had lived well until later. Thinking of this, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was definitely not as simple as she appeared. Everything rosy had its dark underbelly. After his death she likely reaped some benefits as well. Zhang Yi understood that in apocalyptic times a nurturing heart could be the greatest cause of death. Thus he chose to remain silent, opting to observe Xia Limei with cold indifference. Too many people died during the apocalypse. He only wanted to take care of himself, and as for others, if they died, they died. However, Xia Limei's cries finally had some effect. Uncle Yu, the security guard, softened his heart and ultimately agreed to give her some food. Xia Limei thanked Uncle Yu profusely, claiming she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi discovered that Su Hao had used his money to buy supplies from many neighbors. The quantity was not too large, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi scoffed, this is the last flicker of money's power in the apocalypse. It wouldn't be long before people realized that as supplies dwindled, money would turn to waste paper and supplies would reign supreme. At that time, who knows how many people would regret their actions of selling supplies. One must say Su Hao had indeed set a bad precedent in the owner group. Moreover, since many owners in the entire community of 25 buildings were friends or colleagues, Su Hao's actions in purchasing supplies at high prices affected everyone around him. Once he set a high price for supplies with real money, everyone realized how scarce supplies were now. Everyone tightened their grip on the supplies they held. At the beginning of the snow disaster, some people were still friendly enough to share or exchange supplies with neighbors. But now they had become more miserly than a miser. Even when encountering their best friends asking to borrow food, they would refuse with all sorts of excuses. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, at the home of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, supplies had almost run out. The two individuals who used to be picky eaters and enjoyed high-end foods could now quarrel over a single pack of instant noodles. The food they had bought previously and what the simp Zhou Peng had brought were now nearly gone. At the current rate, they would last at most another week before starving to death. The two of them were curled up in blankets on the sofa, their faces pale, with a pack of opened compressed biscuits on the coffee table. Lin Caning glanced at the compressed biscuits and said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with pain. In the past, she wouldn't have allowed such coarse food to enter her delicate throat even if it were the last thing available. But now she made sure to eat every crumb, even picking up bits that fell on the floor to consume. Lin Caning continued, "There are still 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bags of regular noodles. In the kitchen there is half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, but the steamed buns and noodles have long been eaten." Fang Yuqing clutched her head in pain. Instant noodles, instant noodles. Those things simply do not fill you up. Lin Caning stared at her intently. "Yuqing, the situation outside is very dire right now. Do you think this heavy snow will ever stop?" Fang Yuqing paused for a moment, then turned her head to look out the window blankly. Through the frosted glass one could vaguely see the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. It had been 10 days. The snow had been falling for a full 10 days without a moment's pause. The second floor was completely submerged, making it impossible to go outside. The streets in the distance were eerily silent, with no sign of any snow-clearing vehicles sent by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank into the depths of despair. She had no idea how long this snow disaster would last. Or would it ever come to an end? Fang Yuqing covered her eyes, crying in agony, "Ning Ning, what are we going to do? If this continues, we will starve to death." Lin Caning gritted her teeth and asked, "Is there any food left at Zhou Peng's place?" Fang Yuqing shook her head. "I have asked him several times, even pretending that I wanted to be friends with him. But he has truly been drained dry by me, not a drop left. Last time he sent me 2 packs of instant noodles, that was his last bit of food. He's now as skinny as a zombie, so he definitely has no food left." Lin Caning clenched her fists, unwilling to accept this. "Then is there anyone else we can try? Look, the two of us are so beautiful. As long as we make a slight effort, there must be men who would be willing to be moved by us." Fang Yuqing glanced at her with some dissatisfaction, saying, "Are you foolish? Everyone is currently treating resources as if they were life itself. Even if they are attracted to us, it won't be so easy for them to give us their resources. Moreover, with the weather being so cold, even if we offered ourselves to them for free, they would likely be willing yet unable." As Fang Yuqing spoke, a trace of pain flickered in her eyes. Lin Caning was unaware that Fang Yuqing had actually tried this method a long time ago, attempting to use her beauty to exchange for resources from men. As a result, her standards were too high. She demanded that the other person be 185 meters tall, a civil servant, and earn 5,000 a month before she was willing to clap for love. In the end, even the 60-year-old neighbor expressed that she had come too late. If she had come half a month earlier, he might have been able to fight for her. Lin Caning bit her lip, feeling very scared inside. As a woman with some beauty, she initially planned to use her looks as her last resort for survival. However, the temperature was evidently an excellent deterrent. Suddenly a man's image floated into her mind. She said to Fang Yuqing, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you still have a persistent admirer?" Fang Yuqing certainly knew who Lin Caning was referring to. She pursed her lips and stubbornly said, "Humph, that rotten man. Unless he comes to beg for my forgiveness, I will never take the initiative to look for him." Previously she had sought out Zhang Yi a few times, intending to give him a chance to come and deliver resources to please her. But Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was too cold. He even sent photos to deliberately provoke her. This made Fang Yuqing extremely angry and she vowed to make Zhang Yi come and lick her toes. If she were to contact him now, wouldn't that ruin her aloof goddess image? No, this was absolutely unacceptable for Fang Yuqing. If her image was destroyed, how could she find a rich second generation in the future? Lin Canning said, have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stockpiled quite a bit of food before? Even if a month has passed, they would still have more than an average household. As long as you take the initiative to look for him, he will definitely agree to send food over immediately. Fang Yuqing felt somewhat tempted upon hearing about food. However, she hesitated and said, but when I looked for him before, he was so indifferent. Lin Canning said, are you foolish? He must think he is not worthy of you, which is why he wants to give up. After all, you were quite cold to him recently as well. Fang Yuqing immediately became excited. Isn't this all his own fault? He clearly is just a small middle-class guy, yet he pretends to be a rich second generation, causing me to waste so much affection for nothing. Lin Canning laughed and said, but he is now a quality backup plan. The role of a backup is to be utilized when needed, right? Just give him a little smile and let the fire of hope in his heart ignite again. Then won't he be at your beck and call? Fang Yuqing found Lin Canning's advice quite reasonable after listening to her. The most important reason was that she was too hungry at the moment. Just thinking about the pictures Zhang Yi sent her earlier with those steaks, Australian lobsters and exquisite fruits made Fang Yuqing's mouth water. All her reservations could be set aside for a bite to eat. So she took out her phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat and sent a voice message in as gentle a tone as she could manage. Zhang Yi was at home sitting on the sofa watching a television program. These days most major TV stations around the world had ceased broadcasting, but he had already downloaded many classic shows and variety programs to help pass this long boring time. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was from Fang Yuqing. A mocking smile immediately appeared at the corners of his mouth. This woman, her little bit of pitiful pride finally couldn't hold up any longer. He opened the voice message and immediately heard Fang Yuqing's trembling high-pitched voice. Oof, Zhang Yi, you rotten little brother. You haven't chatted with me for so many days, you're just the worst. Wasn't it just a few days ago when I scolded you a bit? I actually regretted it at the time. But I'm a girl, it's not proper for me to speak first. You rotten little brother don't even know how to cherish me. Fang Yuqing as a green tea white lotus was quite skilled in acting cute and charming. Otherwise in her past life Zhang Yi wouldn't have been so easily fooled. It must be said that hearing her coy voice made Zhang Yi feel a bit weak in the knees. He gritted his teeth, this little brat, if it weren't for knowing her malicious heart he would really want to have her. Zhang Yi replied with a message. I've been feeling unwell lately, probably sick, so I haven't been checking WeChat. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing quickly asked, sick? Are you catching a cold? In this weather you must keep warm. No, I have heat stroke. Zhang Yi replied. Looking at the message Zhang Yi sent, Fang Yuqing was left dumbfounded. Heat stroke? Are you kidding me? Their home was already below -50 or 60 degrees. Every day they had to wrap themselves in blankets and huddle with Lin Canning for warmth, freezing so much that they couldn't even sleep well. How could he say he had heat stroke? Zhang Yi, don't joke around. How could anyone get heat stroke in such cold weather? Zhang Yi sent a curious expression. Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room so I don't really feel it. This thing makes the room so hot when it burns. I probably caught a cold from sleeping in front of the fire a few days ago. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took a picture of the roaring fireplace with his phone. In the photo he even included his bare legs. Unintentionally he also captured the piles of snacks on his coffee table along with the leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo Zhang Yi sent, if the previous pictures only made her feel a bit sour, this one directly ignited flames of jealousy in her eyes. A fireplace. This was a magical heating device. Even in the far north, having this at home would make it bearable outside even with temperatures below freezing. The heating power of this thing was even more effective than radiators, as one could roast oneself nearby. Fang Yuqing had been freezing for nearly 10 days, almost losing all feeling in her body. Right now, aside from food, the thing she craved the most was a means to warm up. Just a few days ago she and Lin Canning had burned a chair in their home for warmth. Although it only maintained warmth for a short while, the high temperature of the flames had made her burst into tears on the spot. However, there were hardly any burnable items in the house. After burning everything, she could only reminisce about that feeling. Who would have thought that this guy Zhang Yi actually had a fireplace at home? Tianhai City was in the south, where people usually didn't need to wear down jackets in winter. Who would install a fireplace in their home? Fang Yuqing didn't have time to ponder this question. Her eyes were fixated on the photo with only one thought in her mind: she wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Looking at Zhang Yi's carefree appearance with his bare legs and the large pile of food on the table, Zhang Yi had become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Lin Canning, curled up in a blanket beside her, noticed Fang Yuqing's change in expression. She leaned over to take a look and soon was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Oh my god. This photo can't be edited right. How could anyone live such a good life at a time like this? This place is simply paradise." Fang Yuqing suddenly woke up to the realization. Yeah, everyone else is at home starving and freezing. Why does Zhang Yi get to live so comfortably? Perhaps this photo along with the previous ones were all edited by him. She had a sudden idea and made a video call to Zhang Yi. Whether it was true or not could be revealed with just one look. Lin Canning leaned in closely, her eyes fixated on the screen. Zhang Yi saw the call request and had a somewhat mocking expression. He was quite curious to see how this White Lotus was humbly pleading with him. If he couldn't watch her die in despair, how could he justify his tragic death in the last life? So he reached out to answer the call. As soon as the call connected, both sides could see each other's current situation. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising, lazily lying on the sofa with his upper body bare. The room was bright with exercise equipment placed behind him, and one could vaguely see a lot of ingredients piled up in the kitchen. Occasionally he would also cook some meals for himself just to relax. So in the kitchen he casually placed a few boxes of scallops, fish maw and abalone, along with instant noodles and high-end canned goods like caviar and truffles. To him these items were just fast food to be tasted occasionally. But for the two women on the other side of the screen, they were simply the most wonderful food in their dreams. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfortable and leisurely life, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning on the other side appeared quite miserable. Wrapped in thick blankets due to the low temperature, many cosmetics were impossible to use, making them look somewhat haggard. They no longer looked as exquisite as before. When Zhang Yi saw Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The goddess he had once pursued turned out to look like this without makeup, at most just a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how obsessed he had been with Asian sorcery for so long, he cursed inwardly, "Shake it, you old horse." The two women didn't notice Zhang Yi's expression. At that moment their eyes were completely captivated by the things in Zhang Yi's home. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature at Zhang Yi's house was undoubtedly very comfortable. The bright lights in a time when they barely had an hour of electricity each day were something they didn't even dare to dream of. After all, the officials had regulations against using high-power appliances, otherwise they would face forced power cuts. Especially in the kitchen, that pile of food resembling a small mountain made the two women who had been eating compressed foods for so long look at it with green eyes. Through a video call, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning saw Zhang Yi's current living conditions. The pleasant temperature and abundant food left them utterly astounded, as if they were witnessing paradise. They could hardly imagine that even 10 days after the apocalypse there were still people living so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually asked, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost weight, congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning thought to themselves, wanting to curse. They certainly did not wish to lose weight. That's all from hunger. Now they only dare to eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day, or else their supplies would have been exhausted long ago. Lin Canning's eyes were fixed greedily on the food in Zhang Yi's home. She swallowed hard and said, "Zhang Yi, how come your family has so much food? Is it from the supplies you stocked up on during our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "They're just junk food. I eat a bit when I'm too lazy to cook. I hardly move around normally." Zhang Yi was speaking the truth. In his alternate space, delicious food was piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants. Just considering the hundreds of billions of supplies at the Walmart warehouse, there were over 100,000 types of food. His casual remark was to Fang Yuqing and Lin Xinyan a blatant display of wealth. After all, a pack of instant noodles was being traded for 2,000 yuan in their owner group. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats continuously moving, clearly swallowing saliva. However, he said nothing and quietly enjoyed the look of desire in their eyes. "Zhang Yi, your family has so much food. So impressive. Many people outside can't even get a meal. Hee hee, you're still so clever. No wonder you stocked up so much back then, it turns out you had it all planned." Fang Yuqing said playfully, addressing Zhang Yi as Zhang Yi for the first time. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. What's the big deal? It's just good luck." Fang Yuqing then asked Zhang Yi, "Your home looks so warm. And it's not even power supply time now, how is your home so bright?" Fang Yuqing voiced her biggest confusion. Nothing is more desirable than warmth in a state of extreme cold. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, turning the phone camera to the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. This thing is really warm, it makes the house unbearably hot." He added intentionally, "By the way, you both look quite cold. Is it really that cold outside? I haven't been out for 10 days, so I don't know what the situation is outside." Zhang Yi's words raised the hate value to the maximum. How could he not know what was happening outside? Just through the owner chat group he could see everyone's dire situations and learn how low the temperatures were in other homes. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning felt a gnawing hatred inside. They knew Zhang Yi was saying this on purpose. However, they couldn't argue since he was living in paradise now. He certainly had the capital for such boasts. Fang Yuqing's only thought was to move into Zhang Yi's home. After all, judging by Zhang Yi's state, their food was extremely sufficient. Combined with the warm environment, who wouldn't yearn for it? Fang Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful expression, blinking her eyes, and sweetly said, "Zhang Yi, you're so amazing, I really admire you. Can I visit your home? I haven't seen you for so long, Yuqing really misses you." Fang Yuqing thought this tactic would definitely work. After all, she had previously used this tactic to have many admirers obeying her orders. Moreover, Zhang Yi had pursued her in the past. She believed that as long as she put in a little effort, Zhang Yi would surely agree to her request eagerly. As long as she could enter Zhang Yi's home, she naturally had more ways to stay there without hesitation. At worst, she could just give Zhang Yi a little sweetness. Men are all like that, right? However, she did not expect that Zhang Yi on the other side of the camera felt a wave of nausea when he saw her acting all cute. He truly began to wonder if he had been out of his mind in the past, otherwise how could he have pursued such a woman for 2 years? Back then they all worked in the warehouse area where female employees were already scarce. Fan Yuqing could act spoiled and dress well, so over time Zhang Yi had regarded her as a goddess. In the state of infatuation with the goddess filter on, Fan Yuqing became his idealized white moonlight. However, since he was betrayed and killed in the last life, that goddess filter completely vanished. Looking at the barefaced Fan Yuqing on the other side of the camera, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple in his heart. In fact, he found her overly affected, giving him goosebumps all over. A slight smirk of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, leaning back on the sofa, propping his chin lazily, he said, "In such cold weather it's better to stay at home and rest well. Don't run around. Although I don't know how cold it is outside, but looking at you the temperature must be quite low." Fan Yuqing and Lin Kanian probably didn't expect to be rejected by Zhang Yi. The two of them froze for a moment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fan Yuqing's eyes were even more filled with shock and grievance. In her view, Zhang Yi was a decent backup option. As long as she beckoned, he would come running to serve her. Now she was the one actively proposing to go to Zhang Yi's house, yet he rejected her outright without even a thought. This severely impacted her confidence. What hurt her more was Zhang Yi's arrogant tone. No, she couldn't accept such an outcome. Knowing that there was a warm paradise with abundant food just in her apartment building while she had to endure hunger at home was absolutely unacceptable. She was a goddess. Fan Yuqing's expression stiffened for a moment, then she forced a smile. "Zhang Yi, Gage, don't joke with Yuqing. Weren't you always the best to Yuqing before? What's the matter? I just want to see you and you won't allow it. I'm not asking for anything else." She pouted her lips, displaying a pitiful expression that was truly heart-wrenching. Any typical man would probably feel pity upon seeing it and then succumb to his masculine instincts, readily agreeing to her request. However, Zhang Yi was the exception. Ever since he was betrayed and killed by Fan Yuqing, he held no feelings for her beyond hatred. Zhang Yi said, "Every time I invited you to my house in the past, you always had various excuses, saying we were both single and it wouldn't look good if it got out right. I think you were right, we have no relationship and we should keep our distance to avoid gossip." In the past, when Zhang Yi pursued Fan Yuqing, he had to put in a lot of effort just to take her out for a meal or to watch a movie. He had to prepare gifts, surprises, and book a high-end hotel just to have a chance. Whenever he wanted to take things further and invite Fan Yuqing to his house, she always had various excuses. Now Zhang Yi threw back her old words at her, mocking her. Fan Yuqing's complexion suddenly changed. After all, she was somewhat aware of the things she had done in the past. But how could the little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially when facing the backup option in her eyes. Even though Zhang Yi's attitude towards her remained cold, Fan Yuqing believed he was merely playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi had feelings for her, and as long as she put in a bit more effort, she could definitely win him over. Thus she acted coyly and said, "I did that in the past for your own good." "Zhang Yi, don't be so petty," she added. "Just consider it my fault, okay? I'll go over and apologize to you now." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip and a blush surprisingly surfaced on her face. "At worst, I can help you massage your legs and shoulders." Zhang Yi couldn't help but internally exclaim, "What the heck?" In such cold weather, it was rare for her to perform with such exquisite acting, embodying the feeling of a shy girl. What a pity that he wasn't buying into it. "That won't do. We're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and I can't accept such intimate actions." Zhang Yi maintained a serious face and said with righteous indignation, "I am a traditional person." Fan Yuqing was nearly driven to fury by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a silver platter, yet he still pretended to be reserved. Did she have to spell it out so plainly? As long as he let her stay at his place, the benefits would be abundant. Even the possibility of crossing the line wasn't completely out of the question. She thought perhaps her words hadn't been clear. In order to live a heavenly life at Zhang Yi's home, she didn't even care that Lin Kanian was nearby. She spoke directly to Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang Yi, actually I have always had a special fondness for you. Being boyfriend and girlfriend is something we could consider in the future. After all, feelings grow over time." As she spoke, she pretended to be shy and covered her face, saying, "Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. How much more direct do you want me to be?" Her coy demeanor coupled with her flirtatious glances was indeed quite captivating. If it were the old Zhang Yi, he would have undoubtedly let her in without a second thought. It must be said that not everyone can pull off the green tea white lotus act. Mastering this art requires more than a decade of skill. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was rapidly contemplating in his mind whether to let Fan Yuqing the White Lotus into his home. Don't get it wrong, he was no saint. He simply felt that he had pursued her for 2 years. If they could get intimate, it could be seen as a closure for the past. However, this thought only flickered for a moment before he resolutely dismissed it. Because now was the apocalypse and he had to eliminate any potential risks. Thus he would not open his door to let anyone enter his impregnable fortress. Surviving was far more important than anything else. Zhang Yi smirked, his gaze at Fan Yuqing filled with mockery. Fan Yuqing, are you misunderstanding something? He said, spreading his hands. I admit that there was a time when our relationship was quite good. But he leaned closer to the camera and said with a teasing smile, you don't think I like you, do you? For a self-assured green tea white lotus, this statement was tremendously damaging. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Fan Yuqing's expression immediately turned very ugly. Lin Kanan, standing by, secretly cast a glance at her, her eyes filled with a barely noticeable joy. Indeed, best friends are often plastic sisters. They seem to care for you and want what's best for you, but in reality many would love to see you make a fool of yourself. Fan Yuqing questioned Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Didn't you used to like me the most? Zhang Yi scoffed. Don't get me wrong, you do have some looks and you're a pretty girl. But I never intended to date you, it was just a bit of fun. With my Zhang Yi's qualifications, it's really not difficult to find a girlfriend with looks and figure in Tianhai City. So where do you get the confidence to think I'm desperately pursuing you? Zhang Yi wore an expression of barely suppressed laughter. He was speaking the truth. As a local of Tianhai City, he had a household registration here. He had a house worth millions, several millions in savings, and a stable job with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he was undoubtedly a desirable man in the Tianhai City dating market. Otherwise, Fan Yuqing wouldn't have listed him as her top choice after her unsuccessful gold-digging attempts. If Zhang Yi hadn't been pure and kind in his past life, he would have exchanged women countless times by now. Zhang Yi's words struck Fan Yuqing's heart like daggers. For a self-proclaimed goddess, the most unbearable thing was having her charm unrecognized, as that was her entire means of survival. In the past, she thought of Zhang Yi as a backup, a dog that would worship her. She could dangle him along while seeking out wealthier second-generation heirs. Yet in the end, Zhang Yi told her that she was the fish in the pond. This was something Fan Yuqing could never accept. Her voice turned angry. Zhang Yi. You. Don't go too far. Zhang Yi sneered and continued to apply pressure. Alright, stop pretending to be some pure and beautiful girl. I've seen through you long ago, you're just a gold digger. Every day you think about catching a wealthy husband. Do you think rich people are fools? Oh, and let me tell you another thing. You're notorious in the rich second-generation circle of Tianhai City. Today you're sweet-talking Zhang Xiao, tomorrow you're chasing Li Xiao. They just play with you for a few days and you really think you can become a wealthy family's young mistress. Do you know what they call you behind your back? Public bus, public socket. Zhang Yi unabashedly mocked Fan Yuqing. While she thought she had high allure and wanted to charm Zhang Yi with her beauty to enjoy a life of luxury at his home, Fan Yuqing's face turned frighteningly pale, her body trembling with rage. When had she ever been so humiliated to her face? And it was by the backup dog in her eyes who was so mercilessly ridiculing her. This completely crushed her self-esteem. Zhang Yi. Shut up. Fan Yuqing shouted angrily. Zhang Yi scoffed, am I not just speaking the truth? Why are you getting so worked up? These things are all things you've done yourself. Truly, you can't have your cake and eat it too. After saying this, Zhang Yi didn't give Fan Yuqing a chance to curse him out and directly ended the call. Zhang Yi harshly scolded Fan Yuqing, exposing her true nature as a white lotus green tea bitch and a gold digger. This deeply struck at Fan Yuqing's sore spot. Although she is materialistic, promiscuous, and plays with men's feelings, she believes herself to be a good girl. Zhang Yi's mocking words shattered her confidence. After all, if even someone like Zhang Yi, a petty bourgeois, can look down on her, it indicates that her charm is simply insufficient. She has no hope of hooking up with a rich second generation and becoming a wealthy wife. After hanging up, Zhang Yi quickly noticed a long string of voice messages from Fan Yuqing. Without listening, he knew she was cursing him. But did Zhang Yi care? Of course not. In this apocalypse, the White Lotus will slowly perish in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely taunted her, watching her miserable state. How could he be angry with a dead person? Instead, seeing the White Lotus in a fit of rage filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Romanée-Conti from the fridge. This bottle of wine is worth 2,000,000 and it was stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet while in Walmart's warehouse. Such wine is scarce in Zhang Yi's possession, with only a few dozen boxes. In a good mood today, he decided to take it out for a celebration. His home would never lack electricity. The circuits had been upgraded during the renovation. He was connected to a backup power supply and a silent generator. He lacked not in energy. He entered the living room, setting up a lavish feast with great ceremonial flair. French-baked snails, tomahawk steak, stargazing, and Jinling saltwater duck, complemented by a bottle of 2,000,000 Romanée-Conti. In the apocalypse, all societal norms rapidly faded away. Zhang Yi was not particular about etiquette when eating. He would eat whatever he wanted and pair it however he pleased. He could even eat caviar as a meal. This luxurious lifestyle is likely unmatched in the entire world today. The sudden onset of the apocalypse left even the most powerful and wealthy individuals unprepared. For example, Su Hao's father is a well-known conglomerate boss in Tianhai City. But in Zhang Yi's memory, his father died just half a month into the apocalypse. After all, his wealth had turned into useless paper, and that obese old man lacked the survival skills necessary for the apocalypse. At this moment in the apartment shared by Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of a breakdown, angrily smashing things and cursing Zhang Yi. Normally she wouldn't be this furious. But now seeing Zhang Yi's home filled with happiness like paradise was unbearable. The warm and comfortable environment along with abundant high-end food were the most precious things amidst the icy apocalypse. The paradise so close yet unattainable made her unable to accept it. Zhang Yi, the damn guy, who do you think you are to insult me? If it weren't for this snow disaster, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Fang Yuqing cursed through gritted teeth. Lin Keining, sitting on the sofa beside her, watched with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Isn't it because you played around back then? Otherwise we could be enjoying Zhang Yi's delicious food in the warmth of a fireplace now. Fang Yuqing scoffed. What is he? Just someone with a house and some savings. Fang Yuqing am destined to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Keining frowned. But right now Zhang Yi has so much food and a fireplace for warmth at home. That's far better than a rich second generation. She looked out the window, the heavy snow falling without any sign of stopping. In the past couple of days the news they received on their phones indicated that the entire world was engulfed in snow. Worried, she said, will this snow disaster continue indefinitely? The remaining official channels on television were still encouraging the people. Experts in thick down jackets trembled as they stated that the disaster would soon pass. The people have strength, perseverance is victory. But in the current situation there were no signs of the disaster passing. Lin Keining hugged herself. If this snow doesn't stop, we'll either freeze to death or starve at home. Lin Keining's words instantly turned Fang Yuqing's anger into fear. It had been 10 days. They had been trapped in their home for 10 days. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. Unless one has experienced such a thing, they cannot understand the torment it brings. It can even drive a person's mind to madness. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining are a combination of green tea and white lotus as women in their 20s, they are also very fragile inside. Faced with the continuous snowfall, they thought of death. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her mind drifting back to Zhang Yi's warm and food-abundant home. She said angrily, this is unfair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably while I, being so beautiful, have to suffer so much? Lin Keining glanced at Fang Yuqing but remained silent. She wrapped herself in a blanket and took out her phone, searching for Zhang Yi in her contacts. Soon Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Keining. He was drinking top-notch red wine paired with a luxurious meal. Upon seeing the incoming message, a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. In this apocalypse, watching the struggles and suffering of women like them is truly more exciting than watching a movie. Zhang Yi glanced at the message Lin Keining had sent. Zhang Yi, I just saw you scold Fang Yuqing and I'm so happy for you. Actually, I knew Fang Yuqing was a materialistic woman all along. She never truly regarded you seriously. I have always hoped that one day you would see through her true nature. That's great, congratulations on waking up. Zhang Yi chuckled. They are truly plastic sisters, selling out Fang Yuqing so quickly. But this is normal, as it is said, birds of a feather flock together. Lin Keining and Fang Yuqing are not good characters. He replied, nothing much. Lin Keining continued, in the past watching you pursue Fang Yuqing made me very sad. Zhang Yi, actually, I've always liked you, did you know? Now that you don't want Fang Yuqing anymore, let's be together. Zhang Yi almost spat out the red wine he had just drunk. Damn, this gold digger is quite direct. He shook his head. Tisk reality is indeed harsh. It seems like her life has been quite miserable these past 10 days. Previously Lin Keining had also been quite dismissive towards Zhang Yi. Although her own conditions weren't great, it didn't affect her belief that she was a fairy. Now seeing Zhang Yi reject Fang Yuqing and realizing the high quality of life in Zhang Yi's home, she immediately wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Yi sighed. Does this woman think him a scrap collector? Fang Yuqing, though a green tea white lotus, at least knew how to act coy and dress up. What else is there to Lin Keining besides being self-deprecating and narcissistic? However, out of malicious curiosity, Zhang Yi smirked and said, oh, is that really the case? But I just scolded Fang Yuqing harshly. You two are good friends, wouldn't it affect your relationship if you followed me? Lin Keining's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. She said without hesitation, what good friends? We're just co-renters living together. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, she spilled all of Fang Yuqing's dirty secrets. You have no idea how much I despise her. This woman is incredibly lazy. For the past few days she claimed to be cold and refused to go to the toilet. She even uses a mineral water bottle to urinate. It's disgusting. Don't be fooled by her pure facade. She goes to nightclubs every day to look for men. If she meets a rich second-generation heir, she will do everything to get close to him. If she's short on money, she will sell herself. Otherwise, with a monthly salary of only 5,000 yuan, how could she afford so many cosmetics and designer bags? She charges 1,500 for a night. How cheap? I can't look up to a woman like her at all. Zhang Yi was also learning for the first time that Fang Yuqing had such a side job. He gritted his teeth, feeling that the world was absurd. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish. Although he pursued Fong Yuqing, he wasn't pathetic enough to be a pitiful sycophant like Zhou Peng. To gain Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Kainan continued to expose Fong Yuqing's secrets. Don't be fooled by her innocent act. She has had several abortions. In college, she let several contractors support her for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently watched and recorded what she said. Lin Kainan clearly held strong opinions against Fong Yuqing. After all, Fong Yuqing was more skilled at being coy and more beautiful, making Lin Kainan feel like merely a supporting character. In this world, how many women are willing to be someone else's background? Otherwise, why do you think the beautiful goddesses in college usually have ugly and fat friends? After venting her feelings about Fong Yuqing, Lin Kainan continued to confess to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, do you know how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fong Yuqing all these years? Now I finally have the chance to confess to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I will definitely love you well in the future. And at this moment you're also quite lonely at home, aren't you? Having a woman by your side can help you with many things. Lin Kainan was subtly implying to Zhang Yi that as long as he let her into his home, she would be open to whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had no interest in such a person. He immediately forwarded their chat history to Fong Yuqing. Then he said to Lin Kainan, although I'm touched, let's just forget about this matter. Lin Kainan, unwilling to give up, asked, why not? Don't you need a woman right now? Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and responded to his phone, I do like women, that's true. But you are too ugly. After saying this, Zhang Yi silenced his phone and tossed it aside. Lin Kainan's expression changed drastically upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message. He actually said she was too ugly. This was a serious slander. Every time she posted her edited photos online, countless people praised her as a beauty. Just as Lin Kainan was fuming, an angry scream echoed in her ears. Lin Kainan, you shameless woman. Fong Yuqing exploded upon seeing Lin Kainan's insults. The two of them started fighting, pulling each other's hair and pinching arms. They only stopped when they were exhausted but continued to glare fiercely at each other. If it weren't for the cold weather and the need to live under the same roof, they would have wanted to kill each other. Lin Kainan certainly understood what was happening, and she was equally resentful of Zhang Yi. However, like Fong Yuqing, she might be more envious of Zhang Yi than she was of him. At this moment, if Zhang Yi agreed to let them into the room to eat some food, they would abandon their dignity and crawl over like mother dogs. As for Zhang Yi, he continued to live a simple yet monotonous wealthy life. Every night he would turn on the television to watch the news he had never cared about before. Although the news still had a lot of fluff, it provided some information about the outside world. The Tianhai city government has issued a notice stating that to meet the public's demand for electricity, power will be supplied daily from 1 to 2 p.m. High-power appliances cannot be used, and only low-power devices such as kettles and mobile phones can be heated. Currently, all major power plants are in a halt and there is a power shortage. We hope everyone will consciously reduce electricity usage to avoid large-scale and prolonged power outages. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon seeing this news. In fact, for the past few days, power had been coming on for about an hour each day. There were even times it would last only a few minutes. In such situations, the officials were willing to supply power to ordinary people, even if it was only for a brief moment. It was likely their greatest effort. Most power plants worldwide had come to a standstill, and before the Ice Age ended, energy was becoming scarcer. However, what concerned Zhang Yi was not the content of the news but the tone of the female anchor and the manner in which the news was delivered. This time the anchor's tone was very serious, and the content of the report no longer focused on comforting the public. This indicated that the officials had given up on concealing the extent of the disaster nationwide. When they could no longer control the situation, they could only release information broadly, allowing everyone to recognize the reality early and find ways to save themselves. Sure enough, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw that various chat groups had exploded with activity. Some were angrily cursing the officials for inaction, others were crying out in despair, and many were trying to buy supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed from 2,000 yuan per pack just 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi felt utterly speechless. The essence of human greed was glaringly evident. Even knowing the world was at its end, money was nearly worthless in the short term. Yet they were still willing to trade food and drink for money. Zhang Yi said nothing, observing everything as an aloof spectator. Life must go on even without hope. People did not want to die, they would rather struggle to survive no matter how grim the situation. Thus, despite the cursing and the chaos the next day, they would still fight desperately to stay alive. The municipal water pipes had frozen solid, plunging the entire residential complex into a severe water crisis. To obtain drinking water, residents had no choice but to brave the sub-zero temperatures exceeding -70 degrees Celsius, venturing down to the first floor to collect snow. Yet even after retrieving snow, melting it posed another formidable challenge. Indoor temperatures hovered between -50 and 60 degrees Celsius. At such extremes, ice hardened into something as unyielding as concrete. Some residents, driven to desperation by thirst, attempted to lick the ice, only for their tongues to freeze instantly to its surface, resulting in grievous irreversible injury. Over these past few days, Zhang Yi, monitoring through security cameras, observed that Chen Jianghao's men patrolled the building daily, clearly hoping Zhang Yi would emerge to fetch water so they could ambush and eliminate him. Yet day after day passed without Zhang Yi stepping outside his door. They could never imagine the sheer abundance of supplies stockpiled within his apartment. So long as he wished Zhang Yi could live out his entire life in comfort, wealth, warm and utterly self-sufficient, within those four walls. Is Chen Zhanghao still alive? He's proving remarkably resilient. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Chen Zhanghao had taken an arrow to the calf. Without proper medical treatment, the limb would inevitably necrose. Moreover, infection threatened not only the leg, but his very life. In such extreme cold, even the smallest wound could trigger a lethal fever. His survival was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that the frigid temperatures have rendered pathogens inert, thus sparing him? Zhang Yi, unfamiliar with medicine, could not fathom the reason behind Chen Zhanghao's continued existence. Yet he felt no urgency. Whether others lived or perished held little consequence for him. Chen Zhanghao's death was merely a matter of time. The next morning, Zhang Yi awoke groggily and reached for his phone. Scrolling through group chat messages and browsing online forums for news of the outside world had become his greatest daily solace. In this apocalyptic wasteland, watching others writhe in desperate suffering beneath the merciless cold, while he dwelled in serene heaven-like comfort. This stark contrast delivered him profound psychological satisfaction, alleviating at least temporarily the gnawing tedium and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who starved, froze or clung to life on the razor's edge of death, he was unimaginably fortunate. As he unlocked his phone, the first thing he saw were messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing: Zhang Yi, I'm sorry, I must have been too cold yesterday and my emotions got the better of me. I shouldn't have lashed out at you. You're right, I was naive, immature, blind to who truly cared for me. Only now do I realize, the person who has always cherished me most is you. Deep down I've always loved you. Will you forgive me? Let us build a life together, properly, sincerely from now on. I want to be yours, to be your woman. Don't you feel lonely living alone? I can come stay with you, so you won't face the apocalypse in solitude. Zhang Yi sighed faintly. The once aloof, icy Fang Yuqing, her pride and dignity utterly shattered by catastrophe, had finally surrendered every vestige of her former self. Even after his scathing mockery, she had no choice but to cast aside all dignity and beg, kneeling, humbling herself before him. Tisk tisk tsk. Zhang Yi shook his head. In his previous life, he'd truly been a fool. Had he known her true nature earlier, seducing her would have been effortless. A woman like Fang Yuqing, worthless yet draped in false purity, pretended to be an untouchable goddess. A rotten pear may quench thirst, but I'm hardly starving to that degree. He was after all a man blessed with a family heirloom skill, and if that failed, his pocket dimension held an array of high-end tools, ultra-realistic Japanese-engineered companions. Alas, it wasn't his preference, it was simply that Walmart's warehouse inventory had been astonishingly comprehensive. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's. This woman was bolder still. Perhaps aware her beauty paled beside Fang Yuqing, she knew conventional competition would leave her at a disadvantage. So she sent him several suggestive self-portraits, uninhibited, daring, the kind that in calmer times would have triggered instant social annihilation. Zhang Yi replied swiftly, my heart remains unmoved, even faintly amused. Then he dismissed the conversation entirely. He knew full well, having glimpsed the sanctuary of his home, both women would stop at nothing to gain entry. Having already abandoned dignity to plead with him, they would soon resort to any means necessary. Yet what did it matter? Zhang Yi had invested heavily to transform his apartment into an impregnable steel fortress, prepared for every contingency. After reading Zhang Yi's reply, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning erupted in furious vitriolic curses. They had sacrificed every shred of self-respect, begging, groveling, yet received only indifference. Especially Lin Caning, she'd photographed herself from every conceivable angle and pose. And Zhang Yi claimed he'd found her images amusing. An unspeakable humiliation. Though she lacked time or energy to groom herself, her appearance and figure diminished, she remained undeniably a woman. Did she possess no sense of dignity? The more they ruminated, the more bitter their resentment grew. Life had become hellish, not only enduring starvation but also the soul-crushing absolute cold. Zhang Yi's home was their last remaining hope. Fang Yuqing clenched her teeth, her eyes hardening with ruthless resolve. If we must, we'll break in by force. I will live inside his home, I refuse to starve and freeze one more day. If need be, I'll kill Zhang Yi without hesitation. To enter his home she would do anything. Yet, she was after all a woman. Should she storm his door, she stood no chance against him in combat? Her gaze turned cold and calculating toward the neighboring apartment. She and Lin Caning had irrevocably severed ties, their hollow sisterhood long since shattered. But now Fang Yuqing needed an ally. She approached Lin Caning's door and said, the despicable, contemptible Zhang Yi watches us starve and freeze, yet refuses us shelter in his home. We cannot wait passively. That magnificent dwelling is undeserving of such a man. Let us devise a plan to seize it from him. Lin Caning's eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. Since pleading had failed, deception, or outright theft, was their only recourse. Agreed, I stand with you. What right does that wretched man have to dwell in such luxury? He deserves exile, freezing to death, torn apart by feral dogs. We are the ones who truly belong there. Driven by their hatred for Zhang Yi and their desire for the Zhang family, the two plastic sisters temporarily formed a united front. However, they still needed to discuss how to seize Zhang Yi's house. If we are going to rob the house, we may not even be able to overpower Zhang Yi. We need to rely on external help. Even on ordinary days they couldn't defeat Zhang Yi. Let alone the fact that they were cold and hungry now while Zhang Yi was full of energy, not worried about food or drink. Lin Kaining gritted her teeth. What if we call a few neighbors to join us? Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. Are you stupid? No matter how much food Zhang Yi has, it won't be enough to share with that many people. So it's better if fewer people know about this. Lin Kaining asked anxiously, then what should we do? Fang Yuqing smugly replied, we can call Zhou Peng over. Zhou Peng was her loyal lackey, completely obedient to Fang Yuqing. Although Zhang Yi had also fawned over Fang Yuqing, he at least had some common sense and wouldn't let Fang Yuqing manipulate him at will. But Zhou Peng was completely brainless. He would even consider dying for Fang Yuqing. Therefore Fang Yuqing planned to have Zhou Peng help her seize Zhang Yi's house. Lin Kaining clapped her hands with a smile. That's a great idea. A lackey like that is indeed useful. Fang Yuqing immediately called Zhou Peng. At this moment Zhou Peng was starving in skin and bones. As a warehouse employee he used to have plenty of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng had no idea that he was just being toyed with. He was self-righteous, thinking that since he had given so much, Fang Yuqing would definitely marry him in the future. As soon as he saw Fang Yuqing's call, he forgot his hunger and coldness, eagerly rushing over. When he arrived at Fang Yuqing's house, she immediately came over, feigning distress over how Zhang Yi had treated her. Whoa, Zhang Yi is simply a beast. I only asked him for some food and he wanted me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of woman. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing, who was in tears, and thought about how she had come to him first after being bullied, instantly feeling immensely pleased. Look at this, why does she come to me when she has problems and not others? It shows my unique position in her heart. This must be love. Zhou Peng felt that it was time to showcase his manliness. Maybe he could muster the courage to win Fang Yuqing's heart. So he thumped his chest and said, Zhang Yi is really a piece of work. How dare he do such a thing to you? I will definitely take care of him. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining exchanged glances, thinking this lackey is really easy to fool. They had prepared many lines, but before they could use them, Zhou Peng had already taken the initiative to handle the matter with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing held onto Zhou Peng's arm, gazing at him with alluring eyes. Zhang Yi's house is stocked with plenty of food. Plus he has a fireplace, making it particularly warm. That scoundrel doesn't deserve to live in such a house. Zhou Peng, let's find a way to take his house from him. In the future we can live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had never liked Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi was better looking than him and wealthier. They had both shown interest in Fang Yuqing in the past, and it was clear that Fang Yuqing had treated Zhang Yi better than him. Now with Fang Yuqing leaning on his arm, he felt a thrill through the layers of clothing. A sense of victory surged within him. He immediately said, haha, great. Yuqing, don't worry, you'll take care of this. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng agree and added, but you must be careful. Zhang Yi is such a selfish and shameless person. If we try to rob his house, he might retaliate. So we need to bring weapons, and it's best if we strike first. Lin Kaining chimed in, I say we should just kill him. She hated Zhang Yi the most. After all, she had sent him her private photos, but instead of being moved, Zhang Yi had said she was too dark. If this got out, she would want to die. So Zhang Yi must die. Zhou Peng felt a bit hesitant upon hearing this. Killing is a simple thing to say, but after all, they had all lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. Taking that first step is not easy. Seeing Zhou Peng hesitate, Fang Yuqing immediately threw a fit. What, you don't agree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so much and you still have a soft heart for him. It seems that your past words of love for me were all fake, humph. Seeing Fang Yuqing angry, Zhou Peng's lackey instincts kicked in. He hurriedly said, no Yuqing, please don't be angry. I'll listen to you. As long as he could win Fang Yuqing over, he would even commit murder. After all, they were in an apocalypse and people's moral principles were gradually deteriorating. Fang Yuqing said, alright, let's not delay. Let's go now. We need to think of a way to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. As soon as he opens it, we can. She made a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Kaining then brought over the prepared tools, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe which she had taken from a clothes rack. Zhou Peng took a kitchen knife and stuffed it inside his thick down jacket. After they were all prepared, they headed toward Zhang Yi's house with murderous intent. When they arrived at Zhang Yi's door, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hid behind the side, holding their weapons to avoid being seen by Zhang Yi through the peephole. The two signaled Zhou Peng with their eyes, indicating for him to knock on the door to lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, reaching to touch the kitchen knife inside his clothes, instantly feeling more confident. He knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Peng. Hearing the voice outside, Zhang Yi felt a bit curious. Zhou Peng. Although they both worked at the warehouse, their relationship had never been good. They had even had some conflicts because they both pursued Fang Yuqing. This guy coming to find him definitely meant trouble. After all, in an apocalypse there couldn't possibly be any good news left in the world. Zhang Yi didn't go to open the door, instead he turned on the TV and checked the surveillance. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside. Seeing the two women hiding on either side of the door holding kitchen knives and steel pipes with fierce expressions, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's back. Despite being fully prepared, the viciousness of these two women still made him take a sharp breath. Want to kill me? You think you are worthy? Zhang Yi sneered, his cold gaze filled with a chilling aura. Whether who would kill whom was still uncertain. Zhou Peng, met with silence, pounded the door even harder. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. It's me, Zhou Peng. Open the door, I have something urgent to tell you. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and drew his pistol, the sharp click of the safety disengaging echoing in the stillness. He strode to the door and called out, "Who's there?" Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Zhou Peng immediately raised his hand in a silent signal below, urging Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to prepare. It was their first time conspiring to kill. Nerves tightened their breath. Yet the moment they imagined stepping into Zhang Yi's warm, well-stocked home, its shelves brimming with food, their gazes hardened with resolve. Zhou Peng pleaded. Zhang Yi, it's Zhou Peng. Our food has run out entirely. As former colleagues, could you spare us just a little? His face wore a mask of desperate supplication, but his hand slid slowly downward, fingers coiled around the hilt of a concealed blade. Leaning against the door, Zhang Yi replied coolly, "We've run out of food too. I'm afraid I can't help you." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning seethed inwardly. You've run out of food? Then what are those 7 or 8 cartons in your kitchen? Dried scallops, abalone conpoy, are they illusions? Yet they'd anticipated this impasse. Zhou Peng clenched his teeth and withdrew a box of ibuprofen from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I won't take it for free. I'll trade you 1 box of ibuprofen. In the biting cold fevers and colds raged, unchecked medicine had become life itself, its value rivaling even food. To lure Zhang Yi into opening the door, Zhou Peng sacrificed his most treasured stash, that single box of ibuprofen. Behind the door, Zhang Yi stood motionless, not hesitating but calculating how best to break them. Kill them. Simple enough, be it bullet or crossbow bolt, death would be instantaneous. Yet killing them outright would be dull, hollow, devoid of artistry. In this apocalypse, death was mercy, survival, and unending hell. He would not grant these wretches such easy release. After a moment's reflection, a plan crystallized in his mind. He walked to the trash bin and retrieved a bottle of Mouton Cadet sports drink. Having just downed several cans of beer, his bladder demanded urgent relief. He aimed the bottle's mouth and let loose a torrent. Ibuprofen. Not bad. Let me consider it. As he relieved himself, his voice drifted lazily through the door, conversational, unhurried. Outside, the faint rhythmic gurgle of liquid reached their ears, but its source remained a mystery. Still hearing Zhang Yi's tone soften, excitement flickered across their faces. Zhou Peng pressed eagerly, yes, just open the door so we can exchange. I'm asking for very little, just 2 packs of instant noodles. By current neighborhood standards, a box of ibuprofen could fetch at least 5 packs of noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately lowballed his demand to trick Zhang Yi into lowering his guard. 2 packs. I'd feel guilty, you'd be getting the worse end of the deal. Zhang Yi finished, then casually produced a full frothing bottle of ice red tea, still steaming faintly. Believing Zhang Yi was nearly hooked, Zhou Peng pressed his ear to the door and urged, no worries, I'm starving. And since we used to work together, better to give it to you than to strangers. Just open up already. Zhang Yi stepped onto a stool, climbed to the peephole and with deliberate theatrical precision upended the entire bottle of steaming pungent tea over the 3 figures below. The sudden deluge sent them reeling backward in shock. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning shrieked, raw guttural cries tearing from their throats. Ah. What is this? Oh, it's hot. Still steaming. At first the warmth brought fleeting comfort, almost joy. But within a second the acrid, unmistakable stench cut through the air. Thighs, is urine. Ah. Drenched in urine, the 2 women screamed like slaughtered pigs, dropping instantly to their knees, retching violently. Zhou Peng's eyes burned crimson with fury. Bang. 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 He slammed his fists against the door. Zhang Yi, I'll kill you. You coward, get out here now. Yet the heavy alloy door didn't so much as shudder under his blows, only his knuckles screamed in protest. From within came Zhang Yi's unrestrained, booming laughter. How's the taste of my urine? Refreshing. You fools actually thought you could con me. You don't even deserve the honor. Instantly they realized Zhang Yi had seen through them completely. Shaken and incensed, they hurled curses at the door. Zhou Peng roared, damn it, we shouldn't have wasted breath. Just wait, I'll carve you open the moment I get in. Abandoning pretense, he yanked a kitchen knife from beneath his coat and hacked wildly at the door. Ordinary doors were wooden, shatter the lock and entry was assured. But Zhang Yi's door was forged from seamless military-grade alloy capable of withstanding RPG blasts. His blade struck with a deafening clang, the door unmoved. The recoil sent the knife flying sideways, slicing a long ragged gash across Zhou Peng's temple. Blood welled from his split palm. A grim biological truth, winter skin is brittle, pain sharper, every nerve screaming in protest. Zhou Peng froze, stunned. 1 millimeter more and that blade would have cleaved his face in 2. Then agony shattered his days. Aha! His scream tore the air. Seeing him bleed, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning panicked, abandoned him on the spot and fled. From inside, Zhang Yi watched their retreat, idly weighing his pistol in his palm, debating whether to step out and put a round in each of them. Not necessarily to kill, just wound. In this frozen wasteland, even minor injuries could doom them to a slow, agonizing end. Yet after a pause, he discarded the idea. Why? Because outside stood 3 rabid dogs. Though he'd likely wound them, there remained a non-zero chance, however infinitesimal, they'd turn the tables. Risking his life for vengeance? Never. He was without question the sovereign of self-preservation. His life was comfortable, why gamble it on pride? No matter. I'll simply wait them out, see how many days they last in this dying world. Calm as still water, Zhang Yi returned to his sofa and resumed his game. Zhou Pang and the others staggered home. He collapsed onto the sofa, trembling uncontrollably, his heart still hammering from the brush with death. Fang Yuqing recoiled as she saw yellow droplets staining her sofa and shrieked, "Ah! Get away! Who gave you permission to sit on my sofa?" Fang Yuqing winced at the sight of her sofa, repulsed by Zhou Pang's urine-soaked clothes. After all, he had stood right by the doorway and taken the brunt of the dousing. She immediately shouted at him not to sit on her sofa. Zhou Pang felt deeply wronged. He had only confronted Zhang Yi because Fang Yuqing had told him to. Now drenched in urine, shivering violently from the cold and bearing fresh wounds, he was met instead with her scorn. Yet a lapdog remains a lapdog. Zhou Pang paused and suddenly agreed with her rebuke. He had failed in his task, arriving unclean and unworthy to sully the sacred sofa of his goddess. The more he reflected, the more he believed he deserved the scolding. Hastily rising, he bowed his head and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Yuqing, I failed you. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, desperate to change, waved him off. "Get out now, we need to change." He dared not protest and fled the apartment at once. Back in their room, they swiftly stripped off the urine-soaked garments. Yet even after changing, the acrid stench clung stubbornly, not only to their clothes but to their hair, skin, and even trickled down their necks beneath their collars. With temperatures plummeting, bathing would have been tantamount to suicide, so they bore the nausea in silence. Their mission had failed. Worse, they had been humiliated. Hatred for Zhang Yi burned fiercer than ever. What do we do? Zhang Yi is too cunning, he's impossible to outmaneuver. Damn it. No matter what, it's my house, I'll seize. We'll think this through carefully. He must have a weakness. As the two women plotted vengeance, Zhang Yi sent Fang Yuqing a message. This time it was urine. "Next time I'll douse you both in excrement." This round had been improvised. Had he prepared in advance, he'd have welcomed them with steaming manure, splattered head to toe. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning turned ashen, doused in feces. They'd rather die. Zhang Yi closed the chat, refusing to read another word she sent. Though he'd silenced notifications, the unread message counter surged relentlessly, a grim omen of venomous words he chose not to witness. He opened the residential WeChat group and walked straight into chaos. Ever since Chen Zhenghao had invaded her home, Auntie Lin's mind had unraveled. Now she flooded the group with voice messages commanding everyone to surrender their supplies. "I am the director of our neighborhood residence committee. Defy me and once the snow melts I'll have you arrested. Did you hear that? Reply now, you will deliver all your food to my door today." This time, however, no one heeded her. Over 10 days had passed and reality had settled in for everyone. The authorities were overwhelmed and Auntie Lin's so-called committee was nothing more than hollow air. Her threats earned only ridicule. "Rotting old hag, just die already. You swindled a whole case of instant noodles from my family. I haven't even settled that score yet. Others revived the earliest days of the blizzard. If you hadn't lied to us saying everything was fine and forbidding stockpiling, would we be starving now?" That memory ignited collective fury. In those first frigid days, some still hoped to brave the cold and shop. But Auntie Lin had insisted in the group that the storm would pass quickly and warned that hoarders would face punishment. So they stayed indoors. Days later, roads vanished under snowdrifts, leaving escape impossible. Had it not been for her, they could have stockpiled at least half a month's worth of supplies. "Wretched hag, look what you've done. You're the curse upon us all." Neighbors unleashed torrents of abuse. Then Su Hao, the young heir, appeared in the group. "I'll pay premium prices for any supplies, food or drink. 10,000 for a pack of noodles. 5,000 for a bottle of water." Noodles now cost 10,000. Su Hao was truly desperate. His fortune, if unused, would soon be worthless paper. Zhang Yi shook his head. Even now he thinks money still buys anything. Hardly had the words left his lips when someone leapt into the chat. "I've got food, I'll sell it to you." Zhang Yi fell silent, stunned. It seemed greed would always find willing martyrs. Even in the bleakest hour, some gambled on hope, betting the blizzard wouldn't last long. Only Zhang Yi knew the truth. The blizzard would rage on interminably, and even after the snow ceased, the world would require eons to recover. Money in this new age was less useful than scrap paper. At least paper could wipe one's backside. A mischievous thought flickered across Zhang Yi's mind. His storage vault overflowed with toilet paper, yet his neighbors surely had none left. When theirs ran out, what then? He chuckled, then shook his head. Starving people barely defecate at all. Still, this fragile truce among neighbors would soon shatter. Zhang Yi knew full well, when hunger strips away civilization, humans become ravenous beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning returned, knocking fiercely at his door. They pleaded desperately from outside, claiming they'd freeze to death unless he let them in. Zhang Yi ignored them completely. Freeze to death. That was precisely what he wished for. When no reply came, they appealed to past affection, begging at least for scraps of food. Through the security camera, Zhang Yi noticed they held umbrellas, clearly traumatized by yesterday's humiliation. He wasn't foolish enough to open the door. If his instincts were right, they carried knives, ready to kill him and seize his home and supplies. Zhang Yi pondered, then activated his spatial pocket. It held countless odds and ends accumulated idly over time, useless yet stored without hesitation. His pocket's vastness meant space was never a concern, and now unexpectedly it served a purpose. From its toy section he retrieved 2 stink bombs. These prank devices, once lit, released an unbearable stench, one impervious to water or detergent. Listening to their voices outside, Zhang Yi smirked and strode forward, stink bomb in hand. Zhang Yi lit the stink bomb and swiftly hurled it through the firing slit above the door. A thick inky smoke billowed instantly upon impact. The pungent stench spread rapidly down the corridor. Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning recoiled as if a decade-sealed vat of feces had just been ruptured, both vomited violently on the spot. Ugh! What is that? Ugh! Zhang Yi, ugh, you're utterly shameless. As the stench thickened in the stairwell, the 2 women fled in haste. Zhang Yi felt no concern about the fumes re-entering his apartment after sealing the firing slit. The room became semi-hermetic. Though air still circulated, the building's ventilation system, designed with advanced filtration, prevented any odors or harmful substances from penetrating indoors. Watching the 2 women stagger away, retching all the while, Zhang Yi burst into hearty laughter, only to receive an immediate complaint from his neighbor. Zhang Yi, what did you just toss outside your door? It reeks. Would you please consider your neighbor's well-being? His neighbors were a young married couple who had moved in 2 years prior. Ordinarily, Zhang Yi exchanged little more than polite nods with them in the elevator. Now, amid the collapse of normalcy, he saw no reason to cultivate neighborly rapport. In this apocalypse, his sole priority was survival, his own safety and comfort. Others' fates held no weight for him. Indeed, he would eliminate anyone without hesitation if it secured his security. In the apocalypse, no trace of moral sentiment could be tolerated. Even the faintest flicker must be crushed at once. If you don't like it, come punch me. With that, Zhang Yi blocked the neighbor outright. Arguing, he reasoned, was a waste of breath. Soon he noticed the neighbor venting fury about him in the building's group chat, yet no one else cared. Their attention was elsewhere. Zhang Yi chuckled darkly. The unburdened freedom of amorality, he mused, was strangely exhilarating. That afternoon he awoke abruptly from sleep, startled by a sudden commotion. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the stairwell, reverberating across the entire unit. Zhang Yi's expression hardened. It sounded unmistakably like gunfire. Someone in their residential complex actually possessed a firearm. Uncertain whether it was a real gun or merely firecrackers, Zhang Yi hurried to the living room and activated the surveillance feed on his television. What appeared on screen made his pupils contract sharply. Chen Zhanghao, his right leg severed, stood before the third-floor apartment gripping a black handgun. Its cold obsidian sheen alone was enough to send chills through the soul. The apartment door hung ajar from the camera's angle. 2 lifeless legs lay visible within. Chen Zhanghao's underlings, half a dozen petty henchmen, emerged grinning, clutching looted provisions, canned food, candles and other essentials. Clearly the third-floor residents were dead, or if not yet deceased, gravely wounded and stripped of all supplies. They would perish within days. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, the usual hour when households ventured out together to shovel snow for melting into drinking water. Collective effort briefly raised the stairwell's temperature, staving off unbearable cold. Water was non-negotiable for survival, thus this ritual occurred daily. Chen Zhanghao had chosen this precise moment, when residents were dispersed and vulnerable, to commit murder and seize resources. Ding dong. His phone chimed. Zhang Yi glanced at the screen. It was a message from the building's main group chat. Chen Zhanghao had sent a voice note. The city is sealed beneath blizzards, we can rely on no one but ourselves. I, Chen Zhanghao, hereby assume responsibility as the de facto head of Building 25. Henceforth all authority here rests solely with me. Obey quietly and I'll ensure your survival. Defy me, and you'll learn what happens to those who stand out. He followed with 2 photographs. One showed the handgun clenched in his hand, the other the third-floor resident sprawled in a pool of blood. The usually boisterous group chat fell into absolute silence. All residents were stunned by the raw brutality, most now gripped by visceral terror. In peacetime such violence had been unimaginable, beyond even the darkest fantasy. Now it lay before them stark and irrefutable. Within this snow-locked isolated unit others were hell itself, and no one dared challenge Chen Zhanghao. Fear of death held every tongue. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa and murmured, Chen Zhanghao is shrewd, no wonder he thrived in the old world. Chen Zhanghao wielded both carrot and stick, avoiding pure intimidation. After all, he possessed only a single firearm, and the number of bullets remained unknown to all. Zhang Yi knew better, ammunition would be scarce. Domestic firearm regulation was strict, even he, having paid exorbitantly, had acquired only 100 rounds. Moreover, Chen Zhanghao commanded barely half a dozen lackeys. Against 50-odd households, over 100 souls, a crippled man stood little chance if pushed to the brink. Thus coercion paired with false promises, offering security while threatening annihilation, was the most effective means to compel obedience. Human nature at its core fears death above all. Even knowing Qin Zhanghao had slaughtered the third-floor residents today and might target them tomorrow, they clung to delusions of reprieve. Those on higher floors reasoned if he killed third-floor residents today, fourth-floor residents tomorrow, perhaps it would take weeks before his blade reached them. They assumed others would resist first, so why risk everything now? Meanwhile, fourth-floor residents feared he might skip floors entirely. To resist meant certain death, better to hide, wait and hope someone else perished first. Zhang Yi shrugged. Their paralysis was irrelevant to him, not out of fear but utter indifference. Should Qin Zhanghao dare approach his door, his fate would rest entirely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for the others, alive or dead, it mattered not a whit. They buried their heads in sand. Zhang Yi harbored no saintly impulse to sacrifice himself for their salvation. Just then his phone erupted with urgent rapid-fire chimes. He picked it up, hundreds of new messages flooded his screen. He found himself added to an entirely new group chat. Curious, he entered, and discovered it was a fresh assembly of building residents deliberately excluding Qin Zhanghao and his faction. The specter of death had finally galvanized some into seeking collective resilience. Zhang Yi remained silent, he faced no threat to his own safety. He simply wished to observe what this fragile coalition might accomplish. As soon as the new WeChat group was created, residents and tenants alike erupted into frantic discussion. Qin Zhanghao was pure devil incarnate. He broke into 3 households, kicking down their doors without mercy. The occupants of Unit 301 on the 3rd floor were 2 fiery young men who dared resist, and he shot them dead on the spot. Units 302 and 401 surrendered at once, terrified into handing over all their food and water. Good heavens, without food or water, aren't we just waiting to starve to death? Someone declared indignantly, we must unite and stand against this tyrant Qin Zhanghao. Others immediately chimed in, exactly. With so many households, how could we possibly fear a mere 5 or 6 thugs? United in purpose, he becomes utterly insignificant. But he's armed with a gun, someone interjected. Oof. What of it? One gun holds only so many bullets. Precisely. If we rush him en masse, he'll never hold us back. A left front kick followed by a right roundhouse kick, I guarantee he'll crumple where he stands. He's already lame, he's nothing now. Without that gun. Ha! I'd take him down single-handedly. As talk of confronting Qin Zhanghao swelled, everyone burned with righteous fervor, as if they longed at that very moment to storm his apartment and mete out justice. Then someone asked quietly, so, when do we act? A brief heavy silence fell. It's easy to vent bravado, but real peril demands courage few are willing to muster. Everyone understood the logic, yet no one wished to be the first to face the muzzle. Such lofty rhetoric served only to lure others into taking the bullet. No problem, we'll certainly bring him down. After all, he's a desperate criminal backed by petty thugs, we must devise a careful strategy. Right. Reckless action belongs to fools, wisdom shall secure our victory. Zhang Yi curled his lip in disdain. Moments ago they declared Qin Zhanghao no threat at all, some even boasted of left front kicks and right roundhouse kicks. Now that action loomed, they suddenly spoke of wisdom. He scoffed inwardly. Just then old Yu, the neighborhood security guard, sent a message. We cannot let Qin Zhanghao continue unchecked, sooner or later he'll kill us all. Even if not by bullet starvation, will claim us once he's stripped us bare. I'll lead the charge. Follow me and we'll teach those scoundrels a lesson they'll never forget. Old Yu rarely spoke, but as a veteran soldier he was forthright, impassioned and fiercely principled. Respected throughout the compound, he seethed with righteous fury at Qin Zhanghao's shameless cruelty and utter disregard for human life. Whoa, old Yu commands awe. No wonder, he's a People's Liberation Army veteran. Truly formidable. Old Yu, count me in. Need weapons. Our kitchen cleaver is yours to wield. I've got a Longquan sword from last year's trip, famous for cutting iron like silk. Borrow it freely. Qin Zhanghao's lame, strike him from behind, catch him off guard. Amidst the chorus of praise and unsolicited advice, no one volunteered to join old Yu. Old Yu sighed, exasperated. They're 5 or 6 strong, armed with guns, I can't possibly succeed alone. At the very least we need a dozen able-bodied young men backing me, that's the only way to ensure safety. As a veteran I have skill and discipline, I'll lead from the front. Male residents with adult sons instantly fell silent. Meanwhile female residents like Fang Yuqing, those living without adult men, suddenly buzzed with frenetic energy. Yes. We women are frail and powerless against such monsters. Men of Building 25, it's time to prove your manhood. Our building's men are true heroes, may you prevail. This is your moment to demonstrate chivalry. Go forth and protect us, your gentle vulnerable women. Naturally the adult male residents bristled. Some were unmarried living solo, others shared apartments with friends. They weren't wholly unwilling to risk their lives, but seeing the women's attitude, so strident, so self-righteous, turned their resolve cold. They resented being cast as sacrificial lambs, their peril recast as duty. Absolutely not. You always demanded female priority before, now danger arises and suddenly it's our turn to die first. On what grounds? We'll grant you the fairness you demand, let everyone go together. You rage online so fiercely, why not direct that fury at Chen Zhanghao's gang? I won't hesitate to lay down my life, but only to shield my own wife and children. When the men refuse to march, the women swiftly turned venomous. Are you even men? Isn't this precisely when men must step forward? Shame on you, sending women into peril. You spineless cowards. Disgusting. When I marry, I'll never choose a man like you. What began as a new resident group, formed to collectively strategize against Chen Zhanghao's threat, had inexplicably devolved into bitter gender warfare. Zhang Yi watched utterly speechless. The scene mirrored his past life exactly. Why Chen Zhanghao slaughtered half the building before enforcing absolute obedience with a single firearm. His victims died with eyes closed, too terrified even to struggle. Seeing the chaos, Old Yu urgently pleaded in the group chat. Let's stop arguing, confronting Chen Zhanghao is our sole urgent priority. In Unit 701 lived Lu Tiantian, a 22-year-old recent graduate and the fiercest combatant in the gender war. With tempers flaring on both sides, she fired off blistering replies to every male comment, even Old Yu's earnest plea. Old Yu, what saintly act are you pretending to perform? You're a veteran, you're trained, you're strong, so why aren't you charging in first? There are dozens of men in this building, trade one for one and the rest live. In today's society, women are inherently more valuable. Men exist solely to serve women. Let every spineless man in this group remember that, and don't make me repeat myself. Lu Tiantian's remark was instantly met with scorn from a group of male residents. It's the end of the world, do you really think anyone still indulges your fairy-like whims? Ha ha. Do you actually believe you're something special? You expect us to risk our lives protecting you. You're not even worthy. Old Yu, who bore the brunt of the barrage, could only stare in stunned silence. He couldn't fathom it. He'd spoken out of genuine concern for everyone, yet why had they all responded with such hostility? He was naturally reserved and no match for their vitriol, so he simply fell quiet. Zhang Yi scrolled through the chat group and found it oddly entertaining, like watching a dark comedy. After all, diversions were scarce these days. In sum, his verdict was unequivocal: the vast majority of residents in this group deserved their grim fate. The online quarrel grew increasingly vicious. Perhaps years of pent-up frustration had finally erupted. This chat group had become the sole outlet for their rage. Every vile, filthy word flooded the screen, unbearable to read. In time, they even forgot the original purpose for creating the group. Zhang Yi set his phone aside and walked into the kitchen. Though his spatial pocket held ready-made meals, he occasionally craved the simple joy of cooking, a small ritual of normalcy. From the pocket he retrieved fresh ingredients. Potatoes, scallions, ginger and garlic looked freshly dug from the earth. The beef brisket was tender and vividly crimson, its rich hue alone stirred the appetite. Walmart, truly the world's premier supermarket chain, spared no compromise on quality. Zhang Yi slow-simmered a hearty pot of beef and potatoes, then lined the rim of the wok with flatbreads following the traditional method of earth pot chicken. Once cooked, the bread soaked up the savory broth, turning golden and irresistibly delicious. Glancing at his phone, he noticed new messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. This time their voices trembled with desperate pleas. Both women wept uncontrollably, terrified by Chen Zhanghao's brutal murder. These two delicate, seemingly innocent women possessed no means to resist a predator. Thus they stood among the likeliest targets of Chen Zhanghao's next rampage. Especially after witnessing the reinforced security door of Zhang Yi's apartment, they now saw his home as nothing less than a sanctuary and begged to take refuge within it. Zhang Yi, regardless of our past conflicts, you once loved me, didn't you? Surely you won't stand by and watch me die. I know you pretend to be cold-hearted, but your heart is soft. Please, save me. Lin Caning sank even lower than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Let me live in your home, I'll do anything you ask. Just don't let me fall into their hands. Zhang Yi sensed their raw, unfiltered terror. Frankly, had his apartment not been fortified, if he too lived in that frigid, foodless dwelling, his despair would have rivaled theirs. Yet would he pity them? Ha! Not in the slightest. For this very scene, this collapse of pretense and privilege, was precisely what he had long awaited. The more desperate they became, the more exhilarated he felt. Saying nothing, he calmly filmed a short video and sent it to them. In the clip, a steaming cauldron of beef and potato stew sat before him. Nearby, a hearth blazed with fierce golden flames. Inside, warmth and tranquility reigned, starkly contrasting the blizzard raging outside and the howling gales tearing through the night. For the two women, the sight was a cruel, visceral shock. After all, they weren't merely starving, survival itself hung by a thread. They pleaded further, begging to share his shelter, his safety, his life. Zhang Yi ignored every message. He offered neither acceptance nor refusal, only a sliver of hope, just enough to compel them to grovel, knowing full well that hope was nearly extinct. The day passed uneventfully. Having seized a modest stockpile of supplies, Chen Zhanghao and his men paused, for now. They understood overreach would unite all residents against them. The wisest strategy was tripartite: consolidate, pacify, eliminate, one cohort at a time. That night, however, Zhang Yi's surveillance system detected unusual movement. Though the entire city of Tianhai lay shrouded in darkness, his apartment glowed like a solitary beacon, unseen by neighbors in the same building. He watched as Chen Zhanghao's underlings carried two corpses out the main entrance. Zhang Yi studied their faces closely, they seemed faintly familiar. He remembered them clearly, he knew nearly every resident in his building. Yet these two were unmistakably outsiders. They must have been reinforcements summoned by Qin Zhanghao during the first snowfall. A moment's reflection clarified everything. On the day Qin Zhanghao led his assault on Zhang Yi's apartment, Zhang Yi had blasted them with a high-pressure water hose. In temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, that was lethal. Thus these two men had likely frozen to death. Hypothermia-induced fever and infection, untreated in such harsh conditions without shelter or medication like ibuprofen, could easily prove fatal. After all, why had life expectancy been so tragically short in ancient times? Their bodies had been stripped bare, every stitch of clothing removed, then dumped at the stairwell entrance. Zhang Yi frowned, puzzled. If disposal was the goal, why not simply toss them from the window? Snow would bury them swiftly and silently. Why leave them at the doorway? Then in a flash of chilling clarity a horrifying realization struck him, his pupils contracting involuntarily. Had Qin Zhanghao left the corpses as emergency rations? The thought sent icy shivers down his spine, raising every hair on his body. Yet this explanation was undeniably the most logical. With the world frozen solid, nature itself had become a colossal refrigerator, no spoilage, no decay. Modern perceptions of apocalypse often stem from dystopian films, where cannibalism, though horrific, is hardly unprecedented. Historical records bear grim witness. During great famines, people resorted to swapping children for food or grinding human flesh into flour. Decades of peace had dulled collective memory of those black and white chronicles. Until the apocalypse arrived. Zhang Yi drew a deep breath, the frantic pounding of his heart steadying almost instantly. Compared to others, he accepted this reality with unnerving speed. He had lived through one apocalypse already, and had himself been consumed as food. He knew when starvation strips away civilization's veneer, humans will devour anything, even themselves, to survive. Qin Zhanghao, what a ruthless man. Though Zhang Yi held no affection for this gangster-turned-warlord, he couldn't help but murmur in grim admiration. Many understand the theory. But to designate one's own comrades as provisions even before supplies run dry. That transcends mere cruelty. It verges on the extinction of humanity itself. After Qin Zhanghao killed the resident of apartment 301, an oppressive tension settled over the entire residential unit. Qin Zhanghao seemed to sense that the residents had secretly formed a new property owners group behind his back, yet such things were inherently beyond prohibition. All he could do was issue veiled threats and attempt to win favor within the group. Given how dire the situation has become, we're all merely struggling to survive, none of us truly wishes to take a life. Had that young man from apartment 301 not struck my men first, I would never have killed him in retaliation. After all, I am no demon. I sincerely hope we can coexist peacefully henceforth, and lend us some grain when needed. So long as you comply quietly, I guarantee your safety and peace. Upon hearing these words, some residents genuinely lowered their guard, even beginning to believe Qin Zhanghao's claim that the tenant of apartment 301 had brought about his own death by striking first. This is precisely the hallmark of Stockholm Syndrome and the suffocating grip of mortal despair. Even the slightest gesture of leniency from a captor elicits profound gratitude. Zhang Yi remained an impassive observer, neither commenting nor intervening, yet inwardly his wariness toward Qin Zhanghao deepened markedly. Though his apartment was heavily fortified and Qin Zhanghao's ragtag band, armed with nothing but a single battered firearm, stood no chance of breaching it, caution was never misplaced in the apocalypse. If he truly crosses me, I'll eliminate him at the first opportune moment, Zhang Yi murmured, calm and detached. This fragile tranquility shattered the very next day. Though every household cowered indoors out of fear of Qin Zhanghao, they could not survive without descending to chip ice for water. Thus some dared slip out quietly, hoping to dig snow unnoticed, only to be seized immediately by Qin Zhanghao's sentinels lying in wait. The supplies seized on the first day had already been devoured by the ravenous thugs. Now, their eyes bloodshot with hunger, they viewed every resident in the building as prey. No sooner had they seized someone than they showed no mercy, stripping them bare. Within the new group chat, frantic cries for help erupted. Zhang Yi opened the chat and smiled faintly. The one pleading for rescue was none other than Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor, directly above Qin Zhanghao's 6th floor apartment. That morning she'd attempted to descend under cover of darkness to gather snow for water and was caught red-handed. Living alone, she required little time to pack up. She was precisely the kind of target Qin Zhanghao and his lackeys had been watching. And after nearly 2 weeks of confinement, their pent-up frustration demanded release, preferably through a woman. Lu Tiantian wasn't conventionally beautiful, but youth lent her vitality and her figure was passable. Under such dire constraints, no one dared be choosy. Grinning, the thugs surged forward, wielding wrenches and iron rods. Lu Tiantian slammed her door shut, then in utter desperation turned to her neighbors for help. Wawawa. Please, someone save me. They're breaking down my door, please, I'll be killed. Uncle, you save me. Aren't you a veteran? They won't stand a chance against you. These people are utterly untrustworthy, brutal and savage. We must unite. If something happens to me, you'll be next. Her voice trembled with tears as she fired off desperate voice messages one after another. Yet just yesterday she had dominated the group chat, scathing and imperious, openly berating male residents without restraint. Uncle Yu replied, young lady, this is sudden, I'm only one man, I cannot possibly confront so many. Though kind-hearted, he refused to march blindly to his death. Chen Zhanghao commanded 5 or 6 men and possessed a firearm. Even a trained veteran stood little chance. Had consensus been reached yesterday to form a neighborhood defense team, intimidation might have succeeded. Reading Uncle Yu's reply, Lu Tiantian felt her heart freeze. Through sobs she cried, you can't abandon me like this. Can't even one weak woman be protected? What kind of men are you? If I die, I swear, I'll haunt you forever. Her former neighbors had felt pity until her shameless moral coercion ignited their fury. Compounded by yesterday's public lashing of every male resident, old grudges now flared anew. Ah yes, we're all useless. Princess, since you're so mighty, surely you don't need our help. Ha, princess knows kung fu. Go beat them to a pulp. Weren't you shouting loudly yesterday? Thought you were invincible, yet here you are begging for rescue. Just die already, your death would bring joy to thousands. Laughter filled the chat, light, carefree, almost gleeful. No one felt sympathy for Lu Tiantian's plight, instead many reveled in her misfortune. After all, with her apartment looted, their own homes would remain safe, for now. Staring at those icy mocking words, Lu Tiantian sank into absolute despair. She then pleaded with the female residents, but their replies were uniformly tepid. We're all sisters, yet in this situation we're powerless. Sisters, stay strong. We support you spiritually. Hold on, you must hold on. Or if they break in, well, you know what they might do to you. Exactly, they're many and they'll wear you out completely. Some offered hollow comfort, others indulged in cruel amusement, terrifying her further. For human sorrow and joy rarely intersect, and prolonged isolation coupled with the ever-present shadow of death had already warped many souls. More and more joined the chat, but the tone had twisted entirely. Little sister, if you must die, at least drag one of them down with you, it'll be justice served. Exactly. With your home stripped bare, survival is unlikely anyway, so why not take one with you? Lu Tiantian trembled with rage, just as her door exploded inward with a thunderous bang. In Zhang Yi's apartment, watching the surveillance feed, he saw Lu Tiantian shriek, then be dragged screaming from her doorway by several thugs gripping her ankles. Even in this bitter cold you still find energy for exercise, your stamina truly knows no bounds. Zhang Yi remarked dryly. It was, however, perfectly rational. In a world where death could strike at any moment, instinct drove beings to propagate their genetic legacy before the end. Zhang Yi took a bite of chocolate bar and addressed the monitor. At this temperature, exposing even a sliver of skin carries lethal risk. What could possibly be Lu Tiantian's fate? Although no one witnessed it firsthand, it can be easily guessed. A girl falling into the jaws of a pack of wolves, what other outcome could there be? Even if Chen Zhanghao and the others spared her life, she would still be left with nothing to survive on, awaiting death. However, there was no overwhelming sorrow among the others, rather they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lu Tiantian could at least feed Chen Zhanghao and the others for a while. Nevertheless, this served as a stark warning to the other homeowners. If things continued like this, they feared they wouldn't survive much longer. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly added to a chat group. He chuckled in disbelief. In such an unstable environment, people's suspicion grew heavier and small factions proliferated. It seemed that by banding together they believed they would become stronger. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and noticed only 6 or 7 people. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were among them, along with a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, unsure of their intentions. But soon someone reached out to him. Fang Yuqing said, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous outside now. Sooner or later Chen Zhanghao and his group will come after us. We all need to unite. Zhang Yi replied indifferently, it's fine, I'm quite comfortable on my own right now. That's not the point, Lin Kaining interjected. You're alone, but Chen Zhanghao has 5 or 6 people with him and they have guns. So you are actually very unsafe right now. Zhang Yi smirked, wondering why they didn't ask Chen Zhanghao, who had broken his leg. Chen Zhanghao hadn't dared to retaliate yet. He knew Zhang Yi was a tough nut to crack. Zhang Yi asked, so what do you want? Fang Yuqing hurriedly replied, it's too dangerous for everyone to live separately right now. So we decided to move in together. Even if we have to face Chen Zhanghao, we will have a fighting chance. Zhang Yi chuckled, what you think gathering together will make you fearless of Chen Zhanghao's gun? It's ridiculous. If numbers truly mattered, with over 50 households and more than 100 people in the building, they could easily trample Chen Zhanghao to death. Everyone was cowardly. Gathering together was merely a quest for psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke up. His name was Sun Jichou, and Zhang Yi remembered him as a white-collar worker in finance. If there are more people, at least they will think twice. Plus we can band together to barricade the door so we won't have to worry about them breaking in. What we lack right now is a good stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony and the security door is particularly sturdy, perfect for resisting Chen Zhanghao. So we hope you can join our team and together we can resist Chen Zhanghao. At this point Zhang Yi understood their intentions. It was clear that Fang Yuqing had informed these people that his house was particularly great. It's highly likely they all knew about Zhang Yi's excellent insulation system and the ample food supplies. Zhang Yi scoffed. Their schemes were so loud that he could hear them even 10 floors up. He replied without reservation, I don't need it, thanks. I'm quite comfortable living alone right now. If you want to live together, find your own place. What a joke, cramming 7 or 8 people into his home. At this moment it was hard to tell who was human and who was not, which would only bring danger to himself. Besides, Zhang Yi owed them nothing, why should he? After Zhang Yi's rejection, the people in the group were clearly displeased. Sun Jichao said, "Zhang Yi, everyone is in danger, you can't be so short-sighted. Only by staying together can we survive." Another group member Wang Min added, "It's just because your floor has a balcony making it convenient to get snowmelt that we chose your home. Do you think we are taking advantage of you? In reality, we can protect you too." Zhang Yi laughed sarcastically. He sent a message in the group, "Protect me." The series of question marks reflected his inner ridicule. Do you even know what my life is like right now? Protect me. How could they say that with a straight face? Hiding under the covers, Fang Yuqing bit her lip and began to retaliate with words. She knew Zhang Yi despised her and wouldn't let her in. So now she used the crowd to morally blackmail Zhang Yi. She believed that life was at stake, and even though she and Lin Kaining, Zhou Pang and others had treated him poorly, Zhang Yi should be more magnanimous. Lin Kaining said, "Zhang Yi, fine, I admit we need your help. But think about it, if you let us take refuge in your home you could save 7 or 8 lives. Would you really be heartless enough to watch us get killed by Qin Zhanghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years." Among these 7 or 8 people, Zhang Yi indeed recognized several, and there were a few with whom he had a good relationship, including a colleague from work. They all spoke up, urging Zhang Yi to let them in for the sake of their past friendship. Unfortunately, after experiencing persecution and death in his previous life, Zhang Yi was no longer the soft-hearted person he once was. Many of those who had benefited from him were also present in this group. In the face of the apocalypse, what place was there for humanity? Only surviving for oneself was the true way forward. So he said, in times like these, whether one can survive is up to their own abilities. You have no value to me, so why should I protect you? After saying that, Zhang Yi immediately chose to exit the group. To think they could fleece him, what a dream. Only by abandoning morality could he avoid being bound. After the chat, Zhang Yi took out a box of potato chips from the alternate space. He went to the window, sat in a soft imported recliner and ate chips while admiring the view outside. Putting aside the extreme cold outside, the snowy scenery was truly beautiful. The earth was draped in silver without any other colors delighting the eyes. At that moment he suddenly saw a moving black dot appear on the 18th floor, accompanied by a scream filled with despair. Zhang Yi looked closely and realized that the figure falling from the sky was a person. In an instant they plunged into a snowbank that was 6 or 7 meters deep. With the temperature outside plunging below 70 degrees, being buried in a thick pile of snow meant certain death. It seemed the conditions in other buildings were similar. Facing dwindling supplies, chaos had erupted everywhere as people began to fight for resources, even resorting to violence and murder. Wherever there were people, the situation was devolving into a hell on earth. As Zhang Yi munched on his chips, he contemplated the impending situation. It appeared that in addition to guarding against the neighbors in his building, he also needed to be wary of the survivors outside. In the apocalypse, any accident could occur. Inside Building 25, Qin Zhanghao and his group forcibly invaded multiple households, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of 5 people. This escalating violence prompted many residents of the unit to begin organizing collectively. Their solution was to consolidate, refusing to remain scattered, instead gathering under one roof. They barricaded doors with heavy objects to prevent Qin Zhanghao's group from breaking in. For water collection, they relied on the outside world. Residents on certain floors possessed balconies that caught falling snow. Fang Yuqing and her group relocated to the 18th floor, taking shelter in Wang Min's apartment. Wang Min, Zhou Peng's cousin, ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City, an independent, self-assured woman. She held modest assets. Her home was a 3-bedroom, 2-living room unit, identical in layout to Zhang Yi's apartment. The others were her colleagues and close friends. In this apocalyptic reality, even when forming alliances, people dared only trust those they knew intimately. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were admitted solely because Zhou Peng vouched for them unequivocally. Their admission fee, their letter of allegiance, was intelligence about Zhang Yi's residence. Now the group sat huddled in the living room, swaddled in thick down jackets, scarves wound tightly around their necks as if sealing themselves against the world. Zhang Yi had flatly refused their proposal to cohabit, leaving everyone's mood distinctly sour. Wang Min turned coolly toward Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. "I agreed to let you stay under my cousin's recommendation, and only because you promised to persuade Zhang Yi to open his home to us. Now Zhang Yi refuses outright. So tell me, what do we do?" Zhou Peng might be obsequious, but Wang Min was shrewd. She saw instantly that these 2 women were no easy marks. Thus, had they not invoked Zhang Yi's name, Wang Min would never have granted them entry. Fang Yuqing hurriedly interjected, "Sister Wang, please hear me out. Zhang Yi's home is extraordinarily well stocked, and he's even installed a fireplace. If we can move in, our survival will become markedly easier." After repeated rejections from Zhang Yi, any lingering illusions they'd harbored about him dissolved completely, so they betrayed every detail of his household. They disclosed even the photos and videos he'd sent them. Lin Kaining added, "Yes, you've already seen the videos. You know precisely how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is now. If we unite and force our way in, we'll not only withstand Qin Zhanghao, but live in warmth and safety." Hearing this, Wang Min and the others instinctively pulled out their phones, once more replaying the footage Fang Yuqing had forwarded, vivid scenes of Zhang Yi's cozy, well-provisioned home dazzling enough to make their eyes gleam. Wang Min frowned. But his stance is unambiguous, he refuses to let anyone in. At that moment Sun Jichao, glasses perched low on his nose, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and spoke in a low measured tone. Such selfishness is unforgivable. He cares nothing for others' survival. We needn't treat him with courtesy. After all, he lives alone. Why not resort to unconventional methods? Sun Jichao's words hung in the air. All eyes turned to him, none needed clarification, they understood perfectly. Break into Zhang Yi's home and compel him to surrender it. His friend Lu Tao voiced enthusiastic support. Brilliant idea. A man so self-absorbed, so indifferent to others' suffering, what right does he have to such luxury? Wang Min furrowed her brow. But according to Zhou Peng, his security door is exceptionally sturdy. And unlike Chen Zhanghao's gang, we lack expertise in forced entry. Zhou Peng nodded. Exactly, and Zhang Yi is deviously cunning. Last time we knocked, he drenched us from above with urine. At the memory, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning recoiled, nearly retching. Even now traces of Zhang Yi's foul residue clung to their hair and skin. Only the biting cold and their congested sinuses spared them from being overwhelmed by the stench. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses again, a cold smile playing on his lips. That's easily solved, we simply wrap ourselves head to toe, wear masks and umbrellas. Then his tricks become useless. As for breaching the door, He glanced sidelong at Lu Tao. Lu Tao cleared his throat. I used to work for a lockpicking company. I'm intimately familiar with standard residential locks. Every common lock on the market, I can open it. Hearing this, Fang Yuqing and the others nearly leapt with elation. Excellent. Once we breach his security door, we'll swarm in masse. How could Zhang Yi possibly resist? Fang Yuqing spat the words, teeth clenched. She had pleaded with him, begged, yet he denied her entry and subjected her to unspeakable humiliations. Her hatred burned white-hot. Once inside, I'll shove his head into the toilet and force him to drink deeply. Zhou Peng, ever eager to please, chimed in, I'll hold him down. His crassness repulsed Fang Yuqing, but she still needed him. So she smiled sweetly, wonderful. Just eat plenty of soy products and onions first. The group laughed together, buoyant with shared conviction that numbers alone guaranteed victory over Zhang Yi. They gathered umbrellas, wrapped themselves entirely in layers of clothing and marched toward Zhang Yi's apartment armed with tools for forced entry. Zhang Yi's apartment was equipped with an alarm system, triggered automatically by unusual activity on his floor. As the group ascended the stairs, he was alerted instantly. Through surveillance he watched them approach, but fully shrouded they appeared indistinguishable from Chen Zhanghao's crew. Perfect timing. Last time I spared you, this time I'll deliver a sharper lesson. Zhang Yi murmured, a frosty smile curling his lips. Yet he still had no intention of killing Chen Zhanghao, not yet. Chen Zhanghao's death would deprive him of a vital instrument, the one who'd cleanse the building of its treacherous neighbors. Without that spectacle, the game would lose its luster. Arriving near Zhang Yi's door, the group unfurled several umbrellas. Now neither pressurized water nor stink bombs could dislodge them quickly. This tactical insight came straight from Fang Yuqing. Naively she believed that regardless of Zhang Yi's preparations, resources within a single apartment were inherently finite. Water sprays and stink bombs, she assumed, were his final desperate measures. They had already arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, umbrellas in hand, yet the floor where he lived was densely equipped with covert surveillance cameras installed by Zhanlong Security Company. These devices captured every movement of the intruders from multiple angles. As the group gathered before the door, Zhang Yi watched through the monitor as one man withdrew several gleaming metal tools from his pocket. He then inserted them into the keyhole of the reinforced security door. Lock-picking. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow faintly, but felt no concern. If this door could be breached so easily, the professionals at Zhanlong Security might as well resign in disgrace. Beyond its world-class security rating, comparable to a bank vault, the door featured 5-layered defensive mechanisms. Only a master locksmith of global renown could possibly manipulate its outermost lock. Moreover, it incorporated a physical lever system. Paradoxically, complexity often yields simplicity and resolution, while apparent simplicity conceals profound resistance. Zhang Yi's door exemplified this principle. Having never intended to leave, he had barred it from within using a solid steel rod 10 centimeters in diameter. Unless subjected to repeated vehicular impact, the rod was utterly impervious to human force. Anticipating such intrusion, Zhang Yi had further integrated a specialized countermeasure. Watching the live feed on his television screen, he retrieved his phone, launched the Secure Shelters control application and tapped a single button. Instantly, a massive surge of electricity coursed through the security door. Lu Tao, deeply focused on picking the lock, let out a guttural scream as high-voltage current ravaged his body. His companions recoiled in horror, faces drained of color. Help, help me. Lu Tao shrieked, his features twisted in agony as he pleaded with his comrades. The current gripped him like a merciless vice, inescapable, unrelenting. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng and the others stood frozen, stunned into silence. None had foreseen such a contingency, none carried insulated tools. Within moments, acrid smoke began rising from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by the sickening stench of charred flesh. Boom! He collapsed onto the floor, his clothes reduced to tatters, his arms and face blackened and carbonized. He was unmistakably dead. Ah! Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning screamed in unison, witnessing sudden violent death at close range delivered a shattering psychological blow. Inside the apartment, Zhang Yi's lips curled upward in a faint enigmatic smile, strangely even satisfying. Yet whom could they blame? To scheme against Zhang Yi was to invite death. Wang Min and the others trembled inwardly. Their forced entry plan had ended in catastrophic failure. Sun Jiqiao and Lu Tao had been brothers in arms for years. Seeing his closest friend perish ignited a furnace of fury in Sun's eyes. Zhang Yi, you dog! Come out right now, you bastard! He seized a spade and slammed it repeatedly against the door, each deafening clang reverberating through several floors. Yet the massive iron door remained utterly unmarred, not a dent, not a scratch. Where the paint chipped away, thick alloy gleamed coldly beneath. Zhang Yi approached the door, hands tucked casually into his pockets, his expression laced with mockery. You actually came to bash down my door. Don't you realize you're courting death? He shook his head, sighing, oh, wouldn't life have been simpler? Hearing his mocking voice, those outside flinched, shocked and enraged. Wang Min shouted, Zhang Yi, we came peacefully to discuss cohabitation. How could you kill someone outright? You're worse than Chen Zhanghao, you're a bloodthirsty demon. Upon hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized these were not Chen Zhanghao's men. Yet he felt no remorse for Lu Tao's death, such a man deserved no mercy. A moment's reflection clarified their identities. It had to be Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's group. They alone knew how luxuriously fortified Zhang Yi's residence truly was. His expression darkened, his words struck like whips. What the hell are you pretending? You broke in to smash my door and seize my home, so dying was only just. And now you bark here like dogs, how absurdly laughable. Sun Jiqiao feigned composure. Zhang Yi, we mean no harm, we simply wish to speak with you. But without warning you murdered our dear brother Lu Tao, that's beyond unacceptable. Won't you at least offer some explanation? Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Just to chat. Uninvited you stormed my door to pick the lock and call that a friendly conversation. Poof. Once inside you'd surely eliminate me or cast me out to starve. Then you'd lounge in comfort inside the sanctuary I built with my own hands, wouldn't you? The intruders exchanged glances. This had indeed been their original intent. Sun Jiqiao's brow furrowed, deeper grief and hatred for Zhang Yi burned white-hot. Yet now breaching the door was paramount. He drew a deep breath and bellowed, Zhang Yi, this is your final chance. Open up and let us in, otherwise consequences will far exceed your capacity to endure. Fang Yuqing added from outside, Zhang Yi, we won't harm you. We merely wish to share this space and face the catastrophe together. Don't mistake goodwill for weakness. Lin Caning chimed in, yes, fine, you may have the master bedroom and supplies will be prioritized for you. Their voices trembled with fervor, for just beyond that wall lay paradise, a haven they had longed for with desperate yearning. Zhang Yi dismissed their claims with contempt. Have you lost your minds? This is my home, yet you presume to allocate rooms like rightful owners. Show me what you've got, I'll see if you can force your way in. Even as he spoke, his hands moved with practiced efficiency. He chambered a round into his handgun and gripped his crossbow firmly. The hunt was about to begin. Through the surveillance feed he observed every detail outside, even catching fragments of their hushed deliberations. Sun Jiqiao and the others huddled closely, strategizing their next move. Gu Zheliang, the most timid among them, stammered nervously, what do we do now? Lu Tao is dead, no one can pick that lock anymore. Let's retreat. If we draw Chen Zhanghao's attention, things will turn dire. Sun Jiqiao snapped back, afraid of what? This is the 24th floor, Chen Zhanghao's crew would collapse climbing up here. Even if they sought plunder and slaughter, they'd target the lower floors first. Wang Min spoke gravely, Zhang Yi proves far more formidable than anticipated. His preparations suggest he foresaw the apocalypse itself, meticulous, absolute, inevitable. Indeed, some people gradually began to notice Zhang Yi's peculiarities. In this icy apocalypse, everyone suffered from hunger and bitter cold, even households that once stored provisions now struggled desperately. Yet he alone remained well-fed and warmly clad, even installing a fireplace in Tianhai City, a southern metropolis. Coupled with his reinforced anti-theft door, it was clear he had prepared meticulously for precisely such a crisis. Zhou Peng curled his lip in disdain and spat bitterly. If that's true, Zhang Yi is even more despicable. He foresaw the blizzard yet selfishly hoarded the knowledge, never warning his neighbors in advance. Pah! He spat violently onto the ground. Bearing a personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng seized every opportunity to slander him. Wang Min and the others remained silent, brows furrowed, ignoring Zhou Peng entirely. After all, had they been in his place, their first and only concern would have been themselves and their families, not the fate of strangers. So what do we do next? Picking the lock has failed, what about forced entry? Wang Min asked, her gaze settling upon Zhou Peng, Sun Jiqiao and Gu Zheliang. These three men were among the few able-bodied males in their group, the natural vanguard should brute force be required. They huddled together, whispering and debating for several minutes. Through his surveillance system, Zhang Yi watched them retreat up the staircase. With a pistol in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he observed their departure with calm, unhurried detachment. He could have struck then, killing two with ease. Yet he felt no urgency. Life had grown too placid, he craved a spark of danger. He wanted to witness precisely how they intended to breach his door, a rehearsal in truth for future encounters with far more formidable adversaries. After a long while they returned. This time they carried a massive thick wooden beam evidently dismantled from a bed. Several women held umbrellas overhead shielding the men from potential torrents of freezing water Zhang Yi might unleash. The three men heaved the beam aloft and charged, thud, slamming it into the door with thunderous force. The impact reverberated so fiercely Zhang Yi felt the walls tremble. Yet he felt no concern. A 20-centimeter thick steel door would not yield, not unless the opposing team harbored the Hulk himself. Zhou Peng, Sun Jiqiu and Gu Jialiang threw their entire bodies into each collision. Zhang Yi merely sat on his sofa, eyes fixed on the futile assault while simultaneously monitoring structural stress and motion through a dedicated mobile application. The app, custom designed by Zhanlong Security Company, offered real-time telemetry of the entire residence. He remained vigilant, his weapons gripped firmly, ready to act the instant anomalies arose. Yet despite Sun Jiqiu and his comrades' relentless battering, so loud the entire building must have heard, the door stood unyielding. Not a single dent marred its surface, only faint white scuffs appeared where the beam struck. 5 minutes passed. The group stared dumbfounded. How thick is this door? Even a bank vault door couldn't withstand such punishment. Who in their right mind installs this kind of door in a residential apartment? Sun Jiqiu and his companions roared in despair, a raw guttural cry born of fury and hopelessness. Watching the spectacle unfold on his monitor, Zhang Yi allowed himself a faint satisfied smile, his safe house's integrity now beyond doubt. Very well. It is time they learned their lesson. He rose, slipped the handgun into his pocket and opened a metal case. Inside lay 20 crossbow bolts, yet eerily each was thickly coated in rust. Such alloy bolts should resist corrosion entirely, yet these bore deep mottled rust as if left to rot for years in damp decay. In truth, the rust was deliberately induced. A mere graze would introduce tetanus spores into the wound. In this lawless, medically barren world, the infection would not kill swiftly, but would instead fester, suppurate and devour flesh with agonizing slowness. Those struck would face a grim choice: amputation to save their lives, or a protracted, excruciating death. This grim insight came from Chen Zhanghao himself. Though Chen Zhanghao had lost his leg, he'd somehow clung to life. But next time, if struck again by these tetanus bolts, Zhang Yi wondered just how long he'd last. A devilish smile flickered across Zhang Yi's lips as he ascended to the firing port. Fang Yuqing and her companions, sheltered beneath umbrellas, could see nothing of the figure below. Zhang Yi paid them no mind. He loosed an arrow straight into the cluster beneath the umbrellas, whip. Piercing fabric and flesh alike, followed instantly by a shriek of agony. Before they could react, he reloaded a second bolt, no need to aim, they stood tightly packed, easy targets. The second bolt flew, another scream tore the air. Zhang Yi reloaded with practiced speed, drew the string taut. Only then did the group scatter in panicked flight, shrieking in terror. Calm and deliberate, Zhang Yi tracked them, deliberately avoiding vital organs, targeting arms and thighs instead. Of the remaining 6, 3 fell wounded, 1 bore 2 bolts. But the crossbow's slow reload meant he could not finish them all before they vanished into his blind spots, retreating beyond his line of sight. Zhang Yi shrugged indifferently. It mattered little. Those struck were already condemned, doomed to die in wretched, festering torment. As for the rest, he had all the time in the world to play with them, slowly, deliberately. Time, after all, was his ally. And truly, how else could one describe such unwavering composure? Even now he refused to step outside and deliver a final blow. Was that not stability incarnate? He would never risk injury, not even for a 1 in 10,000 chance. The crossbow bolt supply, however, presents a serious logistical concern. Frowning, Zhang Yi turned his thoughts toward long-term sustainability. He had originally purchased 300 crossbow bolts and another 300 arrows. Retrieving spent projectiles was impossible, venturing outside remained out of the question. Though reserves remained ample, foresight demanded prudence, a man without long-term vision inevitably faces imminent peril. After a moment's reflection, inspiration struck. He opened his spatial rift and rummaged within, immediately locating exactly what he needed. Inside the warehouse lay countless steel bearing balls, perfectly suited for launch via crossbow. Also present were toy glass marbles, less lethal than steel yet propelled by a professional-grade crossbow. Their impact remained devastating. Should bolts dwindle, the warehouse held abundant metal components easily repurposed or reforged. Zhang Yi exhaled, deeply relieved. With these resources I could survive indefinitely. His comfort was absolute, while others now suffered unimaginably. Fang Yuqing and her 6 companions had presumed strength in numbers, intending to seize Zhang Yi's residence by force. Instead, their gambit backfired catastrophically, 1 dead, 3 gravely wounded by poisoned bolts, and a humiliating, desperate retreat. They did not even dare retrieve Lu Tao's corpse. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jiqiu and the others fled back like lost dogs. Once they returned to the house and closed the door, they were all drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Among them, several injured individuals gritted their teeth in pain, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrow had struck Sun Jiqiu, Zhou Peng and Gu Jialiang. After all, they were the main attackers closest to the door of Zhang Yi's house. Meanwhile, Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainin had previously witnessed Zhang Yi's methods and deliberately stood back avoiding the arrows. As a result, among the 7 who went, 4 of the men either died or were hit by a tetanus arrow. Due to the extreme cold, they initially did not feel much pain. However, upon returning home, a few of them enduring the extreme cold had to grit their teeth and loosen their clothes. When they saw their wounds, their faces all changed dramatically. If it were ordinary arrows, it would have been manageable. They could pull them out, disinfect with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. But these arrows were covered in rust. Without any antibiotics, once infection set in, given the current environment, they could only wait to die a most tragic death. No. How could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted as he realized what it meant. The fear of death instantly enveloped him. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Wang Min angrily slapped Fong Yuqing. The injured were all her close friends. And all of this was because Fong Yuqing had incited them to rob Zhang Yi's house. Could she not be angry? You wretched girl, it's all your fault. Didn't you say his door was solid? Why were there arrows? Did you already know, which is why you ran so far? Why are you all fine? Wang Min was not small in stature. She was much taller than Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainin. That slap instantly scared Fong Yuqing into trembling. Fong Yuqing covered her face, tears rolling down in grievance. I didn't know. The last 2 times we went, he didn't attack us with crossbows. Zhou Peng, with an arrow in his arm, hurriedly struggled over and stood in front of Fong Yuqing. Cousin, don't do that. I can testify Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min felt frustrated seeing her cousin being so foolish. She pointed at Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan. Then why were they completely fine? I saw them hiding far away. You weren't injured either, were you? How dare you say anything to us? Lin Kainan retorted quietly. Wang Min, furious, shouted, that was just luck, I wasn't hit. Now we're all hurt because of you. You two get out. Sun Jichao, however, reached out to stop Wang Min and gave her a meaningful glance. We are all injured now, someone has to take care of us, he said softly. He didn't want to die yet, he had to pull out the arrow and pray not to get infected to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently and she glared at Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan with hatred. Get over here and help. Fong Yuqing and Lin Kainan lowered their heads, a hint of resentment flashing in their eyes. But they still went to help treat the wounds of the injured. After loosening their clothes and seeing the severity of the arrows, their faces immediately turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts were professional grade, suitable for hunting wild boars and coyotes. When they hit a person, they immediately embedded deeply. They had no professional medical personnel here nor any specialized equipment and had no way to treat the injuries. A careless move could lead to excessive bleeding and death. Wang Min pondered for a moment and said, we can only call Dr. Zhou to help. The Dr. Zhou she referred to was Zhou Qi. Previously, when Lin Xiaohu had a ruptured liver from a kick, it was she who helped save his life. Wang Min moved aside to call Zhou Qi. Before long, Zhou Qi arrived. Wang Min went over excitedly, grasping Zhou Qi's hand. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you. Zhou Qi wore a long black down coat, wrapping herself tightly, but still could not hide her tall and slender figure. She carried an iron medical box on her shoulder. Once she entered the room and glanced at the injuries of the several people, she immediately frowned. Another arrow wound. Wang Min blinked in curiosity. Another. Who else got hit by arrows? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhou Qi's face. No, they were patients from the hospital before. Wang Min felt somewhat strange, but there was no time to ponder. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at them quickly. Zhou Qi did not waste words and walked over to examine the injuries of the few people. By now their faces were terrifyingly pale. Since the arrows could not be pulled out, there was no way to stop the bleeding, and in temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees this was already extremely fatal. Zhou Qi took a look and frowned, saying their injuries are too severe. Unless there is specialized equipment, I cannot guarantee I can perform the surgery successfully. Wang Min hurriedly said, Dr. Zhou, it's all ready this time, just go ahead and do it. We trust you. Zhou Qi shook her head. The arrows are covered in rust, which can cause infection. I can at most pull out the arrows, but without antibiotics there will still be infection. If that happens. She did not say the rest, but everyone present understood what it meant. In such conditions, once infected, it was certain death. Wang Min's tears immediately flowed down. Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In this apocalyptic world, people inherently felt insecure. To lose so many loved ones and friends in a single day would undoubtedly drive one to despair. That Zhang Yi has such a cruel heart. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so vicious? Even if we took his house, we wouldn't take his life. Wang Min cursed in grief. Zhang Yi. Zhou Qi recalled this name. She had met Zhang Yi a few times and vaguely remembered him as a sunny and handsome man. However, due to Zhou Qi's aloof personality, she had not interacted with him much. In any case, without medication, just pulling out the arrows will still pose great risks to life. I hope you all understand. Zhou Qi said calmly. To this day she no longer avoided anything in this apocalyptic world. Everyone should be prepared to die at any moment. Suddenly Fan Yuqing seemed to think of something. She said excitedly, medicine. I remember Zhang Yi has some at home. Wang Min and Sun Jiqiao were instantly excited upon hearing that Zhang Yi had medicine. When faced with death one will grasp at any straw of hope. Sun Jiqiao struggled to say, is this true? Does he really have medicine? Wang Min fixed her gaze on Fan Yuqing, saying, you better not be lying. Because of you several of us are seriously injured. Hearing the name Zhang Yi now made her feel a lingering fear. Fan Yuqing said about a month ago it seemed like Zhang Yi changed completely. He began hoarding supplies like crazy at home. I could see delivery trucks bringing him things almost every day. Once I saw a medical company's vehicle come to the community and Zhang Yi went to meet it. Then they carried 2 large boxes into his house. It must be medicine. Antibiotics are not rare medicines. If he truly knew a disaster was coming and hoarded supplies, he must have a large stock of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. As a doctor, Zhou Keir was very certain of this. Sun Jiqiao seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Then hurry and find Zhang Yi. Have him bring the medicine to save my life. My injuries were caused by him, so he must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her face filled with conflict. But after what just happened, he must hate us. Why would he give us medicine? Gu Jialiang could no longer bear the pain. He lay on the sofa groaning in agony. Oh no, I feel like I'm dying. Think of a way. Plead with Zhang Yi, we must be saved. Fan Yuqing added, we haven't harmed him and we even plan to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. Instead he is ungrateful and has attacked us. We are the rightful ones here, so what is there to fear? Hearing their words, Zhou Keir roughly understood what had happened, her eyes flashing with a look of disbelief. But this matter had nothing to do with her and she did not comment further. Instead she opened the medical kit and took out some gauze to stop the bleeding for a few people. The medical box was nearly empty. The medicines she had at home were for emergencies and wouldn't be plentiful. Moreover, in recent days she had helped several neighbors treat injuries, naturally exhausting her supplies. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get the medicine, she might only be able to help remove the arrows and give a makeshift bandage. At least, it could spare them a more painful death. A group of people had spoken beautifully. Until now they still believed they were in the right. They were just trying to survive. How could that be wrong? They could only blame Zhang Yi for being too selfish. Why should he alone enjoy such good living conditions? After pondering for a moment, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fan Yuqing and said, this matter is up to you to handle. I know Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you are the most suitable for this. Sun Jiqiao and Gu Jialiang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, this whole situation was caused by Fan Yuqing. If she hadn't informed them about Zhang Yi's situation and confidently claimed that his defenses were weak and easy to breach, they wouldn't have been so foolish as to take the risk. Although Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to let Fan Yuqing plead with Zhang Yi, the intense pain in his arm and the danger of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. Yuqing, we are a collective right. This matter will have to trouble you a bit. Only by us all surviving can we protect you. Fan Yuqing looked conflicted, her heart very unwilling. After all, she had been humiliated by Zhang Yi before. However, she had no choice now. It was only through her relationship with Zhou Peng that she could join this group. Otherwise, as such a weak woman, she would be of little use against bullies like Chen Zhanghao. Other teams wouldn't choose to let her in. Even if she could join, she might end up as a mere plaything. In the apocalypse, women, especially those with no skills beyond being charming and pretty, are incredibly cheap. Zhou Keir picked up a scalpel, limited by conditions, unable to sterilize. Even with an alcohol lamp it would solidify in such temperature. Moreover, without medicine, sterilization was just a meaningless task. She had Sun Jiqiao bite down on a towel and then began to extract the arrows. In a surgery without anesthesia, shrieks of agony soon filled the room and Sun Jiqiao was about to bite through the towel in his mouth. Everyone in the room was horrified and hurriedly urged Fan Yuqing to find Zhang Yi for medicine. Fan Yuqing gritted her teeth and dialed Zhang Yi's voice message on WeChat. Beep. 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 Zhang Yi was at home preparing to eat something. Strangely, despite having just killed someone for the first time, he felt an unyielding calm within himself. There was no fear, only a sense of exhilaration from having succeeded in revenge. This satisfied him. In the apocalypse, one must have such a mentality to survive. He had truly feared that he might throw up or suffer from insomnia. After all, he had faced more dire situations than anyone else and nothing could break his mental state now. At that moment the phone rang. When Zhang Yi saw it was Fan Yuqing calling, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, a smile of surprise forming at the corners of his mouth. Oh. After being beaten so badly by me, are you calling to scold me now? Zhang Yi answered without hesitation. The more miserable the other party was, the happier he felt. He switched to speakerphone and began making lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what's the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was incredibly gentle, as if the one who had just killed Lu Tao and shot at Sun Jiqiao was not him. But the more he spoke like this, the more chilling it felt to Fan Yuqing and the others. Under their gazes, Fang Yuqing also turned on the speaker to chat. She pleaded, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead and Zhou Peng has been shot by you and is dying too. Woo woo. She cried pitifully, seeming to seek Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely replied indifferently, oh, if they're dead then they're dead. They were bound to die sooner or later. He held the knife in his hand, leaning closer to the microphone as he murmured, you don't think you can survive this snow disaster, do you? His voice was like that from hell, sending shivers down Wang Min and the others' spines. Zhang Yi had articulated their deepest fears. With the heavy snow sealing off the city their building had already become an island. Even if they were alive now, their supplies would soon run out. Even if they weren't killed by Qin Zhanghao, they would freeze or starve to death. Fang Yuqing trembled as she cried, Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not accepting your pursuit. But now I want to change. Can you forgive me? Zhang Yi replied coolly, what do you think? Beside Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others nudged her, urging her to get straight to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffled, her voice trembling with tears, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng and the others were gravely wounded by your arrows. Their injuries are severe, our household has no medicine and they'll die from infection. You bought so much medicine before, please lend us some. I swear I'll never disturb you again. Zhang Yi's hands paused mid-motion as he cooked, stunned by Fang Yuqing's sheer illogic. Fang Yuqing, tell me, why do you suppose I used rusted arrows? Precisely so they'd suffer agonizing deaths from infection, that was my intent. And yet you dare come here begging for medicine. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yi laughed as he scolded her. Did Fang Yuqing and the others not grasp this truth themselves? Yet now if they refused to swallow their pride and beg Zhang Yi, they could only watch helplessly as their companions perished. Zhou Peng and the two other men represented their sole hope for survival in the days ahead. Tears streaming down her face, Fang Yuqing pleaded, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please forgive them this once, we vow never to trouble you again. Besides, times are desperate now, we ought to support one another. Don't be so heartless, would their deaths truly bring you joy? Before she could finish, Zhang Yi cut in firm and unyielding yes. I am thoroughly delighted. Fang Yuqing froze speechless. Wang Min hurried forward and addressed Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, I'm Wang Min. Surely you remember, I treated you to a meal once. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Back then Wang Min had enlisted his help to procure goods from the warehouse at a steep discount. He'd accepted that single meal, but later helped her earn far more in return. Do you really think that's relevant now? Zhang Yi retorted coldly. Wang Min swallowed hard, just then Zhou Peng's anguished cries echoed from the living room. Zhang Yi listened with serene satisfaction, almost wishing he could witness their torment firsthand. Wang Min pressed on, Zhang Yi, none of us know what tomorrow holds, not with tyrants like Qin Zhanghao taking lives. Leave room for mercy, perhaps one day you'll need us. If you give us the medicine now, Wang Min will never forget your kindness and repay it without fail. Zhang Yi scoffed, kindness. Do you take me for a fool? Those men were wounded by my hand, and one corpse lies right outside my door. No matter what I do, this grudge is absolute irreconcilable. Should I aid you only to await your vengeance later? That's laughable. Wang Min tried to protest, we're not like that. Enough. It's tiresome. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue twice, whether you are or aren't, that matters little to me. What matters is that I don't believe you are, and therefore I won't save you. To rescue those who seek your ruin. That would be pure unadulterated saintliness, no amount of honeyed words could sway Zhang Yi. Seeing Zhang Yi remain unmoved, panic surged among them. Wang Min's brows knotted in fury, Zhang Yi, don't push us to the brink. If you force us into despair, who knows what we might do? Unfazed by her threat, Zhang Yi sneered, haven't you already done everything you possibly could? Had you possessed such capability, you'd have stormed my home long ago, killed me and seized all I own? I wasn't raised on fairy tales, this tactic holds no power over me. Fang Yuqing snatched the phone and sobbed into it, Zhang Yi, must it truly end like this? We were so close once. Why can't we cast aside our bitterness and begin anew? Truth be told, Qing'er has always cherished you in her heart. At that moment, Zhou Peng, biting down on a towel as surgery unfolded next door, nearly bulged his eyes from their sockets, letting out muffled frantic cries. Faced with such a master of calculated charm, Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire her audacity. Her nerve was thicker than the corner of a city wall. Still, it was unsurprising in this world Zhang Yi was effectively a tycoon. And gold-digging women were peerless in their relentless pursuit of wealth. Suddenly a dark, cunning idea flickered through Zhang Yi's mind. He knew the others stood nearby, and Zhou Peng could hear every word. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, Yuqing, truthfully my heart still holds affection for you. But you wounded me deeply back then, I've never been able to let it go. Those words ignited a spark of hope, a fragile trembling flame in Fang Yuqing's soul. Ignoring the furious glares around her, she trembled with exhilaration. Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you could never stop loving Qing'er. You're so naive, Qing'er's dearest has always been you. Those past incidents. Merely tests of your devotion. Oh, you dense one, how could you miss her meaning? Wang Min and the others recoiled, shuddering with discomfort. Zhou Peng nearly fainted from sheer rage. Yet none spoke. They believed that if Fang Yuqing truly ensnared Zhang Yi, they might yet claim his home and supplies. Brother Zhang Yi, let Qing'er move into your home. From now on I am yours alone, whatever you desire however you wish it done I shall obey without question. All right. A faint chilling smile touched Zhang Yi's lips. Very well. Fan Yuqing leapt up on the spot elated beyond measure as if she'd just drunk pure soy milk. Lin Caning blurted urgently, take me with you. Fan Yuqing shot her a glacial glance, her inner contempt simmering. Zhang Yi's voice clear and detached drifted from the phone once more. However Yuqing, I love only you. Thus I accept only you. As for those of questionable character, you'd best keep your distance. In these dire times we cannot allow a crowd to drag us down. Don't you agree? At those words every face in the room paled. They'd counted on Fan Yuqing's entanglement with Zhang Yi to secure shared benefit, yet his tone suggested outright severance. Fan Yuqing however was too intoxicated with euphoria to notice their dismay. She nodded frantically breathless with assent. Yes, everything rests with brother. Xinger obeys you utterly. Then come now, leave the others behind. Right away. Just wait for me brother. Her cheeks flushed crimson with excitement, her mind emptied of all else, consumed solely by the vision of escaping this living hell. Without hesitation she bolted for the door. Wang Min's fury had reached its boiling point. Seeing Fan Yuqing truly abandon them, Lin Caning lunged and seized her arm. Fan Yuqing whirled around, her features twisted in a feral snarl. Get your hands off me. Don't stand in my way, I've endured this wretched life long enough. Before the echo faded, Wang Min's heavy palm cracked across her cheek. Shameless wretch, you've ruined us all and now you think you can simply walk away. Not in this lifetime. Wang Min and the others were livid. It was you Fan Yuqing who first came and lured us into attacking Zhang Yi's home. Now some are dead, some grievously wounded, and you would abandon everyone to pursue your own comforts. Don't even talk about it. Zhou Pang in the middle of operating heard that Fan Yuqing planned to go to Zhang Yi and grew furious, his eyes bulging. Yuqing, how could you do this to me? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi the most? Do you still remember you once said you would be my woman? Fan Yuqing, slapped by Wang Min, clutched her face but gritted her teeth and replied stubbornly, is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Being with you is only temporary. When our supplies run out, well, I'll be waiting for death. Zhang Yi's household is so comfortable, there's food and drink and warmth. What's wrong if I go to him? She looked at Zhou Peng, contorting his face, her expression pleading for understanding. Zhou Peng, you are a good man, you've always treated me well. But loving someone is wishing for their happiness, isn't it? Although you've helped me in the past, you shouldn't stop me from seeking a better life. Can what you can give me compare to what Zhang Yi can? Zhou Peng went ashen, stammering, unable to find a rebuttal. Zhou Qier furrowed her brow and warned him, don't move. If you shift you'll nick a major artery and you're done for. Wang Min, alarmed, hurried over and restrained Zhou Peng. Cousin, don't be so furious at this wretched woman, preserve your life first. She drew a deep breath, fixed her gaze on Fan Yuqing and said, Fan Yuqing, if you want to leave we won't stop you, but not unless Zhang Yi brings medicine in exchange. Lin Caning blocked the door and lifted her chin. Fan Yuqing, if you go we too will go together. Fan Yuqing glared at them with hatred, then helplessly turned to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, you heard them, they won't let me go. Otherwise give them some medicine. Zhang Yi stood in the kitchen watching the spectacle. Hearing her he smiled faintly and said, medicine is precious. How can I trust they are not deceiving me? They might be tricking you. Perhaps they'll take you hostage and use you to extort from me, always demanding things. Xinger, we can't be fooled. Because the line was open, everyone heard their conversation clearly. Zhou Peng continued to shout, Yuqing, don't trust him. He's just playing you. Indeed, everyone else thought the same. But those in the midst of it are blinded. Under such harsh conditions, Fan Yuqing's mind had become unsettled. Zhang Yi offered her a sliver of hope and she, like a drowning woman, clutched at the straw. Even when reason told her it could not save her, she would not release it. She nodded repeatedly, yes, brother Zhang Yi, you are right. After saying that, she lunged like a madwoman at Lin Caning, who stood in the doorway. You filthy woman, get out of my way. Don't stop me. The two women immediately tore into each other. Driven mad by her desire to get to Zhang Yi's house, Fan Yuqing fought with bloodshot eyes, clawing at Lin Caning's hair and biting her arm. Lin Caning screamed in pain and fought back like a possessed woman. They fell to the floor looking like two lunatics. Wang Min could not bear it. There were still patients undergoing surgery nearby and their fight could jeopardize the operations. So she joined the fray, teaming with Lin Caning, and with great effort they subdued the crazed Fan Yuqing. Let go of me. Let me go. Fan Yuqing shrieked hoarsely like a possessed woman. Wang Min's brow darkened. She swung in sweeping arcs and slapped Fan Yuqing 6 or 7 times. Fan Yuqing was stunned into silence. Wang Min snorted coldly, you think you can leave? Dream on. She picked up Fan Yuqing's phone and stepped aside to call Zhang Yi. Hello Zhang Yi. Fan Yuqing is in our hands. If you truly want to save her, bring medicine to trade. Zhang Yi shrugged. There are too many of you, I'm scared. What if you use the chance to kill me? So Yuqing, even though your brother wants to live with you, they won't allow it. Don't blame your brother. Zhang Yi deliberately spoke loudly and of course Fang Yuqing heard. She let out a pained roar. Her look at Wang Min and the others filled with venom. Zhang Yi hung up at the opportune moment, a wicked smile curling his lips. The cruelest thing in the world is to give the desperate a sliver of hope only to make it forever unreachable. He would of course never let that deceitful innocent acting woman into his home. He only wished to disgust those people. At worst they could kill Fang Yuqing. On Fang Yuqing's side she wailed for a long time before collapsing into bitter sobs. Yet she did not hate Zhang Yi, she hated Zhou Peng and Wang Min and the others. She convinced herself that if Zhou Peng and Wang Min had not stopped her she would already be in Zhang Yi's house eating exquisite food and basking by a warm hearth. Wang Min sneered at Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Lin Caning. Lin's behavior had pleased her, at least she was not in league with Fang Yuqing. Truly a loyal friend betraying one another in adversity. You see for yourself, this woman only thinks of herself and never considers others. If you intend to stay with our group, keep a close eye on her. Don't let her get away, Wang Min said coldly to Lin Caning. Lin Caning nodded vigorously. Sister Wang, you'll do as you say. She glanced at the weeping Fang Yuqing on the floor, eyes full of hatred, and spoke each word. I will absolutely not let her run away alone. If hardships must be borne, we will bear them together. Why should you be the only one to enjoy comfort? In the living room, Zhou Care performed simple surgeries on 3 people. With no sterilization or anesthesia, she could only swiftly pull out the rusted tetanus-laden arrows and use gauze to staunch the bleeding. Miserably, there were not even cotton balls for disinfection. The alcohol had frozen in the bitter cold. The sole piece of good news was that the extreme cold numbed them into unconsciousness, sparing them pain. Yet the downside was stark. In such temperatures, tissue easily necrotized. Zhou Care finished the procedures and wiped the blood from her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, this is only a temporary treatment. Without medicine, infection is very likely afterward. Be mentally prepared. Helplessness filled Wang Min and the others' eyes. Zhang Yi refused to heed them. Without his cooperation, how could they possibly obtain medicine? Zhou Care extended her hand toward Wang Min. She would certainly not offer help for free. Wang Min understood the unspoken rules and handed her a pack of biscuits. Though modest in quantity, it would last her 2 days if rationed carefully. Zhou Care found this acceptable and departed. After she left, an oppressive silence settled over the room. Severe pain continued to radiate from their wounds, pinning the 3 men motionless on the sofa, tightly wrapped in blankets. Zhou Peng gazed at Fang Yuqing lying on the floor, his eyes brimming with sorrow. The others watched her with undisguised hostility. Sun Jichao drew a deep, ragged breath. We cannot simply wait to die. We must obtain medicine from Zhang Yi, or else infection will claim us all in agony. He turned to Wang Min and Lin Caning, voice low and grave. You both understand that without male protection, survival in this apocalypse is nearly impossible. Wang Min and Lin Caning's faces darkened. They knew Sun Jichao spoke truth, otherwise Wang Min would never have chosen them as her initial team. But, we are utterly powerless against Zhang Yi. Wang Min inhaled sharply, her expression heavy with resignation. They had already failed a direct assault, suffering losses, and now possessed no viable alternative. Sun Jichao clenched his teeth, physical agony overriding all restraint. I do have one plan worth attempting. Eyes across the room lit up instantly, all turning toward him. What is it? If there's even a sliver of hope, we must seize it. Exactly, while only perish waiting. Better to gamble everything now. Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, proof he stockpiled vast quantities of fuel. And judging by his videos, his food reserves are abundant. This intelligence remains known only to us, yet clearly we alone cannot breach his home. So instead, let us leak it, broadcast it to every resident of this entire apartment building. Sun Jichao's gaze hardened, cold, venomous like that of a striking cobra. If we cannot subdue him, surely hundreds can. And consider Qin Zhanghao, the rabid dog who wields a firearm. His gang commits atrocities without hesitation. They've murdered before and they will target Zhang Yi. By then securing just medicine and provisions should pose no difficulty. Before he finished speaking, Gu Jialiang burst out excitedly, brilliant idea, I fully endorse it. Others hesitated only briefly before nodding in swift agreement. After all, they had no better option. Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted in furious denunciation. How utterly shameless you are. How dare you do this? I meant to live with Zhang Yi, I'll be ruined if you destroy him. Wang Min's face hardened into icy disdain. She strode forward and struck Fang Yuqing hard across the face, swelling her features grotesquely. Then gripping her hair, she dragged the shrieking woman into the bedroom. Wang Min called out to Zhou Peng, come here. Take her. Now. His injury was confined to the arm, relatively minor in severity. Zhang Yi had deliberately aimed away from vital organs. He intended for them to succumb slowly to infection and necrosis. Thus, after the arrow was extracted, Zhou Peng retained full mobility. Zhou Peng paused, startled by the command. Hesitantly he replied, cousin, this isn't right, I truly love her. How could I harm her? Fang Yuqing trembled violently on the bed, pleading desperately. No, you mustn't do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you loved me most? Wang Min spat contemptuously, sly little vixen, you've brought us to ruin. Letting you sleep with my cousin is far too lenient a punishment. She turned to Zhou Peng, voice sharp with scorn. Foolish boy, snap out of it. This woman is base and promiscuous, she's slept with countless men. Let's be blunt, you only want her body. Here's your chance to fulfill that desire. Afterward you'll finally see through her lies. As a woman, Wang Min understood precisely how to break Fang Yuqing. One night with Zhou Peng would swiftly erode his infatuation, replacing obsession with familiarity. Zhou Peng roared and charged into the bedroom only to shove Wang Min aside with brute force. Never speak of her like that again. Yuqing and I share true love, I would never force her. He stood rigid, jaw set. Wang Min stared, finger jabbing at him, speechless with fury. Useless lapdog. She had gravely underestimated a lapdog's devotion. Zhou Peng declared fiercely, no, I am not a lapdog. Yuqing is the only woman who has ever treated me with genuine kindness. I believe, with time, patience and sincerity, she will fall in love with me. As he spoke he turned to Fang Yuqing and flashed what he imagined to be a dashing, confident smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He recalled arriving in this city as a youth, unfamiliar, adrift, utterly alone. With only a junior high education he was mocked and dismissed by many. Only Fang Yuqing offered him warmth, a gentle smile, and even kindly asked him to help carry her belongings. In his loneliness she gave him the chance to treat her to dinner. That rare feeling of being trusted and seen had warmed his heart ever since. He would sooner wound himself than harm her. Even now, after her words, he blamed Zhang Yi alone, convinced she'd been deceived. Yes, so long as he waited patiently, Fang Yuqing would one day realize he was the man who loved her best. Seeing Zhou Peng's foolish grin, Fang Yuqing exhaled inwardly, relieved. Though submitting to him posed no great obstacle, she privately despised him and felt visceral revulsion at the thought. The others in the room were left speechless by Zhou Peng's abject devotion. Yet their focus remained fixed on rallying the entire building against Zhang Yi. So they let Zhou Peng be. Wang Min and the others resolved to expose Zhang Yi's abundance of supplies to everyone. They would harness collective force to storm his residence, only then could they seize life-saving medicine for Sun Jiqiao and the others. Wang Min posted Zhang Yi's prior videos and photos into the building's original owners group chat, deliberately ensuring Chen Zhanghao would see them. Wang Min neighbors, I've just learned some among us live in astonishing comfort, hoarding resources while the rest of us starve. Such selfishness is nothing short of despicable. These videos were filmed recently at Zhang Yi's home. Compare our suffering these past days with his ease, how can this be fair? Let us discuss, what action shall we take? Ordinarily the group lay dormant, silent for weeks on end. Only Chen Zhanghao occasionally issued threats into the void. Thus Wang Min's barrage of videos and images instantly ignited widespread attention. Neighbors hurriedly opened the videos, and upon witnessing such idyllic domesticity many nearly lost their composure in disbelief. He wears pajamas indoors. Our apartments hover below -70 degrees, how does he stay warm? His lights burn all night, where does he get electricity? Are these videos really recent or relics from before the collapse? Some voiced skepticism. Desperate and freezing, they could scarcely fathom that anyone still enjoyed steaming savory meals and dwelled in warmth, safety and comfort. Wang Min immediately declared, I can assure everyone that these videos were all filmed recently. Zhang Yi's home has long been stocked with all manner of supplies, food, fuel and more. So his life right now is nothing short of paradise. Lin Caning added, yes, I can vouch for it. I was the one who helped him when he went shopping at the supermarket. They later purchased so much, surely you all remember. Lin Caning's words stirred vivid recollections in many. Indeed. Zhang Yi's place was constantly receiving deliveries, large trucks, small cars. I never understood what he was up to. Could he possibly have foreseen the snowstorm? That would be utterly despicable. Why didn't he warn any of us? Zhang Yi is no human being, he's committed an unforgivable moral atrocity. We're neighbors, we've lived side by side for years. He's monstrously selfish. Everyone seethed with righteous fury, laying every hardship they now endured squarely at Zhang Yi's feet. Yet not a single one paused to consider even if Zhang Yi had warned them outright that the world was ending, would they have believed him? Of course not, they simply assumed he owed them everything. Someone instantly cried out, Zhang Yi must take full responsibility for this. Exactly. Why should we suffer while he lives in comfort? His home is overflowing, food, drink, medicine, energy sources. He must share them with all of us. If we're to suffer, he bears the primary burden. All the neighbors' eyes turned bloodshot. They could no longer bear this reality. If everyone suffered equally, perhaps it would be tolerable. But why must we endure subhuman misery while he alone revels in luxury? No, death, if it must come, shall be shared by all. Meanwhile, Chen Zhanghao and others had also seen the videos circulating in the group chat. Chen Zhanghao's eyes flared crimson. Zhang Yi, you wretched dog. How dare you live so comfortably? His right leg had been shattered, courtesy of Zhang Yi. Of everyone in the building, Zhang Yi was the one he hated most. He had ceased attacking, not out of mercy but because Zhang Yi's residence proved nearly impregnable. He'd already suffered defeat there and would not risk another assault unless absolutely desperate. Secondly, he had no idea Zhang Yi possessed such vast reserves. Otherwise he would have stormed the place again, even at the cost of his own life. Within the group chat, messages exploded past 100.
Many began tagging Zhang Yi demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi.
We're starving freezing to death and your home brims with food fuel for fireplaces.
Share some with us. We'll remember your kindness forever, don't be ungrateful.
Zhang Yi, we've been neighbors for decades, you can't let us perish.
Zhang Yi, I'm Auntie Wang from floor 20, I even lent you 2 scallions once.
Given our close bond, surely you'll provide my family with essentials.
Brother Zhang, it's me, Lu Wenxiang.
We're like brothers in blood. Let me move in with you, the situation is perilous and I'll protect you. Moral coercion, abject pleading, appeals to reason, every kind of voice flooded in.
Yet their core demand remains singular: Zhang Yi must surrender all his supplies and distribute them among them. Notifications cascaded relentlessly, Zhang Yi saw them all.
Every member of the group demanded he share his resources.
He watched coldly, saying nothing yet.
He wanted to observe just how grotesque their faces would become.
Auntie Lin announced, Zhang Yi, I am the neighborhood committee director.
She had appointed herself laughably, and as senior elder of this building I hold final authority. Hand over those supplies, I'll distribute them fairly to everyone.
Zhang Yi, my baby and I are starving to death.
You once praised how adorable our child is, please save us. I'll let the child call you godfather, even offer far more if needed.
Su Hao, heir to great wealth, added Zhang Yi, if you let me stay at your place I'll hand over my entire fortune.
No, I mean all of it.
My father is dead, our family's billions are yours.
Zhang Yi watched the spectacle unfold for a long while, then slowly typed a single character.
Oh.
That solitary syllable ignited fresh frenzy.
Moral blackmail intensified, please grew more desperate.
After a long silence, Zhang Yi asked coolly, how well do I truly know any of you? Why on earth should my possessions be divided among strangers? At that moment despair clung to every soul like frost.
Reason was meaningless here. To survive they would abandon every shred of human morality. Zhang Yi knew this perfectly and had no intention of arguing with them.
He was merely performing. His gaze turned sly dark, these frenzied neighbors evoked a memory from his past life. Once moved by compassion he had opened his door. And then, these very neighbors stormed in and struck him down with an axe. Before he'd even drawn his final breath they'd begun dismembering him and devouring him.
He would have vengeance. So he reveled in tormenting these pitiful, hateful insects. Instantly someone snapped, Zhang Yi, is that even human speech? We've been neighbors for decades. Mutual aid is basic decency.
What meaning does survival hold for you alone?
Young man, don't just lie back and luxuriate, learn to give.
If you hadn't concealed the truth and hoarded supplies none of this would have happened.
Exactly. Our suffering is entirely your fault, you must atone. Zhang Yi replied, oh. Then what?
Below, a torrent of begging threats and vitriol erupted. They were like passengers aboard a sinking ship plunged into the frigid shark-infested waters of the Arctic Ocean. Then they spotted a small fishing boat nearby, its owner leisurely sipping wine, singing songs and drifting past them as if untouched by calamity. So they swam with desperate, frantic strokes, clawing towards salvation. The closer one hovers between despair and hope, the faster sanity unravels, and the more monstrous their visages become. Zhang Yi observed their twisted expressions with a faint smile and retrieved from his spatially stabilized wine cabinet a bottle of Penfolds Grange, Australia's legendary Shiraz, alongside a portion of premium French foie gras. Foie gras and red wine form a sublime pairing. The liver's subtle bitterness harmonizes perfectly with the wine's tannic astringency, elevating both flavors. This synergy makes fine red wine accessible, even delightful, to those unaccustomed to its bold profile.
As Zhang Yi savored the foie gras and sipped the wine, he watched his neighbor's theatrical unraveling with quiet amusement.
Private messages poured in, voice calls rang incessantly.
Zhang Yi opened each with genuine curiosity. Zhang Yi, please, save me and my baby. Let me move in and you may do with me as you wish.
A university student, Zhang Xiyu pleaded, brother Zhang Yi, I'm still so young.
I don't want to die. Take me, just give me a morsel to eat. Numerous female residents sent similar private messages, including several married women.
They understood the grim market reality money held no sway over Zhang Yi. So in eerie unison they offered their bodies, trading intimacy for sanctuary or at least a scrap of sustenance.
How did Zhang Yi react to the messages from those female residents? He merely skimmed them as amusing little essays, hardly worth a reply.
Of course a few were bold enough to send him private self-portraits.
He glanced at them idly, unimpressed.
Most were overconfident, only a handful possessed even modest charm, while the majority were utterly unremarkable. Unlike professional live streamers on certain platforms, they had never trained in the art of graceful movement. There was simply nothing captivating about them.
Is this truly how you test a man? How many men could possibly withstand such a test?
As for the ulterior motives of some male residents, they were even more transparent. Some addressed him with false familiarity, brother, elder brother, then begged for his favor. Others, elderly men, resorted to moral coercion, demanding he protect them.
The most revolting was a gay man. His request. Zhang Yi refused even to entertain it.
After scanning through the messages he found himself thoroughly bored. He fetched a phone stand, placed his device before him and waited, hoping perhaps for a spark of originality. Then he reclined on the sofa sipping fine red wine and savoring foie gras while gazing out at the breathtaking snowfall beyond the window.
Half a month passed and the snow showed no sign of relenting. The entire city lay buried beneath its weight.
According to Zhang Yi's memory, the blizzard would rage for a full month, eventually submerging all floors below the fourth.
How much longer it would last he couldn't say. Yet he felt no urgency to venture outside.
Ordinarily one would leave in search of survival, but now no one knew where life might still be possible, except Zhang Yi. Resting his chin pensively in his palm, he murmured lazily, staying indoors day after day grows tedious. Perhaps I ought to step outside, just once. Once most residents of this building had perished, he could explore freely. A sudden recollection struck him: his storage room held several snowmobiles. They had originally been destined for an artificial ice and snow park in a nearby city. Thus even if snow piled 10 meters high beyond his door, he would still possess a means of departure. Though I cannot leave this room now, this option grants me freedom. Later, under secure conditions, I may step outside and breathe fresh air. A flicker of interest stirred within him. Even he, accustomed to solitude, occasionally craved change. A brief excursion would be refreshing. Equipped with nationally certified cold weather gear and snowmobiles, he feared even temperatures plunging to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. He resumed scrolling listlessly through his neighbor's messages until one name caught his attention. Zhou Kor's message stood apart, not pleading, not sending compromising photos, but offering a calm, rational proposal of exchange. Mr. Zhang, our household's food and medicine are nearly exhausted.
I humbly request your assistance. In return, I offer medical support whenever needed. Zhou Kor.
Her image surfaced instantly in his mind: a physician at Tianhai First Municipal Hospital, 26 years old, tall and statuesque, surely no less than 175 centimeters. What lingered most vividly wasn't her cool ascetic beauty, but her striking figure, boasting a voluptuous 30-60 bust. Especially in winter when she wore black turtlenecks, her silhouette rose with elegant prominence. Each elevator encounter left him glancing twice. Truly a doctor's mindset: no theatrics, no begging. She proposes exchange, not charity.
Zhang Yi regarded Zhou Kor with genuine respect.
In the apocalypse, only those who offered tangible value deserved to survive, and Zhou Kor had just demonstrated her mastery of medicine. After all, entry into Tianhai First Municipal Hospital demanded exceptional competence. And in the ruins of civilization, medical expertise was among the rarest, most vital skills. Though Zhang Yi stockpiled ample pharmaceuticals and had diligently studied medicine during this time, he harbored no illusion of omniscience. No disease, however obscure, could be assumed conquered. Having a physician at his side would vastly strengthen his prospects for long-term survival in the wasteland. Crucially, he had already assessed Zhou Kor's moral character. In his past life, she had died delivering food to Xia Lime, a final act born either of utter despair or profound compassion. Either way, he had glimpsed in her the luminous spark of humanity. Zhang Yi shifted his posture, adjusting his left hand near his thigh while his right supported his chin as he mused aloud: perhaps I'll keep her on retainer to tend to me and my dear friend. I live comfortably now, but my friend suffers.
That is a problem.
As a vigorous young man, Zhang Yi faced such matters without pretense or shame. In an age where morality and propriety had crumbled to dust, there was no virtue in repression, only honesty toward one's own desires.
Ha! 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 Ha!
He burst into hearty laughter, slapping the armrest.
I'm genuinely tempted, yet alas, alas.
He tilted his gaze upward toward the ceiling, speaking softly: I fear death deeply.
Though Zhou Kor is a viable candidate, I will never admit anyone I cannot control absolutely. Let's wait and see. Survivors will surely emerge.
With my advantages, why fret over finding both a skilled physician and a worthy companion? His composure reflected the wisdom of one who had already died and returned.
He replied to Zhou Kor: I am currently in excellent health, no physician required.
That said, my home holds abundant pharmaceuticals, and food of course is plentiful.
If you seek exchange, you must first offer something of immediate value to me. Beauty and brilliance notwithstanding, she wouldn't receive anything for free. Zhang Yi never engaged in losing transactions. May this serve as an advance consultation fee.
I truly can't hold on much longer. Her tone betrayed hesitation and quiet humiliation.
Clearly she would never have appealed to a near stranger unless desperation left her no alternative. After brief reflection, Zhang Yi responded: I will provide food and medicine. But you must do me one favor in return.
What favor?
She asked.
My neighbors are plotting against me, Zhang Yi replied. If you learn their plans, inform me immediately.
He knew these desperate neighbors would inevitably assault his home, and he welcomed it. When constructing this steel fortress, he'd invested lavishly, personally selecting every defensive feature.
Every choice had been made in anticipation of this very moment.
Now his residence functioned as a compact, heavily armed stronghold, impregnable even to a squad of battle-ready soldiers without heavy weaponry. Let alone a pack of half-starved, frostbitten neighbors, barely clinging to life after 2 weeks of deprivation. This condition served merely as pretext, a plausible reason to extend aid. Moreover, an insider would add another layer of security, granting him crucial early warning. After prolonged hesitation, Zhou Kor ultimately agreed.
Her moral compass and conscience forbade her from becoming a despicable person.
Yet in her eyes her neighbor's act of robbing Zhang Yi out of sheer envy was far more heinous. Thus she chose to aid Zhang Yi. Very well, Zhang Yi replied. I must first see your useful intelligence, only then will you receive what you seek. Your performance begins now. Zhou Qier nodded softly. Yes, I understand. She was kind-hearted, but by no means naive. She would never foolishly demand Zhang Yi's unconditional help. Their conversation ended there. Zhang Yi glanced at the group chat. 99 unread messages still flooding in. Mentions moral coercion, veiled threats. Zhang Yi, where the hell are you? Give us an answer now. Will you hand over your supplies or not? Someone had already lost patience. A cold, contemptuous smile curled at Zhang Yi's lips. Clearly they were preparing to storm his home. Go choke on shit, he typed back, laughing. Instantly the group erupted with torrents of abuse, vile, vulgar, unrestrained. Zhang Yi remained utterly indifferent. Come on, if you've got the guts, try me. He had already taken a life with his own hands, and felt no guilt, no remorse. Killing a few more meant nothing to him. Fine, Zhang Yi, this is entirely your doing. Don't say we didn't give you a chance, you selfish, contemptible wretch. From this moment onward every consequence shall rest solely upon your shoulders. The torrent of insults gradually subsided. It required no guesswork. Just as they'd done with Chen Zhanghao, they'd formed a new group, excluding Zhang Yi, and were now plotting his assault in secret. They would conspire together on how to breach his home. Zhang Yi took a slow, deep breath. A flicker of tension and exhilaration lit his gaze. His body trembled faintly with anticipation. Even knowing his residence was an impregnable steel fortress facing an onslaught of over 100 people without any trepidation would be pure fiction. Yet that surge of exhilaration ignited the fierce, untamed blood coursing through his veins. He'd long yearned to personally punish those vultures who'd once feasted upon him. A flash of white light shimmered across Zhang Yi's eyes, and instantly his arsenal materialized in the living room. 5 Heightenstyle crossbows, 3 professional-grade compound bows, 290 crossbow bolts and 300 arrows. 2 heavy iron boxes brimming with steel ball bearings. A mountain-splitting cleaver, a 1.2-meter crowbar, baseball bats, hunting knives, all laid out upon the table, lethal instruments awaiting command. Beyond these physical arms lay anti-riot sprays, stun batons, gasoline, copious chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails Zhang Yi himself had crafted from glass bottles, rags and fuel. Zhang Yi's gaze burned with a glacial predatory light. Come at me, bring as many as you dare. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, once his neighbors realized he would never surrender, his supplies' fury consumed them all. Sun Jichao created a new group chat and invited every surviving resident except Zhang Yi. Even Chen Zhanghao was added. Upon seeing Chen Zhanghao, several shuddered involuntarily. Yet he spoke up calmly. Friends, our immediate objective is Zhang Yi. His stockpile likely exceeds the combined reserves of us all. Once he falls, we gain access to vast resources. So rest assured, I won't turn on anyone else this time. But for this operation I claim half of all spoils. Having suffered defeat at Zhang Yi's hands, Chen Zhanghao knew full well the strength of his defenses and his deadly crossbows. Rather than attack alone, he intended to lead a wave of expendable pawns into battle. He reasoned over 100 men should surely overwhelm Zhang Yi's lone stronghold. How many weapons could one man possibly wield? How many lives could he claim? Of the building's 100-plus residents, only 6, including Chen Zhanghao, made the demand for half the spoils. Yet no one cried foul, instead they hailed him as noble. He possesses a firearm, yet still offers us half. What a paragon of virtue. Sun Jichao declared, right now let us set aside past grievances. Our sole priority is breaching Zhang Yi's home and reclaiming what belongs to the collective. With these two leading the charge, the crowd rallied instantly. Having glimpsed Zhang Yi's lifestyle, his comfort, his security, their envy burned crimson, their eyes blazed with murderous hunger, desperate to slay him and seize his existence for themselves. Blades drawn, follow me. Kill Zhang Yi. Seize the supplies. Beat that shameless, selfish bastard to death. They roared, a mob inflamed and unrelenting. Only a handful remained silent, Uncle Yu and Zhou Qier among them. Others, even those who'd once been friendly with Zhang Yi, even those who owed him favors, had already cast such bonds aside. Nothing mattered more than survival. To live they would discard every shred of ethics, every vestige of morality. Meanwhile Zhang Yi sat at home polishing his firearm. It was no stranger to him, he'd trained regularly at shooting clubs. And in the month before the apocalypse he'd intensified his practice relentlessly. At close range, hitting a target posed no challenge whatsoever. Just then Zhou Qier sent a message, they're heading to your place. Zhang Yi read it and replied simply, oh. Understood. Zhou Qier, seated on her sofa, frowned at his calm, detached reply. She pulled her duvet tighter, double-layered, and tucked her pale bare feet deeper beneath it. They've visited every household. After watching your video they've completely lost their minds. Won't you do something? In her view the most rational course was to surrender part of his horde, to diffuse their rage before it turned fatal. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one man might be, he stood no chance against 100. Demolishing a house with sheer numbers was no feat at all. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Remember, under no circumstances should you come near my home. This is your sole warning. Then, sit back and enjoy the spectacle.
Zhou Qir's brow furrowed deeper, her eyes alight with bewildered curiosity. How could he possibly believe he could stand alone against an entire building?
This was no game.
If his door fell, the mob's frenzy would end only in his annihilation.
Is he mad?
She murmured to herself. Yet it was his choice, and hers to respect. True to his word, she did not join the mob advancing upon his home.
She possessed a moral line she would never cross, not for Zhang Yi's sake nor for any neighbors. She refused to feast upon human suffering.
Zhang Yi sat calmly at home awaiting the arrival of his frenzied neighbors.
His expression was solemn, and before him lay an arsenal of weapons.
Just then he received a message from Yudashu, the building's security guard. Xiao Zhangran now. They're coming for you, armed and furious. A faint warmth stirred in Zhang Yi's heart. In this cruel world a man of conscience was rare indeed. He replied with a quiet smile, "Uncle, you don't worry, I can handle this."
Yudashu fell silent for a moment, as if recognizing the grim truth. There was nowhere left to run. Resistance was the only path remaining.
"Xiao Zhang, I hope you survive.
I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you this time."
His voice carried deep remorse. He owed Zhang Yi a profound debt. It was Zhang Yi who had warned him to stockpile supplies, and so he'd filled his apartment with instant noodles, canned sausages, and other essentials. Now his life remained bearable. Yet watching Zhang Yi face a mob of dozens, he could do nothing. Zhang Yi responded gently, "The fact that you refuse to join them is proof enough of your goodness.
Don't concern yourself with me."
Yudashu had made the wisest choice. Rushing to aid Zhang Yi would surely have ended with him hacked to pieces by over 100 enraged residents. After exchanging only a few brief words, Zhang Yi carefully withheld all details about his home. Distrust was prudent. No one, regardless of appearance or past kindness, earned his full confidence. Soon a faint tremor shuddered through the floor beneath him. A deep rumbling thunder echoed from outside. "They're here." Zhang Yi spoke softly, knowing full well that the sound came from over 100 people surging up the stairwell. Yet he lived on the 24th floor. With the elevator dead, they were forced to climb, exhausting themselves long before reaching his door.
And yet not all of them came from below.
Through the building-wide surveillance screen before him, Zhang Yi watched as his neighbor from Unit 2402 emerged, wielding a kitchen knife and a wrench. The couple next door stepped into the hallway, the woman clutching her knife behind her husband, their eyes glowing with feral hunger fixed upon Zhang Yi's door. No doubt learning that their neighbor had spent the past fortnight living in comfort had poisoned their hearts with envy. Soon the corridor outside his door became a seething, impassable throng. Some held umbrellas overhead to shield themselves from cold water Zhang Yi might pour down. Before long, someone lunged forward and began hammering at the door.
Bang! Bang! Bang in, Zhang Yi, come out now.
This is your final chance to live, and don't make us break in, we'll kill you before you even speak.
Watching through the surveillance feed, Zhang Yi saw no sign of Sun Jichao or of Chen Zhanghao.
Their absence confirmed one chilling truth: Sun Jichao and Chen Zhanghao had deliberately concealed the reality of Zhang Yi's defenses from the others. Their intent was clear: to use their neighbors as expendable pawns, absorbing the first deadly volleys of crossbow bolts and high-voltage shocks.
Zhang Yi wasted no hesitation. With abundant power reserves at his disposal, he activated the high-voltage circuit.
The young man pounding at the door convulsed violently as electricity seized him, his face contorting in agony. Worst of all, the stairwell was packed tight, over 100 bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder.
The current surged through the entire mass, electrifying everyone in contact. AAHN high voltage, get back, and those behind recoiled like beasts struck by a tiger, dropping everything and scrambling away. Had their clothing been thinner, escape would have been impossible. Every person present suffered the jolt, muscles spasming, nerves shrieking with pain. The door pounder and the 7 or 8 nearest him fared worse, trapped. They burned black, charred beyond recognition. Others stared in horror, none daring to approach or render aid. After 15 seconds, Zhang Yi cut the current.
9 bodies smoldered, rising wisps of acrid smoke filling the air, the scent of seared flesh mingling with scorched fabric. Thud. All 9 collapsed together, blackened and motionless, alive or dead no one could tell. But in that frozen moment all understood: even if breath remained, they were already corpses in this merciless world. Eyes wide with terror, the crowd stood paralyzed, unprepared for such sudden brutal death unfolding before them. The victims' faces were grotesquely twisted, eyes bulging from their sockets. Several women broke down instantly, screaming, then doubling over to vomit. But their stomachs were empty, only sour bile rose, burning their throats. Fear took root in some hearts, driving them toward retreat, only to find the stairwell blocked by Chen Zhanghao and his men.
"Where do you think you're going? Get back inside."
Chen Zhanghao sneered, pistol leveled. That stairwell was their sole lifeline, and he had sealed it shut, forcing every last soul to confront Zhang Yi or perish. To his advantage, the dead would leave behind resources he could claim without question. Sun Jichao and his weakened companions stood nearby, frail but resolute. They gazed upon the 9 charred bodies with icy detachment, clearly sharing Chen Zhanghao's ruthless calculus. Seeing hesitation ripple through the crowd, Sun Jichao bellowed, "That monster Zhang Yi, he's no human. He slaughters his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must kill him.
Avenge our fallen end, don't touch the door, use wooden beams to ram it.
He's out of tricks, cornered and desperate, and break through that door and warm food safety, all await us on the other side."
Sun Jichao's incitement rekindled fury in many eyes.
After half a month of starvation and sub-zero cold, they would sacrifice anything, even their souls, for a single warm meal. Instantly someone retrieved a heavy timber ripped from a wardrobe or bed frame.
Brothers, heave. Smash the door, kill that bastard Zhang Yi. A dozen men gripped the beam and hurled it again and again against the entrance.
Thud and thud and thud, and the violent impact sent ripples across the water in Zhang Yi's teacup.
Zhang Yi, however, found the rhythm insufficient.
From his spatial pocket he withdrew a Sennheiser studio-grade speaker, connected it to his phone and blasted his favorite anthem, Love While You Work. Outside, fists and beams hammered the door in blind rage, while inside pulsing bass and defiant lyrics reverberated through the walls, stoking their fury to new heights.
Zhang Yi, you arrogant dog. We'll gut you in minutes.
You die today, for my brother's sake, and they swung the timber harder, faster, yet after dozens of blows the door remained utterly unmoved.
A dozen grown men exerted over 1,000 Jin of force, yet the black iron door bore only faint white scuffs and imperceptible dents.
Hope drained from their faces.
What kind of door is this, and, at this rate, how long until it yields?
Each breath came ragged, the temperature hovered at minus 70 degrees Celsius and malnutrition sapped their strength.
Within minutes legs buckled.
Exhausted men staggered aside, replaced by fresh ones, but even at this pace exhaustion would claim them all before the door relented. Then a man stepped forward, studying the door intently, before gasping aloud, this is a bank vault door.
He worked at a financial institution, and upon closer inspection recognized its reinforced structure instantly. The crowd's despair deepened, solidifying into dread. Without the key, even the world's greatest locksmith would struggle to open it.
At that moment Zhang Yi raised his crossbow and moved silently to the firing slit. Watching the crowd outside the door chattering anxiously, devising strategies.
This time Zhang Yi didn't bother aiming. Since they sought his life, he felt no obligation to show them mercy. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised his crossbow and began firing.
Only then did those outside realize the lethal precision of Zhang Yi's crossbow.
He's armed, watch out.
Panic erupted as people screamed and scrambled to disperse. But the corridor was narrow, packed tight with over 100 bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. No one could flee. In their terror they stumbled en masse, collapsing in a chaotic cascade. Zhang Yi paid them no mind, focusing intently on his task. The shriek of arrows cut through the air like a grim celestial chant, chilling and merciless. Their fear deepened, they stampeded toward the stairwell. Some fell before they could rise, trampled instantly beneath stampeding feet.
Screams echoed everywhere.
Chen Zhenghao stood guard at the stairwell entrance, pistol drawn, its barrel aimed squarely at the fleeing crowd.
What are you afraid of? He's alone, charge.
His cold, unblinking gaze and the dark maw of his gun silenced every instinct to retreat. Chen Zhenghao's aim was clear: use them as cannon fodder to exhaust Zhang Yi's defenses, not let them escape. Meanwhile Sun Jichou and others, having taken shelter at a safe distance, remained unscathed.
Zhang Yi loosed dozens of bolts, each finding its mark in that dense throng.
His neighbors bore the full brunt of his precision.
Yet even in desperation human ingenuity flared.
Someone spotted the firing slit above the door. There's a hole above the door.
That's where he's shooting from. Block it.
Instantly brooms and mops were thrust upward, sealing the aperture.
Others hurled objects blindly into Zhang Yi's apartment. Unfazed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and locked the reinforced iron shutter behind the slit, a mechanism operable only from within, impervious to external force. In one swift onslaught he neutralized dozens of adversaries. Only then did the neighbors begin to emerge from paralyzing dread. The floor lay in ruin, wounded men sprawled everywhere, injuries varying in severity. Several had been struck fatally and died instantly. But when they beheld the rust-flecked, tetanus-laced bolts embedded in flesh, their hearts sank. They knew every arrow wound spelled certain death. Some wept bitterly over lost kin, cursing Zhang Yi with raw fury. Zhang Yi, the vile, treacherous dog. You're despicable. Come out. Face me like a man. Demon.
I'll tear you apart.
Zhang Yi. I will kill you.
Their rage met only the thunderous pulse of an exuberant pop anthem blaring from within.
After love we learn its depth.
After loss we learn what to cherish. Outside curses rained down, inside music soared at Zhang Yi's defiant, unflinching provocation.
Indeed he had fired dozens of bolts, his arm ached slightly.
He strolled to the kitchen, pulled a cola from the fridge and drank deeply, bubbles fizzing in his throat.
Ah, exhilarating.
Zhang Yi watched the monitors, tracking every twitch and tremor of the mob beyond his door.
Seeing his fortress-like entrance utterly unbreachable, his neighbors spiraled into mounting despair. What do we do now?
Just then Sun Jichou called out, don't panic, I have a plan. All turned to see him limping forward, clutching his injured leg.
He pointed toward the wall beside Zhang Yi's door and smiled grimly. His door is alloy reinforced, we can't break it.
But this wall.
Brick and concrete, nothing more.
I refuse to believe it won't shatter. At his words a spark of cunning ignited in their eyes.
Right, we hadn't thought of that.
If the door won't yield, we'll smash the wall.
With so many hands it won't take long to breach it.
He'll never see this coming, you treacherous cur. Inside Zhang Yi arched a brow as the crowd erupted into sudden cheers. The music was deafening, he couldn't make out their words. Yet he felt no urgency.
Let them try.
His arsenal dwarfed theirs in both scope and sophistication.
A month of relentless labor, every ounce of his will poured into forging this impenetrable bastion.
If they breached it so easily, then Zhang Yi truly deserved to die.
They'd arrived armed.
In moments they formed a line before Zhang Yi's outer wall, hefting hammers and axes swinging with brutal intent.
Crack!
A burly man swung with all his might, the hammer slammed into the wall.
White dust cascaded downward as fissures spiderwebbed across the surface.
Seeing the cracks, their eyes gleamed with triumph. They believed they'd found the weak point and redoubled their assault. But when the same man raised his hammer for the second strike, a sharp metallic clang
rang out like steel striking steel. He cried out in agony as the hammer clattered to the floor. Staggering backward, he collapsed.
His palms gaped open, deep lacerations oozing blood that froze instantly in the frigid air, grotesque and stark.
What in the world is happening?
Bewildered, they stared. What wall could withstand such force? One stepped forward, brushed away the chalky dust, and nearly dropped to his knees. This wall is forged from solid steel.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
They rushed forward, scraped off the plaster, and revealed thick obsidian black metal beneath. Its composition matched the door exactly. One man threw back his head and roared, "Why would anyone build a house with steel walls?
I refuse to believe the whole structure is iron."
Despair sharpened into frenzy. One seized his hammer again and struck elsewhere.
Several joined in, scouring the surface for flaws, but every angle, every inch yielded only unyielding monolithic steel.
In the living room, Zhang Yi curled his lip in disdain. Did you really think I hadn't anticipated that very question? Forgive me, I built even my walls from 20cm thick refined steel. Artillery shells couldn't pierce it. Do you truly imagine your hammers and axes stand a chance? His greatest virtue was self-preservation, so he preempted every conceivable threat.
During final inspection, he tested each square inch himself, hammering, probing, verifying, before granting approval.
The trauma of his past life, of doors splintering inward, of being torn apart by starving mobs, was too profound to risk repeating.
The cacophony of pounding grew unbearable, so Zhang Yi activated the apartment's noise dampening system, a precaution against sonic attacks. 20 minutes later, silence descended.
Residents stared blankly at the seamless glacial expanse of metal before them, their inner chill deeper than the winter frost outside. It stood like a merciless rampart, severing all hope of supplies.
How could this be? Who builds such a home?
A man covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Yi's young married neighbors whispered brokenly, "We knew they were renovating, but never imagined this." Few homes in this world would dare such extremity. Sun Jichao, Zhou Pang and Gu Jialiang stared, eyes bloodshot and hollow.
If the entire building failed to breach Zhang Yi's sanctuary today, they would perish.
Sun Jichao bit his lip until blood welled, unfeeling, unaware.
Zhang Yi knew the blizzard was coming.
Every measure he took was meant to keep us out. He pointed at the impregnable dwelling, voice cracking with fury. The neighbors glanced at him, then wept anew, cursing Zhang Yi, "You despicable coward, saving yourself while abandoning us all. If we all die, what meaning remains in your solitary survival?
Won't loneliness devour you utterly?
One day you'll drown in endless remorse for failing to warn us, to aid us.
Can you even sleep at night? Won't guilt consume you?"
Seeing no recourse, some retreated into delusional solace. "One day heaven itself will strike you down, Zhang Yi. If we perish because of you, you'll live tormented, haunted by conscience for the rest of your days."
Little did they know how blissfully Zhang Yi thrived within his sanctuary.
Nor did they register him as anything more than a vaguely familiar stranger. Chen Zhenghao, still holding his pistol at the rear, observed the steel wall and recognized true difficulty. Now he cared for no one else, only Zhang Yi's dwelling.
Why rush? This is merely the beginning.
Even if his walls are steel, what of the ceiling? The floor? Do you truly believe he built a sealed iron coffin? Chen Zhenghao spoke icily to the crowd. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi heard him and nodded approvingly.
Sharp mind, that one.
Then he sighed, shaking his head. Pity, he's not the one who's foolish.
Inspired, the neighbors rushed upstairs and downstairs to Zhang Yi's unit.
They hammered, chopped, chiseled and pounded, employing every tool and technique imaginable. Their salvation lay just 20 centimeters away, their sole objective to shatter that final barrier. Yet soon deeper despair set in. Zhang Yi's home was precisely that, an iron coffin.
Top, bottom, left, right, front, every surface sealed with thick, unrelenting plating.
In this blacked-out world, devoid of power tools like saws or drills, they'd need a year of ceaseless, sleepless labor to breach even a single wall. Chen Zhenghao and the others surrounded Zhang Yi's apartment, smashing walls for an entire morning. After tearing away plaster flooring and ceiling panels, they discovered a thick steel barrier blocking their path. A 20cm thick steel plate was nothing short of a nightmare. Breaking through it by sheer manpower alone was utterly impossible. Working in extreme sub-zero temperatures without sufficient energy replenishment only accelerated their physical depletion. Many collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. A chorus of hollow growls echoed through the air as they clutched their sunken, gnawing stomachs, their hunger threatening to consume them entirely. Yet provisions were nearly exhausted.
Some noticed their neighbor's pale skin visible through torn clothing, pale, fleshy and unnervingly tender.
A chilling thought suddenly surfaced: was this not meat? The moment it arose, terror froze their blood. They frantically tried to banish the notion from their minds.
Yet once conceived, the idea silently offered a grim option, a last resort in absolute desolation. They knew deep down that if starvation reached its final hour, cannibalism would inevitably follow. Is there truly no way out?
Sun Jichao's face twisted in anguish. His arm had already begun to fester and rot. With no antibiotics, not even basic anti-inflammatory medication, and no means to properly cleanse the wound, rust still clung stubbornly to the laceration. Under such conditions, death was all but inevitable.
Damn you, Zhang Yi, how could you be so merciless?
What is your solitary survival worth compared to the lives of us all? Why won't you sacrifice yourself? Sun Jichao roared skyward, his despair warping his soul beyond recognition. At that very moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor stepped forward. Perhaps you could try the balcony, he suggested.
During renovation, Zhang Yi converted his balcony into a floor-to-ceiling glass wall, vast and unobstructed. There may yet be a chance to break in. While other residents couldn't see the rear of Zhang Yi's unit, his neighbor had a clear view.
Building 25 featured balconies on certain floors, and Zhang Yi's 24th floor unit happened to have a modest one used daily for growing flowers and airing bedding. Hearing the neighbor's suggestion, the desperate crowd snapped their heads up.
Glass windows.
Aha, yes. If he has windows, he must have left an exit.
He couldn't possibly have sealed every opening.
Without hesitation, the mob stormed into the apartment adjacent to Zhang Yi's. A 15-centimeter gap separated the two balconies fitted with iron railings, but these posed no obstacle to their frenzied determination. Yet the exterior balcony bore none of the sheltered warmth of the sealed corridors, those at least retained some heat, having been barricaded door by door. Outside, however, gales howled and blizzards raged. Hours exposed would freeze a person solid. Chen Zhanghao and the others paid no heed. Breaking into Zhang Yi's home meant salvation, abundance, everything.
Shrieking like rabid beasts, the mob leapt onto Zhang Yi's balcony.
He of course observed the spectacle unfold. For less than a second their eyes met, then the neighbors raised their tools and hurled themselves at the vast glass wall. Zhang Yi calmly dragged his white lounge chair to the window, settled in, and poured himself a steaming cup of coffee. The narrow balcony quickly filled with over a dozen figures, pale as corpses, faces contorted with madness, utterly devoid of any human warmth or reason. Zhang Yi mused that if zombies truly existed, they would look precisely like this. Thud. Thud. Thud.
Clang. A low resonant percussion echoed across the glass.
Braving wind and snow, the mob hammered relentlessly at the pane. Even when striking their own hands by accident, they felt no pain, letting blood spill and freeze where it fell. Their earlier wall smashing had stirred only faint yearning, but now, separated by mere glass, they saw with brutal clarity the staggering luxury of Zhang Yi's life. Inside, a hearth roared with flame. Zhang Yi reclined in his single-layered garment like a feudal lord, sipping coffee steaming with rich velvety foam, clearly a cappuccino. A coffee table bristled with weapons, but that was incidental. What mattered were the half-eaten snacks littering the floor beneath it.
Potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roasted chicken, Peking duck, even oil dressed biang noodles. These ordinary foods sent the balcony mob into utter frenzy. Separated from such fare for only half a month, they reacted as though reuniting with a long-lost father. Roar.
They abandoned language altogether, screaming raw primal cries of ecstasy, then redoubled their assault upon the glass with every ounce of strength they possessed.
Zhang Yi cradled his coffee, observing the spectacle with quiet amusement. Whoever claimed glass must be weaker than metal.
This wall had been exorbitantly expensive. Prioritizing quality of life, Zhang Yi rejected War Dragon Security's recommendation to install reinforced steel here. Instead, he commissioned a full-length custom-built bulletproof glass panel for his floor-to-ceiling window.
He recalled Wu Weiren, the company's manager, remarking, "At this thickness, it doesn't just stop bullets, it stops artillery shells."
Such material lined the armored vehicles of Western heads of state, yet even those panels were less than half as thick as Zhang Yi's.
Sure enough, the mob soon sensed something was wrong.
Assuming it was merely acrylic, they'd expected a few hard blows to shatter it. Yet after prolonged collective battering by over a dozen people, not a single crack appeared.
What kind of glass is this? Could it be bulletproof? Bulletproof glass.
The words rasped from a bespectacled man's throat, hoarse, despairing, echoing as though summoned from the deepest hell. If it withstands artillery shells, what hope do bare hands hold?
No, I refuse to believe it.
A young man bellowed toward the heavens.
My fate lies in my own hands, not heaven's. I will break it. Once shattered, the hearth, the food, the drink, all will be mine. I must break it.
Perhaps the extreme cold, coupled with oscillating between false hope and utter despair, had frozen their wits solid. They discarded reason and threw themselves into brute force defiance, gambling everything on one impossible chance.
Zhang Yi applauded, softly touched by their devotion.
Then, realizing he was hungry, he retrieved more provisions from his spatial storage: braised pork knuckle and soy sauce, caramelized banana, assorted snacks, and a bar of pure cocoa butter chocolate. Just a single pane of glass separated him from the outside world, where neighbors, faces contorted by fury, battered the window with desperate snow-lashed blows. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined leisurely in his armchair, savoring a sumptuous meal.
The stark contrast drove those outside into a frenzy of envy.
Their curses tore from raw throats, voices shredded by desperation, eyes blazing crimson.
Zhang Yi, you'll pay for this. I'll kill you myself. Once I shatter this glass you're finished, you selfish despicable wretch. Your time is up, today is your end. All that food, the hot coffee, it's mine. All of it.
Hearing them, Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mocking salute.
Keep going, excellent effort.
Soon the group outside began to falter. After all, they stood on the 24th floor, wind howling like a banshee, snow falling thick and heavy, leaching warmth from their bodies at an alarming rate. They were forced to rotate teams every 15 minutes. Yet half an hour passed and the glass bore only faint superficial scratches. Despair deepened in their hearts. Still through that transparent barrier they watched Zhang Yi lounge in serene comfort, and envy sharp and unrelenting kept them rooted there, unwilling to abandon hope even after 30 minutes of futile assault. Zhang Yi spotted several underlings of Chen Zhanghao among the crowd. Clearly even Chen Zhanghao could not afford to remain entirely idle at such a moment.
Zhang Yi judged the time ripe.
He rose from his armchair and strode to the coffee table, picking up a bottle. Frost coated the outer surface of the glass. The neighbors had no idea what he held, assuming at first glance it was merely a beverage. But in the next instant they watched him ignite something with a lighter.
Then, above them, a hatch opened and a fireball arced downward from the opening.
His apartment had been fortified with multiple concealed firing ports, front and rear, designed precisely for retaliation.
The bottle traced a golden arc through the air, landing amid stunned silence. Crack!
A sharp report, and then roaring flames erupted.
This was Zhang Yi's homemade incendiary. Even beneath sub-zero temperatures, gasoline burned fiercely, radiating searing heat.
Gasoline splattered wildly across the balcony, igniting instantly.
The confined space offered no refuge. Down jackets and quilted trousers soaked in fuel burst into towering infernos.
A sardonic smile curled Zhang Yi's lips as he lit another incendiary bottle and hurled it outward.
Ah!
Fire, fire! Trapped together on the narrow balcony, and with no easy path to the neighboring unit, they could neither flee nor escape the blaze. There was nowhere to run. Flames consumed them whole, twisting writhing human torches silhouetted against the blizzard. Some threw themselves onto the snow, rolling frantically, but the cold powder extinguished nothing.
Gasoline burns on water, or snow unabated.
Others scrambled toward the adjacent balcony, but panic betrayed their footing. One plummeted headlong from the 24th floor. A long guttural scream ended in a thunderous boom. At that height, snow offered no mercy. Physics dictated even if he survived impact, shattered bones, ruptured organs, and pulverized viscera would ensure death, or worse. He was effectively already dead. Zhang Yi chuckled, at least falling kills faster than burning.
Then, bang.
A grotesque face slammed against the glass, twisted in terror, eyes locked onto him with venomous hatred.
Save me, please save me.
In agony beyond measure, he begged for mercy. Zhang Yi lifted his coffee cup once more in ironic toast. Save your ass. Drop dead, you useless waste of breath.
The man's final cry dissolved into flame.
On the neighboring balcony 60 or 70 more waited, rotating in shifts. Witnessing this hellscape, their faces drained of blood. Help me, save me. I don't want to die, please, for God's sake. A figure wreathed in fire lunged forward, fingers clawing at the railing, desperate to cross over. At that moment a man on the adjacent balcony kicked hard straight onto his grasping hands.
Get lost, now.
You're beyond saving, don't drag us down with you. Again and again he kicked, teeth gritted, driving his boot deeper, relentless, merciless.
One kick snapped fingers clean off.
The burning man thrashed once, then stared at them, hollow-eyed and broken, before slumping lifelessly against the railing. The air filled with the acrid, unmistakable scent of charred flesh, a smell familiar to summer strolls along city streets. Within minutes all 15 were dead.
Some had suffered only minor burns, yet tried to flee.
Neighbors barred their way, terrified the fire might leap to them, and chose instead to let them burn.
Others, driven mad by pain, leapt willingly from the 24th floor. Strangely, the roaring fire brought them a fleeting, cruel warmth.
Slowly others stepped forward, hands outstretched, not to fight but to warm themselves. A faint, furtive smile flickered across their faces, quickly masked. The blaze raged for over 20 minutes before fading. Neighbors gazed upon the blackened corpses, and dread coiled cold in their chests. To defeat Zhang Yi they had already sacrificed 30 or 40 lives. Every angle of forced entry had failed. How then could they seize his supplies?
Despair hung thick and suffocating in the air.
Yet another scent grew stronger, subtler, darker, until their eyes began to gleam with something feral. Starving neighbors refused to name it, but deep within a feverish, ravenous idea took root.
Their throats convulsed, swallowing dry and desperate.
Suddenly a woman broke into hysterical sobs. They'd labored all day, certain victory was near, only to confront utter ruin. So many dead, and yet Zhang Yi's walls, his floor-to-ceiling windows remained unscathed, without so much as a hairline crack. She rushed forward, climbed onto Zhang Yi's balcony, and just as he assumed the next wave was coming to smash the glass, she dropped to her knees with a muffled thud. Zhang Yi, I'm starving to death. Please save me. Even just one slice of bread, please.
Others followed, kneeling, weeping, bowing their heads low, begging for a single mouthful of food.
The spectacle was heart-wrenching enough to move even stone. Most who knelt were women, betting on pity, hoping compassion might soften his resolve. Outside the window desperate cries for mercy echoed without cease. They cowed out until blood streamed from their foreheads, pitiful beyond words. Zhang Yi sighed deeply and stepped to the window saying, "Please don't do this, I can't bear to watch." As he spoke he lifted a steaming bowl of noodles.
"When my heart aches I crave food."
With a loud slurp he devoured the noodles voraciously, his neighbors watched, mouths watering, overcome with unbearable hunger.
Hearing his words their wails grew louder, their kowtows more frantic. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We only wish to survive. Just give us scraps, let us live like dogs. From now on we'll obey your every command, anything you ask." Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued eating. To devour noodles in great unbroken gulps, what profound bliss that was in the grip of starvation.
After finishing half the bowl he casually set the remainder on the floor beside the floor-to-ceiling window, within plain sight of his neighbors, separated by nothing but glass, visible yet utterly untouchable. Each pressed their entire face against the pane as if proximity alone might grant them sustenance.
"Don't blame me for not offering you a chance.
Whoever brings me Chen Zhanghao's head right now, I'll feed him noodles for a full week, 3 meals a day."
Zhang Yi felt no pity for them.
Yet their relentless hammering at his walls and drilling into his windows had grown intolerable. So why not let them turn on one another, dog against dog, flesh against flesh?
That truly would be the most entertaining spectacle.
As he uttered those words he broadcast them to the building-wide group chat, reaching every soul within the tower. The neighbors pressed to the glass hesitated, their faces clouded with doubt. Chen Zhanghao carried a firearm, seeking his head might cost them their own.
But if confronting Chen Zhanghao was perilous, was facing Zhang Yi any safer?
30 or 40 corpses already lay scattered before and behind his door.
The truth was undeniable. Zhang Yi proved far more formidable than Chen Zhanghao.
At that moment Chen Zhanghao stood on the balcony next door observing the unfolding chaos. He hadn't heard Zhang Yi's words, only frowned deeply, weighing his next move. 2 of his men had fallen this time.
To retain control over the entire building he'd need fresh recruits. Mid-thought a sharp needle-like chill pierced his spine, gooseflesh rose across his skin.
He whirled around raising his gun, but met only strange unsettling gazes from everyone around him.
"What do you think you're doing?"
At the sight of the weapon some recoiled in fear.
"Back off, now!" Chen Zhanghao roared. Yet their stares remained unnervingly odd, almost grotesque.
Not the gaze one gives a man, but the ravenous stare cast upon prey. A shiver ran down Chen Zhanghao's spine. He hastily retreated, flanked by his remaining men.
"Wait, what about Zhang Yi's apartment?" Sun Jichao asked nearby. Chen Zhanghao cursed violently. "Damn it, we can't breach it. What else can we do? We'll figure something out later."
With that he stormed away, muttering curses. Outside Zhang Yi's window both the kowtowing supplicants and the window smashers, unable to endure the bone-deep cold and howling blizzard, gradually dispersed. Inside his warm sheltered home Zhang Yi reclined, waiting patiently for the drama to unfold. After all, this confrontation had claimed nearly 40 lives from the unit. Nearly every resident had taken part in the assault on his home, exhausting themselves utterly.
Supplies dwindled further and human conflict turned ever more savage.
Soon Zhang Yi received a flood of private messages.
After this defeat his neighbors had surrendered completely.
Their meager reserves of strength were spent. Launching another large-scale assault was now impossible.
And faced with Zhang Yi's impenetrable all-angle defenses they'd abandoned all hope.
Many now begged for mercy, or offered bargains. Among them was Su Hao, the scion of wealth. He sent Zhang Yi a full-body photograph of his girlfriend. "Zhang Yi, I'll give you my woman. Just spare me some food, please. She's a renowned car model in Tianhai City. Look at her face, her figure, she's exquisite.
I guarantee you'll love her. Help me."
Zhang Yi recognized the model instantly. Su Hao had bought his apartment solely to keep her. She'd always dressed provocatively, like a sly seductive fox, radiating allure at every turn. In the past she'd barely deigned to glance at the men around her. Even toward Zhang Yi she'd worn an air of haughty disdain. Now however Su Hao was ready to sell her for mere meals, and the woman herself appeared gaunt, eager to be traded. At the very least she knew Zhang Yi's pantry overflowed with food, so she'd posed with fierce, unreserved enthusiasm. Truly worthless trash.
Zhang Yi sneered.
Admittedly the model possessed a striking figure and arresting beauty, but a woman so shameless would never cross his threshold. She might slit his throat while he slept, then seize his home for herself. A woman who sells her body for sustenance has no moral compass left to speak of. Zhang Yi watched her video 5 times, coldly dismissively, then closed the chat window with quiet contempt.
Other messages awaited below.
Few men reached out, he held little they could barter for food. Only Uncle Yu sent congratulations. Genuinely pleased Zhang Yi had repelled the attackers. Women however messaged him frequently. Fang Yuqing for instance wrote excitedly, "Brother Zhang Yi, you're amazing.
I knew you'd be fine. I'm trapped right now, they've locked me inside. Don't worry, I'll come find you soon."
Zhang Yi scoffed, ignoring her entirely. Night fell. Early dusk arrived around 5 o'clock, leaving days short and nights long. Temperatures plunged another 10 degrees after dark. On television the few surviving channels still aired broadcasts. Thanks to persistent government efforts the snow disaster is gradually improving, please remain calm.
Resolution is imminent. Given the extreme cold, avoid unnecessary outdoor travel to prevent frostbite.
Extend aid to those in need. Together united in resolve we shall overcome this crisis, and tomorrow will surely shine brighter. Zhang Yi found these bulletins far more entertaining than any comedy sketch, yet he also wondered where had these stations relocated.
How did they sustain operations?
As he listened to the absurdly cheerful news, he scrolled through his message log, savoring the neighbors' furious curses, tearful pleas, and abject groveling.
It delighted him immensely.
Those cursing him were mostly families who'd lost loved ones. When in good spirits, Zhang Yi even mocked them with ironic blessings. Congratulations, you may now roast your dead for funeral rites and mix their ashes into your rice.
His teasing only provoked fiercer invective until suddenly movement caught his eye on the balcony. Curious, he approached the window. The heavy snow lent an eerie silvery brightness to the night.
Their figures crept forward stealthily, hauling away the corpses. More precisely, the charred remains.
Swathed head to toe in thick layers, they flinched visibly when Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon them. Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. Don't misunderstand. We're just removing the bodies, nothing more.
Their voices trembled, eyes averted in guilty evasion.
A faint knowing smile curved Zhang Yi's lips. Oh. Removing bodies. Are you their kin?
And for burial, why not simply discard them downstairs?
Do you intend to build a tomb inside your apartment?
Speechless, they stammered. WWE don't need your concern, these corpses are useless to you anyway. Braving his gaze, they dragged the bodies away in haste.
Zhang Yi waved lazily at the glass.
You've grown ruthless indeed, has it truly come to this? The next morning, Zhang Yi heard gunshots echoing through the stairwell, two sharp reports like oversized firecrackers detonating in rapid succession. Chen Zhenghao had clearly struck first. Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had taken root. As desperation tightened its grip, fear of death began to recede, replaced by something far more volatile. Zhang Yi's promise of a week's worth of filling noodles held an irresistible allure. He activated the surveillance feed and watched the confrontation unfold in real time. Two men lay sprawled on the floor of the stairwell, wrench and cleaver clutched in lifeless hands, their blood staining the concrete crimson. Chen Zhenghao fared little better. He slumped against the wall, pistol gripped tight, his face pale with lingering shock. They had chosen this spot to ambush those fetching water. Others too could exploit that very vulnerability to strike back. Chen Zhenghao ordered his men to drag the corpses away, then hurried back to his apartment clutching his handgun, the last bastion of his authority. Once inside, he gestured silently to his underlings who hauled the bodies toward the rear of the kitchen. His gaze, cold and predatory, settled upon the frigid sofa, no warmth there, only grim resolve. After returning home the day before, he'd seen the group message. Zhang Yi had placed a bounty on him. Rage flared white-hot and uncontainable. He saw himself as the hunter, Zhang Yi merely prey. How dare prey turn on the hunter? Yet he had gravely underestimated the ferocity born of utter despair. At dawn, two young men hollow-eyed with hopelessness had come for his life. A tremor of crisis ran through him, but it ignited not caution but madness. Die. All of you die. If you want me dead, you'll perish first, he roared. Only after the adrenaline ebbed did a sharp searing pain bloom across his back. He summoned one of his men to inspect the wound. The moment the man glanced, he cried out, "Brother, how you've been stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter gash split open his down jacket, carved deep by a cleaver. Blood soaked into the black fabric, nearly invisible, only close scrutiny revealed the dark stain. Outdoors, the biting cold and his own surging adrenaline had numbed sensation. Now hearing those words, agony surged, raw, blinding, and immediate. Those wretched dogs dared ambush me. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he snatched up his phone and dialed Zhou. "Dr. Zhou, I'm injured. Come quickly and dress my wound." Within minutes, Zhou arrived at his door, medical kit slung over her shoulder. Gazing upon this remorseless killer, revulsion flickered in her eyes, but survival demanded compliance. In truth, his earlier arrow wound had never worsened precisely because she had treated it. Reluctant as she was, the muzzle of his gun left her no choice. "I won't treat you for free," she said coolly. Chen Zhenghao chuckled, pointing toward the kitchen. "You'll get your share of the meal soon enough." She drew a sharp breath and caught the acrid metallic tang of blood. Her expression hardened. Years in emergency medicine had taught her exactly what that scent meant. Suppressing the urge to retch, she replied icily, "No thank you." He grinned. "Still so proud, Dr. Zhou. Even now. Sooner or later you'll eat, or you'll die." "I'd rather die." Her brow furrowed. He laughed softly, "That I couldn't bear." In this world, having a doctor nearby is priceless, he mused. Had she not tended his leg wound early on, he wouldn't have lost just a limb, he'd have lost his life. "Rest assured, if the time comes when I must consume you, you'll be the last." His eyes locked onto hers, blazing with raw, hungry intensity. He had coveted her beauty for months. Only her utility had stayed his hand until now. Soon the wound was crudely bandaged. Zhou picked up her kit to leave, only for one of Chen Zhenghao's men to step forward and block the doorway. Her pulse spiked. "What do you intend?" "Nothing," he said calmly. "You're not leaving, not until my wound heals." Fear coiled quietly within him. Countless enemies sought his head, and medicine was scarce. With a physician at his side, he felt marginally safe. Ignoring her resistance, he detained her by force. Moments later one of his men carried in a steaming pot of cooked rice. The thought of what it might contain nearly made her vomit. Only her years in hospitals, exposed daily to death, kept her from collapsing outright. When he urged her to eat, she refused outright. He smirked, saying nothing, convinced she was merely clinging to pretense. Starvation, he knew, would break her resolve soon enough.
This can't go on. Even our laborers now dare resist us, it undermines everything. Only by eliminating Zhang Yi and seizing his residence can we secure our future. His home is a fortress stocked with provisions enough to sustain us for months. By then perhaps the blizzard will have passed. So our priority now is how to deal with Zhang Yi. He addressed his men. They exchanged uneasy glances. Brother Hao, we've attacked Zhang Yi's place several times. Each attempt failed. That house is like a turtle's shell, impenetrable. Chen Zhanghao scoffed. No fortress lacks a flaw, and no man stays indoors forever. Here's the plan: we move into the apartment next door and watch him in shifts. The moment opportunity arises, we strike without mercy. And living higher up grants greater security. Dazed and leaderless, his men nodded in silent acquiescence. Zhou Kor listened intently. Under the pretext of using the restroom, she slipped into the bathroom and sent Zhang Yi a message, relaying every word. Zhang Yi read it and smiled, utterly unperturbed. Stepping outside. Not in 1,000 years. Understood. Stay put and keep observing. As a physician, Zhou Kor was valuable. Chen Zhanghao wouldn't kill her. For now she was safe. Zhang Yi saw no need to act hastily. His bounty had already set fate in motion. Others would risk everything to end Chen Zhanghao. Chen Zhanghao and his men gathered their supplies and escorted Zhou Kor to the 24th floor. The young couple living next door to Zhang Yi trembled at their arrival. Open the door, now. Chen Zhanghao. We're swapping apartments. Open up, or I'll shoot. Inside the apartment, the young couple clung to each other in terror. What do we do? They've come to seize our home, and will likely lose even the last scraps of food we have. The wife stared at her husband with utter despair. He was a bespectacled clerk. Cradling her tightly, he whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid, it'll be all right. If they want the apartment, let them have it. Quick, hide whatever food remains on your bodies." Trembling, they concealed their meager rations inside their clothing, then slowly opened the door. Seeing Chen Zhanghao and his menacing entourage outside, the man swallowed hard and bowed deeply. "Brother Hao, this apartment is yours from now on. We'll leave immediately." As he turned to guide his wife out, one of Chen Zhanghao's underlings let out a sharp mocking snort and raised a steel pipe. Thud. A muffled impact echoed, then the man's vision blacked out as he collapsed unconscious, disbelief still frozen in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend it. He had obeyed without resistance, surrendered the apartment entirely, yet they'd struck anyway. His wife watched paralyzed with horror as her husband crumpled motionless to the floor. Ah! She clapped a hand over her mouth in a piercing shriek, just before another club crashed down upon her skull. Two henchmen stepped forward, silent and ruthless, ensuring neither spouse would ever speak again. Zhou Kor pressed both hands hard against her mouth, utterly petrified. This was her first encounter with murder, and no amount of mental fortitude could steady her now. Chen Zhanghao glanced at her coldly and sneered, "It's too cold, their deaths were inevitable. Dr. Zhou, you'll need to get used to this." Having killed so many, he had long since lost all reverence for life. And yet there was one truth he refused to admit. After being placed under Zhang Yi's bounty and ambushed by unknown assailants, fear had taken root deep within him. So he resorted to ever more brutal measures to subjugate the building's residents and force their submission. Zhou Kor suppressed her nausea and remained silent. Chen Zhanghao strode arrogantly into the apartment and ordered his men to dispose of the bodies. For several days afterward, Zhang Yi kept hearing a persistent clinking and clanging emanating from next door. He knew Chen Zhanghao and his crew were probing for weaknesses in his apartment's defenses. Moreover, the men rotated shifts, maintaining constant surveillance on both the front door and rear window of Zhang Yi's residence. Chen Zhanghao assumed Zhang Yi would eventually emerge to discard trash or collect snow for meltwater. One opening was all he needed to eliminate Zhang Yi and claim everything he possessed. What he failed to foresee was that Zhang Yi wielded access to a vast spatial rift, making water an absolute non-issue. Still, Zhang Yi dared not open the window to throw out garbage. Chen Zhanghao carried a firearm and such a risk was unthinkable. Yet for a homebody, accumulating refuse posed no real hardship. When bored, he played video games or watched pre-downloaded films and series. Meanwhile, desperate pleas continued flooding the residential WeChat group daily. Soon followed furious, venomous outbursts born of denied hope. "Zhang Yi, you're an inhuman monster. You could have prolonged everyone's survival. Why are you so selfish? You're destined to live alone forever. Don't you possess a heart? By refusing to help us, you'll spend the rest of your life drowning in guilt and remorse." Faced with his neighbor's rage, Zhang Yi responded with simple, deliberate irony. He began live streaming his meals in the group, recording his daily life and sharing it directly with them. "Hello everyone. Today I'm preparing braised pork belly." With that, a slab of pork belly, weighing at least 1 kilogram, slammed onto the cutting board. Neighbors watching the feed turned bloodshot-eyed with envy. Who uses that much pork belly for braised pork? If you can't finish it, don't waste it, give it to me. Give it to me now. Zhang Yi, you're no human, you're a beast. You don't deserve to eat that pork. Zhang Yi, I haven't tasted fat in a week. Just let me have a scrap of pork skin. Even a single sip of oil would suffice, that's what you're discarding, isn't it? Please, give it to me. Starving people held no resistance to such rich fatty fare. With rapid practiced motions, Zhang Yi cooked so vividly that viewers felt they could almost smell the savory aroma through their screens. Yet after a few minutes he frowned. He lifted a piece of pork, tasted it, and spat it instantly into the trash. Too much soy sauce. Damn it, this entire pot is ruined. Though Zhang Yi often cooked, he rarely attempted elaborate dishes. This time he'd accidentally overdosed on soy sauce, turning an exquisite dish into a salty, overpowering mess. Even the caramelized sugar glaze had burned, lending a bitter aftertaste to every bite. How on earth am I supposed to eat this? Ugh, what a waste. Utterly wasteful. Zhang Yi shook his head in resigned disappointment. He'd meant to showcase his culinary skill only to botch it entirely. A pity he kept no stray dog at home, otherwise the meat wouldn't have gone to waste. With no alternative, he dumped the entire pot of pork into the trash. The group erupted, neighbors went completely berserk. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it, my mouth is the trash bin. The bin is right here. Ouch, what are you doing? Why toss it? Why? Just take your trash out, I'll sprint there to scavenge it. Young master, this humble servant arrives late, do you require a dog? One trained specifically to handle your waste. Some neighbors nearly fainted from sheer outrage, their hearts bled at the sight. Outside the world froze, gas supplies cut off, stoves useless. Even a hot meal had become a luxury beyond reach, let alone braised pork belly, a delicacy they wouldn't dare dream of consuming even in sleep. And yet Zhang Yi, without hesitation or regret, had just discarded an entire pot. Unforgivable. Fine, I'll settle for something ready-made instead. With a swift pan of the camera, his immaculate dining table came into view, laden with over a dozen exquisite dishes. Warm amber lighting bathed the spread, rendering each course irresistibly appetizing. Everyone behold tonight's feast: shrimp braised in oyster sauce, sea cucumber stir-fried with scallions, steamed tofu supreme, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9 turns, braised pig intestine, fish fillets in fermented rice sauce, sweet and sour pork loin, blackfish egg soup and candied yam. Alright loyal friends, the banquet is served. Let's dig in. Zhang Yi propped up his phone like a seasoned food vlogger and dug in with gusto, chopsticks flying. The group chat exploded with frantic messages. Zhang Yi, just one bite. I'll kowtow to you. Zhang Yi, let my child taste a morsel of fish, even the tail fin would do. Zhang Yi, you're my father and I'm your son, just let me sip a spoonful of soup. Please, flooded the feed while others bombarded his phone with frantic calls. Zhang Yi ignored them all, savoring his meal with serene, unbothered delight. Watching his neighbor's apoplectic fury only made each bite taste richer, more satisfying. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth made every resident in the block's heart bleed. Even the swill poured from his household tasted like a rare delicacy to them. Yet Zhang Yi would not give them even that. In Sun Jichao and the others' home, their failed assault on Zhang Yi's apartment had dashed any hope of obtaining antibiotics. Only 2 days passed before the aftereffects became apparent. The 3 wounded men felt an unbearable itch at their injuries. Around the bandages the bloodstains took on a strange abnormal yellow. Sun Jichao could not help but tear open the gauze to see. He found the wound had already begun to fester. A nauseating bloody stench assaulted them like the rot of a decaying carcass. No. Don't do this, I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao wailed, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Zhou Pang and Gu Jialian were even more stunned at the sight. They pulled back the gauze from their own wounds, praying they had not become infected. Alas, ideals are beautiful but reality is cruel. If the injuries had been mere grazes, there might have been a chance to heal. But these were penetrating wounds, rusted crossbow bolts lodged deep in flesh. The wounds, compounded by bacterial infection and the absence of proper nutrition and medicine, made their deterioration inevitable. The men uttered agonized screams bordering on madness. In the room, Fan Yuqing trembled. She took out her phone and messaged Zhang Yi, brother Zhang Yi, they have gone mad, Qinger is so frightened. Will you come and save Qinger? She pleaded. If Qinger comes, shall obey, do whatever you ask. After a while Zhang Yi's reply arrived. Qinger, seeing you like this pains me too. But I cannot go out, Chen Zhanghao is right next door to me. Why don't you come here instead? Be careful on the way, don't let them catch you. Yesterday my neighbors next door were killed by them, you're delicate, you might draw their attention. Zhang Yi's voice on the other end was mocking. When it came to Fan Yuqing, the White Lotus figure he despised, his only thought was to use every means to torment her and let her die in pain and despair. Hearing that Chen Zhanghao was next door, Fan Yuqing grew conflicted. Chen had killed too many people, she did not dare to take the risk. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm so scared. Will you come get me? Don't you have weapons? Zhang Yi cursed inwardly at the message. He thought of her as a shameless creature and scoffed at the idea of fetching her. I'd like to, but they frightened me a few days ago, I'm feeling unwell. Let's put it this way, I'm a bit sleepy. Bye. Fa Yuqing listened to the screams outside, her face drained of color when she messaged Zhang Yi again. He no longer paid her any heed. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi's life remained prosperous and idle. He no longer needed to work, he slept when he wished and rose when he pleased. There was no need to toil for a living or to flatter anyone. Anyone who dared to offend him would be scolded back. Life was exhilaratingly untroubled. Next door, Qin Zhanghao brooded day after day about how to kill him and seize his apartment. Yet for several days Zhang Yi did not appear. As long as Zhang Yi stayed hidden, Chen had no chance to act. Instead, having become a target of Zhang Yi's bounty, Chen lived in constant fear. He no longer trusted even his own men and slept gripping a gun. Soon his nerves began to fray. After anguished deliberation, Chen finally decided on a plan. Zhang Yi watched the whole building through cameras. Anyone in the corridor would be seen by him. Over the past days, Zhang Yi noticed Chen seemed to be plotting. Gradually people began entering Chen's apartment, young strong men, all single and living alone. Some came willingly, others were forced at gunpoint by Chen. Slowly Chen's crew expanded to 10 men. More than before. Zhang Yi understood he is afraid, so he has tried to recruit a band of men to prevent being killed and handed over for the bounty. In Zhang Yi's view, such a measure was merely drinking poison to quench thirst. He had already killed more than 40 residents in the building. The remaining population hovered around 70. By his past life calculations, most household supplies were nearly gone. The next source of provisions would be people. With Chen recruiting his men, a slaughter of others would soon begin. But that also meant Chen now had to feed 10 mouths. Even with infighting and cannibalism, such an arrangement could not be sustained for long. Besides, everyone now harbored their own schemes. The lame Qin Zhanghao barely maintained power with a single gun, and that gun likely had only a few bullets left. Zhang Yi messaged Zhou Qi to ask about Chen's situation. It took a long time before Zhou Qi replied. Qin Zhanghao and his men have gone mad. All the food is gone. They've begun eating people. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. I feel like I'm about to starve to death. This did not surprise Zhang Yi. If one day he were about to starve and the only way to survive was to eat others, he imagined he would choose death rather than cannibalism. Of course, eating well every day made such resolve easier to claim. If he were ever driven to dire scarcity, he could not say what he might do. Zhou Qi continued. These days they go out every day looking for people. Whenever they find an occupied apartment, they break in and kill them. No one has supplies left. It's laughable. Those dozens you killed before actually gave many people a few more days of life. They have met resistance. The survivors have banded together and there are casualties. After a long pause, Zhou Qi sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Seeing the plea, Zhang Yi sensed the humility of the aloof female doctor. She seemed to hold little hope. In such times, everyone lived on the edge who could afford to care for others. Zhang Yi pondered for a long while and finally made a decision. Zhou Qi could still be useful. He could not let her die so easily. A chief surgeon from a tertiary hospital was not easy to replace, especially one he knew well. Do one thing for me, he told her. If you succeed, I will let you live. Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Qi, but she would have to proffer a pledge of allegiance. His demands were simple: be useful, pose no threat, and most importantly, do not be a saint. Zhang Yi was confident about the first two conditions. What he wished to know was whether Zhou Qi could steel herself and act ruthlessly at a decisive moment. So he entrusted her with a task. Zhou Qi did not reply at once. She was evidently wrestling with herself. Zhang Yi felt no hurry. Time after all stood on his side. If she could not pass the test, he would sever ties without hesitation. Besides, Zhang Yi enjoyed relatively robust health. The chance of him falling suddenly ill was slim. He would not venture out recklessly, so the risk of injury was low. How long Zhou Qi might survive, however, remained uncertain. The next morning, Zhang Yi slept until 10. He threw back the velvet cover, washed, then changed into exercise clothes and began running on the treadmill. In the apocalypse, a sound physique was invaluable. Only with sturdy physical strength could one better weather sudden danger and ward off illness. He ran sweat-drenched for an hour before finally stopping. He then took a hot shower. While bathing, Zhang Yi felt a quiet pride. Such comforts had become rare luxuries in these times. Bang! 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 At that instant, a thunderous racket erupted outside. Zhang Yi's eyes sharpened. He wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out. He soon heard a string of curses from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi checked the monitor and saw Zhou Peng outside, 2 kitchen knives in hand, hacking frantically at his door. Zhang Yi, get out here. All you ever do is hide in your room, you cowardly turtle, you useless waste. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. And then, Zhang Yi thought it laughable that a man barely clinging to life would try to provoke him with insults. If anyone was desperate now, it seemed to be Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi noticed that Zhou Peng struck with his left hand. His right arm could barely be lifted. He realized at once that the arm had been infected. Up close, the arm was swollen, grotesquely bulging. Zhang Yi came to the door, hands in his pockets, and said coolly, Zhou Peng, infection does not feel pleasant, does it? I remember my biology teacher explaining wound infections. When tetanus bacilli from rust enter a wound, they proliferate like maggots on a corpse, ravenous and relentless. Your wound must be at least a dozen centimeters deep.
The air outside is cold but your flesh is warm, a perfect cradle for bacteria to multiply and feast upon your flesh. Then the wound begins to suppurate, black pus flows, bacteria multiply and the wound widens. Finally they crawl along your blood vessels and spread through your whole body.
Zhang Yi described it with cold vividness. Hearing him, Zhou Ping felt the pain in his arm intensify.
Sweat beaded on his brow, he imagined his body swarming with microbes about to devour him. Even though he knew Zhang Yi was trying to scare him, the fear was uncontrollable.
Yeah. Zhang Yi'll kill you.
Zhou Ping had gone mad, his arm was indeed rotting and he knew death awaited. He wanted one last attempt, but this effort was bound to be in vain. In the neighboring room, one of Chen Zhanghao's men, hearing Zhou Ping's crazed howls, asked, "Shall we finish him off?" Chen Zhanghao considered and said, "Haven't you heard, he's nearly dead of infection."
"Would you eat spoiled meat?"
They exchanged looks and decided not to take the risk. Zhou Ping hacked at the door a while longer and ranted angrily.
Eventually he tired, collapsed at Zhang Yi's door and began to beg for mercy between sobs.
Zhang Yi said softly, "You're done for, the wound is rotten terminal.
There's nothing to be done.
Might as well, before you die, do the things you never dared to do while you were alive." Tears brimmed in Zhou Ping's eyes, those words plunged him into deeper despair.
Could it be, he was going to die? Fear wrapped around him like an abyss.
And then that fear gave way to fury, brazen, unbridled rage.
"I'm about to die, what is there left to fear?"
He struggled to his feet and kicked Zhang Yi's iron door hard, intending to hurl insults, but the impact hurt so badly he nearly fainted. Zhou Ping paid no heed to the pain and staggered back down the stairs. Back at his lodging, his gaze was glassy. He saw Sun Jiqiao holding a candle to a knife, then cauterizing his own wound. SSS, the hiss of burning fat rose with bluish smoke. Sun Jiqiao's pupils dilated even as he bit the blanket. He emitted agonized wails. He apparently believed this would kill the bacteria.
How ignorant and pitiable. Wang Min watched Zhou Ping with aching concern, at a loss for words. She knew Zhou Ping would not live long.
The room already smelled daily of decay, the living decomposing before death, a pain most could not imagine. Zhou Ping ignored Wang Min and lurched toward the room where Fang Yuqing was being held. Fang Yuqing screamed when she saw him.
Zhou Ping. What are you doing?"
Zhou Ping stood before her, eyes bloodshot, staring intently.
"Yuqing, will you marry me?"
This pitiful sycophant on the brink of death still harbored the single wish to wed Fang Yuqing. In the apocalypse, that desire was both laughable and abject. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes full of contempt. She pinched her nose and said, "No, I will not."
Zhou Ping's heart shattered.
He had given so much, even risked his life, but Fang Yuqing had never once felt for him.
"No. You love me, you love me. I will have you, before I die I will make you mine."
Zhou Ping lost his reason. He could not accept having gained nothing for all he had sacrificed.
If he could not possess her, he would destroy her.
Those outside heard the commotion and did nothing. To them, Fang Yuqing was the architect of their fall. She deserved to perish.
"Get away, you stink, disgusting!" Fang Yuqing screamed. Enraged, Zhou Ping tore the bandage from his arm.
The wound gaped, swollen black and purple, oozing putrid pus. In a grotesque motion, he gouged at the rotten, forced, decaying flesh toward Fang Yuqing's lips.
"It'll make you stop insulting me."
Fang Yuqing retched, but Zhou Ping thrust a piece of rotten meat into her mouth.
Zhou Ping sneered.
Seeing the woman he worshipped humiliated before him gave him an unprecedented perverse exhilaration. Zhou Ping tore off Fang Yuqing's clothes, heedless of the room's temperature, well below -60°C. Yet when he lowered his trousers, a cruel truth confronted him: he was utterly incapable of arousal. After all, not only was the ambient temperature lethally sub-zero, -60 to 70 degrees, but his physical stamina had also deteriorated to an abysmal level.
Even given the chance, he remained wholly inadequate. "Rise. Rise now." Frantically, Zhou Ping tried every method he could conceive, yet nothing worked.
That part of him seemed entirely numb.
Fang Yuqing watched coldly and sneered, "How utterly useless you are."
"Arg." His voice, a raw, desperate roar, echoed through the room like that of a Pomeranian whose dignity had just been shattered. After a night of deep contemplation, Zhou Qi finally gave Zhang Yi her affirmative reply. She understood this was his test of her resolve.
Though perilous beyond measure, inaction would seal her fate all the sooner at the hands of Chen Zhanghao and his men.
She had no choice but to stake everything on one desperate gamble. That evening, Chen Zhanghao and his men lounged in the living room while dispatching a subordinate to prepare dinner in the kitchen. From a shadowed corner, Zhou Qi observed them intently, then rose abruptly and declared, "I'll assist him." Chen Zhanghao's gaze hardened, cold, piercing, as a chilling laugh escaped his lips.
"Ah, I knew you couldn't hold out."
Zhou Qi froze, her blood seeming to congeal within her veins. Chen Zhanghao continued, his tone laced with mockery. 2 days without food, no one could endure it.
"Dr. Zhou, survival isn't shameful."
"You're right," Zhou Qi murmured, biting her lower lip. "I don't wish to die, I want to live."
Believing she'd finally acquiesced, Chen Zhanghao nodded approvingly. "That's best. You still serve a purpose for me, for now. I'd rather not see you perish so soon."
Taking a slow, steadying breath, Zhou Qi turned silently and walked toward the kitchen. The kitchen reeked of blood and decay, even with her nasal passages congested the stench assaulted her senses. Suppressing her revulsion, she approached the subordinate to lend assistance. The man stared blankly, uttering not a word. He merely pointed to an axe and splintered furniture nearby, signaling her to chop firewood. Zhou Qi obeyed without protest. With energy resources long exhausted, cooking required burning salvaged furniture. A makeshift stove had been hastily assembled, topped with a rusted iron pot. As flames licked the snow inside the pot, it began to melt, slowly yielding murky turbid water thick with suspended impurities. Yet under such dire conditions, even this meager sustenance was a luxury. No one dared complain. Zhou Qi kept her eyes fixed on the subordinate while discreetly monitoring activity beyond the kitchen door. Her palms grew slick with sweat. The consequences of what came next, if discovered, would be certain death. Moments later, the man dumped ingredients into the pot and haphazardly sprinkled in seasonings. "Watch closely." With that icy command, he departed the kitchen. Zhou Qi waited, counting seconds, until absolute silence confirmed safety. Only then did she withdraw a small vial from her pocket. Hands trembling, she unscrewed the cap and emptied a generous dose of white powder into the simmering broth, then swiftly concealed the vial once more. Only then did she register the frantic pounding of her heart, like a single-cylinder engine at full throttle, and the violent tremor in her legs. Swallowing hard, she seized the ladle and stirred the powder thoroughly into the soup. The act unfolded without incident, not a cinematic spectacle rife with twists, but a quiet, grim transaction shaped by desolation. In this ravaged world, apathy had long since dulled their vigilance. They never imagined Zhou Qi would poison their meal. At noon, she carried the steaming pot to the table, where they lunged forward, eyes bloodshot with hunger, ravenous for warmth. To cement their trust, Zhou Qi served herself a bowl of soup and retreated silently to her room. No one questioned her absence. They craved only heat, only sustenance. Warmth equaled life itself, each mouthful a fragile increment of survival. Back in her room, she sat on the bed, cradling the bowl in trembling hands. She waited, motionless, patient. Into the pot she'd poured half a vial of potent sedative. Its onset was rapid, a single dose induced sleep within 30 minutes. And digestion, diverting blood flow to the stomach, only deepened drowsiness. Such a massive dosage would fell even an elephant into profound slumber. As a physician, Zhou Qi knew precisely how deeply this dose would plunge them. Unless jolted by extreme trauma, awakening would be impossible for hours. Soon enough, rhythmic snores rose from the living room. Creeping forward, she found them sprawled across sofas and chairs, deeply unconscious. Holding her breath, she sent Zhang Yi a message. "I've administered a heavy dose of sedative. They're all asleep. What are your next steps?" Zhang Yi's residence lay just beyond the shared wall. He'd waited at calm, watchful, for her signal, gauging whether she possessed the competence to fulfill her role. Only by proving indispensable could she become a true asset, a piece he might wield with confidence. Upon reading her message, Zhang Yi arched a brow and replied, "Drag them onto the balcony." He refused to cross over himself, too great a risk should this be a trap. Zhou Qi hesitated, then whispered, "Understood." Most would have recoiled in terror if Chen Zhanghao and his men awoke mid-process. Her death would be instantaneous. But Zhou Qi, trained and precise, trusted her pharmacology implicitly. One by one she dragged them outside, dumping each inert form onto the balcony. Though gales howled and frost bit the air, their coma held firm. The body plunged into hypothermic stasis, conserved energy, slowing metabolism to prolong survival. From his window, Zhang Yi observed every movement, clear, unblinking. He knew precisely how many men Chen Zhanghao commanded. Surveillance left nothing hidden from his gaze. When Zhou Qi, breath ragged, finally hauled the last figure onto the balcony, he gave a slow, satisfied nod. "What do you need me to do next?" Her voice quavered as she asked. "Just wait, I'll be with you shortly." Zhang Yi set down his phone and turned toward his bedroom. After brief deliberation, he retrieved a heavy-duty thermal suit from his spatial storage and donned it. Then he fastened 10 thick ropes, each as thick as a child's forearm, to his belt. In his left hand he held a fully drawn crossbow. Across his back rested a heavy-duty cleaver. Pausing, he judged it insufficient, so he drew the pistol he'd purchased long ago but never used, disengaged its safety and gripped it firmly. Only then did a quiet certainty settle within him. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the first time since the apocalypse he'd reached for its latch. The mechanism was complex, triple-locked, biometric, electronic, and mechanical. Once disengaged, he stepped onto the balcony. Biting wind rushed past, but the thermal suit absorbed its bite effortlessly. Even Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel. Professional-grade insulation truly was extraordinary. Shivering violently, Zhou Qi stood at the window, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Are you going to kill them?" Zhang Yi twisted his lips into a faint, unsettling grin and raised his pistol, not only toward the unconscious thugs but subtly, ominously toward her as well. Without a word, he tossed the coils of rope at her feet. "Not me. You." Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, leaning against the window frame, ready to retreat indoors at the slightest sign of danger. Chen Zhanghao and his henchmen lay unconscious on the adjacent balcony. Yet Zhang Yi could not be certain they were truly incapacitated. What if this was a trap orchestrated jointly by them and Zhou Qi to lure him into vulnerability? The moment he stepped over, they might spring up and eliminate him. Moreover, a gap of over 10 centimeters separated the two balconies.
The stainless steel railing slick with frost and the blizzard offered treacherous footing. If he attempted to climb across, a single shove from Zhou Qi would send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi leveled his gun at Chen Zhanghao and the others lying on the ground. Bind their hands behind their backs with these ropes. Also, I recall Chen Zhanghao carries a firearm, handed over to me as well. Zhou Qi wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had eaten nothing for 2 days, only sipped minimal water, and had dragged 10 people onto the balcony. Her strength was utterly spent. Seeing Zhang Yi's extreme caution, even refusing to step forward and assist, she bit her parched cracked lips and retorted bitterly, "You're far too cautious." "Caution steers the vessel safely across millennia," Zhang Yi replied coolly. Under the barrel of his gun, Zhou Qi had no choice but to comply. She picked up the rope and tightly bound each person's wrists behind their backs. When she retrieved the handgun from Chen Zhanghao's pocket, Zhang Yi instantly trained his weapon on her head. "Remove the magazine and toss it to me." Zhou Qi gazed at Zhang Yi, then hesitated, biting her lip before asking, "How can I trust you? What if you betray me once I've done everything you asked?" Zhang Yi responded calmly, "You have no alternative but to trust me. Only through that trust can you survive this merciless environment." After a moment's reflection, Zhou Qi knew she had no other recourse. She could not violate her moral boundaries by resorting to cannibalism and thus would inevitably starve. Following Zhang Yi's orders, she disassembled the pistol's magazine and dropped it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced sideways to confirm it was indeed Chen Zhanghao's firearm, then said, "Return to the room first." Zhou Qi carefully retreated indoors. Her heart pounded with dread, for if Chen Zhanghao and the others awoke, Zhang Yi could simply re-enter the safety of his room while she would face certain death. Yet as Zhang Yi had stated, she had no choice. Once inside, she waited anxiously, while Zhang Yi did not immediately cross the balcony. Instead, he retrieved Chen Zhanghao's fallen handgun from the floor. He checked the magazine. 3 rounds remained. He cast the weapon into his spatial void, then returned indoors and fetched a length of plumbing pipe from the bathroom. Then he aimed the pipe toward the group on the neighboring balcony and unleashed a torrent. He chose not to fire, not only to conserve ammunition but also to avoid drawing attention with gunfire and inviting unwanted complications. Whoosh! A cascade of water erupted from the pipe, arcing 3 to 4 meters before drenching Chen Zhanghao and the others. The temperature plunged from a cozy 20 degrees Celsius indoors to a brutal minus 70 degrees outdoors, a staggering 100-degree differential. Even the warm water jetted forth, steaming into the frigid air. Yet upon contact with their bodies, it instantly froze solid. Inside the room, Zhou Qi watched the spectacle and instinctively hugged her arms tight. To perish encased in ice was undeniably cruel. Now, under the shock of the freezing deluge, the group began stirring back to consciousness. The icy water had saturated their flesh and skin, sealing them in brittle armor of frost. "Ah!" One young thug, lips turning violet, shrieked in raw terror. He tried to rise, but his wrists remained locked behind him and the floor itself had glazed over with thick treacherous ice, sending him slipping helplessly. Chen Zhanghao too awoke, drenched in icy water, and stared in stunned disbelief before realizing with sudden clarity that he had been drugged. But there was no time now to trace the culprit. For the relentless cold torrent scouring his body plunged him into a living glacier, every nerve shrieking with piercing needle-like agony as though 10,000 needles pierced each pore. All of them stirred awake, screaming in panic, yet thrashing wildly. They could not rise. Cramped together on the narrow balcony, they hindered one another at every turn. "Zhang Yi!" Chen Zhanghao spotted him on the neighboring balcony wielding the pipe. His roar was pure fury. Zhang Yi finally emerged fully from his room, the unyielding window now cracked open just a sliver. Alas, his hands were bound and his own life hung by a thread. "You've caused enough chaos. It's time to die." Zhang Yi spoke coldly. Chen Zhanghao and his men had slaughtered nearly half the building's residents, approaching even Zhang Yi's own grim tally. To keep him alive was to invite inevitable confrontation. Sooner or later he would come for Zhang Yi. Though Zhang Yi feared no battle, prudence dictated finality. He would never gamble with his own life. And what could be safer than a corpse? Chen Zhanghao and his men writhed and roared with their last strength, yet remained pinned immobile. Freezing water lashed their faces, flooded their mouths, and poured down their collars. Their garments soaked through, then hardened into rigid, unyielding shells of ice. Within 2 minutes they lay silent on the ground, only convulsing limbs tinged livid purple and deep blue. By the 3rd minute, motion ceased entirely. They had become 10 frozen statues. 5 minutes later, the mass coalesced, a single monolithic block of ice, fused and unbreakable. Zhang Yi ceased spraying. Water was too precious to waste. Frozen thus, without modern medical intervention, survival was impossible. He returned indoors and sealed the floor-to-ceiling window with absolute certainty. Then he shed his heavy thermal suit and called Zhou Qi. "You have passed the test. You may come over." In the adjacent room, Zhou Qi heard Zhang Yi's voice, and the knot of tension in her chest finally loosened. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Yes, I'll come at once." She seized her medical kit and fled the room like an escapee from hell itself. Zhang Yi disengaged all 4 physical locks on the reinforced security door, then stepped back 2 paces, raising his handgun to aim directly at the entrance. He turned briefly to check the surveillance feed, confirming Zhou Qi's condition was stable, before remotely unlocking the final electronic latch via smartphone app. "You may enter."
Outside, Zhou Qian heard the command and raised her pale frostbitten hands to push the heavy door inward with desperate force. Yet the instant a narrow fissure opened, a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping her completely. Her eyes flared with sudden radiant hope. That sensation, this profound long-lost warmth, had been absent for far too long. She redoubled her effort, forcing the door wide, and stepped across the threshold. At that moment it felt as though she had crossed into paradise. The numbing cold that had gripped her body began receding rapidly. That intoxicating heat wrapped around her like a soothing bath until gradually it intensified into an almost unbearable searing warmth. After all, she wore 6 layers of clothing, including 2 down jackets. In Zhang Yi's climate-controlled interior, maintained at a steady 27 degrees Celsius, the heat overwhelmed her. Ignoring the handgun still pointed at her, she hurriedly began stripping off her garments. The room was unbearably hot. Zhou Qian felt as though she was being roasted alive in her down jacket, and it was particularly uncomfortable. Ignoring Zhang Yi's gun pointed at her, she quickly took off her thick down jacket to cool herself down. She gasped for breath. Tears glistened in her eyes, revealing her inner excitement at that moment. It was so warm, too warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was the environment suitable for human life. She hadn't felt this ordinary happiness in a long time. Have you forgotten something? Like the fact that this is my home and you haven't fully passed my test yet, Zhang Yi said coldly. At that moment, Zhou Qian finally remembered there was a man in front of her. Zhang Yi's gun still aimed at her. Zhou Qian forced a smile. You really are quite cautious. I've already done what you asked, eliminated your enemies. Isn't that enough to prove my trustworthiness? Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Those people were a significant hassle for you as well. Your elimination of them was not solely for my sake. You have your own need to survive. He continued. Taking care of them merely demonstrates you have some value, meeting the basic conditions to be my assistant. But next you must prove your harmlessness. Zhang Yi pinpointed the crux of the issue. After enduring a long life in the apocalypse, he was reluctant to easily trust anyone. No matter who they were in the past, anyone could lose their humanity in the apocalypse. He could only trust himself. That was the only way to survive. Zhou Qian felt somewhat helpless. She had complied with Zhang Yi's requests but was unsure how to earn his trust. However, she definitely did not want to leave this warm house. So what exactly do you want me to do for you to believe that I am harmless? Zhou Qian looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost humbly begging. Zhang Yi looked at her and cautiously asked, You aren't hiding any weapons, are you? Zhou Qian raised her hands in exasperation. Look at me in this position. I couldn't possibly hide any dangerous weapons. Zhang Yi's expression remained indifferent as he shook the gun in his hand. Raise your hands. His intent was to search her body to ensure she wasn't concealing any weapons. Zhou Qian felt a bit embarrassed. Yet she also understood that she had no bargaining power in her current situation. Zhang Yi's home was just too warm. Compared to the environment she had lived in before, this was like paradise. She understood that to gain certain things one must pay an equivalent price. All right, I understand. Zhou Qian gathered her courage and complied with Zhang Yi's request. She was a smart woman, aware of what she needed to give in order to receive. Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on her, ensuring she wouldn't suddenly produce any lethal weapons. This was entirely for safety. As a gentleman, he had no other intentions. Zhou Qian slowly raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached and conducted a search. Is this acceptable now? Zhou Qian asked after Zhang Yi finished searching her. Zhang Yi confirmed that she was not carrying any weapons. He then glanced at the medical kit on the floor and said to Zhou Qian, I suggest you take a shower first. Zhou Qian's face flushed even redder. It had indeed been a long time since her last bath and she might have a bit of odor, but there was nothing she could do about it. Feeling shy, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Zhang Yi found some women's clothes from the other space and tossed them outside the bathroom. Here are some fresh clothes, you can take them to wear later. He said, I picked out a set based on your size, try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, I can find you something else. Zhang Yi had managed the warehouse for so long that he had developed a good eye. He could immediately tell Zhou Qian's clothing size. Zhou Qian quietly responded with a soft from inside the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water was heard. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, cautiously opened it and carefully inspected its contents. He discovered that it was nearly empty, containing only a few rolls of gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After thinking for a moment, he took the syringes, tossed them into the other space and closed the medical kit. He sat leisurely on the sofa waiting for Zhou Qian to finish her shower before continuing their conversation. In the bathroom, as Zhou Qian turned on the shower, hot water cascading over her head, tears filled her excited eyes. Only after losing something do people understand what happiness truly means. She had never realized the importance of everything in her daily life. But after the apocalypse struck, she recognized the value of those things. Humanity had developed for thousands of years, resulting in conveniences that made them increasingly delicate. Having not bathed for half a month, Zhou Qian was particularly thorough in her washing. After half an hour, she suddenly remembered she was in Zhang Yi's home and hastened her shower. After all, water resources were extremely precious now. However, Zhang Yi made no comments or rushed her as he had plenty of stored water. Even in extreme situations there was an abundance of ice and snow available outside.
Human activities had pressed the pause button and the natural snowmelt was quite clean, even drinkable.
With a click, the bathroom door opened. Zhang Yi looked over and saw a steaming arm reaching out from within, picking up the clothes he had placed outside the door. Not long after, Zhou Qier emerged dressed in pajamas. Her damp hair cascaded down her back, creating a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi held the gun in his hand, paying no attention to such beauty, his gaze still filled with caution. He would not let his guard down until he was certain of this woman's reliability. Whether it was seemingly fragile women or children, they could pose a lethal threat in the apocalypse.
Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't bathed in a long time and I've wasted your water. You won't hold it against me, right?
Zhou Qier said, her expression a bit awkward. In the home of a stranger she still felt very reserved. Especially now she had no idea what kind of person Zhang Yi was. In such times maintaining caution and respect was always wise.
She did not want to anger Zhang Yi and be thrown out.
Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is difficult. After experiencing the wonders of a safe house, who would want to return to the frozen wilderness? Zhou Qier noticed Zhang Yi still regarded her with wariness and inwardly mused, no wonder he's managed to live so freely in this apocalyptic world. Sit down, and Zhang Yi gestured toward the sofa beside him, his hand already holding a pistol, though she hadn't seen him draw it. Obediently, Zhou Qier sat on the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, hands folded neatly atop her knees like a well-behaved child. And listen carefully, I've allowed you to stay here because you hold some value to me.
But never forget this is my home and your presence here is a privilege I grant you.
And therefore you must obey every command I issue.
Otherwise I will cast you out without hesitation.
Nan, should you ever harbor ill intent toward me, if I detect even a trace of treachery, I will kill you without mercy. Zhou Qier listened to his cold, unyielding words and silently scoffed, truly bloodless. And she knew his caution was justified, but had he spoken with even a sliver of warmth she might have felt a flicker of gratitude. What she didn't know was that Zhang Yi had once been gentle, only for that gentleness to be repaid with betrayal. And he extended a finger toward another room. Their apartment was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room layout. Besides Zhang Yi's master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms remained.
And you'll stay in that room.
But let me be clear, every corner of this building is under surveillance. And you will exist perpetually within my watchful gaze. Privacy is a luxury you no longer possess. The door is a reinforced security door, slightly lighter than the main entrance yet impervious to human force.
And the key remains in my possession. You may only leave during hours I explicitly permit.
If you object to any of this, Zhang Yi pointed toward the front door, you may walk out right now. And how could Zhou Qier possibly leave? Even if his terms were unbearably harsh, this apartment, compared to the brutal wasteland beyond its walls, was nothing short of paradise.
And she nodded. Yes, I'll obey you. Her compliant demeanor pleased Zhang Yi deeply. And truly a woman of intelligence, how effortlessly communication flowed with her.
And had it been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, the kind of ethereal fairy maidens, she'd likely have wept and raged instead. They deserved to perish in this apocalypse. And Zhang Yi holstered his pistol, then adjusted the position of the second one concealed beneath his coat. Ni's gaze settled upon Zhou Qier, his tone softening, just slightly. You're intelligent, this makes our future coexistence far more convenient. And you understand surely what lies beyond those walls, a living hellscape.
There is no survival for you outside my protection. And so now, I shall reveal a secret to you. Listen closely. And Zhou Qier's eyes widened in astonishment.
A secret? You would tell me? And she sensed that for someone as cautious as Zhang Yi, any secret he chose to share would carry immense weight, and certainly no simplicity. Zhang Yi said, I disclose this secret to ensure your loyalty. Yet even if you betray it, I feel little fear. Everyone here struggles merely to survive. No one poses a true threat to me. He shrugged lightly. Those who sought my death are already dead. Surely you witnessed that yourself. And Zhou Qier nodded solemnly, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yi, waiting to hear what truth he would unveil.
Zhang Yi spoke at a measured pace. You've surely seen online the cause of this snowstorm. It was a supernova explosion triggering a gamma ray burst.
Such radiation affects the human body, potentially inducing mutation. And thus I've awakened a unique ability, the creation and control of an independent pocket dimension. Ignoring Zhou Qier's stunned expression, he continued, it is precisely this space, stocked with vast reserves, that has enabled me to live so freely until now. Without it, this apartment alone, however sturdy, could never store sufficient supplies. And my survival ensures your access to those resources. Only thus do you have food to eat, hot water to bathe in. And should I die, this building would swiftly degrade into just another ruin, indistinguishable from all the rest. And you would starve. And Zhang Yi did not fully trust Zhou Qier, not even knowing her to be kind-hearted. And he trusted only self-interest, not human nature. For human nature is malleable, easily twisted, often with startling ease. Not only by making her comprehend my life as your lifeline could he bind her irrevocably to his own interests. To cement her belief, Zhang Yi reached into his pocket dimension and withdrew a long layered sandwich, tossing it to Zhou Qier without warning. Watching him conjure bread from empty air, Zhou Qier's astonished gaze finally softened, just faintly, with the first glimmer of trust. A superpower. Such a thing truly exists, and staring at the loaf in her hands she swallowed hard, hesitating to bite, awaiting his permission.
Out there a single loaf like this could ignite mortal combat between two families, let alone the fact she hadn't eaten in 2 days. And Zhang Yi said coolly, "Eat. It's yours." She could restrain herself no longer, her first bite was a desperate hungry awoof. And seeing her devour it too hastily, Zhang Yi poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Zhou Qier devoured the sandwich in great ravenous mouthfuls. This fast food item she'd once scorned now brought tears of overwhelming gratitude to her eyes. Heavens, how could mere bread taste so divine? And meanwhile Zhang Yi quietly outlined the rules of residence. "I do not trust you fully, so exercise your own discretion. And cleaning, cooking, these tasks need no prompting from me. The sewage pipes froze solid weeks ago. When using the restroom you must collect waste in specially designed plastic bags, then dispose of them through the concealed hatch in the window. That duty falls to you henceforth. In other words, you are now my personal attendant, earning comfort and sustenance through labor." Understood. And Zhang Yi kept no idle mouths under his roof. And with the last crumb gone, Zhou Qier nodded vigorously. "I understand. Master," and she murmured, blushing. And Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. This young woman knew precisely how to navigate power dynamics. And no wonder she'd risen so young to chief physician. Watching her finish eating and drinking, a faint smile touched Zhang Yi's lips. And he rested his chin upon his palm, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on her pale slender neck. "Do you know why among all the people in this building, though we were scarcely acquainted, I chose you?" And Zhou Qier moistened her lips. "Because I'm a doctor. And you lack for nothing, yet illness and injury cannot be guaranteed against." And Zhang Yi gave a slight nod. "That is the first reason, though my constitution remains robust, one must always prepare for the unforeseen." And from beneath the coffee table he retrieved a half-finished bottle of red wine, and as if conjuring it from thin air produced 2 elegant wine glasses. He poured 2 glasses, sliding one toward Zhou Qier. "And then, what is the second reason?" And she accepted the glass, hesitated, then took a sip, her eyes slowly sharpening with dawning comprehension. "In this world no bread is ever truly free. And, because I am a woman, and a beautiful one at that." This woman possessed rare self-awareness. And setting down her glass, Zhou Qier rose, and before Zhang Yi's very eyes loosened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi made no pretense of virtue. After over 2 weeks of pent-up tension his body thrummed with restless energy demanding release. And so, tonight it was settled. This night was destined to be exceedingly long. Zhou Qier had finally obtained the warm room she desired. Now for the first time since the apocalypse she could comfortably sleep well. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside, hiding the only key away. Business is business, fundamental principles must still be upheld. Even though Zhang Yi knew that Zhou Qier was a kind person, allowing her inside and ensuring her survival was already the limit of his kindness. For the time being he could not lower his guard against her. He took a shower first and then returned to the bedroom to rest. After sleeping for half a day, Zhang Yi woke up feeling refreshed, his eyes brighter than usual. Having a woman by his side added some joy to life. Living alone, he worried that one day he would suffer a mental breakdown. Humans are social creatures after all. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou Qier must be obedient and absolutely harmless. Zhang Yi checked the surveillance and saw Zhou Qier still soundly asleep in bed. She hadn't rested properly for so long that she was sleeping deeply, not waking even now. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and after dressing went to wash up. After finishing his morning cleaning he went to the living room to prepare breakfast. Zhang Yi took out some food from the alternate space and placed it on the coffee table. Then he went to Zhou Qier's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked and said, "Come out and eat something." It's quite amusing as he could see everything in the room clearly, yet out of politeness he still knocked on the door. After all, if they were to coexist long-term, basic respect was necessary. Zhou Qier's soft voice came from within, tinged with fatigue. "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi went to the dining table and picked up a beef and cheese burger, eating while walking to the window. After a night, the large block of ice next door had grown larger, covered in a blanket of white snow with faintly visible distorted shapes of 10 corpses inside. Zhou Qier walked out of her room and upon seeing Zhang Yi her complexion flushed slightly. As a proud medical doctor from a prestigious university she had always been aloof towards men. Thus she had remained chaste until now. After all, people in high society placed great importance on such matters. Yet unexpectedly she had not given herself to her husband or even to her lover. Instead, in the apocalypse she exchanged this for survival with a man she barely knew. However, looking at Zhang Yi's tall figure and his cold yet rational handsome face, she felt an unusual sense of security. Women often have a special feeling for their first man. Zhang Yi had a liking for Zhou Qier because she was beautiful. What man wouldn't love a stunning beauty with a great figure? However, love was definitely not something that could be spoken of at this moment. Perhaps in the future, when he fully trusted her, he would gradually invest his feelings. After all, living alone in the apocalypse was exhausting. One always needed some emotional support. Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou Qier that there was food on the table. Zhou Qier looked over and found steaming burgers, fried chicken and fries. These were items Zhang Yi had ordered in bulk from fast food restaurants like KFC and McDonald's before the end of the world. Thanks to the preservation ability of the alternate space, they were still warm when taken out. Zhou Qier swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but walk over to grab a burger and eat eagerly. Food she once looked down upon now tasted so delicious it made her want to cry. In less than 10 minutes she polished off the entire heap of food.
Zhou Qian lay back in her chair comfortably burping. When she saw Zhang Yi's half-smiling expression, she shyly covered her mouth, her face full of embarrassment.
Zhang Yi didn't mind this at all. He asked, "Are you done eating?" Zhou Qian tilted her head and replied earnestly, "Not yet, I'm still hungry." "But you shouldn't eat too much at once, it can easily cause gastroenteritis." "Then are you done? Come over and get to work." Zhang Yi pointed outside. Zhou Qian obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of cold-proof clothing from the alternate space, and Zhou Qian's eyes widened in amazement. Although it was not her first time seeing it, she still found it particularly magical. In her heart, her determination to follow Zhang Yi grew stronger. In the apocalypse, very few could survive. Only by following powerful individuals could one increase their chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed a set of cold-proof clothing to Zhou Qian, who put it on as well. "What are we going to do?" Zhou Qian asked curiously. Zhang Yi pointed to the block of ice on the neighboring balcony. "Go smash that block of ice." Zhou Qian trembled slightly. The bodies had already merged with the ice. If the ice were to be smashed, their corpses would be shattered as well. They must be dead already. Why do we need to do this? Zhang Yi shrugged. Maybe it's just because I simply dislike them. In this building, almost everyone wants to kill me and take my room and resources. I have to do something to let them know and not to be trifled with. He smirked. Previously, they thought I was just a turtle hiding at home. Of course, I don't mind their opinions of me. But over time, it does get a bit annoying. It's good for them to remember their lesson. There was another reason Zhang Yi didn't mention and was too lazy to explain to Zhou Qian. Zhang Yi was a person who held grudges. Chen Zhanghao had tried to kill him repeatedly, and Zhang Yi felt a lot of anger inside. Just freezing them to death, Zhang Yi thought, would be too lenient for them. Zhou Qian seemed to realize something and pointed at her own nose, saying, "You won't make me do it again, will you?" She was utterly speechless. It seemed she had been the one doing all the work to deal with Chen Zhanghao and the others from start to finish. Now that they were all dead, why was Zhang Yi still being so timid? Zhang Yi said seriously, "This is called being prudent. What if I went over and you closed the window on me?" Even though Zhang Yi's supplies are in the alternate space, he wasn't worried about starving. But having lived a comfortable life, who would want to seek suffering? Zhou Qian rolled her eyes, feeling both amused and exasperated. She secretly complained about how there could be such a cautious person. She wasn't foolish. How could she do something that harmed others without benefiting herself? Zhang Yi paid no attention to that, making a pleased gesture towards her and handing her a baseball bat. Zhou Qian noticed that Zhang Yi was clearly in a defensive posture when he handed her the baseball bat. She was furious and speechless at Zhang Yi's excessive caution. Zhou Qian raised the baseball bat in her hand and, staring at the massive ice block before her, gritted her teeth, then brought it down with decisive force. After all, she was a woman trained in medicine. Her aversion to corpses was not particularly intense. Crack! The ice block shattered instantly upon impact. Her arm recoiled sharply, stinging with pain, and she cried out, "Ah!" dropping the bat. She frowned faintly and rubbed her palm. So hard. Before Zhang Yi could speak, she strode into the room and returned holding a heavy iron sledgehammer. "This one's far more effective." Her gaze resolute, she declared. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment. He realized he might have underestimated this woman. Then she lifted the hammer and struck with fierce determination. Since only a modest amount of water had been poured, the ice layer was not excessively thick, and Zhou Qian possessed considerable strength. Indeed, she smashed away a large chunk. Zhang Yi filmed the entire sequence on his smartphone. After her first strike, Zhou Qian grew increasingly bold. Fear dissipated entirely. A rapid succession of crack sounds followed until the ice mass splintered into countless jagged fragments. At that moment, the contents within were no longer discernible. Only a chaotic riot of clashing colors remained visible. Yet Zhang Yi knew precisely what lay beneath. Only after fulfilling his request did Zhou Qian climb back over. "What use is this recording?" she asked curiously while changing clothes. A faint mischievous smile curled Zhang Yi's lips as he sent the video directly into the residential WeChat group. Zhou Qian suddenly understood. "You're asserting dominance in the group, so no one dares disturb you again." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "Not merely that. I intend to replace Chen Zhanghao in their minds." Neighbors feared Chen Zhanghao far more than him, because Chen carried a firearm and would storm into their homes, slaughter them, and seize their supplies. Yet even if Zhang Yi had killed countless others, his reputation remained that of a reclusive, sneaky figure who relied solely on ambushes. He needed to seize control, to prepare for the day he would finally step beyond his threshold. Zhou Qian nodded, fully supporting Zhang Yi's approach. Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa to rest and casually monitored the chat group's activity. Zhou Qian nestled obediently beside him, knees drawn together like an affectionate kitten. She rested her head close to his, watching side by side as reactions flooded the residential group. The two resembled lovers deeply immersed in passion. Zhou Qian's feelings for Zhang Yi stemmed from dependence, a woman's innate admiration for strength. For Zhang Yi, however, she remained primarily a servant, for now. As for deeper sentiment, that could wait. Should it arise, he wouldn't object. Yet even then, such emotion would remain restrained. Lately, the network had grown noticeably sluggish. Uploading the 1-minute clip took Zhang Yi a full minute.
Evidently the heavy snowfall had disrupted nearby cellular base stations.
Nonetheless, as the world's foremost infrastructure superpower, China maintained globally elite telecommunications standards.
Communication had not yet collapsed, only long-distance transmissions suffered significant interference.
Neighbors intrigued by the video tapped it open without hesitation.
Upon witnessing Chen Zhanghao and his men meet such a grisly end, many burst into wild tearful laughter.
Chen Zhanghao, the devil is finally dead.
Xiao Chui, you may now rest in peace.
At last, he is truly gone. We can go outside now.
That wretched bastard died just as he deserved.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, sobbing.
Their hatred for Chen Zhanghao ran bone deep. Had Chen Zhanghao not ignited that blood-soaked reign of terror, many residents of this building would still be alive. Their kin, friends and beloved ones slaughtered mercilessly by his gang.
Such hatred defied articulation.
Zhang Yi posted a message to the group. Chen Zhanghao is dead.
Zhang Yi killed him.
Beside him, Zhou Qi shot him a faintly aggrieved glance, thinking, wasn't it me who did it? He continued calmly, from this day forward this building falls under my authority. Only then did neighbors recall the video originated from Zhang Yi and that Zhou Qi appeared clearly within it.
Zhang Yi, was it you who killed Chen Zhanghao?
You're truly extraordinary, thank you for ridding us of that monstrous fiend.
Zhang Yi, do you have food at home?
I'm starving, I've lost my son, my daughter too.
But I want to live.
Zhang Yi, surely you have provisions at home.
Give me some, I'll do anything for you. Neighbors, seeing Zhang Yi emerge, publicly erupted into clamorous, desperate pleas. To them, the name Zhang Yi had become synonymous with abundant supplies, food incarnate.
Zhang Yi sighed inwardly, judging by their tone they harbored little fear of him. He turned to Zhou Qi. I killed Chen Zhanghao, yet why aren't they afraid of me? She replied without hesitation, because compared to that madman Chen Zhanghao, you're a good man. Zhang Yi chuckled wryly, pointing at himself, a good man.
Don't flatter me.
But Zhou Qi insisted earnestly, in my eyes, you are a good man.
Because you've never taken a life without cause.
As for Chen Zhanghao, he deserved his fate.
Zhang Yi smiled silently. He didn't consider himself virtuous, but at least he wasn't yet corrupt. That was because he hadn't yet been driven to absolute desperation and thus retained his fundamental moral compass. Just then someone sent a voice message.
Zhang Yi, is Zhou Qi living with you now?
Why does only she get to enter your home? What about me, why won't you let me in? She'd spotted the critical detail. Zhou Qi actively assisted Zhang Yi in the video.
Meaning they were almost certainly together.
Many eyes reddened with envy.
They'd dreamed of entering Zhang Yi's home. Rumors claimed it housed a fireplace, maintaining a cozy 20 to 30 degree indoor climate. Inside, comfort reigned supreme, supplies overflowed every corner, enough to last a decade. Previously forced assaults had all ended in failure. Yet Zhou Qi's presence kindled a sliver of hope.
Zhang Yi, I can do everything Zhou Qi does, and far better. Let me enter your home too.
Zhang Yi, I've secretly loved you for a long time, will you be my boyfriend?
Zhang Yi, though I'm a man for you, I'd even.
Zhang Yi found the messages almost painfully cringeworthy.
Zhou Qi stared dumbfounded, while a subtle sense of crisis stirred within her.
Truth be told, whether as physician or woman, she was hardly irreplaceable. Especially when it came to romantic entanglements with men, she lacked fluency. What if Zhang Yi encountered someone superior and cast her aside? Zhou Qi bit her lip, resolving inwardly to demonstrate her value more diligently and cling tightly to Zhang Yi's protection. Neighbors seethed with envy and jealousy toward Zhou Qi, begging Zhang Yi to include them too. Especially Fang Yuqing, who nearly exploded upon reading these messages.
Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Qi now?
Zhang Yi ignored her.
Fang Yuqing panicked.
At that moment she huddled in a foul-smelling room, disheveled, gaunt, resembling a deranged specter. Sun Jichao, Zhou Pang and Gu Jialiang had been dead for several days. Yet Fang Yuqing still clung to a flicker of light and hope.
She believed someday she'd step into Zhang Yi's sanctuary and embrace its warmth and abundance. With cracked, trembling fingers she typed, Brother Zhang Yi, if Chen Zhanghao is truly dead, may Yuqing join you now. Didn't you promise to build a life together with me? Didn't you vow to feed me, clothe me, and let me live happily?
You pledged your word, you must take me.
Don't consort with other women, you are mine and all you possess belongs to me. Zhang Yi hadn't expected Fang Yuqing to still be alive. He scoffed coldly and retorted, you're still breathing. Fang Yuqing's eyes instantly lit up. So Brother Zhang Yi assumed I was dead, and that's why he let that wretched Zhou Qi move in. Yes, it must be so.
Now that he knows I live, he'll surely discard her and choose me instead. Trembling with excitement she pleaded, Brother Zhang Yi, I'm still here strong and well. You cherished me so deeply before, you couldn't possibly change your heart, could you? Drive Zhou Qi from your home, let me in. I love you most. Expel her from your house. At that instant disheveled Wang Min and Lin Kailing noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual fervor. Seeing the sudden gleam in Fang Yuqing's eyes, they instantly grasped she was messaging Zhang Yi. They lunged forward, faces twisted with menace. Fang Yuqing, you won't abandon us to enjoy paradise alone. The three wrestled fiercely over a single phone, frantically sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Kaling Zhang Yi, I'm no less capable than Fang Yuqing, I can do everything she does.
And I'm far more considerate, I'd never treat you as a mere backup.
Wang Min Zhang Yi's sister Wang may be older, but age brings tenderness and care.
Young girls know nothing of true gentleness and devotion. Give sister Wang a chance. Zhang Yi watched the spectacle with detached amusement, listening to their quarrelsome voice notes and frantic texts, a quiet smile playing on his lips. Zhou Qier meanwhile felt her anxiety deepen, her grip tightening instinctively around Zhang Yi's arm as if fearing he might vanish. Zhou Qier's deliberate closeness stirred a quiet warmth and fleeting happiness in Zhang Yi's heart. Though not easily swayed by women, he too longed for tenderness and care.
Zhou Qier was undeniably beautiful, her allure therefore both natural and potent. He savored every moment of her leaning in her presence, clinging to him like soft silk.
A mischievous impulse flickered within Zhang Yi's mind. If Fang Yuqing were to witness this intimacy, him and Zhou Qier so close, would she lose herself to fury? At once he picked up his phone and snapped a selfie. Zhou Qier nestled beside him, her arm tightly looped through his. He sent the photo to Fang Yuqing with a message: Qinger, you're a good person, but you arrived too late. I've found someone far better.
You'll bless us, won't you?
Fang Yuqing frantically wrestled for the phone.
A chime rang out, ding-dong. And all three instantly turned their gaze toward the screen. Every message from Zhang Yi was a lifeline, a fragile thread of hope. Yet what they saw was undeniable. Zhou Qier and Zhang Yi entwined in unmistakable affection, already a couple.
Zhou Qier eclipsed them in education, talent and beauty, leaving them humbled and diminished.
Fang Yuqing held no degree, her job was merely clerical work in a warehouse. Measured against such a refined, wealthy and stunning woman, she was utterly outshone, not just defeated but erased. And from that void searing jealousy erupted.
Brother Zhang Yi, no. You can't do this to me. Qinger loves you most. She's deceiving you. She doesn't truly love you.
Give me one chance, I'll prove I'm the one who truly loves you.
Zhang Yi scoffed coldly, no need. Core and I share genuine love.
She surpasses you in every way, how could I possibly abandon her for you?
Do you truly believe you're worthy? Let's end all contact.
I'd hate for her to misunderstand. Zhang Yi knew these words would shatter Fang Yuqing, because he understood she had pinned her last hope for survival on him.
To personally extinguish another's final hope, that was exquisite. Especially done this way. Fang Yuqing had always seen herself as a goddess destined only to be worshipped.
Yet today another woman had claimed the man she believed belonged to her, and that woman truly surpassed her in grace and radiance.
The agony was doubled, the despair unbearable.
She wanted to strike herself, screaming inwardly, why had she been blind enough not to marry Zhang Yi, such a rare and steadfast man?
Just as Zhang Yi predicted, Fang Yuqing teetered on the edge of madness, her throat releasing raw hysterical cries. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you were my lapdog. You fawned over me for 2 years, so why now that I've lowered myself and reached out do you refuse to obey?
That wretched woman, why did she steal what was mine?
She deserves death. Yes, Zhou Qier. It's all her fault.
Lin Kaning and Wang Min burst into laughter upon seeing Zhang Yi's message, pointing at Fang Yuqing. Ha ha ha.
You shameless flirt, this is your karma. Spit on her. She brought this upon herself.
Lin Kaning, once her closest friend, spat the words, her eyes blazing with contempt.
Fang Yuqing, eyes bloodshot, tried desperately to reply, only to discover Zhang Yi had blocked her.
His silence was absolute, she was erased from his world. Soon she would perish in this apocalypse, and Zhang Yi, sated by her torment and humiliation, set down his phone with a serene, satisfied smile. The deeper her suffering, the brighter his joy. Zhou Qier pressed close against him, lifting her face with quiet, curious wonder. Zhang Yi turned, his gaze met hers. Then his brow furrowed and he gripped her delicate hand firmly.
Do you think me cruel?
Her breath quickened, a flush of nervous excitement bloomed across her cheeks.
You must have your reasons.
His eyes grew distant, shadowed, haunted once more by memories of his past life and how Fang Yuqing had treated him. He had given her everything, only to be betrayed. She lured him open, then handed him over to neighbors who tore him apart limb by limb. The pain was beyond human imagining, watching blunt knives hack away at his limbs stroke after agonizing stroke.
You understand then. He offered no further explanation, he couldn't.
After eliminating Chen Zhanghao, their surroundings grew markedly quieter. At least the incessant knocking from next door, and the spies sent to watch them, had ceased. Chen Zhanghao himself never realized Zhang Yi killed him largely because he was simply insufferable.
The atmosphere in Unit 25 relaxed, less suffocating than before.
But Zhang Yi knew appearances deceived. The longer the apocalypse endured, the more twisted humanity became. Even without Chen Zhanghao, those who had already tasted blood might still kill.
Yet again, what did it matter to him? That morning Zhang Yi Rose walked to Zhou Kor's door and opened it for her.
Zhou Kor blushed as she hurried off to the restroom, then returned to prepare breakfast for him. Her cooking was unremarkable, but unquestionably better than his own.
Occasionally when he craved freshly prepared food, he asked her to cook.
Before eating, however, he always insisted she taste each dish first, then he would take his first bite. Over breakfast he scrolled through WeChat and the few remaining functioning news platforms, most of which were quietly maintained by government authorities. Beneath the lethal frost most perished. Yet the elite possessed contingency plans ensuring certain essential figures survived the cataclysm. Suddenly a familiar face appeared in a WeChat group, the infamous Aunt Lin whose antics had once plagued them all. The snowstorm will soon pass. My elder brother is the provincial secretary of Jiangnan province, he called me personally. You will all obey me or face execution. Did you hear me? Bring me food, now. No one replied. She's lost her mind. Still, it's miraculous she's alive at all. I recall Chen Zhanghao targeted her first. Zhang Yi spoke calmly. Across from him Zhou Kor's expression softened, just faintly, with sorrow. When I visited Lin Xiuhu to treat his illness I pitied them, and gave them some supplies. Zhang Yi glanced at her upon hearing her words. Zhou Kor, fearing that Zhang Yi would think poorly of her, quickly explained, at that time the snow disaster had just begun and I thought it would pass soon. Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively, placing his phone on the table with his hands crossed. That's not the problem. The supplies you provided should have run out by now, right? What have you been relying on to get by until now? Zhou Kor, still chewing on a piece of rib, silently placed it back into the bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's question. Lin Xiuhu died about 10 days ago because there were no medicines. Zhang Yi nodded. That makes sense then. He suddenly laughed, saying Lin Xuanxia always said Lin Xiuhu was her most cherished one, wishing she could keep him in her mouth. She certainly lived up to her words. Zhou Kor couldn't help but cover her mouth, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Yi. In eating. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi laughed, pleased that his prank succeeded. He suddenly felt that living with a woman made life much more interesting. At least there was someone to talk to, breaking the monotony. While they were conversing, a sudden shout rang out from outside. Both of them turned to look out the window. About 40 meters away from their residence in Building 25, a naked man stood on the balcony of Building 18, raising his arms and shouting into the wind. Then under their gaze he dove down like a diver. Zhou Kor frowned slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. When will this snow disaster end? In this apocalypse many chose to commit suicide due to the lack of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are beyond the comprehension of human technology at this point. As long as we can stay alive, that's what matters. Just then, while they were talking, Zhang Yi's phone rang. He picked it up to find that it was Uncle Yu, the security guard. Due to his past life experiences in this life, Zhang Yi was willing to trust only two people, Uncle Yu and Zhou Kor. Both of them sacrificed themselves for others, adhering to the moral baseline of humanity even in death. Thus he allowed Zhou Kor to enter his home and become his servant. Uncle Yu was the second person in the entire building to stockpile supplies next to Zhang Yi. Until now his supplies remained relatively sufficient. A single man in his 40s without children and working as a security guard, naturally he liked to stock up on cheap instant noodles and sausages to save on living costs. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and answered, "Hello Uncle Yu." Zhang Yi, hee, how are you doing right now? Uncle Yu's speech was stuttered and accompanied by an awkward smile. Zhang Yi had known him for many years and understood that this kind of behavior usually indicated he was asking for a favor. Zhang Yi weighed his options inside. If Uncle Yu was borrowing supplies, he could give him a little. After all, this security guard had been a soldier for 5 years and was quite capable. In the future, if something came up, he could call him for help to shield him from danger, so Zhang Yi was happy to extend some kindness. In doing fine, Uncle Yu. It's just that I have an extra person at home and the supplies are being consumed a bit too quickly. He glanced at Zhou Kor. Zhou Kor blushed slightly, lowering her head to continue eating rice. Oh, that's indeed a problem. More people at home means more food consumption. Yes, that's how it is. Uncle Yu's tone slowly weakened as if he was hesitant to speak. But after a moment of hesitation he still said, Zhang Yi, I want to ask you something. Uncle, you no need to be polite with me, just say it. As long as it's something I can help with, I will do my best to assist you. Uncle Yu awkwardly replied, it's like this. Xia Limai's daughter Tangbo has a fever and I don't have any medicine at home. She is all red all over and both her mother and I are almost frantic with worry. Do you have any medicine there? By the end Uncle Yu's voice trembled, filled with pleading. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise as if he had just heard a shocking piece of news. While I didn't expect Xia Limai to find Uncle Yu as her backup. This woman has a real eye for talent, managing to pick out the best candidate among so many single men in this building. However, recalling Xia Limai's situation in his past life, Zhang Yi quickly felt relieved. She appeared pitiful but ultimately lived longer than Zhang Yi, clearly not as simple as she seemed. Xia Limai was not yet 30 this year, had a score of 6 in looks, and although she had given birth, her figure was quite curvy. Uncle Yu, having been single all his life, could hardly resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi did not intend to meddle in other people's private affairs. If Xia Limai could hook up with a capable man to help raise her child, that was her own ability. Zhang Yi said, so that's how it is. Uncle Yu, congratulations. Uncle Yu felt a bit embarrassed, replying, congratulations. It's just sharing a life together. You know my situation, if it weren't for this snow disaster I wouldn't be able to find a wife at all. Zhang Yi responded, I have a few boxes of medicine left, come by and pick some up. Zhang Yi's tone was nonchalant, but the keywords, a few boxes left, revealed a crucial piece of information. He didn't have much fever medicine either. Yet under the harsh conditions of cold weather and scarcity of supplies he still generously offered some to Uncle Yu. Just think about it, how loyal and kind Zhang Yi is to you. Naturally Uncle Yu was so moved that he couldn't speak for a long time. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You've helped me out twice and I Yu Jiguang make this vow, if you ever need me, if I refuse even once then I am not worthy of being called a man.
Uncle Yu vowed excitedly. Zhang Yi smiled, saying, Uncle Yu, there's no need to be so formal. We've been old friends for many years. To me you are just like my own uncle. Don't be so polite, come and get the medicine quickly. Zhou Qier, sitting across the table, pouted playfully at Zhang Yi and even made a funny face.
Only then did she realize that beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior there was also a cunning side to him. After Zhang Yi hung up, Zhou Qier curiously asked, are you and Uncle Yu that close? Zhang Yi picked up his chopsticks and said lightly, relationships between people are based on mutual benefit. This is even more apparent in the apocalypse. Uncle Yu is a kind person with strong capabilities. Having him owe me a favor may prove useful in the future. At this point Zhang Yi suddenly paused, then continued, moreover on a deeper level I do not wish for his humanity to fade away in this apocalypse. That is a particularly precious thing. After a while Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door. Following that was Uncle Yu's voice. Zhang Yi, it's Yu Jiguang. Are you home? He habitually glanced outside through the surveillance camera. However Zhang Yi quickly furrowed his brows. Standing at the door was not only Uncle Yu but also a woman holding a child. Although she was wrapped up in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi knew that she must be the mother Xiaolime. What is she doing here? Zhang Yi had a relatively good impression of Uncle Yu, but he had no relationship with Xiaolime. Moreover, due to his experiences from his past life, he always felt that this woman was not simple. Zhang Yi stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Qier merely glanced over but did nothing. In this house Zhang Yi was the master. Zhang Yi approached the door without opening it. Is it Uncle Yu? He asked knowingly. Uncle Yu replied, yes, it's me. At that moment Xiaolime quickly interjected, Zhang Yi, our Tangbao has a high fever that won't go down. Please help her. Her voice was tinged with tears. Zhang Yi took out a box of acetaminophen syrup and a box of little sunflower cold remedy that he had prepared earlier, then threw them out through the shooting hole above. Hurry and give the medicine to the child. When it comes to sickness it's no small matter. Uncle Yu quickly picked up the medicine from the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Xiaolime received the medicine. Uncle Yu intended to take her away but a strange glimmer flashed in her eyes. She spoke, Zhang Yi, I have a favor to ask. Can you let the baby stay at your house for a while? I know you have a heater and it's warmer there. But our house is so cold. She continued. The baby is sick now and I'm worried she might freeze. Can you help us with this? Uncle Yu beside her looked somewhat stunned. When they came, Xiaolime hadn't mentioned this to him. He felt a bit awkward as he hadn't discussed this with Zhang Yi before coming. Now that Xiaolime suddenly brought it up, he felt caught in the middle and was embarrassed. However, seeing the pleading look in Xiaolime's eyes, he didn't know what to say. In the room, upon hearing Xiaolime's words, Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly. Is it Sister Xia? I'm sorry, but given the current circumstances I can't let anyone in. Moreover, our coal is running low and to be honest the temperature here isn't much warmer than outside. Zhang Yi was not easily swayed by her words. Xiaolime's pretty words were for the sake of the child. However, both he and Zhou Qier had no experience in taking care of children. Even if they did, he was too lazy to deal with such matters. So once the child was let in, Xiaolime could use the excuse of taking care of the child to come in as well. It's easy to invite a deity in but difficult to send them away. If she had some ulterior motives, wouldn't Zhang Yi have to be on guard 247? He didn't want to go through that trouble. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu quietly said to Xiaolime, Zhang Yi has been quite generous to us, even sending medicine for the child. Let's just go back and put on more clothes so we don't catch a cold. Xiaolime wiped her tears and said in a sobbing voice, what do you know as a man? The baby is so small and very fragile. She turned to Zhang Yi inside and said, Zhang Yi, I know this request is a bit inappropriate. But I really have no other choice. Sister, I know you have a kind heart, which is why I mustered the courage to make this request. I beg you, for the sake of the baby and also for Uncle Yu's face, please let the baby stay at your house for a while. With her words reaching this point, she also dragged Uncle Yu into it. Generally speaking, if one is not particularly hard-hearted, they would relent. When making a big request, it's best to start with a small one. Once the other party agrees to the smaller request, they would feel embarrassed to refuse the larger one. This shows that this woman is not simple. Xiaolime deliberately did not communicate with Uncle Yu beforehand but waited until Zhang Yi finished delivering the medicine before proposing to let the baby stay at Zhang Yi's house. However, she underestimated how tough Zhang Yi's heart was. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Sister Xia, if this request had come before the apocalypse, I would have certainly agreed. But now you know, Sai, everyone in this building wants to seize my house and take my life. I'm truly terrified and can't let strangers in. I believe you can understand my situation, right? Uncle Yu, you should understand too. Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. At that moment he felt very awkward being stuck in the middle, yet his gratitude towards Zhang Yi made him unwilling to trouble him further.
Yes, Zhang Yi has been good enough to us.
Otherwise, which family would be willing to give us medicine?
Do you know how hard it is to get medicine now?
Xia Li Mei bit her lip, not rebutting Uncle Yu, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. But didn't he let Zhou Qi stay at their house?
Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully, saying Zhou Qi is my girlfriend. Is there a problem?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi, though aware that Zhang Yi was just brushing off the situation, still wore a slight smile.
Women care more about men's sweet words than the truth.
Even if they know it's a lie, they will self-hypnotize believing it to be true. Xia Li Mei frowned slightly as if considering her next words.
However, Uncle Yu wasn't as thick-skinned as her.
Zhang Yi had helped him several times, he couldn't lose face as a man.
So he pulled Xia Li Mei aside and said with a serious expression, let's go, don't trouble him anymore. Zhang Yi has been generous enough to us, let's not push it.
Seeing that Uncle Yu was genuinely getting a bit angry, Xia Li Mei immediately changed to a wronged expression.
I know I don't want to do this either, it's all for the child. Uncle Yu said to the room, I'm sorry Zhang Yi. Don't hold it against her. Thank you for this. Zhang Yi also said it's fine, everyone can understand this feeling. Let's support each other.
Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu taking Xia Li Mei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and said to Zhou Qi, this woman is a bit troublesome. Zhou Qi replied dismissively, aren't there plenty of people like that?
That's true, Zhang Yi shrugged. But I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu.
I'm afraid she might interfere with our relationship.
Uncle Yu was the ideal worker Zhang Yi had chosen.
He didn't want there to be a woman whispering inappropriate things in Uncle Yu's ear. Zhang Yi felt a few more points of vigilance towards Xia Li Mei. At the very least, she harbored covetous thoughts towards Zhang Yi's house and resources.
Uncle Yu returned home with Xia Li Mei and the child.
After closing the door, he said with an unhappy expression, what kind of words were those you just said? How could you let someone help you take care of the child? Now that the outside world is so chaotic, who knows if others are human or ghost? The fact that he was able to give the child medication shows that he is a trustworthy person.
How could you be so greedy?
Xia Li Mei sat on the bed holding the child, feeding him medicine while unbuttoning her clothing to let her milk help the medicine go down. She didn't argue with Uncle Yu but said weakly, isn't everything I do for the child?
You know my only motivation for living now is the baby. If anything happens to her, what meaning does my life have?
As she spoke, tears fell again. Uncle Yu turned his head and saw her snowy white bosom, feeling a bit soft-hearted yet somewhat stern. His tone softened, hey, it's not that I don't understand your meaning. But as a person you have to at least know how to be grateful. Thinking of how Zhang Yi had helped him twice, Uncle Yu patted his thigh and sighed, if it weren't for Zhang Yi I wouldn't have thought to stock up on supplies in advance and I wouldn't be alive now. This great kindness Yu Jiguang must find a chance to repay. Just then he heard Xia Li Mei's soft voice beside him. Actually, I think you don't need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At least he's still wary of you, isn't he?
Uncle Yu paused for a moment and said excitedly, what do you mean by that?
Xia Li Mei looked weakly at him. Think about it, if he truly trusted you when we came over, he should have opened the door and let us in to sit right.
The medicine was thrown out from the window, not even showing his face. Isn't he wary of you? Uncle Yu was very displeased, don't speak carelessly.
He meant well, and yet it turned into this in your words. Xia Li Mei remained calm, continuing to speak softly, I'm not speaking carelessly. I believe he has helped you, but he hasn't suffered much loss. Perhaps he deliberately gave you a small favor hoping you would become his henchman someday. If he were really a good person, how could he use such cruel methods to kill dozens of neighbors? Unless he is willing to let us live in his home, I would not believe he is truly a good person. Besides, his house is large, adding the three of us wouldn't be too much.
What's wrong? Before Xia Li Mei could continue, a furious shout rang in her ears. Enough!
Uncle Yu's face turned red as he glared at her, startling Xia Li Mei. The baby in her arms began to cry loudly.
Xia Li Mei quickly hugged the baby and said softly, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
What I just said was for your good, it's always better to be a bit cautious at times like this.
Uncle Yu coldly said, don't say such things again in the future. Yu Jiguang can still distinguish between good and bad.
If I doubt my benefactor, am I still a person?
Uncle Yu was honest and straightforward, but being honest and straightforward is not the same as being foolish. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi helped him with ulterior motives, so what?
In this world there is no kindness without reason. Having lived for over 40 years and working as a security guard for over a decade, he had seen the ways of human nature. How could he not understand this principle?
Xia Li Mei knew Uncle Yu was angry and decided not to push any further, so she obediently chose to remain silent. However, this did not mean she would give up on persuading Uncle Yu.
The warm house of Zhang Yi was what she longed for.
Xia Li Mei looked down at the 8-month-old baby and secretly made up her mind.
Baby, in order for us to survive, I don't care what price I have to pay.
That night,
the white moonlight spilled over the silver earth, carrying a sense of desolation and loneliness. The heavy snow had been falling for nearly a month, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but never stopping for a day. The snow in Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor and the ground was covered in a blanket of white. By habit, most people were still asleep at this hour. At the entrance of Building 25, the door was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of accumulated snow sealed tight. Suddenly the snow layer at the entrance seemed to shift slightly and a few ice chunks fell to the ground. But soon a large chunk of ice and snow bulged out and then was forcefully pushed away. A shovel emerged from the broken hole. Then the hole was dug larger and a dozen people dressed in heavy clothing holding shovels, steel bars and axes crawled out. The leader was short, thin, with deeply sunken cheeks. However, he had a pair of sharp, chilling eyes. Upon entering the corridor, he lowered his voice and said, "Let's go up." A group of people carefully held their weapons and climbed up the stairs. Their formation was very neat, with some in front carrying wooden boards and frying pans as shields. When they reached the 10th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a resident sneaking down to collect snow. A strong man, without saying a word, struck him on the head with a shovel. Thud. Blood splattered against the wall and the person didn't even have time to scream before falling down. The strong man looked at the corpse on the ground and said to the skinny leader, "Second uncle, what should we do?" Second uncle said, "Just leave it here, we'll take it back after we're done." The group obediently continued climbing up. Today their target was room 2401 of Building 25. At this moment Zhang Yi was fast asleep while Zhou Qian was locked in the next bedroom. This group of outsiders silently reached the 24th floor, having climbed so high without showing much sign of fatigue. Clearly they were not ordinary people and must have special professions. A group of them arrived at Zhang Yi's door. But no one rushed to smash the door. The leading second uncle gestured for everyone to stop and called softly to the back, "Old donkey, come here." A middle-aged man wearing a grey wool hat came forward. He was also carrying a grey backpack. "Open the door." Second uncle pointed at Zhang Yi's door. Old donkey nodded. "Watch me." He came to Zhang Yi's door, set down his backpack and quickly took out various tools from inside. The most noticeable were detonators along with several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After tinkering for a while, everyone quickly hid in the corridor. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire apartment building. Everyone was awakened from their dreams. Zhang Yi was no exception. Since the explosion was right in front of his door, his ears were still buzzing and his eardrums hurt badly. Zhang Yi reacted with lightning speed. Still in his pajamas, he slid from the bed, reached into his pocket dimension for a pistol, disengaged the safety and held it in his hand. He opened his phone and checked the external cameras. The living room was unscathed. In Zhou Qian's room, she sat petrified, wrapped tightly in a blanket and cowering in the corner with her hands over her head. Seeing the house intact, Zhang Yi exhaled a shallow breath. He then panned the surveillance to the outside, and there he noticed a dozen or so furtive figures. Their implements were mostly shovels along with rebar, wooden planks and axes. The planks looked familiar. On closer inspection, they proved to be the red 3 composite boards commonly used on construction sites. Zhang Yi knew there were no construction crews in their building. Yet next door in Building 26 there was a cluster of men who worked at a nearby site, some 20 or so, living in company-rented rooms. When the dust settled, they rushed to the door to see whether their blast had succeeded. Their demeanor showed they had come well prepared, and their target was unmistakably Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze went ice cold. Word of his abundant supplies had clearly spread. Outside, second uncle and the others stood dumbfounded as they stared at the undented heavy metal door. One of the workers snapped at Lao Lu, furious. "What did you do? This contraption couldn't even blow a door off." Lao Lu had not expected such a result. He protested that the explosives he had mixed were sound. "Maybe they got damp," he muttered. Lao Lu was the crew's demolition hand, but he relied on crude improvised methods. Thus the charges, while loud, fell far short of the power of professionally prepared explosives. Otherwise, even if they failed to batter Zhang Yi's door, they would at least have shattered the nearby walls. In short, little real damage, great capacity to terrify. Zhang Yi confirmed via his phone app that his apartment was undamaged and allowed himself a brief relief. At the same time, a white-hot fury flared within him. These men meant to kill him, so he resolved to let them die first. The crowd outside continued to grumble. Some had already begun heaving shovels at the door. They did not notice that a small window had been opened in the iron door above them. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov and hurled it into the corridor. Flames instantly leapt up. Still unsatisfied, he retrieved several small white bottles from his space, each filled with a nearly transparent liquid. They were bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide, an improvised form of white phosphorus grenades. White phosphorus munitions, called Hellfire by some, burn at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius and can annihilate living tissue within their effective radius. Their ignition produces intense light and burning fragments that cling to flesh and are difficult to remove. The wounds are unspeakably gruesome, and their effect is as much psychological terror as physical destruction. The white phosphorus is internationally banned. Zhang Yi cared little for conventions. If a method dispatched his enemies, he would employ it without hesitation. The Molotovs burned fiercely, but such bottles alone were not overwhelmingly lethal. The attackers had trudged through snow. Their clothes were damp and hard to set alight. Yet the flames caused sulfur dioxide to vaporize swiftly, which in turn ignited the white phosphorus dissolved within the bottles. In an instant, the air around them became a furnace of thousands of degrees. The fire splashed onto their garments and could not be stamped out. The corridor outside was transformed into a raging sea of flame. Zhang Yi's action had exceeded their expectations. They had no time to react in those few seconds. Many were smeared by burning white phosphorus. Their down jackets and padded coats were perfect fuel for the inferno.
Ah! Save me!
The agonized screams were like wails from hell. Being burned alive is perhaps the most excruciating way to die. Even a match singeing a fingertip causes stabbing pain. To have every inch of skin engulfed by flame is fathomless agony. Still unsated, Zhang Yi produced his pistol and fired relentlessly into the corridor, no longer sparing ammunition. He shot as if setting off a string of firecrackers.
Bodies collapsed one after another.
Of the dozen or so attackers, 8 lay dead. Only 5 or 6 managed to flee by luck.
Zhang Yi did not open the door to pursue. Safety came first.
After confirming they were dead, he sealed the firing aperture and activated the air filtration to keep the smoke from seeping in. He glanced at his gun. The magazine was empty. He shook his head. This model was truly not durable. Thank goodness he hadn't bought a machine gun, otherwise a single burst might have exhausted hundreds of rounds.
Clearly he would need to acquire better firearms.
His sense of danger had never been this acute before, but the workers' attempted demolition had given him a harsh wake-up call.
In the apocalypse, those who survive are not ordinary.
The people he would face from now on would all be ruthless adversaries. If one day an engineer carrying a stockpile of explosives came along, he might indeed blow the entire building apart, though that was an exaggeration. Such quantities would be impossible for a common man to procure.
Yet the threat forced Zhang Yi to plan ahead.
He cursed fiercely and vowed retribution. He would make them pay with their lives. He spat the words and walked to Zhou Qir's door, opening it. She remained curled in the corner, burying her head between her pale thighs.
It's over, Zhang Yi told her.
The sound of his voice steadied her. An immense calm settled into her heart. Though the man was overcautious and often wore a facade of indifference, in that moment he was the greatest warmth in her world. She lifted her head and protested weakly, trying to sound brave. I wasn't scared. I just thought it was an earthquake and hiding in a corner seemed safer.
Zhang Yi let out a dry chuckle.
On the 24th floor, if there really were an earthquake, nowhere would be safe enough to avoid being crushed. She rose and asked him what had happened.
Zhang Yi sat on her bed.
Before Zhou Qir moved in, the room had been stark. No quilt even lay on the mattress. After she came, the place acquired a softer, homelier air. A pink velvet quilt, yellow sheets. On the windowsill hung her washed black lace undergarments and stockings, evidence of a woman who took care with her appearance.
Not only her own room but the entire building, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was kept immaculately clean by her daily efforts.
Zhang Yi thought a sensible woman at his side was a true blessing. If it were not the end of the world, such a woman would be unattainable without a bride price of
88 million. Zhang Yi recounted the recent incident to Zhou Qir.
It was those workers from Building 26. A newly developed residential complex has opened nearby, so many of them rent apartments in the vicinity.
Zhou Qir looked curious.
Our community is considered mid to high-end. Can they really afford such rents? Zhang Yi replied, 10 people cram into a single room.
How expensive could it possibly be?
Zhou Qir murmured oh and nodded slowly, then her expression hardened with gravity. If that's the case, they're actually far more dangerous than Chen Zhanghao.
Zhang Yi nodded in agreement.
Chen Zhanghao was merely a street thug.
In peacetime, ordinary people avoided trouble and thus feared him.
But now no one knows if they'll survive until morning. Without a firearm, had have been beaten to death long ago. These workers are different. They labor daily, their physical strength vastly surpassing that of ordinary folk, and their combat prowess is correspondingly fierce.
Moreover, they know each other well and operate in large numbers, making any coordinated action effortless.
Zhang Yi drew a deep breath and sighed. Thankfully I eliminated that obese demolition expert yesterday. Otherwise I wouldn't sleep soundly at night.
Zhou Qir asked, so what do we do next?
Should we retaliate?
Zhang Yi's sword-like eyebrows arched sharply upward.
Retaliation is non-negotiable. But I won't march into their territory, it would be reckless beyond reason.
Look at them, didn't I already eliminate over half their number?
Zhou Qir retorted dryly, yet you hold a firearm.
A firearm changes nothing.
Zhang Yi declared with unshakable conviction. Even if I slaughtered them all, a single shovel blow landing on me would render the entire victory hollow. Zhou Qir rolled her eyes. You're not just cautious, you're absurdly risk-averse. But if you refuse to confront them directly, how do we exact revenge?
They don't seem like people who fear death, more like desperate outlaws.
After all, who in their right mind would detonate explosives inside a residential unit? One misstep and they'd bury themselves alive.
Zhang Yi stroked his chin, a plan already crystallizing in his mind. To live in peace henceforth, I'll need expendable allies, cannon fodder if necessary. He retrieved his phone and opened the WeChat group for Building 25.
The recent explosion had jolted every neighbor awake. The group chat erupted in chaos.
What caused that blast?
An earthquake.
A missile strike.
The sound came from upstairs. Could it be a meteor impact?
Quite possible.
If no celestial body struck us, why else would temperatures shift so abnormally?
Humanity may face extinction, just as the dinosaurs did. Nonsense flooded the chat, every theory imaginable surfaced.
Zhang Yi interjected, workers from Building 26 broke into our unit intending to kill and seize supplies.
I intercepted them in time and drove them off. Zhang Meng, resident of the 16th floor, has been killed. That explosion. They used dynamite. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, neighbors grew visibly tense. What? We just neutralized Chen Jianghao, and now these construction laborers from next door have arrived. Their ruthless rumor says brawls break out constantly at their worksite. How did the Building 26 crew even reach us? Zhang Yi explained they dug a snow tunnel from below and stormed upward through the ground floor. Instantly someone cried out anxiously, collapse the tunnel immediately and lock every entrance. Zhang Yi countered, futile. Those doors shatter under a single blow. Even if sealed, they can scale in through fourth-floor windows. Neighbors trembled inwardly. Had Zhang Yi not repelled them that night, they might have breached every home and slaughtered everyone within. What are we to do? How can we possibly stand against brute laborers? Half our residents are already dead, most survivors are elderly, infirm, or children. Indeed, not many able-bodied men remain. Most perished near Zhang Yi's apartment. Then someone declared, thank heavens we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you're extraordinary, facing down so many alone. With you guarding us, our safety is assured. Zhang Yi, you're our hero. Prompted by earlier voices, others swiftly realized the truth. Zhang Yi was now the building's sole formidable defender, and he wielded a firearm. Sending him to confront Building 26's workers seemed the only logical recourse. Zhang Yi found the scene bitterly ironic. Just days earlier, these same neighbors had vilified him in the group chat, calling him selfish and despicable. Most households had lost kin to his hand. Hatred toward him ran bone deep. Yet now, needing his protection, they hailed him as a savior. Did they truly take him for a fool? Zhang Yi curled his lip faintly. I've expended precious ammunition confronting them. I'm barely able to defend myself now. Each of you must fend for yourselves. Why should I protect you? Your survival or demise holds no weight for me. With that, Zhang Yi fell silent. The group chat exploded anew. Pleas for Zhang Yi's intervention poured in. Zhang Yi, you can't watch us die helplessly. If we all perish, only the two of you will remain. Won't solitude consume you? Once we're gone, you'll become the prime target. Countless eyes are already fixed upon you. Zhang Yi's gaze turned glacial. That last remark struck true. Countless eyes were watching. The video he'd posted in the group had surely been shared widely among neighbors. Outsiders might envy, but residents of adjacent buildings possessed both motive and opportunity to storm Building 25 and seize everything he owned. Yet he remained silent. Instead, Uncle Yu sent him a private message asking earnestly whether assistance was needed. I know those curs from Building 26, I even drank with them once. Damn bastards, they dared set their sights on you. I'll make them pay. Zhang Yi, tell me your plan, I'll handle them for you. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Uncle Yu, how many of them are there? Originally over 30. But 10 or so have died recently, roughly 20 remain. I know their leader Huang Tianfang, we chatted just weeks ago. Yet those dogs slaughtered numerous innocents in Building 26. Bah, I'd sooner spit on them than stand beside such scum. Uncle Yu and the workers shared rural roots, but the former served years in the military while the latter drifted through underworld circles. Their worldviews resided on entirely divergent planes. From Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a preliminary understanding of those individuals. They were laborers employed under a construction company named Tianhe Group. They were not formal employees but rather subcontracted workers hired by a foreman and working under his command. Yet to project prestige, they publicly styled themselves as employees of the Tianhe Group. Thus their collective now called itself the Tianhe Gang, with Huang Tianfang, the wiry short-statured man, as its leader. Zhang Yi, what are your plans regarding them? Just give me a call if you need my help, Uncle Yu said. Zhang Yi offered a faint, composed smile. Launching a direct assault against the so-called Tianhe Gang was utterly out of the question. His greatest advantage lay in his steel-reinforced fortress. Stepping outside that room to confront nearly 20 adversaries, even armed, would be perilously dangerous. Uncle Yu, let's err on the side of caution. For now I have no plan for revenge. After all, it's just me. Even with your support, victory is far from assured. Unless a flash of sharp intelligence gleamed in his eyes, we can rally all the neighbors within this building. Uncle Yu instantly grasped Zhang Yi's meaning. Do you mean we should unite just as Huang Tianfang's gang has done, forming a cohesive front against external threats? Yes, that's precisely it. I'll propose this idea in the neighborhood group chat and see how many are willing to join. Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Yu, there's no need for that. If you rush to recruit them, they'll suspect ulterior motives, or worse, grow arrogant and presumptuous. Then what should we do? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. We're in no hurry. Our supplies are ample, we can simply wait. The Tianhe Gang came once, they'll certainly return a second time. Let's not forget, they've already lost numerous men to me. Revenge is inevitable. When that moment arrives, the neighbors will naturally come begging for our aid. Uncle Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Yi, you're truly brilliant. The two reached an immediate consensus and agreed to temporarily ignore the Tianhe Gang. Within the residential WeChat group, neighbors urged Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead in confronting the Tianhe Gang, a masterclass in moral coercion. They lavished praise upon Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, calling them good people, though Zhang Yi privately thought that's not a compliment, it's an insult. You're the good one. Your whole family is good. Yet while praising them, these same neighbors invented countless excuses, claiming they lacked food or strength to fight, or citing old age or gender as reasons to remain passive. Zhang Yi knew such shameless neighbors all too well and chose to ignore them entirely. After all, only when the blade struck their own flesh would they finally feel the pain. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yi began gathering intelligence from the outside world, but he refused to seek it himself. Too many coveted his supplies, and information obtained directly would likely be unreliable or deliberately false. Instead, he enlisted Zhou Kor and Uncle Yu to investigate. One was a physician, the other a security guard, both possessed extensive local networks. Zhang Yi sought to identify exactly which residents across the 30 buildings of Yulu residential complex posed a threat to him. Such intelligence proved easy to obtain. Who had killed the most? Who commanded the largest following? A few inquiries sufficed. Zhou Kor eagerly produced paper and pen, compiling a detailed summary table for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi glanced over it, finding concise descriptions of each faction's size and armaments. Having read it, he felt considerably more at ease. Yulu residential complex was after all an upscale community, home to relatively few hardened criminals. According to intelligence gathered by Zhou Kor and Uncle Yu, only 2 factions warranted serious concern. The first was the Tianhe gang, based in Building 26, formed around a small engineering team under the Tianhe Group, renowned for its formidable combat capability. Their primary weapons were shovels and steel rebar. They possessed no firearms. The bomb used against Zhang Yi had been crudely assembled by a demolition-savvy worker from their ranks, its explosive power limited. That worker had since been incinerated by Zhang Yi, rendering further homemade explosives impossible. Still, no one knows whether they retain any stockpiled devices. Caution is paramount. We must dispatch expendable proxies to deplete their reserves. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Beyond the Tianhe gang, another faction caught his attention. In Building 21, a group of young men had formed the Quanglong gang, Frenzied Wolf Gang. Though the name reeked of adolescent pretension, their fighting prowess was undeniable. Per Zhou Kor's intel, the group comprised students and idle street loiterers, most barely 20 years old, numbering roughly a dozen members. Its 2 leaders were Wang Chang and Xiao Lu, both men Zhang Yi recognized instantly. They were notorious and ne'er-do-wells known throughout Yulu residential complex. Having graduated from a third-tier university, they lived off their parents, neither heirs nor true elites, yet comfortably middle class. Refusing employment, they remained idle at home. Over time, they drifted into association with unsavory elements of society. In the old world, they hadn't even measured up to Qin Zhanghao's little toe. But with no figure like Zhang Yi in their building, they'd seized opportunity and grown powerful. To Zhang Yi, only these 2 factions posed genuine threats. Other buildings housed mere dozens of residents. Many, unable to endure the terror of the apocalypse, had succumbed to psychological collapse and taken their own lives. Others, driven mad by extreme scarcity, had turned on one another, slaughtered to the last. With this knowledge, Zhang Yi's confidence solidified. He told Zhou Kor, continue gathering intelligence, leave no stone unturned. Minimize risk to absolute zero. Especially confirm whether they possess firearms, the detail is critical. Zhou Kor nodded obediently and resumed her inquiries via smartphone. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu maintained strict seclusion, refusing to leave their homes. For the Tianhe gang, however, Zhang Yi had become both their deepest hatred and their greatest fear. 8 of their longtime brothers had perished. The survivors bore severe burn injuries. 2 died that very night from complications. Such a humiliating defeat was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They swore a blood oath to purge Building 25 and slay Zhang Yi to avenge their fallen comrades. Yet a turning point emerged. Though Zhang Yi was their most hated enemy, he was also their most feared. Having witnessed his ruthlessness and grasped the near impregnability of his residence, they hesitated to strike again. So what then? They redirected their fury toward Zhang Yi's neighbors in the same building. Huang Tianfang reasoned, Zhang Yi, I cannot kill you, but surely I can kill your neighbors. Will you not feel guilt when you witness their gruesome deaths? How will you face their accusations? Slaying your neighbors is my ultimate vengeance. Huang Tianfang embodied the spirit of AQ, knowing full well to pick the softest fruit. In the ensuing days, he returned repeatedly with fresh cohorts, launching surprise raids on multiple households. After each killing, they scrawled messages in blood upon the stairwell walls. Zhang Yi, if you refuse to emerge, I will slaughter every neighbor you have. Huang Tianfang fancied himself clever. Having slain dozens in Building 25, he sought to lure Zhang Yi out of hiding. In a cinematic tale starring a saintly guilt-ridden protagonist, such provocation would surely ignite an impulsive rush to confront him, demanding negotiation. Alas, Zhang Yi felt no remorse, only exhilaration. His very aim was to provoke Huang Tianfang into slaughtering more neighbors, thereby sowing terror. He intended for that fear to compel his neighbors to beg for his intervention. And indeed, within merely 2 days their endurance shattered. They had seen the blood-scribed message Huang Tianfang left behind, and unanimously concluded that only Zhang Yi stepping forward to face him could resolve the crisis. Thus the neighborhood group chat erupted with frantic messages, private texts and voice calls flooded in without pause. Zhang Yi opened the chat and observed his neighbors' reactions. Zhang Yi, you caused this mess, you must fix it.
The Tianhe gang arrived because of you and you killed them. What does any of this have to do with us?
Exactly. One person bears responsibility for their own deeds. You can't expect us to shoulder the consequences for you. They've declared as long as you remain hidden their killings will not cease.
Zhang Yi, if you possess even a shred of conscience, go resolve this yourself.
Can you truly bear watching us die because of you?
Reading these messages, Zhang Yi burst into laughter, not anger, for he knew his neighbors all too well. I didn't summon them, so why am I at fault when they came to kill me and I killed them instead?
Your inability to resist them is none of my concern.
You yourselves admitted those men are perilous, precisely why I'll stay indoors.
My home remains the safest place. He
appended a grinning emoji, enraging his neighbors across the building.
Zhang Yi, you're safe now, but what about us? Haven't you doomed us all?
You brought them here, why should we face them in your stead?
Do you have any conscience left?
Faced with their accusations, Zhang Yi roared with laughter, fully aware of their boundless audacity. With icy mockery he retorted, what do I care what you do? Does your life or death weigh a single copper coin on my conscience? Don't speak to me of conscience, wasn't every household among you complicit in the assault on my home? Had I been less magnanimous I'd have stormed each door with a rifle, blasting you all to oblivion? Yet now you cry out, daring to lecture me on conscience. His voice turned venomous, do you truly believe I wouldn't end you?
Those final words choked off protests mid-throat.
Only then did they recall Zhang Yi was no one to trifle with. How had Qin Zhenghao died? Frozen solid, then shattered into icy fragments. That was Zhang Yi's doing. He said nothing more, only sent a message to Uncle Yu, it's time for you to step up. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. Meanwhile in the property owner's group, residents stood speechless, shamed and disoriented. Moral coercion had failed, negotiations collapsed, meaning the Tianhe gang's murderous incursions remained an ever-looming threat. Most men from Building 25 lay dead or wounded, only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu retained any real combat capability.
What do we do now? We thought surviving Qin Zhenghao meant survival itself, yet the Tianhe gang proves far more ruthless.
Qin Zhenghao killed to assert dominance and secure rations.
Huang Tianfang and his men slaughtered purely for vengeance, indiscriminately without restraint or reason. Are we truly fated only to await death?
Damn it, how did our world descend into this?
Is barbarism now the permanent order? The snowstorm shows no sign of relenting, and we shall all perish within it.
Despair deepened, many believed they had only days left. Then unexpectedly Uncle Yu, the quiet unassuming retired soldier who served as building security, stepped forward.
Don't panic, the Tianhe gang numbers barely 20. If we unite we can stand against them.
His presence rekindled flickers of hope in many eyes. After all, this ex-soldier radiated steadfastness and integrity.
Uncle Yu, we're so glad you're still with us. We hadn't heard from you lately, we feared you'd perish too.
Wonderful. With Uncle Yu here our safety is assured. Uncle Yu, tell us what to do. We'll support you wholeheartedly.
Uncle Yu's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Wholehearted support, meaning of course he would charge ahead while they watched safely from behind.
He was utterly speechless.
Alas, even I alone cannot prevail.
Our supplies are exhausted, we haven't eaten in days, I'm too weak to lift a finger. Yours must be much the same.
In this state, how can we possibly oppose the Tianhe gang?
Some neighbors fell silent. Others, however, had recently dined quite well, roasted meat in fact.
Once numbness sets in, even such fare tastes surprisingly rich.
Uncle Yu, what should we do?
Truth is we're starving too, we've nothing to offer you. Moments earlier pledging unwavering support, now unwilling to part with even a morsel. Speak plainly, what's your suggestion?
We'll follow your lead.
Flattery returned smooth and practiced. Uncle Yu replied, to withstand other buildings we must rely on Zhang Yi.
His residence holds abundant weapons, and unlike us he eats daily, retaining strength and resolve. He is unquestionably the best leader for us.
Stunned silence followed, wide-eyed disbelief.
They'd just driven Zhang Yi away in fury, now they expected him to lead them.
Was there any chance at all?
But just moments ago Zhang Yi told us to fend for ourselves.
He won't leave his room, and we cannot call him forth. Still, if he would lead us it truly would be ideal. Though loathed, Zhang Yi's lethality was undeniable.
Half the unit had fallen by his hand.
What of the savage bandit Qin Zhenghao?
Even he met his end, shattered like frozen snack cubes.
Uncle Yu said very well, I retain some rapport with Zhang Yi.
I'll seek him out and attempt to persuade him to join us. All cried in unison, Uncle Yu, we entrust everything to you.
Zhang Yi watched every word exchanged in the group chat.
The timing is right, Zhang Yi replied. You'll back me up when the moment comes, make sure everyone listens to me without question. A balance of authority and benevolence will ensure their obedience, and only then can this building stand secure. Whether they survived or perished mattered little to Zhang Yi, he at least would grow ever safer. And among these neighbors many would soon be cast as expendable pawns, sent to the front lines without hesitation. Most had lost family members to his own hand, and given half a chance they would surely seek vengeance. So eliminating them now was the wisest course.
After finalizing their plan, Yudashu and Zhang Yi re-entered the residence group chat. Yudashu theatrically tagged Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, everyone here desperately needs you. Wouldn't you feel utterly alone if you were the sole resident left in this building, he continued. So please show some compassion, help us all. Everyone will thank you from the depths of their hearts. Others quickly chimed in, absolutely, we'll be eternally grateful if you save us. From now on this building answers only to you. Zhang Yi, our entire family's lives rest in your hands. Flattering words poured forth, cheap, effortless and abundant. Zhang Yi sneered. I'm only speaking with you now out of respect for Uncle Yu. But frankly I have no interest in your affairs, I'm thriving just fine on my own. Why should I care about yours? Why risk my life exhausting myself for your sake? It's simply not worth it. The more he dismissed them, the more unsettled his neighbors grew. Zhang Yi, wait, don't walk away. Fine, whatever you command we'll obey. Is that enough? Even in despair clinging to survival, none wished to die if even a sliver of hope remained. Zhang Yi laughed coldly. Oh. Truly? You'll do anything I ask? Do you all swear to it? A pause hung heavy in the chat. Then someone ventured, as long as you don't order us to our deaths we'll accept any other terms. Zhang Yi shot back, what if I tell you to arm yourselves and fight the Tianhai gang to the death? Will you go? This. Silence crashed over the group. No one spoke, each waiting for another to break the stillness first. Zhang Yi burst into laughter, so you expect me to bleed for you, is that it? Fine, I'll wash my hands of you entirely. When Huang Tianfang arrives with his men, just stretch out your necks and let them strike. Goodbye. Yudashu panicked, Zhang Yi, wait. We will follow your orders. If death is inevitable, at least a desperate fight grants a chance to live, we're with you. He turned and rallied the others, what are you hesitating for? Only united resistance offers a path to survival, do you truly wish to wait until they come door to door executing you one by one? His impassioned appeal worked. Convinced that defiance might yet yield survival, residents one by one voiced their assent, submitting fully to Zhang Yi's command. With Yudashu playing perfect foil, Zhang Yi seized absolute control over the entire building. Calmly he declared, from this moment forward all actions must conform strictly to my orders. The crisis is dire, the enemy may strike at any hour. Any act of passivity or negligence will be deemed outright betrayal, not just of me but of every resident in this building. And make no mistake, I will execute such traitors without mercy. His gaze swept coldly across the list of group members. I warn you, do not think you can vanish into silence refusing to step forward and fight. One found hiding, gone. Anyone hoping to lurk unseen and reap rewards later will find no such door open to them. He'd counted carefully, only about 20 voices had spoken, clear proof that others were burying their heads expecting him to bear the burden alone. His blunt warning riled those who'd already pledged allegiance, they resented the thought of risking their lives while others shirked duty in cowardly silence. Fong Lin, show yourself. I saw you digging snow yesterday, I know you're alive. Liang Yulu, where are you? Don't hide. Don't pretend you missed the messages, we will come for you. Eyes blazing neighbors began tagging the silent ones, exposing the ostriches one by one. Human nature is self-preserving, having resolved to fight none would tolerate others cowering behind the scenes, so reluctantly the hidden ones emerged. Ah, I just woke up and saw the message. Ha! Are we really counterattacking? How wonderful. I'm not afraid to die, I simply didn't see the chat. They stammered, weakly evading accountability. Zhang Yi dismissed their excuses, since you've chosen me as building chief you will obey my commands. Anyone who shrinks back, who refuses to stand and fight, betrays every resident and deserves death. A hush fell over the group. They knew he would kill them. 50-odd corpses served as grim, irrefutable evidence. Having wielded the iron rod, Zhang Yi paused, then prepared to offer the carrot. Rest easy, I am after all a compassionate man. I cannot bear to watch you starve. Obey me and I will venture out to secure supplies for you. He'd contemplated this plan before. With engineering teams already using explosives, stronger enemies could emerge at any time. He lived on the 24th floor, his apartment built almost entirely of metal, but even that offered little protection if the lower floors collapsed beneath him. Thus he intended to cultivate a cohort of disposable sentinels below, watching for threats, dying on command when needed. To sustain them, supplies were indispensable. He refused to deplete his personal storage vault for them, so external foraging was essential. Moreover, his ammunition burned through alarmingly fast. In the recent skirmish alone he'd expended 20 rounds, making replenishment of weapons and gear an urgent priority. As for travel, this posed no obstacle. Outside snow lay over 10 meters deep, rendering ordinary vehicles useless. Yet specialized machines existed precisely for such conditions: snowmobiles. His storage vault held 2 enclosed cabin snowmobiles and 3 compact agile models. While others struggled merely to leave their homes in this snow-choked city, he moved freely across its frozen expanse. The residents' group chat erupted. Zhang Yi, you can actually go out for supplies. With snow that deep and no way to drive. Do you plan to trudge through it barefoot? You'll freeze solid before you take 50 steps. Zhang Yi replied, no matter how hostile the world outside, I will go, for all of you.
Trust me, I spent years managing warehouses.
I know exactly where every major depot, mall and supermarket lies across Tianhai City. Finding supplies. That part is easy.
The neighbors seemed to have encountered a savior. Even those who felt utterly hopeless wrapped in blankets at home now had their eyes shining with a glimmer of hope.
Zhang Yi, can you really go out to fetch supplies? If that's the case, we can survive.
Although the snowstorm has sealed the city, the supplies produced by our society over the past few decades are actually enough for us to live on.
Zhang Yi, I truly am so moved. We treated you that way back then, and now you still. Some people began to choke up.
Originally, many in their families had died at Zhang Yi's hands. But now their hatred for him seemed to vanish, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi said solemnly, since I have become the leader of this building, I must take responsibility for everyone. And also, the supplies at home are running low. Going out to search for resources is our only way to survive. With Zhang Yi saying this, everyone felt more reassured. In the apocalypse, if you claim to do good deeds, others often think you are being hypocritical. But if you also have something to gain, everyone considers it normal. After all, it has been nearly a month since the apocalypse began. Many neighbors had people starve to death in their homes. So they believed that even if Zhang Yi hoarded supplies at home, there would come a day when they would run out.
Moreover, now that there were only 2 people in their family, the consumption of supplies was even faster. The neighbors were full of gratitude towards Zhang Yi, praising him as if he were a deity.
So much so that Zhou Qier said with a smile, if you were to establish a cult at this time, you could become its founder.
During disasters, religions develop the fastest. Because people always need a spiritual refuge.
Zhang Yi smiled faintly. There's no need to complicate things with a group of cannon fodder. As long as I have a moldy bun, I can make them regard me more lovingly than their own fathers.
Zhou Qier curiously asked, but are you really going out?
Her eyes reflected a hint of worry and guilt.
Zhang Yi understood that she truly thought his supplies were running low and felt she was a burden to him.
Zhang Yi pinched her delicate little face and smiled with squinted eyes. Don't worry, the supplies at home are enough to support you.
I just need to find a suitable opportunity to go out and see the situation outside.
If it were usual times, I wouldn't dare to go out fearing an attack from crazed neighbors.
But now I have become everyone's hope for survival, so they won't come to attack me. Zhou Qier nodded, then I'll go with you.
She knew Zhang Yi didn't fully trust her, so she actively requested to accompany him.
Zhang Yi looked at her with deep eyes, slowly but firmly shook his head. Given our current relationship, do you think I would still suspect you? Women should stay at home waiting for their men to return. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Zhou Qier's eyes welled up with emotion. However, this feeling of emotion did not last long. Because Zhang Yi quickly gathered all the remaining food and coal in the house into the spatial storage. I trust you 100%.
Zhang Yi said with a smile.
Zhou Qier.
She looked speechless. She had just been moved by him, but he quickly returned to his old self.
Zhang Yi ignored Zhou Qier's resentful expression and went back to his room to change clothes. This was the first time he chose to leave the apartment building after the apocalypse.
The heavy snow sealed the city. Outside, no living creatures could be seen and the danger level was not that high. However, out of caution, Zhang Yi still put on a layer of leather jacket.
This thing, even if stabbed with a knife, wouldn't be penetrated without enough force.
After careful consideration, he found 2 frying pans in the spatial storage, placing one in front and one behind his body. This way, even if he encountered an opponent with a gun, a regular pistol wouldn't be able to harm his vital points. Finally, he put on his winter clothing. At this moment, his figure appeared quite bulky, but he felt fully secure. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar over a meter long and tested it in his hand. In a real fight, this heavy crowbar was actually more useful than a machete. A wound from a knife wouldn't immediately incapacitate someone, but a blow from this crowbar would take them down instantly. Zhang Yi held the crowbar, filled the magazine of his pistol and placed it in his pocket. Fully armed, he finally left his home. The outside temperature was very cold. Even wearing a professional-grade sports outfit similar to that of the national mountaineering team, he could still feel a slight chill. However, this chill wouldn't affect Zhang Yi. After a bit of outdoor activity, his body would warm up. He held the crowbar in both hands, walking down the stairs at a leisurely pace. Before leaving, he always observed the surroundings. Caution prevents major issues. All the way down, nothing unusual happened. After all, few people overestimate their capabilities. Zhang Yi arrived at the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Tianhai gang and others, most residents had moved to upper floors and there was no one living below the 10th floor. Zhang Yi pushed the door open and entered. It was a complete mess inside. The windows had long been smashed and even the not-so-secure security bars had been ripped open, leaving a large hole. The wind rushed through this hole into the building, howling loudly. Zhang Yi carefully crawled out through the hole. His feet landed on the ground with the snow reaching up to his knees. However, due to the increasing accumulation of snow, the ground had solidified somewhat, preventing him from sinking completely. Yet walking on this snowy ground was still quite difficult. Zhang Yi looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The vast Yulu community was eerily silent, with nothing but the sound of the wind in the air. He also did not see any prying eyes. Zhang Yi took out a snowmobile from the spatial storage, which had been filled with gas before he came.
The operation of this vehicle was not complicated. After a brief contemplation and reviewing the instructions, he knew how to operate it. He mounted the vehicle, turned the key, and the roar of the engine soon echoed around. Zhang Yi drove the snowmobile heading towards the outskirts of the community. As he left the community, Zhang Yi felt as if some people were watching him through the windows. This was not surprising. After all, there were hardly any traces of humanity left outside, and the sound of the snowmobile was particularly jarring. It seems that in the future some people will develop covetous thoughts because of this snowmobile. Zhang Yi revealed a faint smile of disdain. He was not afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. Too many people had their eyes on him. Not to mention that in the current situation it wouldn't be surprising for someone to kill for a cookie. As Zhang Yi would put it, having more debts doesn't weigh one down. The heavy snow buried many small houses and the streets were completely invisible. However, having lived here for over 20 years, Zhang Yi could roughly figure out the direction through the landmark buildings of the high rises. Therefore, for him, getting lost was not an issue.